On that fateful day, a dense fog enveloped everything. On that day, he became the captain of a ghost ship. He traversed through the thick mist, confronting a world that had been utterly upended and fragmented. The once established order had vanished, replaced by bizarre phenomena that ruled the endless seas beyond civilized society. Isolated city-states and fleets daring to challenge the ocean had become the last flickers of light in the realm of civilization, while the shadows of the past still lurked in the abyssal depths, waiting to continue their insatiable consumption of this world on the brink of oblivion. Yet for the new captain of the Lost Homeland, only one question loomed large in his mind. Who knows how to operate the ship? Chapter 1. On that day, a thick fog rose. The boundless fog rolled outside the window, so dense that it seemed the entire world had vanished beyond its edge, with only the dim light of dawn penetrating the mist, casting a half-shadowed glow within the quiet room. In his somewhat disheveled apartment, Zhou Ming hunched over his desk, clearing away clutter with a hasty shove. His weary visage illuminated the frantic writing that flowed from his pen. Day 7. No change in the situation. The fog shrouds everything outside the window, and an unknown force has sealed the window. The entire room feels as if it has been cast into a peculiar space. I cannot communicate with the outside world, and there is no water or electricity, yet the light remains on, and the computer can still be activated despite my having unplugged it. Suddenly, a faint whisper of wind seemed to drift from the direction of the window. Zhou Ming, deeply engrossed in his journal, abruptly lifted his head, a flicker of hope igniting in his sunken eyes. Yet in the next moment, he realized it was merely an illusion. Beyond the window lay only the relentless pallor of the fog, a lifeless world coldly enveloping his humble abode. His gaze swept across the windowsill, where he spotted a wrench and a hammer haphazardly discarded, traces of his futile attempts to escape the room over the past few days. Now, these once sturdy tools lay there quietly, as if mocking his predicament. After a few seconds, Zhou Ming's expression returned to calmness, and with this unsettling tranquility, he resumed his writing. I am trapped in a completely bewildering predicament. Over the past few days, I even attempted to dismantle the roof, walls, and floor, yet despite exhausting all my strength, I left not a single mark on the walls. This room has become like a box fused with space, devoid of any exit, except for that door. But the situation beyond that door is even more peculiar. Zhou Ming paused once more, slowly scrutinizing the words he had just penned. He absently flipped through his journal, observing the oppressive phrases, meaningless ramblings, anxious doodles, and the forced humor he had jotted down in moments of attempted levity. He questioned the significance of these scribbles, uncertain whom they might one day serve. In truth, he was not even accustomed to keeping a diary. As a high school teacher with limited leisure time, he hardly had the energy for such pursuits. Yet now, whether he liked it or not, he found himself with an abundance of idle moments. Upon awakening, he found himself ensnared within the confines of his own chamber. Outside, an impenetrable fog lingered, so dense that it obscured all visibility beyond its veil. The world seemed to have forsaken the cycle of day and night. A perpetual twilight pervaded the room, with the windows sealed shut, utilities severed, and his phone devoid of signal. No matter the uproar he created within these walls, no rescue would come from the outside. It felt like a surreal nightmare, where every element contravened the laws of nature. Yet, Zhou Ming had exhausted every means to ascertain one undeniable truth. This was neither an illusion nor a dream, but rather an abnormal reality, and he was still, for the most part, himself. He took a deep breath, his gaze finally settling upon the lone door at the far end of the room. An ordinary, inexpensive white wooden door, adorned with a calendar he had neglected to replace since last year, the doorknob polished to a shine, and the welcome mat askew. That door can be opened. If this isolated room is like a prison, its most sinister aspect lies in the fact that it has a door that can be pushed open at any time, forever tempting the captive to step outside. However, what awaits outside is not the world that Zhou Ming longs for. There were no familiar hallways filled with nostalgia, no sunlit streets bustling with vibrant crowds, none of the comforts he once knew. Instead, it led to a strange and unsettling foreign land, a realm equally entangled in its own inescapable plight. However, Zhou Ming understood that the time for indecision was swiftly diminishing. The so-called choice had never truly existed. His provisions were limited, with only a quarter of a few barrels of mineral water remaining. He had exhausted every avenue of escape and signal for help within this confined space. Before him lay but one path: to prepare himself and venture forth to seek a glimmer of hope on the other side of the door. 也许仍然有机会揭示这个奇怪而严峻的超自然困境的原因。他轻轻地吸了一口气，低下头来在日记中写下最后几段文字。然而，无论情况如何，唯一的选择就是继续前往那扇门的另一边。至少在那艘奇怪的船上，我可能会找到食物，而我过去几天的探索和准备应该足以让我在那里生存，尽管我的准备确实有限。In closing, to anyone who may come after me, if I fail to return, and one day a rescue party opens this room and discovers this diary, please do not dismiss my account as mere absurd fiction. It truly happened, and despite its chilling nature, there exists a man named Zhou Ming, trapped within this maddening and bizarre temporal anomaly. I have made an effort to document the countless anomalies I have witnessed within these pages, recording every attempt I have made to extricate myself. If there are indeed any future seekers, please, at the very least, remember my name, remember that all of this once happened. Zhou Ming closed the diary, tossed the pen into the nearby holder, and slowly rose from behind the desk. It was time to leave before he was completely consumed by passivity and despair. However, after a brief moment of reflection, he did not walk directly towards the only door that led outside. Instead, he headed to his bed. He needed to present himself in the best possible condition to face the foreign land that lay beyond the door, and his current state, particularly his mental state, was far from sufficient. Uncertain whether he would find sleep, Zhou Ming resolved that even forcing himself to lie down and empty his mind was preferable to venturing into the other side in a state of overwhelming fatigue. 8 hours later, Zhou Ming opened his eyes. The world outside remained shrouded in a chaotic mist, the indistinct light of day and night casting an oppressive gloom. He chose to disregard the scene outside, instead retrieving what little food he had left, consuming enough to feel somewhat satiated. He then approached the dressing mirror in the corner of the room. The man reflected in the mirror had disheveled hair, appearing rather disheveled, devoid of any notable grace. Yet, Zhou Ming fixed his gaze on his reflection, as if he intended to etch this image into his memory forever. He stared at the mirror for a few minutes, then whispered to himself, as if speaking to the reflection, "Your name is Zhou Ming, at least on this side. You are Zhou Ming. Always remember this." Only after this did he turn and leave. Standing in front of that familiar door, Zhou Ming took a deep breath and placed his hand on the doorknob. Apart from his clothes, he carried no extra belongings, no food, no defensive gear. This was the wisdom he had gained from previous explorations beyond this door. He could carry nothing with him. In fact, he even questioned the very notion of self as Zhou Ming turned the knob and pushed the door open. A swirling mass of gray-black mist unfurled before him like a curtain, and within its undulating depths, he could almost hear the sound of crashing waves. As he stepped through the veil of mist, he was greeted by a slightly briny sea breeze, the illusory sound of waves becoming real and a gentle sway beneath his feet. After a brief moment of dizziness, he opened his eyes to find himself on a vast wooden deck, with towering masts silhouetted against dark, ominous clouds and an endlessly undulating sea beyond a ship's railing. Lowering his gaze, he beheld a physique that appeared stronger than he remembered, adorned in an intricately crafted and costly captain's uniform, with large, knotted hands. In his grasp was a beautifully ornate black flintlock pistol. Indeed, even the very notion of self was called into question. Chapter 2. The Captain of the Lost Country. This was not Zhou Ming's first journey through this door to the other side. Days earlier, he had awakened to find himself ensnared by a peculiar phenomenon, a strange mist enveloping the entire world. It was then that he discovered this enigmatic realm beyond the door. After all, that door was now the only exit from his room. He vividly recalls the bewilderment and helplessness he felt when he first pushed open the door, only to be greeted by the sight of a deck. He also remembers the shock and panic that consumed him when he glanced down to find himself in a different body. However, since then, in his pursuit of opportunities to transcend his predicament, he has boldly undertaken numerous successful explorations of this side. Though he remains uncertain about the transformations his body has undergone or the enigmatic ship that looms outside his door, he has at least acquired some experience and gained a preliminary understanding of this vessel. As on previous occasions, Zhou Ming forced himself to shake off the disorientation that accompanied his passage through the door in the briefest time possible. He promptly assessed the condition of his new body, examining the short gun in his hand and mentally comparing it to all the details he could recall, ultimately confirming that the items he carried were consistent with what he had possessed before leaving the deck. It seems that every time I pass through this door, my body experiences a seamless transition. If only I could set up a camera on the deck, I could confirm whether my body changes when I return to my apartment by pushing open the captain's cabin door. Unfortunately, items from the two worlds cannot cross the door, and I cannot bring a camera over. However, the phone left in my apartment recorded the scene when I crossed through the door from that side. I did indeed walk through that dark mist. So, is it true that my body transformed into this form while passing through the black fog? Zhou Ming muttered to himself. He understood that his solitary musings on the deck might appear somewhat comical to an outsider, but he needed to produce some sound in this eerily deserted ghost ship. He required a semblance of evidence to affirm that he was still alive. A salty sea breeze swept across the deck, rustling the fabric of his indeterminate black and blue captain's uniform. Zhou Ming sighed softly but did not proceed toward the deck instead. He turned to face the door behind him. He placed his hand on the doorknob, twisting it. With a push inward, he would confront a thick, grayish mist, and through that mist, he would return to the single apartment he had inhabited for many years. With a firm grip, he yanked the heavy oak door open. The door creaked slightly, revealing a dimly lit cabin. In the subdued light, exquisite tapestries adorned the walls, shelves displayed various decorative items, and at the center of the room stood a large nautical table. A small door was situated at the farthest end of the room, its entrance laid with a burgundy carpet. Pushing that door open would lead him back to his apartment, while pulling it open would reveal the captain's cabin, which was evidently the normal facility aboard this ship. Zhou Ming stepped into the captain's cabin and, as he passed the entrance, instinctively glanced to his left at the wall, where a full-length mirror was affixed. In that mirror, his current visage was clearly reflected. He was a tall man, with a thick mane of black hair and a commanding short beard. His deep-set eyes conveyed an aura of authority without the need for anger. Though he appeared to be over 40, his striking features and intensely oppressive gaze blurred the perception of age. The finely crafted captain's uniform he wore further underscored the uniqueness of his identity as reflected in the mirror. Zhou Ming stretched his neck and made a silly face at his reflection, believing himself to be a congenial and friendly person. However, the image staring back seemed incongruous with his disposition. He quickly abandoned this endeavor, realizing that the version of himself in the mirror had transformed from a dignified captain into a figure reminiscent of a psychopathic serial killer. As Zhou Ming engaged in these antics, a faint clicking sound emanated from the direction of the navigation table. Predictably, he turned to investigate the source of the noise and observed a wooden goat head statue gradually turning its face toward him, as if animated by some unseen force. The obsidian eyes embedded in the wooden visage gazed intently in his direction. A fleeting memory of confusion from the first encounter with this bizarre phenomenon crossed his mind, yet Zhou Ming merely smirked. He approached the navigation table, and the wooden goat head continued to rotate its neck. A raspy, somber voice emerged from its wooden throat. Name? Duncan. Zhou Ming replied calmly, Duncan Abnomer. Instantly, the tone of the wooden goat head shifted from hoarse and gloomy to warm and friendly. Good morning, Captain. I am delighted to see that you remember your name. How are you feeling today? Did you sleep well last night? I hope you had pleasant dreams. Moreover, today is an excellent day to set sail. The seas are calm, the winds are favorable, and it's refreshingly comfortable, devoid of bothersome naval officers and noisy crew members. Captain, you know a noisy crew member. 你太吵了，周明插话道，感到脑中传来一阵熟悉的颤动。他用愤怒的目光瞪着那个生物，咬紧牙关，强迫自己说道：“闭嘴。” Oh, of course, Captain. You prefer tranquility. Your devoted first mate, second mate, bosun, sailor, and lookout are well aware of this. Maintaining silence offers numerous benefits. There was once a figure in the medical field, perhaps in philosophy or architecture. Zhou Ming felt not only his mind quaking, but also his bronchial tubes beginning to tremble. What I mean is, I command you to be quiet. Upon uttering the word command, the goat head finally fell silent. Zhou Ming exhaled with relief and took a seat at the navigation table, assuming his role as the captain of this ghostly, deserted ship. Duncan Abnomer, a name foreign to him, a surname difficult to pronounce. The moment he traversed that shroud of dark gray mist and stepped aboard the vessel, he became acutely aware of certain truths. He understood that in this realm, his corporeal form was named Duncan, that he was the master of this ship, and that it was embarking on an extraordinary journey beyond his wildest imaginings. Yet, beyond these revelations, his understanding was limited. The memories lingering in his mind were vague and few, consisting only of the previously mentioned fragments. Other details were completely blank, like knowing that the ship had an extraordinary voyage planned, yet being unaware of its destination. The original owner of this vessel, the true Duncan Abnomer, seemed to have died ages ago. What remained in his consciousness resembled the faintest echoes of a ghostly captain, the remnants of a profound impression lingering in the world after a complete demise. Instinctively, he sensed that the identity of this Captain Duncan harbored significant issues, particularly in light of the supernatural phenomena aboard, such as the talking wooden goat's head. The enigma surrounding this Captain Duncan might even signify a danger he had never contemplated, yet he must bear this name to navigate the ship safely. For, much like the wooden goat's head that had just spoken, certain elements aboard were incessantly attempting to validate the captain's identity. Even the ship itself seemed to be perpetually confirming its captain's name. This engendered an impression of a precautionary measure, as if the captain could forget his own name at any moment, and that such an occurrence would herald some extreme, terrifying consequence, necessitating the implementation of identity checks throughout the vessel. He was uncertain of the ramifications should Captain Duncan forget his name, yet he firmly believed that misnaming himself would assuredly yield dire outcomes. After all, even the wooden goat's head on the navigation table did not exude an aura of benevolence. However, if he were to adopt the name Duncan Abnomer, everything aboard the ship seemed quite congenial. They appeared to possess a rather limited intellect. Perhaps he should indeed embrace the name Duncan. Thus, he concluded his brief reverie and turned his gaze toward the open sea chart laid before him. However, there are no obvious Angshan markings or land on this chart, not even an island is visible. Its rough, thick parchment surface is covered with large swirls of gray and white, as if obscuring the navigational lines that should be present. The only discernible feature in the center of the chart is the outline of a ship, barely visible through the thick fog. Duncan Zhoming had little experience with sailing in his decades of life, yet even those unfamiliar with nautical charts would recognize that a normal sea chart did not resemble this. Evidently, much like the wooden goat's head on the table, this chart was also a supernatural artifact, though Duncan had yet to decipher its operational principles. As if finally aware of the captain's focus shifting to the nautical chart, the long silent goat's head on the table began to stir with life once more. It produced a series of crackling sounds akin to wood scraping against wood, its neck twisting slightly from side to side. Initially, the movements were restrained, but soon the cacophony reached an undeniable crescendo, and the creature's head began to oscillate on its base as though it had been set to vibrate. Duncan, fearing that this peculiar being might inadvertently ignite a fire upon his navigation table, could no longer resist glancing at it. "Speak," he commanded. "Indeed, Captain," it replied, "I must reiterate that today is a splendid day for setting sail. The Lost Homeland awaits your command, as always. Shall we hoist the sails?" Chapter 3. The boarder drift. The wooden visage of the goat's head, with its hard and dark features, gazed intently at Duncan, who sat behind the navigation table. The obsidian eyes seemed to shimmer with an eerie light, despite the fact that this object lacked the capacity for expression. Yet, Duncan could distinctly perceive a sense of expectation emanating from that wooden countenance. In truth, this was not the first time the goat's head had urged him to set sail. Each time he arrived here, it would prompt him anew. He even felt as though the ship itself was incessantly encouraging him to conclude this aimless drifting upon the sea and to embark on a voyage back to the right path. Nevertheless, Duncan fell into silence, a shadow of gloom clouding his naturally commanding face. In contemplation and quietude, he became acutely aware of two pressing issues. First, he was utterly alone aboard this vessel, which was an absurdly massive creation. As a sailing ship, the vessel known as the Lost Homeland was estimated by Duncan to measure at least 150 to 200 meters in length. To maneuver such a colossal entity, one would require dozens, if not hundreds, of seasoned sailors. How could he possibly navigate it alone? Second, aside from this professional dilemma, there was a pivotal impediment to his maritime journey. He did not know how to operate a ship. A wave of anxiety washed over Duncan as he struggled to envision what would transpire if he were to consult this strange and loquacious goat's head about the art of sailing. The more he pondered, the more anxious he became. Unbeknownst to the goat's head, however, it merely inquired, "Captain, do you harbor any concerns? If your worries pertain to the condition of the Lost Homeland, you may rest assured that she is always prepared to carry you to the ends of the earth. Or perhaps you are apprehensive about today's voyage being inauspicious. I possess a modicum of knowledge in divination. Might I inquire which method you prefer? Celestial signs, incense, or crystals?" Speaking of crystals, do you recall, Duncan exerted effort to maintain a stoic expression, suppressing the urge to engage in a fierce debate with the goat's head, and responded in a measured tone, "I shall first observe the situation on deck. You remain here quietly." "At your behest, Captain," the goat's head replied. "But I must remind you that the Lost Homeland has drifted blindly for far too long. You must seize command promptly to set this voyage back on its proper course." With the sound of wood creaking, it returned to its initial posture. In that instant, Duncan felt the world around him grow still. He exhaled gently, the resonance in his mind settling gradually. He then picked up the flintlock pistol resting on the table and rose from the captain's quarters. The seemingly aged flintlock was discovered during his exploration of the ship, along with a single-handed sword, which now hung at his waist. These two items provided him with a sense of security as he moved about the vessel. Throughout the past few days of exploration, he had devoted considerable time to learning the basics of utilizing these tools, despite having encountered no living creature aboard other than himself, talking objects excluded. The briny sea breeze swept towards Duncan, momentarily soothing his restless spirit. He stepped onto the deck outside the captain's cabin, instinctively tilting his head to gaze at the sky. Thick, dark clouds loomed overhead, obscuring any trace of sun, moon, or stars, leaving only a murky twilight to shroud the endless expanse of the sea. This dismal scene had persisted for an extended period. In fact, since the day Duncan boarded this vessel, he had encountered nothing but this overcast sky. It led him to question whether the world even possessed a semblance of normal weather, or if this perpetual gloom was the eternal climate of these waters. Turning around, he noticed the door to the captain's cabin standing quietly, with an inscription in a script unfamiliar to him etched above the doorframe. As his gaze fixated on the words, their meaning vividly imprinted itself in his mind. The door of the lost. The door of the lost. Duncan murmured to himself, a hint of self-mockery lacing his tone. Indeed, the ship bore a fitting name. He then walked around the captain's cabin, descending the staircase along the edge of the deck until he reached the upper aft deck. Here lay a wooden platform, the most expansive view on the ship aside from the lookout. A heavy black ship's wheel rested on the platform, silently awaiting the helmsman's arrival. A furrow creased Duncan's brow. Inexplicably, a sense of urgency and restlessness washed over him. Seemingly materializing the moment he laid eyes on the wheel. He had not felt such an emotion during his previous visits to this spot. As if in response to his inner agitation, a sudden gust of chaotic wind swept across the deck, causing the previously calm sea to rise in waves. Though the turbulence posed little threat to the massive vessel, Duncan's instincts screamed alarm, prompting him to glance towards the bow of the ship. Before the Lost, on the surface of the sea, amidst the nebulous heavens and waters, an immense wall of white mist appeared as if conjured from thin air, causing his eyes to widen in shock. This mist enveloped the world, isolating it like an impenetrable barrier, descending upon them like a sheer cliff. More alarming than its overwhelming scale was how it instantly reminded Duncan of the boundless fog that lingered outside his apartment window. The Lost was heading straight towards that wall of mist. Uncertain of what the thick fog entailed or what lay within its depths, he instinctively sensed a grave danger. His survival instincts warned him that being engulfed by that fog would spell disaster. Without thinking, he dashed towards the platform where the ship's wheel stood. A profound sense of helplessness washing over him. Even if he took the helm, how could he possibly maneuver this colossal ship away from the looming mist? Yet he instinctively approached the helm, and almost simultaneously, he heard a hoarse, ominous voice emanating from a copper pipe connected to the captain's cabin. It was the voice of the goathead, that eerie entity, whose tone this time betrayed a hint of panic. "Captain, a border collapse has appeared ahead. We are nearing the limits of reality. Immediate course adjustment is imperative." Listening to the goathead's frantic words, Duncan nearly burst into expletives. Adjusting the course was easy to say, but why not conjure up a dozen capable sailors to steer this vessel for him? He then lifted his gaze towards the direction of the mast, only to see a few bare masts standing forlornly upon the deck, a wave of sorrow washing over him. Not to mention raising the sails, this ship had no sails at all. Those masts were utterly devoid of fabric. In his agitation, he scarcely took the time to ponder the bizarre vocabulary that had just escaped the goathead's lips. Instinctively, his hand grasped the helm, which seemed to tremble slightly for reasons unknown. For days, this was the first instance he had actively placed his hand on the helm of the Lost Homeland. The strange occurrences aboard this ship, coupled with the goathead's incessant urging, had always instilled doubt within him, filling him with reluctance to take command. Yet now, he found himself devoid of the luxury of hesitation. He gripped the wheel tightly, his mind a blank slate, too overwhelmed to devise how a single person might navigate a ghostly vessel devoid of crew. Change occurred in an instant. A sound akin to a cacophony of roaring waves erupted in Duncan's mind, as though 1,000 jubilant voices stood upon the shore, bidding farewell to a ship While echoes of sailors calling the captain's name mingled with the haunting strains of a ship's lament and the invisible tumult of the sea. A green flame flickered at the periphery of his vision. Instinctively, he glanced at his palm and beheld a vibrant emerald fire suddenly erupting from the helm of the Lost Homeland, swiftly enveloping him in its fierce embrace, spreading across his entire being in the blink of an eye. Within the blazing inferno, his corporeal form transformed into something ethereal and hollow. His captain's uniform appeared as though it had been submerged in seawater for decades, tattered and worn. Beneath this suddenly insubstantial flesh, Duncan could vaguely discern his own bones, glistening like jade, with flames dancing upon them, an unquenchable fire coursing through his body like water. Yet, he felt neither pain nor heat amidst the roaring flames. He sensed his perception expanding outward in all directions. The fire swept down from the helm, cascading over the deck, engulfing the ship's sides, and climbing the masts. The flames intertwined like a net, rising from the deck like breath, cascading along the solitary masts until they wove together into a vast sail, ethereal as mist. Interlacing with the sea and fog, the Lost Homeland set sail, propelled forth before the rapidly collapsing borders of reality. Chapter 4. Sailing the spirit realm with the eerie green flames burning fiercely upon him, flesh and bone transformed into a translucent spirit. Duncan, amidst this flow of fire, seized the helm of the Lost Homeland, and his perception seemed to extend along with the flames, ultimately enveloping the entire vessel. Originally, it required no crew at all. The ship, named the Lost Home, could unfurl its sails with merely the captain at the helm, ready to set sail at any moment. When the ethereal green flames burst forth into the air, Duncan momentarily succumbed to panic. However, having encountered supernatural phenomena on this vessel over the past few days, he forced himself to regain composure, resolutely gripping the helm during those crucial seconds. Now, he was convinced that these flames represented some benign force, irrespective of whether his body might recover thereafter. At the very least, in that moment, it appeared that this power was aiding him in commanding the ghostly ship beneath him. The cacophony of jubilant cheers in his mind gradually faded, and Duncan felt his intellect sharper than ever. The Lost Home resonated with a myriad of indescribable sensations, akin to an extension of his own body. Despite lacking the requisite knowledge and experience of a qualified captain, he now possessed the capability to steer the vessel single-handedly. The gossamer, mist-like sails billowed on the mast as various auxiliary sails began to adjust their angles autonomously. The currents on the sea were chaotic, yet those spectral sails seemed to draw a unified strength from the invisible tumult. The massive Lost Home ceased its aimless drifting and began to stabilize under the impetus of the sails. Duncan attempted to turn the helm, feeling a tangible force feedback into his mind. He sensed the grand ship gradually altering its course, attempting to veer away from the boundless fog ahead. However, the speed of this maneuver seemed insufficient, for the encroaching mist continued to advance ominously. From the copper tube beside the helm came the sharp cry of the goat-headed figure. "Beware, we are nearing the limits of reality. We are about to plunge into the spirit realm. Captain, we need," Duncan bellowed, interrupting the goat-headed voice. "Rather than making a fuss below, think of something useful." The goat's head fell silent in an instant. Yet just as Duncan believed the creature had finally quieted, a hoarse, chilling shout erupted from the copper tube. "Hurry! Hurry! Hurry!" In that moment, he felt as though everything around him had lost its sense of reality. He accepted the bizarre occurrences he had encountered, embraced the supernatural forces aboard the ship, and even acknowledged that he was being slowly simmered by a cauldron of green flames. Yet he could not fathom that the goat-headed figure, which had instilled a sense of uncanny danger from the outset, would now display such astonishing fervor. This unsettling entity had always been peculiar, but now it seemed exceedingly so. However, the encroaching fog offered Duncan little opportunity for contemplation or sarcasm. Despite the Lost Home beginning to turn rapidly, its massive hull pivoting almost akin to drifting, the distant fog appeared to consciously pursue its prey. Its edges dispersed wide swathes of thin mist, which spread with astonishing speed, enveloping the entirety of the space surrounding the Lost Home in an instant. As the thin mist rose above the sea, Duncan distinctly sensed a peculiar transformation in his surroundings. The daylight suddenly dimmed, and the once cerulean waters revealed countless, delicate black filaments, rising from the depths like tightly intertwined strands of hair, swiftly shrouding the entire ocean in darkness. Amidst the haze, a multitude of indistinct shapes seemed to materialize. "We have descended into the spirit realm." The cacophonous and eerie voice of the goat-headed figure finally ceased, its cry strangely echoing as if from an exceedingly distant place, interspersed with numerous low, murmuring whispers, as if a multitude of malevolent voices encircled Duncan. Yet, the Lost Homeland had not fully succumbed to the depths. The captain held the helm, and before sinking into the abyss, The vessel still possessed the power to maintain its course. We can still escape, provided I know which way to steer, Duncan bellowed softly, his voice mingling with the crackling of green flames, resonating as though it emerged from the depths of hell. I have lost my sense of direction. Instinct, Captain, instinct. The goat-headed voice shouted through the brass tube. Your intuition is more accurate than the lines on the nautical chart. A wave of helplessness surged within Duncan. Yet he had neither the strength nor the inclination to argue with an otherworldly goat. Since the entity insisted on relying on instinct, he decided to act boldly. Following the faint sensation lingering before the mist had risen, he grasped the helm with all his might, turning it with unwavering conviction towards the direction he believed to be correct. The Lost Homeland emitted a series of chilling howls as it carved a remarkable arc across the now ink-black sea. The wild winds howled, the mist swirled, and in the dim light and fog, Duncan's peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of something emerging from the haze. In the next moment, he realized it was a ship. A white vessel with a solitary black chimney, appearing to be a size smaller than the Lost Homeland. At the end of the elegant arc traced by the Lost Homeland, that ship, which had abruptly materialized from the mist, was hurtling straight towards them. Or rather, the Lost Homeland was on a direct collision course. A single exclamation echoed in Duncan's mind. What in the world? A ship has emerged in the spirit realm. After exploring this bizarre world for so long without encountering another soul, why did a ship suddenly appear at this moment? What are the odds of such a simultaneous encounter? The winds howled, the towering waves surged, and the boundless sea unleashed its terrifying power before the natural forces capable of tearing apart even the mightiest of beings. The White Oak was extracting the last vestiges of strength from its steam engine to defy the grip of death. Captain Lawrence Creed, his hair streaked with gray, stood in the cockpit, yet the sturdy walls and glass windows offered him no sense of safety. He gripped the helm tightly, as the White Oak's dying roars and spasms seemed to surge into his mind through the gears and rods behind the steering wheel. Through the expansive window, he beheld the astonishingly colossal waves crashing against the ship's hull. Yet more terrifying than those titanic swells was the eerie, thick fog rising ominously from the distant sea, accompanied by flickers of black lightning that danced within its depths. The White Oak was the most advanced steamship in existence. Yet even the most sophisticated machinery could only guarantee its vigorous propulsion in calm waters. Now, however, it and its captain faced the crumbling borders of reality. Beset by the biting chill emanating from the foul palaces of malevolent deities lurking in the abyss. Captain, the priest can barely hold on. The first mate's anguished cry pierced through the air, and Lawrence discerned a murky, hoarse echo in his voice. He turned his gaze towards the helm, where a sinister, purplish-black flame was rising from the censer placed upon the altar of prayer. The venerable and loyal clergyman, clad in a deep blue robe, trembled as he sat before the censer, blood seeping from his mouth and nose, his eyes flickering between madness and lucidity. A heavy dread settled in Lawrence's heart. He understood that the esteemed priest still stood with humanity, valiantly countering the cries from the depths of the world with his last vestiges of faith and pure soul. Yet, this resistance was waning, and the noxious smoke billowing from the censer was clear evidence that the corruption had breached the sanctity of their prayers. Should the priest falter? Every awakened mind aboard the ship risked becoming a gateway to the unfathomable depths of the sea, or even to the realm of the subspace. Captain, the first mate's voice rang out once more, but Lawrence interrupted him, his countenance resolute as he declared, temporarily deactivate the holy beacon, we shall descend into the spiritual realm. The first mate stood aghast, unable to fathom the words that had escaped his captain's lips. Captain? To descend into the spiritual realm, at least for 10 minutes. We could evade the most ferocious wave of the crumbling borders, and the priest might have a chance to recover. Yet, Lawrence reiterated his command in an unequivocal tone, adding 2 more sentences for clarity. Execute my order. The first mate opened his mouth, as if to protest further, but then clenched his teeth resolutely. You're the captain. The crew swiftly mobilized to carry out the captain's orders, while Lawrence, at the helm, inhaled deeply. The holy beacon deep within the ship began to flicker and dim. He felt the invisible protective field enveloping the White Oak rapidly dissipating, bereft of the sacred artifact's protection. The vessel slowly descended into the liminal space between reality and the profound depths of the sea. A thin mist began to cloak the surrounding waters, and the sea gradually darkened. It was perilous, yet throughout history, there had been ships that returned from the spiritual realm, members of the Explorers Guild. He had perused numerous tomes on the subject and various survival guides penned by fortunate survivors. How much worse could it possibly get? He merely needed to guide the White Oak to the fringes of the spirit realm, seeking refuge from the impending tempest, and then harness the immense power generated by the advanced steam engine for a daring drift through the ethereal expanse. Should fortune continue to favor him, he could lead his crew back to the realm of the living. Afterward, he would swiftly deliver the cursed Anomaly 099 to the governor of the Prander city-state, thereby vowing never to wade through the murky waters of authority again. It couldn't possibly worsen, Lawrence reassured himself. Then, in the distance, he beheld a colossal three-masted ship, far larger than the White Oak, emerging abruptly from the suddenly darkened sea, cutting through the water with an unmistakable resolve, tracing a breathtaking arc as it bore down upon them. Captain Lawrence stared ahead, numb. Damn. Chapter 5. Intersecting the enormous shadow loomed closer, and every soul aboard the White Oak witnessed a moment that would be etched in their memories forever. There, amidst an era where steamships had become commonplace, an ancient and imposing three-masted warship emerged from the thick fog, as though it had stepped forth from a century-old painting. Its towering masts and steep hull were enveloped in a ghastly green flame, and the massive sails swelled in the void, conjuring a cacophony of howling phantoms and flickering flames. Such a sight, even upon the terrifying expanse of the ocean, could only be found in the most harrowing maritime legends. It's going to collide, a crew member shouted, panic-stricken. Those who made their living upon the waves, known for their bravery and ruggedness, found themselves momentarily disoriented in the presence of such a behemoth. They cried out, rushed about the deck, some seeking refuge while others clung desperately to anything that could anchor them. A few even knelt amidst the tumult, praying fervently and invoking the names of the storm goddess Gmona or the lord of death Bartok. In this boundless sea, the blessings of the gods had waned. Yet the powers of these two deities still regarded their followers with equal scrutiny. However, not all crew members succumbed to panic. The first mate quickly turned his gaze toward his most trusted captain. He understood that navigating the vast ocean was fraught with peril, and that an experienced captain was crucial in determining the fate of the vessel. Lawrence had traversed the seas for over 30 years, though now well past 50. His strength may not be what it once was, yet his survival instincts could still offer a glimmer of hope for all. The ship that emerged from the mist bore no resemblance to a vessel that belonged to the world of reality. It seemed rather like something that had surged forth from the spirit realm, or even deeper. If it were some kind of extraordinary phenomenon, perhaps they could muster an extraordinary force to confront it. Veteran captains sailing the boundless ocean had encountered such extraordinary phenomena before, albeit to varying degrees. Yet, all the first mate could discern on the captain's face was fear and shock. The old captain stood motionless, gripping the helm as if he were oblivious to the fact that the entire vessel had been engulfed in shadow. His gaze was fixed upon the looming silhouette of the ship approaching with relentless force, his facial muscles taut as though chiseled from stone. Finally, he managed to force out a few words through clenched teeth, words colder than the biting winds of the sea. Is that the Lost Homeland? The first mate startled at the name that drifted into his ears, like every seafarer striving for survival on the boundless ocean. He had heard this name uttered by many older, more experienced, and superstitious sailors. What did you say? The Lost Homeland. Captain Lawrence, however, seemed oblivious to the first mate's voice. He gripped the helm of the White Oak with all his might, as if preparing to roar at something intangible. Almost simultaneously, the formidable hull of the Lost Homeland made contact with the bow of the White Oak. A chorus of screams erupted from nearly all the sailors. Yet, the anticipated cataclysmic impact did not occur. The colossal ship, ablaze with green flames, appeared as a grand specter, sweeping across the deck of the White Oak with a howling illusion of light. The thick hull, the somber cabins, the dimly lit corridors, and the burning keel and supports were all enveloped in the spectral blaze. The sailors widened their terrified eyes, helplessly witnessing themselves collide with the apparition of the ghost ship, while the green flames danced around them like a net of fire. Lawrence, too, watched in horror as the flames surged toward him, but first, he saw them engulf the first mate. The mate's form abruptly transformed into an ethereal specter within the illusory flames, its bones igniting like kindling. Next, he caught sight of the priest by the altar. The flames flickered around him, as though the deity behind him bestowed meager blessings to shield him from the ravenous grasp of the Lost Homeland. Then, the flames reached Lawrence, and he observed his own body undergoing the same transformation. A profound weariness, submission, and dread filled him, as the oceanic talisman hidden upon him began to exert its influence. A sensation of scorching heat and coolness alternated, barely preserving his sanity. With what little lucidity remained, he traversed the cabins and corridors of the Lost Homeland. The oppressive gloom of the ship's interior rushed at him, then swiftly receded. Ancient wooden pillars, entwined with decaying ropes and barnacles, blazed with green fire. He glimpsed a vast cargo hold, where bizarre artifacts lay quietly, items that should have been buried in the depths of the sea. He then beheld a lavish cabin, where a wooden goat's skull rested upon a table at its center. The skull turned to fix its cold gaze upon Lawrence. At last, summoning every ounce of strength, Lawrence lifted his head. He beheld a towering figure at the helm, draped in a black mariner's uniform, exuding a terrifying authority akin to a sovereign of nightmares. This figure commanded all the spectral flames, and even the deep ocean, now steeped in the spirit realm, seemed to bow before his majesty. As a rift tore open behind him, Lawrence resignedly closed his eyes, aware that he had become an integral part of the Lost Homeland. The nightmarish captain required sacrifices to quell his insatiable emptiness and solitude. Yet, in the next moment, he mustered the courage to open his eyes again. Feeling as though all his bravery and madness converged in those fleeting seconds, he recalled the knowledge acquired from books and legends. Gazing at the terrifying captain aboard the Lost Homeland with as much honesty and calmness as he could muster. "You need not take everyone. Take me instead and spare my crew." However, the towering figure offered no response, merely casting a cold, indifferent glance in his direction. A hint of curiosity flickering in those eyes, as if wondering why a mere mortal captain dared to bargain with him. Unable to contain himself any longer, Lawrence let out a furious roar. "They still have wives and children." At last, the figure aboard the Lost Homeland reacted, seemingly uttering something in Lawrence's direction. But a loud howling sound erupted from the side, drowning out any words. Amidst the howling, Lawrence could faintly perceive some commotion, yet could not discern a single word clearly. The response from the Lost Homeland dissipated into the cacophony of the waves. "What did you say? The wind is too strong. I can't hear you." In the next moment, a tremendous din surged into Lawrence's ears, a cacophony mingled with the sounds of wind, waves, and the shouts of sailors outside. Out of the corner of his eye, he glimpsed green flames swiftly fading, while the last remnants of the Lost Homeland's phantasm evaporated like mist. Lawrence inhaled sharply, then noticed that his hands, previously consumed by the green flames, had returned to their original state. The others in the cockpit had also transformed back into flesh and blood. The devout priest lay beside the altar, gasping for air while continuously invoking the name of the storm goddess, Garmona, as the ominous purple-black smoke from the censer gradually dissipated, replaced by pure white mist rising from the copper brazier. It took Lawrence a considerable time to regain his breath, and he looked around in bewilderment, as if unable to believe that the nightmare had ended, until the first mate's voice broke through. "Captain, the Lost Homeland has departed." Lawrence felt momentarily dazed. Taking several seconds to murmur, "He actually spared us?" The first mate, momentarily confused, asked, "Captain, what did you say?" Lawrence instinctively muttered the name of Captain Duncan, but then, as though he had inadvertently uttered a forbidden word, he slapped himself. Abruptly, he raised his head to look at the first mate, commanding, "Call the crew. Quickly. Check if anyone is missing." The first mate nodded in compliance, but just as he was about to leave, Lawrence halted him once more. "We must also check if anyone new has boarded." The first mate hesitated for a moment, then comprehension dawned upon him. A flicker of fear and uncertainty in his eyes. He took a deep breath, whispered the name of the storm goddess, and hurriedly made his way to the deck. On the White Oak ship, still navigating in a state of the spirit world, the sound of the assembly bell rang out like a death knell. Chapter 6. The missing cargo. As the assembly bell chimed, its urgent toll was accompanied by the hurried, chaotic footsteps of sailors. Lawrence remained in the wheelhouse with the second mate and the still breathless clergyman. The old captain gazed out at the sea, where the White Oak was still ensnared in the depths of the spiritual realm. A thick fog loomed over the waters, which remained as dark as ink. Yet, the storm had subsided, and the ominous Lost Haven had vanished from sight. This evoked a peculiar illusion, as if the prior tempest and the crumbling boundaries of reality had been conjured by that ghostly vessel, and now, with its departure, all calamity had retreated from the White Oak. Lawrence pondered the terrifying legends surrounding the Lost Haven and Captain Duncan Abnomer, recalling the fleet that had been swallowed by the boundaries of reality over a century ago, and the ships that had sunk into the abyss during their encounters with the Lost Haven. The notion suddenly seemed plausible. Nevertheless, the Lost Haven had departed, and the surrounding waters had temporarily regained their tranquility. Although they remained in the perilous depths of the spiritual realm, he and his crew had at least been granted a moment to breathe. Next, Lawrence needed to ascertain what the Lost Haven had taken from the White Oak, or what it had left behind. This determination was urgent. He dared not allow the vessel to surface into the realm of reality without addressing all potential dangers, as some entities brought forth from the spiritual realm could unleash horrific taint upon the real world. Yet, lingering too long in the depths of the spirit realm could equally inflict irreversible effects upon him and his crew. Startled by the clamor from the deck, Lawrence lifted his gaze from his thoughts to the clergyman, who sat before the incense burner, his complexion having improved somewhat. His expression was grave. "Mr. Ron, what is our current stability?" The clergyman cleared his throat and produced a beautifully crafted compass, its surface engraved with numerous oceanic symbols and sacred emblems. With a decisive snap, He opened the metal lid, causing the compass needle to whirl rapidly before finally settling at a certain position. We are suspended in the upper layer of the spiritual realm, slightly closer to the realm of reality. The influence from the abyss is exceedingly faint. Observing the state of the compass needle, the clergyman's expression shifted to one of perplexity. Strangely, we are completely stable here, and under the conditions of the artifact being sealed, there is almost no descent. Perhaps the collision with the Lost Haven inadvertently set us on a safer course, Lawrence mused with a wry smile, attempting to lighten the mood with a dark jest. I've heard that there exist delicate balance points within the spirit realm that can shield objects from the deeper gravitational pull of reality. Captain, that jest is rather too frosty, the clergyman replied, coughing again. Although he had regained some breath, his condition was far from good. Regardless, what transpired today must be reported to the church. The emergence of the Lost Haven is no trivial matter. In recent decades, there have been myriad reports concerning the misadventures of the Lost Homeland. Yet these were later confirmed to be mere fabrications or collective hallucinations born of the crew's delirium. However, today we have indeed witnessed the presence of its goddess. Upon your return to Prand, it would be prudent to prepare psychologically for the fact that this vessel may not set sail again anytime soon. I comprehend that neither the church nor the city authorities would permit a ship that has recently encountered such a calamity to return to the sea, as this is a matter of safety for all. Moreover, I have not only the church and the city to report to. There is also the Explorers Guild and my formidable spouse. Captain Lawrence pressed his forehead firmly, sighed deeply, and waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Let us not dwell on that. You need rest. Until we reach port, this ship requires the goddess's blessing." The priest nodded gently, and soon after, the first mate, who had just departed, returned to the bridge. The ship was neither understaffed nor overcrowded. Upon their meeting, the first mate, without waiting for the captain's inquiry, immediately reported, "I personally inspected the sailors gathered on deck and visited the boiler room where the engineers remained. They can accurately recite the names of their respective deities. They are indeed alive. Not a single soul missing?" Lawrence's eyes widened. This should have been good news, yet he found it hard to believe the first mate's report. "What about the sanctum beacon?" "The relic is functioning normally," the first mate promptly nodded. "The navigator is preparing incense and essential oils, awaiting your command to reactivate the relic." Lawrence listened with uncertainty, unable to suppress a whispered murmur. Did he truly spare this vessel? "Fortune smiles upon us, Captain," the first mate spread his hands. "We have lost nothing. Perhaps that dreadful ghost captain merely passed by, or even accidentally collided with us." "Do you truly believe that?" Lawrence shot a piercing glance at his first mate. "If fortune genuinely favored us, we would never have encountered this at all." His words were abruptly interrupted by the sound of hurried footsteps approaching from outside, followed by someone forcefully pushing open the bridge door. The panting figure of a sailor appeared before Lawrence, his tall frame exuding sheer terror. "Captain, Anomaly 099 is missing." The bridge fell silent, all eyes exchanging glances of bewilderment. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to him, Lawrence, amidst his brief shock, felt a wave of relief wash over him. Wonderful. After the encounter with the Lost Homeland, something amiss has finally been detected aboard this vessel. That is indeed fitting. But he quickly masked his expression, striding towards the door while urgently instructing the first mate to take the helm and directing the sailor to lead the way. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed through the corridors of the White Oak. Before long, Lawrence, under the sailor's guidance, arrived at the deepest recesses of the steamship. A peculiar chamber came into view, its door adorned with an intricate array of esoteric symbols. The heavy, dark door appeared to be forged from a solid block of black iron, the arcane symbols extending from the doorframe into the corridor, seemingly forming a closed cage to confine whatever was preserved within the chamber. Lawrence cast a glance at the door, confirming that both it and the surrounding symbols bore no signs of damage. He then raised his gaze to the sacred chamber above, where the holy emblem was positioned directly over the sealing chamber. This emblem was crucial in safeguarding the vessel from deep-seated influences and served as a secondary insurance for the sealing chamber, even in its closed state. It was expected to ensure the integrity of the chamber's barriers. Yet, under the circumstances where both layers of protection remained intact, the contents of the sealing chamber, the most critical cargo escorted by the White Oak, the anomalous 099 doll coffin, had vanished. Taking a deep breath, Lawrence stepped forward and opened the heavy door of the sealing chamber with force. Inside, the room was brightly illuminated, with gas lamps suspended from 4 pillars casting light into every corner. However, the cargo that should have been there had inexplicably disappeared, leaving behind only a tangle of interwoven chains and some grayish ashes scattered across the floor. The voice of the first mate echoed behind Lawrence. "According to the sealing requirements of Anomalous 099, this room has always maintained illumination and every 2 hours, a crew member would enter to reinforce the chains surrounding the coffin and scatter ashes on the floor. Yet, when the ghost ship appeared, due to the ensuing chaos, the on-duty sailor failed to enter the room in a timely manner, arriving nearly 7 minutes late, only to discover that anomalous Throne 99 had vanished. A mere 7-minute delay should not have resulted in such a loss. At most, it would have weakened the seal, causing some disturbance. The worst-case scenario would merely involve a coffin wandering within the chamber. The layers of seals and the confinement of the holy emblem were not mere decorations. Yet, Lawrence furrowed his brow and shook his head. The current reality was that it had disappeared. The cargo had left the vessel, and this was unrelated to the sailor's actions. The first mate's expression grew tense. "Do you mean to say it must have been the Lost Homeland?" Lawrence spoke in a low voice. "That captain has taken anomalous 099. He paused for a moment, then sighed gently. "Perhaps we should consider ourselves fortunate. The Lost Homeland only ever takes what it desires. That captain is after anomalous 099, not our lives." The first mate glanced at his captain's expression and then at the empty sealing chamber, hesitating for a long while before asking, "What shall we say to the city authorities regarding the loss of such an important cargo?" Lawrence looked at the first mate and firmly patted his shoulder. "The Lost Homeland belongs to natural disasters. We possess marine insurance. Will the insurance company cover this? If they refuse, we shall have the Explorers Association issue a new bounty for the Lost Homeland. Captain, are you perhaps a bit anxious?" Silence. Chapter 7. The fiercely burning green flames were gradually dwindling, and the surrounding sea began to calm. After confirming with the goat-headed figure that the Lost Homeland had departed the perilous waters and could navigate independently, Duncan withdrew his hand from the dark helm. At this moment, he lowered his head, his eyes reflecting the restored flesh and blood body and the deck of the Lost Homeland, which had returned to its original state following the extinguishing of the green fire. Yet, in the depths of his being, he sensed that many things had irrevocably changed. The moment he grasped the helm of the Lost Homeland, an intangible shift occurred. The emerald flames intertwined him with the vessel, even binding him to the vast sea itself. Though the flames had now receded, he continued to feel this ethereal connection, perceiving every nuance of the grand ship beneath his feet. Duncan slowly closed his eyes, and within the dim, profound corridors of the Lost Homeland, he discerned faint whispers, imbued with an inexplicable familiarity. He noticed that the lantern in the captain's quarters had been lit, casting a pallid glow through its glass shade. The rhythmic sound of waves crashing against the hull resonated, as if the depths concealed a watchful gaze. Yet, whenever he sought the source of that gaze, it seemed to elude him, as if it were consciously masking its presence. Duncan opened his eyes and exhaled gently, causing the gossamer-like spectral sail on the mast to billow. He approached the staircase leading to the deck, where the ropes beside him writhed, retreating to either side. He understood that only upon taking the helm did he truly become the captain of this ship. "Captain, we are ascending from the edge of the spirit realm and shall soon return to the realm of reality." The voice of the goat head resonated beside him, but this time it spoke directly in his mind rather than through the copper tube used for ship communications. The tone was markedly more serious when addressing matters of import, devoid of previous frivolity. "We are fortunate. We barely skimmed the depths of the spirit realm, scarcely affected by its profound abyss. Reality, the spirit realm, the unfathomable deep, and the seemingly deeper subspace." These peculiar terms cascaded through Duncan's mind. He understood they pointed to the true nature of this bizarre world. Yet he remained oblivious to their true meanings. However, as he listened to the goat head refer to him as captain, he sensed a subtle shift in his tone, leading him to suspect that even if he revealed his identity as Zhou Ming, the goat head would still heed his commands. This transformation arose from his mastery of the helm and his successful emergence from the green flames. After a moment's hesitation, he refrained from making any bold inquiries regarding the spirit realm, the unfathomable, or the subspace. Just days prior, he had been engulfed in anxiety and unease, desperately seeking to comprehend his predicament. Now, a sense of urgency had dissipated. In this world, there existed others, other ships, a structured society, and diverse civilizations, which instilled within him a sense of hope for the future, even inspiring some vague plans yet to take shape. In a reverie, Duncan recalled the details of his encounter with the ship that had suddenly emerged from the thick fog. Remembering its prominent smokestack and the intricate mechanical structures that had flashed through his mind as it passed the Lost Homeland. It was a mechanically powered vessel. Yet the Lost Homeland bore the appearance of a bygone-era sailing warship, Duncan mused to himself. However, it was not entirely a mechanical ship. Certain enigmatic chambers existed aboard, arranged as if for some sacrificial rite. The ship's keel was adorned with peculiar patterns and symbols, seeming decorative yet surpassing mere ornamentation. "Goat's head," Duncan suddenly uttered. He He was unsure of the name for this goat's head and instinctively expressed the term that sprang to mind. When he had crossed paths with the vessel moments ago, the individual who appeared to be the captain had shouted something at him. What did he say? The goat's head seemed indifferent to the captain's address, cheerfully replying, "The storm was too fierce. I couldn't hear clearly." "You couldn't hear either?" Duncan frowned, feeling that the captain's expression had been tragically resolute. As if prepared to perish alongside him, the captain's exclamations must have pertained to something of considerable significance. Wishing to perish alongside you is a normal human reaction, especially among sailors. It is hardly a matter of great concern, and their cries before the might of nature do not warrant your undue attention. The goat's head's response appeared rather self-evident, yet as Duncan ascended the stairs to the deck, he nearly stumbled, astonished, his lips twitching in disbelief. Wishing to perish alongside me is a normal reaction for humans? Upon uttering those words, he felt a twinge of discomfort. As if revealing a flaw in his identity as captain, a sign of his insufficient understanding of his own circumstances. Perhaps the earlier exertion from the green fire had drained his energy, or perhaps the sensation of merging with the Lost Homeland had dulled his vigilance. Regardless, this realization momentarily unsettled Duncan, though the goat's head seemed entirely oblivious. "They fear you," which is quite normal. The goat's head's tone conveyed a hint of pride. "Anyone traversing the boundless seas should indeed fear you, just as they fear the ancient deities and the shadows lurking in the subspace." Speaking of shadows, did you know that an esteemed engineer, perhaps also an agriculturalist or a culinary expert, once remarked? Duncan wisely refrained from pursuing this topic, concerned that it might spiral out of his control. More importantly, he was reluctant to engage with the goat's head for as long as it received a response. Its chattiness would escalate exponentially. In the next moment, his attention was diverted by another object on the deck. "What is this?" Duncan stood at the edge of the deck, astonished by the sight before the captain's cabin. It was a wooden chest, measuring more than a person in length, exquisitely crafted from an unknown dark wood, meticulously joined, and reinforced with metal that gleamed like gold. The edges of the chest displayed intricate engravings, resembling script yet appearing as deliberately distorted hieroglyphs. This chest was undoubtedly not a part of the Lost Homeland. Duncan had not seen it when he departed from the captain's quarters. After a brief silence, the goat's head spoke again. "I do not recognize it, but it should be a trophy." "A trophy?" Duncan was momentarily taken aback. He circled around the ornate box twice. It bore an uncanny resemblance to a coffin, albeit far more exquisite than an ordinary one. "A trophy? You mean this item was retrieved from that ship earlier?" he mused. "A successful capture, Captain." The goat head remarked with a tone that was simultaneously serious and laced with what seemed like flattery. "Your voyages consistently yield abundant spoils. It is merely your usual performance." Duncan instinctively opened his mouth, pondering that he had no intention of taking anything from that ship. What sort of capture or abundant harvest was this? However, he hesitated, fearing that voicing such thoughts might tarnish his captainly image. More importantly, that mechanical vessel had vanished into the depths of the misty sea. And recalling the earlier moment when the white-bearded captain glared at him with a look that suggested mutual destruction, he concluded that this object could not possibly be returned. Thus, he suppressed all his thoughts. Standing before the ornate wooden box, which resembled a coffin, he noticed that its lid appeared to be slightly ajar, seemingly easy to open. After a moment of hesitation, he placed his hand upon the lid. He needed to ascertain what exactly had been brought aboard during their otherworldly chase. His body felt surprisingly robust, and the lid was not as heavy as he had imagined. With a mere exertion of force, the dark cover lifted enough to reveal a crack, which he then fully opened. Duncan gazed inside the box, utterly astonished. A person? Within the wooden confines lay a beautiful young woman, her silvery hair cascading like liquid mercury, her features exquisitely flawless and exuding an aura of noble detachment. She was adorned in a lavish purple-black court gown, her hands gracefully folded before her, as if ensconced in a prolonged slumber. She was perfect, resembling a lifelike doll. No, this was indeed a doll. Upon closer inspection, Duncan suddenly noticed the inhuman structure of her joints. Chapter 8. The Sun A doll, exquisitely crafted to the point of being lifelike, lay quietly within the opulent wooden box, resembling a lady asleep in her coffin, awaiting someone to awaken her. Duncan genuinely felt as though she might awaken at any moment. Yet, this was merely an illusion. The doll lay still, unresponsive to her surroundings. Duncan cautiously observed this peculiar object, while the doll itself was not particularly strange. Its unnaturally lifelike appearance combined with the coffin-like box instilled in him an instinctive sense of peril, coupled with the inexplicable circumstances surrounding the box's appearance aboard the Lost Homeland. It was no wonder he felt wary. After prolonged observation, Duncan finally assured himself that this magnificent Gothic doll would not suddenly spring to life and surprise him, allowing him to exhale slightly. He then furrowed his brow and inquired of the goat head, "What do you suppose is the situation here?" "This must be the significant cargo previously escorted by that ship," the goat head immediately responded. Although it had previously claimed not to recognize the bizarre wooden box that had suddenly appeared on the deck, its experience with maritime affairs evidently surpassed that of Duncan. The false captain. The exterior of the box bore symbols pointing to the divine, and there were pins surrounding it for securing chains, suggesting it had once been in a state of sealing. Transporting sealed items across the boundless sea is an exceedingly perilous endeavor, indicating that vessel possessed some weighty origins. Sealing? Duncan's eyelids instinctively twitched, and he then glanced at the lid of the box, which he had completely opened. The lid had been damaged upon his arrival on the Lost Homeland, which allowed him to push it aside with ease. Although he did not comprehend the concept of sealing, he believed that the seal on this object had undoubtedly failed, rendering it a dangerous item. Dangerous for the frail common folk, perhaps, but I do not believe it poses any threat to you. Such anomalies, which can be sealed by those possessing special skills, cannot withstand the might of Captain Duncan. Duncan remained silent, his expression solemn, yet turmoil stirred within him. The flattery from Goat Head was rather pleasing. Had he truly been Captain Duncan, he might have believed it. Yet he was not, and thus anxiety gripped him tightly. For Goat Head's words had made it abundantly clear that the figure lying in the coffin was indeed a hazardous item, one that merely posed no threat to the true captain. Despite currently bearing the name of Captain Duncan and seemingly occupying the man's body while wielding some power, Zhou Ming possessed a keen self-awareness. He did not think this would render him akin to the genuine Captain Duncan. His understanding of this world, this ship, and even of his current form was still woefully inadequate. Additionally, he had sharply noted a new peculiar term in Goat Head's previous remarks, anomaly. While the term deviation seems ordinary, Goat Head's particular emphasis suggested it bore special significance here. Perhaps, in this world, the term anomaly refers not only to that which is beyond the ordinary, but also designates a certain class of entities, such as a doll lying in a coffin. Regrettably, he lacked an appropriate rationale to inquire about what should be common knowledge. Reflecting on the necessity of cautiously gathering intelligence and accumulating knowledge, Duncan furrowed his brow and cast one last glance at the figure, as though resolving upon a determination, "I ought to cast it back into the sea." As he spoke these words, a flicker of hesitation arose within him, particularly evident when gazing at the doll. This reluctance was not simply due to the doll's beauty. Rather, it bore an uncanny resemblance to a living person slumbering within a coffin. The thought of throwing it back into the ocean made Duncan feel as though he were casting a living being overboard. Yet, ultimately, this hesitation only served to solidify his resolve. He had long been aware that this world is replete with bizarre and extraordinary phenomena. Although his encounters thus far had been limited to but a single vessel, the Lost Homeland, even within the confines of the ship, he had already witnessed a talking goat's head, a mast that raised its sails autonomously, an everlasting lantern, and the treacherous expanse of the ocean, along with the haunting spirit realm and the interminable fog. Just moments ago, he had collided with a mechanical ship transporting sealed artifacts across this uncanny sea, and the peculiar cargo it bore had inexplicably found its way onto the deck of the Lost Homeland. As a rational and cautious individual, he could not allow himself to keep such a potentially perilous object, merely because its appearance was alluring. Regrettably, despite his reservations, Duncan resolutely replaced the lid on the coffin. Unsettled, he rummaged through the cabin for nails and a hammer, diligently reinforcing the casket with a circle of iron nails. Finally, he pushed the coffin, containing the doll, to the edge of the deck. The voice of the goat's head reached his ears. "You may dispose of your spoils as you wish, but I humbly advise you that there is no need for such trepidation. The Lost Homeland has not acquired any spoils in quite some time." "Silence," Duncan curtly interrupted. The goat's head fell silent, and Duncan forcefully kicked the casket, sending it plummeting into the sea. The heavy wooden box dropped straight down from the edge of the deck, plunging into the now normal colored waters with a dull thud before resurfacing and slowly drifting toward the stern of the Lost Homeland. Duncan watched as the box floated away, only feeling a slight relief once it was completely obscured by the ship's rear. He then raised his gaze to the distance, observing that the mist enveloping the surface of the sea had entirely dissipated, revealing the azure waters gently undulating around the Lost Homeland. The vessel had completely emerged from the spirit realm, returning to the realm of reality. There were no signs of the mechanical ship that had briefly crossed paths with the Lost Homeland. Furrowing his brow, Duncan made a rough estimation of the time elapsed since the two ships had met and their respective speeds. Given the current state of the sea, that ship should not have vanished from sight so swiftly. Was this the effect of the strange ocean, or was it related to the so-called navigation through the spirit realm? Thoughts swirled in Duncan's mind, But soon his attention was drawn to another matter. He noticed a beam of golden light suddenly break through the depths of the ever-present dark clouds above the sea. The brilliant sunlight gradually filled the space, as if an invisible hand were lifting the heavy drapery of clouds, which had long shrouded the ocean in gloom. Duncan stood at the bow of the Lost Homeland, his eyes wide as he beheld the spectacle of the clouds dispersing. In that moment, he felt an inexplicable stirring within him. Ever since he had come to understand the existence of this side, and since his first exploration of this peculiar ship, the unrelenting gloom had enveloped the entire ocean, leading him to almost believe that this world was devoid of sunlight, eternally cloaked in shadow. He had been separated from the sun for far too long. Even from across the door, in Zhou Ming's modest apartment, the thick fog had long obscured the sunlight. Yet now, the boundless sea had cleared. After an extended absence from the sun, he finally felt the sensation of emerging into daylight in this realm. Duncan instinctively inhaled deeply, stretching his arms toward the sunlit direction, and the heavy clouds seemed to respond by swiftly dissipating. In the moment when the light was most radiant, a colossal sphere, shrouded in countless twisted golden rays, came into Duncan's view. His expression froze in that moment of welcoming the sunlight. He stared wide-eyed at the sky. The light was blinding, yet not nearly as piercing as he remembered. He could distinctly see the object suspended in the heavens, observe the densely patterned shell surrounding it, the resplendent rays radiating outward, and the two concentric rings, slowly rotating around the central sphere, set against the backdrop of intertwined light. Duncan squinted, faintly discerning that these two rings appeared to be composed of countless intricate runes, as if some supreme force had inscribed an eternal binding in the firmament, imprisoning the sun within the sky. Duncan could not embrace the sunlight he had yearned for so long. This world harbored no sunlight. "What is that?" he murmured, his voice low and somewhat cold. "That is undoubtedly the sun, Captain," came the ever-calm voice of the goat-headed figure. Chapter 9. Return and Rebirth. The sunlight was brilliant. If that luminous object suspended in the sky was indeed the sun, then its rays were undeniably bright. Duncan was unaware of how long he had been gazing at the sky, until his eyes grew sore and unbearable. Only then did he finally retract his gaze from the clouds. However, the sun's form remained deeply imprinted on his retina and in the recesses of his mind. Even with his eyes closed, he could vividly recall its shape, the softly glowing sphere, the rays twisting and dispersing around it, and the concentric rings quietly orbiting the sphere. The sun was not like this. It should not have appeared thus in the world he once knew. Even beneath the alien skies, the stars would not manifest in such a manner. Yet now he had to accept the reality. He was in a foreign land, a place more distant than he had imagined. Even the sun had transformed into an incomprehensible form. Duncan instinctively turned his head to glance at the door before the captain's quarters. By pushing the door inward, he could return to the room he had inhabited for many years, back to his solitary apartment. Yet beyond that door, the thick fog had already shrouded the entire world. In a sense, his familiar homeland had been reduced to that final 30-square-meter chamber. What seemed like a return home was, in truth, merely another solitary vessel adrift in the vast sea. After a prolonged silence, the goat-headed voice suddenly reached Duncan's ears. "Captain, where shall we sail next? Do you have any navigational plans?" How could Duncan possibly possess such knowledge? Despite his fervent desire to promptly devise a comprehensive plan for exploring this world and to finalize his forthcoming voyage, he found himself lacking even a single proper nautical chart. He remained oblivious to the existence of landmasses or factions within this realm, and he was equally uncertain whether this endless ocean had any limits at all. Merely a few hours prior, he had just learned how to navigate the ship, the Lost Home. Yet, he fell into contemplation, and after a few moments, he spoke silently to himself. From where did the vessel that collided with the Lost Home originate? Do you wish to venture towards those city-states? The voice of the goat-head was tinged with surprise, quickly followed by a note of caution. I suggest you refrain from approaching the trade routes controlled by those city-states. At least for now. Although you are the illustrious Captain Duncan, the current state of the Lost Home is far from what it once was. And the naval forces of those city-states, along with the guards of the Holy See, will undoubtedly resist your advance with all their might. Duncan found himself momentarily at a loss for words. He was suddenly consumed by curiosity about the original Captain Duncan, whose place he now occupied, and what grievous deeds he had committed to provoke such animosity that merely being seen in this world could summon a party of 25. Furthermore, from the insinuation in the goat-head's words, Duncan realized that the status of the Lost Home and his own position as captain was not as favorable as it was often portrayed. It seemed the ghostly captain and his ship were indeed entrenched in the vast ocean out of fear of returning to the ports of civilization. Was this not another form of exile, a journey towards the world's end? Duncan felt a sense of despair. He desperately needed to establish a connection with the channels of understanding this world. He must find a way to engage with its civilized society, whether for the purpose of enduring survival or to unravel the mystery that would allow him to return to his familiar homeland. He could not continue to drift aimlessly across this boundless sea. The dilemma was that the civilized society of this world did not seem to share his aspirations. To the locals, Captain Duncan was merely a wanderer on the fringes of the main city, someone who, upon entering their line of sight, would inevitably summon a party of 25. With a sigh, Duncan lamented that if only there were a book aboard the Lost Home, he would not be in such a passive predicament. His sole source of information was that enigmatic goat head, but at this stage, he dared not reveal too much of his own background in front of him. Yet, one had to wonder, how could such a vast ship lack even a single book? The solitude of a prolonged maritime journey imposes an extreme psychological strain on those who dwell at sea. It is essential for individuals to have some means of alleviating that stress, while ordinary sailors may not have the leisure to read for pleasure. Surely the esteemed Captain Duncan could not be illiterate. After all, the captaincy is a profession that demands a high level of knowledge. Even the most brutish of pirates must possess the ability to decipher nautical charts, comprehend celestial navigation, and calculate courses. With lingering doubts in his mind, Duncan casually inquired, phrasing his question carefully to appear as if it were an offhand remark, and the response from the goat head came without hesitation. Books? Reading on the sea can be a perilous endeavor. The profound depths in those entities from the subspace are ever vigilant, waiting for a lapse in the mortal mind. The only safe literature consists of the classics published by the church, which, while secure, proves to be more tedious than scrubbing the deck. Aren't you usually indifferent to the church's works? Duncan raised an eyebrow at this. How could one face danger while reading a book at sea? Why must only the church's classics be deemed safe? What affliction plagues this boundless ocean? It felt as though he had grasped a fragment more of the world's mysteries. Yet with it came new perplexities, compelling Duncan to suppress these burgeoning questions as he approached the ship's rail, gazing into the infinite expanse of sea and sky. The golden sun cast its radiant beams, creating ripples on the water that shimmered like scattered gold leaf. If one overlooked the sun's oddly sinister appearance, it was indeed a picturesque scene. I wish to hear your counsel, Duncan finally said, after much deliberation, cautiously addressing the goat-headed figure. I find myself weary of this aimless voyage. Just as he uttered these words, an unsettling sensation surged from the depths of his being, stemming from the bond he shared with the Lost Homeland. It felt as though some foreign entity had suddenly made contact with the ship. Almost immediately, a thud resonated from the stern, as if a heavy object had struck the deck, furrowing his brow. Duncan swiftly drew his already primed flintlock pistol with one hand while unsheathing his longsword with the other, then dashed towards the source of the sound. Moments later, he arrived at the stern deck, where an astonishing sight awaited him. There lay a magnificent wooden chest, reminiscent of a coffin. Beside it, the eerie doll rested. A shiver ran down Duncan's spine as he stared at the still wet surface of the chest, as though it might spring open at any moment. He then noticed that the nails surrounding the lid had mysteriously vanished, those very nails he had secured before casting the chest into the sea, which should have held it fast. After several tense minutes of vigilant standoff beside the chest, Duncan resolved to act. Gripping the flintlock tightly in one hand, he inserted his longsword into the crevice of the chest's lid and pried it open with force. The ornate lid creaked as it opened, revealing the lifeless Gothic doll, encircled by crimson velvet lining, as if it were a slumbering princess. Duncan scrutinized the doll for several seconds before speaking in a grave tone. Exuding authority, if you are alive, rise and converse with me. He repeated this command twice, yet the doll remained utterly motionless. With a serious expression, he regarded her and finally remarked with a hint of resignation, very well. Then I shall have no choice but to return you. Without hesitation, he promptly replaced the lid, then retrieved his tools to secure the coffin nails in a crisscross pattern around the box. After hammering in the nails, he found a chain and, utilizing the hooks already affixed to the box, firmly secured the lid. Once he completed this task, Duncan straightened up, satisfied, and gently nodded at the coffin he had bound with nails. This time, you surely cannot rise from your grave. With that, he unhesitatingly kicked the box back into the sea, watching as the box sank beneath the waves, then bobbed with the tide and gradually drifted away. Duncan let out a slight sigh of relief before turning to leave the stern of the ship. However, halfway through his departure, he abruptly turned back to gaze at the distant box. It still floated upon the surface, swaying with the waves. Duncan nodded and turned to continue on his way, only to suddenly glance back once more. The box remained adrift, now far out at sea. Perhaps I should place a cannonball or something within it, ensuring it sinks, Duncan murmured, finally turning to make his way toward the captain's cabin. You were rather harsh on that lady, echoed a voice in his mind, belonging to the goat head. Shut up. You dare refer to a cursed doll as a lady? Indeed, it did seem like a cursed doll. But what curse could rival the lost cause and the great Captain Duncan upon these boundless seas? Captain, the lady is actually quite gentle and harmless, he retorted. Why does the goat head speak so proudly of the curse and infamy surrounding the lost cause and Captain Duncan, perhaps sensing Duncan's discontent in his silence? The goat head swiftly changed the subject. Captain, you previously mentioned wanting to hear my advice, specifically, about let us discuss that later. I need to rest for a moment. My energy has been depleted from navigating the lost cause through the spirit realm. Please remain quiet. Yes, Captain, the goat head acquiesced, falling silent. Duncan returned to the captain's cabin, approaching the navigation table, his gaze casually sweeping over the sea chart. Suddenly, his attention was captured. There appeared to be a subtle shift in the chart. The grayish-white patches that had previously covered the entirety of the paper, writhing as if alive, seemed to dissipate slightly, revealing the waters surrounding the lost cause with newfound clarity. Could this chart be updating real-time information about the surrounding waters as the lost cause sailed? Duncan immediately approached the navigation table, focusing intently on the minute changes in the chart. However, his concentration was soon interrupted. Deep within his mind, the lost cause signaled contact with an external object, followed by a thud from the deck behind the captain's cabin. Chapter 10. Elegance is not so elegant. The coffin has returned. On the stern deck of the lost cause, Duncan stood impassively, staring at the ornate wooden box lying quietly before him. Drops of water from the edges of the box fell at his feet, confirming that his earlier memory of casting the box into the sea was not a mere illusion, but rather an undeniable truth, that this object had indeed floated upon the ocean not long ago. Such an eerie situation was enough to send chills down one's spine. However, for reasons unknown, Duncan felt an unexpected calmness that surpassed even his own expectations. Perhaps it was due to being aboard this inherently bizarre ghost ship. Or perhaps it stemmed from a recent harrowing experience involving a perilous drift through the spirit realm and a shipwreck. It could also be attributed to his prolonged interactions with a rather peculiar figure, a goat-headed entity. Duncan seemed to have developed a certain immunity to the extraordinary supernatural phenomena of this world. In fact, he had sensed that the matter would not conclude simply when he cast the cursed doll into the sea the last time. Lowering his gaze, he discovered, as expected, that the iron nails which had been driven into the coffin's perimeter and the surrounding chains had mysteriously vanished. He then bent down and pried open the coffin lid with the pirate sword in hand. The resplendent Gothic doll lay serenely at the center of the crimson velvet lining, her hands elegantly folded, exuding an air of tranquility. However, this time, Duncan distinctly noticed what appeared to be traces of seawater on the hem of her dress, along with a faint scent of brine emanating from the inner side of the coffin lid. Up to this point, the peculiar doll had shown no other alarming or dangerous behavior beyond her inexplicable comings and goings. Yet, this very quality of returning time and again was indeed characteristic of cursed objects. Duncan regarded the doll with a stoic expression for a moment before breaking the silence with a wry smile. I suddenly find myself curious. With that, he turned and walked towards the nearby cabin entrance, leaving the doll on the deck with a sense of ease. Although he was personally wary of the doll and reluctant to keep her close, his knowledge of the lost homestead and that enigmatic goat-headed being assured him that temporarily leaving the doll on the deck would not pose significant risk. Even if she were to lash out, the myriad creatures aboard the ship would be more than capable of handling the situation. He had preparations to make during this interval. Duncan traversed the stern deck, opened the wooden door leading to the lower deck, and descended the time-worn wooden stairs, familiar with the path that led him to the ship's upper hold. This area, designated for the placement of cannons, housed antiquated muzzle-loading artillery that lay quietly on either side of the hold, their weathered wooden covers resting atop the shooting ports. Blackened barrels of gunpowder and solid iron cannonballs were stacked between the gun positions, giving the impression that they had accumulated dust for a century. As Duncan's gaze swept over these seemingly ancient artifacts, a thought suddenly struck him. He had not seen another soul aboard the ship besides himself. Who then was responsible for operating these cannons? Were they, much like the Lost Homestead itself, capable of self-loading and firing? And what of the freshwater hold? Did it replenish itself autonomously? What about the damaged areas? Did they repair themselves as well? Or did this vessel even possess a concept of damage? A flurry of questions emerged within him, yet he found himself at a loss for explanations. Duncan was acutely aware of his limited understanding of the ship. Despite having conducted a degree of exploration over the past few days, he had only grasped a rough outline of its upper structure. The deeper regions were far more enigmatic and daunting. Moreover, having previously harbored hopes of leaving his solitary apartment to return to the normal world on Earth, he had not devoted significant focus to the lost home. This lack of motivation had hindered his actions aboard. However, an unexpected curiosity had begun to burgeon within him. Perhaps a newfound sense of ownership after grasping the helm. This was his ship, He ought to familiarize himself with the lost home. Duncan shook his head, momentarily setting aside his plans for further exploration, and proceeded to the storage area for cannonballs. After a brief interval, he returned to the aft deck, cradling several cast-iron cannonballs. As anticipated, the cursed doll within the coffin lay undisturbed in the wooden box. Had it stirred? Not at all. A voice resembling that of a goat's head echoed forth, as if it had been pinned up for far too long, bursting forth with a cacophony of sounds. This lady, as tranquil as her appearance suggests, should be deemed gentle and harmless in your regard. Her repeated returns to the ship may indicate a certain connection between her and her casket with the lost home. A great horticulturist once. Silence. Oh. Duncan regarded the doll in the coffin with an impassive expression. He was uncertain whether it was truly immobile or merely feigning sleep. But he remained indifferent to the matter. His curiosity beckoned him. The solid cast-iron cannonballs were exceedingly weighty when executing traders aboard the ship. Finding one such cannonball was sufficient to ensure even the most seasoned sailor met a watery grave. Duncan placed 4 into the coffin and then returned to the cabin for another 4. The 8 cannonballs nearly filled the remaining space within the wooden box, encircling the ornate Gothic doll, which now appeared to possess an unusual martial vigor. Graceful it was not, it was indeed ominous. Duncan once again sealed the coffin's lid and, with considerable effort, pushed the wooden box to the edge of the deck. Even with his current physical strength, this task was not easily accomplished. Finally, he delivered a swift kick, sending the coffin into the sea. The resounding splash echoed as the elegant wooden box plunged straight down, sinking without a trace. Duncan remained poised at the edge of the deck, gazing at the spot where the box had vanished, motionless for an extended period. The voice of the goat's head intruded upon his thoughts. Captain, have you changed your mind? If you regret discarding this trophy, the lost home could attempt to retrieve the box with the anchor, but that is not its intended use. Silence. But I see you have lingered at the edge of the deck for quite some time. Silence. Oh. Duncan exhaled softly. Before the sycophantic goat's head, he could hardly admit to the throbbing pain in his toes. He stood by the edge of the deck, enduring the pain for several minutes, all the while striving to maintain the solemnity befitting a captain. By the end, he began to question whether he resembled a mere stone longing for his beloved, before finally regaining his composure and returning leisurely to the upper cabin below deck. After a few moments of quietude, Duncan, sensing the time was ripe, abruptly made his way to the stern of the upper cabin and opened the observation window nestled between the 2 stern cannons, intently scrutinizing the surface of the sea. The goat head remained silent for a short while, but soon could not contain himself. Captain, you seem. Duncan, fixated on the water, replied without lifting his gaze. I am quite curious about how that cursed doll managed to return. Is it because she is a cursed doll? I admire your uninquiring disposition, but I believe that even a cursed doll must have undergone a certain process to return aboard. She may feign her demise, yet repeatedly returns to the ship. I suspect there is a reason behind this, and she must possess some means of communication. However, as she now refuses to engage, I shall have to devise a way to discern her patterns of movement and force a dialogue with her. Listening to Duncan's explanation, the goat head fell silent for 2 seconds before tentatively inquiring, Captain, it seems your interest has suddenly piqued? Ah, this is indeed a positive sign. Ever since awakening from your last slumber, your demeanor has been rather grim, and you appeared to have lost interest in many matters. Your loyal first mate and second mate. Silence. Oh. Once the goat head quieted down, Duncan continued to focus intently on the movements of the sea, where, from his perspective, the waters at the stern lay tranquil. The coffin seemed to have truly sunk into the depths, no longer making an appearance. Yet, drawing from his previous experiences, Duncan exhibited remarkable patience this time. He silently calculated the passage of time, awaited the unfolding events, and observed without interruption as time slipped away. Unbeknownst to him, he found himself eagerly anticipating the doll's reemergence. Then, a small shadow indeed appeared within his field of vision, amidst the undulating waves. The shadow surged into view, a beautifully crafted wooden box that breached the surface like a solitary vessel in the storm, and within it stood the exquisite Gothic doll. Striking a commanding pose while clutching the ornate lid of her coffin, she rode fiercely amidst the tumultuous waters, navigating forward with all her might. A Gothic doll, standing triumphantly in a coffin, wielding the lid as she braved the waves. It lacked elegance, but possessed an uncanny strangeness surpassing that of 8 cannonballs combined. Duncan was utterly astonished. Chapter 11. Alice Duncan felt he would likely never forget this moment, a bizarre and perilous tableau upon the boundless sea, where a resplendent coffin undulated with the waves while a doll, propelled by mysterious forces, stood within it, clutching the enormous coffin lid, advancing through the tempest, appearing rather displeased. No matter the perspective, the situation was undeniably eerie, leaving Duncan momentarily perplexed as to whether he should first be astonished that the cursed doll was indeed moving, or shocked by her audacious spirit as she wielded the coffin lid with overwhelming force. This scene starkly contradicted his initial imaginings of how she might return to the ship. He had envisioned various scenarios, yet none had prepared him for this particular spectacle. In that fleeting moment of astonishment, the doll had already approached the stern of the Lost Homelands. Although her tool was a coffin lid, her speed was astonishing, coupled with an unusual grace and strength. Duncan cautiously peered out of the observation port and witnessed the doll toss the coffin lid into the casket before swiftly grasping a protruding piece of wood at the ship's rear. She began to ascend with remarkable agility, as if an invisible rope were pulling her upward. Meanwhile, the seemingly heavy wooden box bizarrely floated up from the depths of the sea, as if it had shed its weight, hovering beside the doll. Duncan quickly withdrew his head before she could notice his presence. The doll, oblivious to the ship's captain observing her from the shadows, ascended the lofty stern of the Lost Homelands in the blink of an eye. With a swift motion, she leapt onto the deck, then gestured in midair, allowing the casket that floated beside her to land steadily at her feet. She scanned her surroundings, seemingly ensuring that no one was near, before hastily adjusting her dampened garments and beginning to climb into the coffin with both hands and feet. Halfway through her ascent, she was suddenly obstructed by a pirate's sword that emerged from the side, followed closely by the ominous click of a flintlock being cocked. The doll's movements froze instantly. She attempted to turn her head, only to find a ghostly captain, enshrouded in green flames, standing beside her, coldly scrutinizing her. The voice that seemed to echo from the depths of the spirit realm was chilling and profound. "Ah, I have caught you, doll." Before Duncan's eyes, the doll visibly trembled, seemingly startled, and instinctively tried to evade, but her frantic movements faltered. As her upper body swayed, Duncan distinctly heard a sharp crack emanate from her shoulder. Then her head fell off. Before Duncan's eyes, a beautiful visage dropped from the puppet's body, its silvery hair cascading in the sea breeze, entwining with the head as it rolled to his feet. The puppet's body remained frozen in a position of attempted escape beside the coffin, one hand aimlessly grasping at the air, while the severed head helplessly gazed at Duncan, its lips moving in silent entreaty. "Help, help, help." It is no exaggeration to say that, in that moment, Duncan's heart ceased to beat. Although he harbored doubts about the existence of his heart while being consumed by ghostly flames, the sight of the puppet's head falling was a profound shock, obscured only by the fiery blaze that masked his horrified expression. His momentary hesitation, rooted in astonishment, was perceived by the puppet as a cold indifference, leaving Miss Puppet unaware of the fact that the terrifying Captain Duncan seemed even more anxious than she was, as she incessantly repeated, "Help, my head has fallen." Finally regaining his composure, Duncan soothed the small heart that existed only in his imagination, striving to control his actions and voice. With utmost calmness and poise, he observed the puppet for a while, confirming that despite its myriad of peculiarities, it appeared to fear him, the ghostly captain, more than it feared its own cursed nature. Realizing this truth in an instant, Duncan understood the necessity of maintaining his composure. He was still unfamiliar with this world, and even more so with this cursed puppet. Before he could fully seize control of the situation, his fearsome persona as Captain Duncan was his greatest asset for ensuring safety. On the other hand, he could not disregard the puppet before him. Although the unfolding events diverged from his initial expectations, the outcome indicated that communication with this puppet was indeed possible. He sheathed his flintlock pistol, opting instead to wield his sword, recognizing that the single shot from the flintlock, hastily learned and unreliable, paled in comparison to the reliability of a blade. Subsequently, he reached down and retrieved the puppet's head that lay on the ground. The sensation was exceedingly bizarre. Even though he knew it was merely a cursed puppet, the act of grasping a head elicited an unsettling feeling within him. The slight warmth emanating from the head nearly compelled him to discard it entirely. It was all too uncanny and strange. Yet, he ultimately subdued the disquieting sensations welling up within him and calmly locked eyes with the head. "Shall I assist you in placing it back?" Self, it replied. "Very well, you do it." Duncan nodded and casually handed the head to the puppet's flailing hand. He then witnessed those hands skillfully and adeptly catch the head, deftly arranging the disheveled silvery hair and adjusting the angle before placing the head back onto its neck. Accompanied by a crisp click, the spherical joint fit seamlessly. The entire process flowed effortlessly, clearly not the first time it had been executed. Soon, the puppet's previously stiff visage animated with life. She blinked and exhaled a sigh of relief. "Phew, I am alive again." Duncan, regardless of the angle from which he approached the situation, felt compelled to voice his grievances. However, after reflecting upon his persona as Captain Duncan and the ambiguous nature of the figure before him, he ultimately settled for a stoic nod towards the doll. "Very well. Now follow me." You have come aboard my ship on multiple occasions. It is time we converse. As he spoke, he dissipated the spectral flames that had enveloped him, returning to his original form. Transforming into a spectral state was a power he had acquired upon grasping the helm of the Lost Home, yet it remained an unfamiliar skill, one he had yet to master or utilize beyond the basic function of navigation. The flames he had conjured earlier were merely to project an imposing presence before the enigmatic cursed doll, serving to bolster his own confidence. With his image now firmly established and the doll obediently complying, there was no longer a necessity to maintain the exertion of the flames. The cursed doll obediently rose from beside the coffin, her eyes wide with astonishment as she witnessed Duncan revert to his human form. You are not a ghost?" she stammered. Duncan offered her a nonchalant glance. "When necessary, I can be." The doll raised a hand to her head, her gaze tinged with a semblance of reverence. Duncan could not discern the source of her awe, but it was apparent that her head was still somewhat precarious, having nearly been startled off moments before. He turned towards the captain's quarters, and through his connection with the Lost Home, he sensed the doll hesitating for a brief moment before dutifully following him. As anticipated, the ornate and peculiar coffin floated closely behind her, as if it were an inseparable companion. Moments later, Duncan brought the cursed doll into the captain's quarters, under the watchful gaze of the intricately carved goat's head. The ghostly captain and the cursed doll sat across from each other at the navigation table. Duncan settled into his dark, imposing armchair, while the doll, treating the coffin-like wooden box as a seat, gracefully perched herself upon it. Indeed, she was poised and dignified as she sat in silence. Her silver hair cascading around her and her Gothic gown draping elegantly, she appeared as a masterpiece that belonged in a palace, guarded by sentinels. Unfortunately, the mere sight of her reminded Duncan of her recent tumultuous journey and their separate escapades. He sighed, re-establishing his cold and authoritative demeanor, locking his gaze with that of the doll. Name: Alice. Race: doll. Profession: why inquire about such matters? Duncan pondered for a moment, to gain a foundational understanding. Chapter 12. The Ghostly Captain and the Cursed Doll. At the expansive navigation table, Captain Duncan of the Lost Home faced the cursed doll, Alice. The atmosphere between the two, though perhaps neither was fully human, was anything but cordial. The automaton who refers to herself as Alice appears somewhat anxious, despite the ghostly captain before her having promised temporary safety. In the presence of Duncan, whose countenance is naturally imposing, even a cursed doll seems unable to find solace. She currently maintains an air of decorum while seated upon her coffin lid, yet the fingers discreetly grasping her skirt betray her unease. Duncan, for his part, remains silent, contemplating as he observes this lady before him. A puppet propelled by an unknown force, evidently not of flesh and blood, yet capable of speech and movement, and even possessing a semblance of warmth. Such a phenomenon would surely captivate the scientific community back in his homeland, potentially warranting at least 3.5 episodes of exploration. Duncan is uncertain about the nature of beings like Alice in this world, but through his interactions with the goat-headed entity over the past few days, he has gleaned some insights. He understands that while extraordinary phenomena exist in this realm, they are not commonplace. It is his conjecture that this doll-like lady must belong to a category of exceptional beings, even amidst the peculiarities of this world. His assumptions are not unfounded. The mechanical vessel that collided with the Lost Homeland is quite new and boasts a well-trained crew. He has witnessed, even in the throes of great fear, many sailors aboard that ship steadfastly maintaining their posts. Furthermore, the vessel harbors numerous chambers and items of unclear purpose, many adorned with intricate runic symbols that bear a striking resemblance to those etched upon Alice's coffin. In other words, it stands to reason that such a cutting-edge ship is likely tasked with escorting or safeguarding Alice, this cursed automaton. Duncan shifted his position in his seat, regarding Alice with an expression that was both serene and solemn. There was no doubt that her presence aboard his ship was remarkable. Yet, from another perspective, she did not seem a fearsome entity. In fact, she appeared rather timid. After all, upon their initial meeting, she had nearly lost her composure before he had even uttered a word. It seems that Duncan's prolonged silence and intense gaze had exerted considerable pressure, prompting Alice to finally speak, inquiring, "Where do you come from?" Duncan, releasing the weight of his scrutiny, responded in a more tranquil tone. "I am aware that you were previously resting in this box." He cleared his throat twice, "But I am asking from where you originate. Do you have a homeland? Or perhaps a place that could be considered your point of departure?" Alice pondered this carefully before shaking her head with candidness. "I cannot recall." "Cannot recall?" Duncan mused. "What kind of automaton has a homeland?" Alice, with her hands elegantly folded upon her lap, replied with a composed seriousness. "Most of my memories reside within the confines of a box. I lay within it, transported from one location to another. occasionally sensing the faint presence of individuals moving about or guarding the exterior. I recall whispers of conversation, where those keeping watch over my wooden enclosure spoke in hushed tones, their voices tinged with fear and anxiety. Duncan raised an eyebrow. What were they discussing in your vicinity? Merely trivial matters, she replied, curiosity piquing her tone. Duncan, with earnest intent, expressed his belief that those conversations might indeed be mundane. However, he felt an urgent need to comprehend the world around him, even if it meant grasping at the idle chatter of ordinary folk. Well, the most frequently heard name was Anomaly 099. They seem to use it to refer to me and my box, though I am not particularly fond of it. I have a name, Alice. She recollected. Aside from that, I occasionally overheard them discussing seals and curses, but most of those memories are rather hazy. While confined within the box, I would sleep, hardly paying attention to the sounds from outside. The automaton spoke languidly, and then, as if struck by a sudden thought, added, however, I do recall some recent tidbits, which must have been before I came aboard your vessel. The voices conversing outside frequently mentioned a place, Planter City State. That seems to be their destination, and perhaps mine as well? Planter City State? Duncan's gaze narrowed, silently inscribing the name in his mind. He had finally gleaned a fragment of useful information, albeit uncertain as to when it might prove advantageous. He then lifted his gaze to regard the automaton once more. What else? Beyond that, I spent most of my time merely sleeping, Captain, she stated earnestly. When one is confined within a coffin-like box, with a constant stream of drowsy murmurs infiltrating one's ears, what else is there to do? Perform sit-ups in a coffin? Duncan's lips twitched slightly. Despite her poised demeanor, she possessed a whimsical charm, capable of both grace and unexpectedly sharp wit. He swiftly reconstructed his perception of Miss Alice in his mind, while maintaining his outward composure as the dignified Captain Duncan. He merely responded with a non-committal hum before continuing. Thus, aside from languishing in your box, you possess no knowledge of the world beyond. You cannot inform me of its current changes, nor can you specify the locations of any ports or city-states. Alas, that appears to be the case, Captain, she nodded seriously. Then, as if a sudden realization struck her, her eyes widened slightly, and she gazed at Duncan with a hint of anxiety. So, are you planning to cast me off the ship? Because I am deemed of no value? Before Duncan could utter a word, Alice continued, well, I understand. After all, this is your ship. But could we refrain from stuffing cannonballs into the box this time? Honestly, 8 cannonballs seem a tad excessive. It was evident that the doll-like lady was not in the best of spirits, yet she seemed hesitant to express her irritation. Duncan, too, found himself in an awkward position, mainly due to the fact that he had not contemplated the subsequent need to discuss this matter calmly with the concerned party when he initially stuffed cannonballs into the box. At that moment, he had regarded Alice merely as a standard horror film's cursed doll, envisioning a narrative steeped in terror. Little did he realize that this cursed doll had not emerged from a realm of malevolence, but rather from a courtyard steeped in tradition. Thus, the precautions taken to combat the terrifying curse had now transformed into sheer embarrassment. However, Duncan was fortunate enough to possess a thick skin and the stern, imposing visage etched upon his face allowed him to maintain his composure as long as his nerves did not falter. Therefore, he resolutely chose to disregard the awkwardness brought about by the 8 cannonballs and, with a facade of nonchalance, shook his head lightly. I have yet to decide whether to cast you off this ship, as you seem to possess an uncanny ability to return. I am merely curious as to why you insist on coming back to the Lost Homeland. It is apparent that you harbor a certain trepidation towards me and this vessel. If that is the case, why not distance yourself from this peril? This ship is indeed called the Lost Homeland. Admittedly, I feel a twinge of fear towards you and your ship, but is the abyss of the ocean not a far greater danger? The doll lady gazed intently at the spectral captain before her. In her line of sight, the towering figure of the man was shrouded by an interminable void, a shadowy expanse that intertwined with the tangible reality of the cabin, as if 2 worlds were being forcibly superimposed. Yet, compared to this overwhelming and suffocating darkness, the terrors lurking in the depths of the ocean instilled a deeper sense of dread within her, for was there anything in this world more fearsome than the abyssal sea? Chapter 13. Prolonged bed rest is detrimental to the cervical spine. The deep sea is indeed a source of fear. Although Alice is a doll, she possesses a pair of expressive eyes capable of conveying emotion, along with a range of expressions that defy rational explanation. Thus, Duncan could distinctly perceive the fear and aversion she felt towards the deep sea, or rather, certain entities residing within it. Reflecting on his previous encounters with the ethereal realm and the so-called border phenomena, he quickly came to the realization that the vast ocean they traversed undoubtedly harbored tremendous horrors. Yet, the Lost Homeland continued to sail across this boundless expanse, with the mechanical vessel they had encountered in the ethereal realm also navigating these waters. This ignited a curiosity within him about more distant matters. What lay beyond in this world of land? Or perhaps, did a realm of normal land even exist in this world? However, the doll before him was unable to answer his inquiries. As much of Alice's memory remained shrouded in a haze, likely the result of some form of sealing or suppression, as determined by Duncan. He vividly recalls the moment when he passed by that mechanical vessel, observing the cabin through the vast perception of the Lost Homeland. The enigmatic runes, the religiously charged symbols, and the inscriptions adorning Alice's coffin all conveyed a singular truth. This cursed doll was undoubtedly regarded with deep apprehension in civilized society. Duncan cast a meaningful glance at the doll before him, to which he responded with a calm and serene gaze. Let me confirm once more. You have no recollection of your origins, nor any memories of your past experiences, correct? I do not remember, Alice replied earnestly. Since the dawn of my consciousness, I have been lying within this large box. Although I am unsure why, it seems I have always been surrounded by a group of anxious individuals. Fearful of my emergence from within, they have employed various means to seal the box. To be honest, reflecting on it now, I find your previous act of nailing that circle of nails on my lid rather amiable, although you later added 8 more cannonballs. At least you did not pour lead inside, did you? This time, Duncan disregarded Alice's banter and inquired further, and what of your name? Where did it originate? Who bestowed this name upon you? If you truly have never left the box nor interacted with others, how do you possess a name? Did you assign it to yourself? Alice suddenly fell silent. She appeared genuinely perplexed, maintaining her dazed expression for several seconds. Just as Duncan began to worry that this doll might also be afflicted with a malfunction, she resumed her activity. I cannot recall. I have known myself as Alice from the very beginning, but this name was not given by me. She murmured in confusion, her hands instinctively cradling her head. This gesture caused Duncan to flinch, prompting him to exclaim, "All right, if you cannot remember, let it be. There is no need to tear your head apart." Following this, Duncan posed numerous questions to the doll before him. Regrettably, most yielded little in the way of results. As the doll herself had articulated, she had spent the majority of her conscious existence in a state of semi-slumber within that coffin, possessing scant knowledge of the outside world. The limited information she had gleaned came from the fragmented conversations she overheard while in a half-dream state. And these trivial bits of knowledge scarcely provided Duncan with a coherent outline of this world. Nevertheless, Duncan did not leave empty-handed. Through his discourse with Alice, he managed to ascertain a few certainties. There exists a power structure referred to as city-states, a term that recurred throughout the doll's narrative and seemingly constituted the entirety of her journey. Her intended destination was a city-state known as Prand. It appeared to be a prosperous location, with sailors discussing its significant role along many trade routes. Furthermore, Alice is known by the peculiar designation of Anomaly 099, which appears to be an official title within the civilized world. As for the name Alice, which she herself claims, it seems that, aside from her and Duncan, there is no third party privy to this knowledge. Ultimately, Alice has been transferred from one city-state to another, and it appears that she is not the sole anomaly subjected to such relocations. During certain journeys, she has overheard those tasked with her escort mentioning other sealed anomalies. Based on this, Duncan boldly speculates that this continual relocation of anomalies might itself be a form of sealing, a necessary measure to prevent their escape. Evidently, the team responsible for transporting Anomaly 099 has met with misfortune due to the sudden emergence of the Lost Homeland, resulting in the escape of the entity they were escorting. However, the true nature of this peculiar cursed doll and the destruction it might wreak upon its liberation remains unclear. After all, she seemed rather innocuous while aboard the Lost Homeland. Frankly, Duncan feels disappointed. He had thought he had finally found a means to comprehend this world through a source of information, only to discover that the being lying in the coffin is as bewildered as he is. Yet, as his gaze once more swept over Alice, who remained quietly seated atop the wooden crate, his disappointment waned somewhat. At the very least, he now had a conversational partner aboard the Lost Homeland. Despite her being a doll, her decapitation being quite disconcerting, and the certainty that she harbors more secrets, along with her occasional quips. Nevertheless, she is certainly a more palatable company than that raucous goat-headed figure. Moreover, when it comes to the bizarre and perilous expanse of the endless sea, which of the strange things aboard the Lost Homeland appears truly safe? From an outsider's perspective, it might even seem that Captain Duncan himself is the most hazardous entity upon these waters. Duncan exhaled deeply, unconsciously softening his expression, and with a casual demeanor, he inquired, "I wonder, if I were to throw you overboard again, what would you do?" Alice blinked. "Would you be stuffing me with cannonballs again?" "No." "Then would you be nailing me down?" No." "What about lead pouring?" "No. I mean, If I refuse to let you stay on the ship, then I shall row back, Alice declared, sitting elegantly with a composed expression. I do not wish to be devoured by this sea. At least aboard your vessel, there is a place to rest. Duncan was astonished by the doll's calmness. Momentarily at a loss for words, unsure whether to label her as honest or audacious. After thoughtful consideration, he finally managed to say, "You could certainly be more tactful. After all, you already know the answer, do you not?" Alice smiled, however, if I were to return. I might find a way to hide somewhere in the cabin so you wouldn't discover me. I want to be so brash as to appear on deck again. My awakening has been brief, and during my previous returns, I did not consider everything thoroughly, but now I possess experience. Duncan interrupted her. My perception encompasses the entire ship. I can even discern the precise location of each wave crashing against the hull. Alice's subsequent words were abruptly swallowed back. Duncan continued with an expression of calmness. Moreover, I could choose to obliterate you directly, employing a more definitive method to prevent you from persistently entangling yourself with me and my ship, the Lost Homeland. The doll lady appeared genuinely unprepared for this possibility. She instinctively widened her eyes, and with a click near her neck, the headless doll clumsily caught her own head, beginning to awkwardly press it back onto her neck. The atmosphere, which Duncan had attempted to cultivate, dissipated instantaneously, leaving him to exhale a bemused sigh. Once Alice had reattached her head, he continued, however, I suddenly believe that having an additional crew member aboard this vessel may not be a detriment. If you can comport yourself on the ship, I can arrange a position for you. You should have mentioned this earlier. I nearly lost my head. Duncan could not suppress a slight twitch at the corner of his eye. So what exactly is the issue with your neck? Alice replied innocently, I have no idea. I seldom have the opportunity to move around. How could I know why my body has such a defect? Duncan silently regarded Alice for several moments before seriously stating, it appears that prolonged bed rest is detrimental to the cervical spine. Alice, observing the doll lady's speechlessness, found her spirits unexpectedly lifted. Well, in any case, the Lost Homeland has gained a new crew member. Follow me. I shall arrange a place for you to rest. Chapter 14. The harmless new crew member. The Lost Homeland was remarkably large, astonishingly so. As a sailing vessel, its scale, in Duncan's view, had nearly exceeded necessity. Such grand proportions implied a more expansive cargo hold, an abundance of cannons, a sturdier structure, and a more stable posture against the tempests of the sea, all of which indicated its capability to endure the harshest trials of long voyages. Yet, at present, Duncan harbored no ambitions for such an expedition. This exceedingly vast ghost ship only imparted a sense of solitude upon him. Thus, the prospect of having another conversable crew member aboard was certainly not unwelcome, especially since there were ample vacant cabins in this grand ship. The sound of footsteps shattered the corridor's silence as Duncan led the Gothic doll down the wooden staircase, arriving at the lower deck of the ship's stern, situated directly beneath the captain's quarters. From a structural perspective, this area could be considered a superior living space aboard the grand vessel. Considerably brighter and tidier compared to the darker, more ominous sections below that exuded an eerie aura. Duncan halted before a crew cabin and casually pushed open the ajar wooden door. Inside was a modestly furnished single room. The ship boasted several such individual cabins, all long abandoned, showing no signs of prior occupancy. After having initially explored the upper regions of the Lost Homeland, Duncan had noted the existence of these empty rooms, though he had not given them much thought at the time. However, now that he had taken command of this ghost ship and uncovered its secret of solitary navigation, a question arose within him. If the ship required no crew, for whom were these crew cabins intended? The solitary cabin in the upper deck was evidently reserved for the first mate, second mate, and the bosun, catering to the needs of senior crew members. Conversely, the lower deck boasted communal sleeping quarters designed for ordinary sailors. Additionally, the vessel featured a dining hall and a game room, both clearly intended for multiple occupants, alongside the unmanipulated sails and rigging. The mere existence of these amenities suggested a human presence. Yet, this ship seemed entirely devoid of crew. Duncan furrowed his brow slightly, gradually realizing that this ghostly ship, now sailing alone on the ocean, must have once been manned during some point in its storied past. At least, when the ship was first constructed, it had been designed with adequate facilities for its crew. What, then, had transpired to transform the vessel into its current desolate state? Where had the original crew vanished? Was the true Captain Duncan the perpetual master of the ship? What secrets did that enigmatic goat-headed figure harbor? Captain? A perplexing voice suddenly emerged from behind him. Duncan's contemplations were abruptly interrupted, causing him to startle, only to recognize that it was the voice of the doll-like maiden. Momentarily, he had forgotten about Alice's presence. Over the past few days, Duncan had grown accustomed to the solitude of being the only living soul aboard the ship. He had even grown used to the incessant chatter of the goat-headed being. However, the sudden appearance of Alice left him feeling somewhat disoriented. I am Duncan. You may call me Captain Duncan, though you are free to address me simply as Captain. He quickly composed his expression before turning to face the doll-like maiden trailing behind him. This vacant room will henceforth be yours. Do take a look inside. Ah, certainly. Alice nodded eagerly, peering over Duncan's shoulder to catch a glimpse of the room's interior. She then turned, grasping the wooden chest that had been floating behind her, hoisting it onto her shoulder with great care as she entered the cabin. Observing Alice as constant companion, the chest, Duncan felt an involuntary twitch at the corners of his mouth. He watched as she delicately placed the chest beside the bed, meticulously inspecting the velvet lining within before surveying the furnishings of the room. Unable to restrain himself, he inquired, You intend to carry that chest with you at all times? Do you? Indeed, Alice replied matter-of-factly. Where else would I place it? This chest was once your seal. I assumed you would be concerned about it, Duncan remarked, furrowing his brow. It seems you cannot bear to be without it. The ones who sealed me were those individuals, not the chest's fault, Alice retorted, perched atop the chest as she patted its lid. Would you care to join me inside for a moment? Duncan shook his head. No need for that. How do you find this room? Ah, it's quite lovely. Alice appeared genuinely pleased, her gaze sweeping over the room's modest furnishings as if she were in a grand palace. Is that a wardrobe? I have no spare clothes to speak of, so it may not be of much use, but having a cabinet is nice. Oh, and there's a table. I could place things on it in the future. Though I seem to lack anything to put there, perhaps it could serve as a stand for my head. Combing one's hair proves to be rather convenient. As long as you are satisfied, it suffices. Observing a Gothic figurine perched atop a coffin, meticulously planning its existence, presents an eerie spectacle, particularly given the inclusion of several dubious elements within its scheming. Yet, a subtle smile gradually graced Duncan's countenance. He then stepped back slightly, restoring his expression to its usual calm demeanor. You may rest here for a while and acclimatize to this environment. Aside from the staircase leading to the lower levels, you are free to explore this floor and the deck above. The layout is not particularly intricate, and you should swiftly become familiar with the locations of all the rooms. I shall be in the captain's cabin. Should you require anything, feel free to seek me there. If I am absent, a talking goat's head resides upon the navigation table. It serves as my first mate. Alice, who had been listening attentively, suddenly widened her eyes upon hearing the last two sentences. A goat's head. That dark wooden carving. It seems you have noticed it, Duncan replied. I did. But you say it can talk, and that it is your first mate? Alice exclaimed, astonished. I thought that was simply too incredible. You are a living, speaking puppet, Duncan remarked, his expression unchanging as he gazed at Alice. Do you still find a talking goat's head astonishing? Alice paused, glancing down at her hands as if only just realizing the absurdity. Ah, I suppose that is true? Duncan shook his head and turned to leave. Very well. You may rest here. Seek me if you need anything. From behind him, Alice's voice called out, Understood, Captain. After departing, Duncan did not venture elsewhere, but headed directly back to his captain's cabin. He seated himself at the expansive navigation table, and the wooden goat's head immediately sprang to life, creaking as it turned towards Duncan. Ah, the captain has returned. It appears you have settled that lady in quite well. You see, as I mentioned, she is a gentle and harmless lady, posing no threat to your maritime journey. And she might even provide pleasant conversation to alleviate your tedium. I gather you have decided to keep her aboard. Do you intend to assign her any tasks? The Lost Homeland does not require much crew. The deck will scrub itself, the cannons will polish themselves, and the water tanks will maintain themselves. Perhaps she could manage the kitchen? You seem consistently dissatisfied with the ship's provisions. Speaking of provisions, we ought to replenish our supplies. Those salted meats and hard cheeses in the storeroom may be a bit stale, although the rough sailors are not particular about their food at sea. The esteemed Captain Duncan felt as if his brain might boil over. In that moment, he reaffirmed a singular truth, with this loquacious goat's head around. He genuinely required a normal conversational companion like Alice. Be silent, he glared at the goat's head with intensity, and only after it ceased its chatter did he continue. You were quite well behaved when Alice was present. I thought you had finally learned to remain quiet. Captains cannot have interruptions when interviewing new crew members. It is the maritime code. Even if I am your loyal first mate, second mate, and chief sailor, Duncan did not allow the goat's head to finish, in truth. If he did not interrupt, the creature would never cease speaking. Keep a close watch on that puppet's movements in the coming days. Monitor that lady? Are you still not at ease with her? Indeed. The necessary caution is a hallmark of her role as captain. She harbors numerous secrets, many of which remain unspoken. Perhaps because she herself is unaware, or perhaps she deliberately conceals them for some ulterior motive. Regardless, she is ultimately a cursed automaton, bearing the ominous title of Anomaly 099. Duncan remarked with a hint of detachment that those aboard the previous vessel had employed formidable seals to prevent Alice from escaping that wooden box. Yet now, the sealed automaton roams freely upon my ship. I must take a moment to ascertain whether Alice is truly a benign being, even if only within the confines of the Lost Homestead. Chapter 15. Touching the flame. Since taking the helm himself, Duncan has gained true dominion over the Lost Homestead, able to sense any stirrings aboard the vessel. Nevertheless, out of an abundance of caution, he commanded the goat head to remain vigilant regarding the movements of the cursed automaton. He was acutely aware that he was not an expert in the realm of the arcane and possessed scant knowledge of the extraordinary forces at play in this world. An automaton that can walk and speak was well beyond the scope of his understanding. While Alice's demeanor might appear harmless, there remained the possibility that this automaton harbored unseen influences, which he might very well fail to detect. In this regard, the goat head was undoubtedly more proficient than he. Furthermore, even setting aside this concern, Duncan recognized that he could not maintain constant vigilance over the Lost Homestead, although he had resolved to survive in this world. Circumstances might necessitate his return to the realm beyond the door. At that juncture, he might not be able to sense the happenings aboard the Lost Homestead. Contemplating this, a subtle shift occurred in Duncan's gaze as he discreetly glanced at the goat head by the edge of the navigation table, its obsidian-carved eyes returning a hollow stare. Would the goat head perceive anything upon his return to the other side? What condition would the ship be in when he departed the Lost Homestead? This sudden influx of questions stirred a sense of agitation within Duncan, yet under the goat head's vacant gaze, he betrayed none of his inner turmoil, redirecting a fragment of his focus towards Alice's situation. Of course, he had no inclination to invade her privacy, even though she was a non-human entity. Thus, he merely sought to gauge the circumstances below deck through the perceptual connection with the Lost Homestead. He could at least ascertain Alice's current location and determine whether she was attempting to sabotage anything. After all, beneath the seemingly harmless, elegant, and beautiful exterior of that automaton lady lies the essence of a cursed being, a perilous entity referred to as Anomaly 099 by the ordinary inhabitants of this world. She remained in her chamber, perhaps genuinely examining the furnishings and arranging her resting quarters. Duncan felt a slight sense of relief, just as the goat head unexpectedly broke the silence. "Captain, what are your plans moving forward? If you find yourself bored, your loyal servant shall remain silent." Duncan cast a glance at the goat's head, then placed both hands firmly on the edge of the navigation table. As his thoughts shifted, he once again felt the familiar sensation of gripping the helm, while green flames flowed like water around him. Amidst the raging fire, Duncan's form transformed into an ethereal essence, and the surging flames spread from the navigation table, reaching beyond the captain's quarters, up to the upper deck, climbing the mast and the rigging, causing the translucent spectral sails to billow in the wind, with the main sails, foresails, and staysails deftly adjusting their angles to the sea breeze. The grand three-masted vessel began to accelerate gently across the boundless ocean. Duncan's gaze fell upon the nautical chart before him. As anticipated, he observed the grayish-white mist enveloping the chart shift dramatically, revealing the silhouette of the Lost Homestead steadily advancing, while the fog surrounding it dissipated. After a brief contemplation, he endeavored to concentrate on the chart, the eerie green flames enveloping the navigation table like an extension of Duncan's own being, conveying the will of the captain. In this subtle state of connection, he began to grasp the mysteries of this evidently extraordinary chart. With a mere flicker of his thoughts, the silhouette representing the Lost Homestead on the chart magnified momentarily, then promptly reverted to its original size. Duncan was captivated by the imagery presented through the chart's zooming effect. This whimsical act proved successful, despite the fact that only a veil of mist remained visible at the edges of the chart. Duncan was now assured that this chart was capable of recording and depicting every inch of ocean traversed by the Lost Homestead, presenting details surrounding the vessel with precision and in real time. Under the hollow gaze of the goat's head, Duncan maintained an impassive expression, embodying the demeanor of a true captain meticulously scrutinizing a nautical chart. Yet, a surge of excitement stirred within him. His gaze swept over the flames emanating from his body, while his consciousness attuned itself to the state of the Lost Homestead, perceiving the alterations in the chart. Indeed, this bizarre green flame was the key to mastering the Lost Homestead, as well as many of the enigmatic artifacts aboard. Perhaps this was the essence of a captain's power? Reflecting on the strength of the flames, Duncan understood that to truly command this vessel and thrive in this peculiar world, he must comprehend his abilities fully. First and foremost, he needed to master the flames. As for the arrangements mentioned earlier by the goat's head, Duncan surveyed the slowly evolving nautical chart, watching the white mist gradually recede from the silhouette of the Lost Homestead, with his plans crystallizing clearly. Since he lacked sufficient understanding of this world, And with the map shrouded in mist, it was undoubtedly wise to venture forth. After all, sailing was meant for exploration. Regardless, Captain Duncan's reputation among the locals was already that of a wanderer in the wild. And remaining stationary on the sea with the lost homestead would yield no improvement in public perception. As for the risks associated with aimlessly navigating the vast ocean, Duncan held a particular perspective. Before he took the helm, the vessel had been adrift, and the Lost Homeland had never anchored. Thus, what additional peril could there be? In contrast to the previous aimless drifting, sailing under full sail at least promised to disperse the fog on the nautical charts, marking an end to the prior state of complete passivity and entrapment in obscurity. Duncan rose from the navigation table, the green flames that enveloped him gradually subsiding. However, in his perception, the translucent spectral sail atop the mast of the Lost Homeland did not vanish. A portion of the green flames that lingered around the mast and rigging continued to burn, executing the captain's will. Reflecting on his earlier observations while at the helm, Duncan felt an inkling of understanding. Although the spectral sail had risen in flames only after he took command, both the massive sails and the myriad automated functions aboard the vessel were not reliant on the captain's own strength. This ghostly ship possessed its own source of propulsion. While he remained unaware of the precise energy that animated the vessel, it was evident that his role as captain was merely to issue commands. Subsequently, the ship would dutifully execute his directives. Duncan departed from the navigation table and turned his gaze towards the small door at the farthest end of the captain's quarters. Behind that door lay his private chamber, which he had initially regarded as a refuge during the early days of exploring the ship. Now, he sought a quieter environment to thoroughly contemplate the extent of his capabilities as the captain of the Lost Homeland. Yet, before he could do so, the vessel, now sailing, required vigilant oversight. He glanced at the wooden goat's head adorning the edge of the navigation table and spoke with a tone that suggested inevitability. "You will take the helm." "What?" The goat's head hesitated, its voice tinged with surprise. "But Captain, I have matters to attend to. Please do not disturb me during this time." Duncan, seemingly unfazed by the goat's impending protests, continued to issue his commands. In a deeper layer of his perception, he could clearly discern the myriad connections hidden within the depths of the ship, conveyed through the green flames that spread along the deck outside the cabin. The mast, rigging, sails, rudder, and cannons were all interconnected, forming an invisible network akin to nerves or blood vessels coursing through the vessel, ultimately converging in the captain's quarters. The goat's head was subtly linked to all of this. Perhaps this enigmatic and peculiar goat's head was, in fact, the Lost Homeland itself? Or could it serve as a control mechanism to seize command of the entire ship in times of emergency? Duncan, not being the architect of this vessel, remained ignorant of its operational principles. Yet, he mused that if the true Captain Duncan existed, he would undoubtedly know the capabilities of the goat's head. Conversely, the goat head, which consistently referred to itself as the first mate, would naturally be expected to take the helm in times of necessity. Duncan needed to embrace a modicum of risk, engaging in actions he had never before undertaken, yet as a true captain, he must inevitably be aware of the arrangements he was bound to make. After all, a captain must also take time to rest. A moment later, the goat head emitted a cheerful and raucous sound. "Ah, good captain, feel free to attend to your duties. Your loyal Duncan shall manage." Duncan paid him no heed, merely gesturing dismissively with his hand as he turned and entered the cabin deep within the captain's quarters, closing the door behind him with a casual motion. Chapter 16. Walking in the spirit realm, the door closed behind him, shielding him from the goat head's hollow gaze. Yet, Duncan could still distinctly perceive the Lost Homeland, sensing every subtle shift aboard the ghostly vessel through a profound kinesthetic connection. He observed the sails of the Lost Homeland adjusting their angles with meticulous grace in the sea breeze, while the black helm at the stern began to turn slightly, further stabilizing the ship amidst the waves. As he had anticipated, the goat head had temporarily taken control of the helm, diligently fulfilling his duties as first mate. But Duncan remained capable of assuming command at any moment. Compared to when he steered the ship directly, the Lost Homeland exhibited diminished agility and speed. However, Duncan's primary objective was to dissipate the fog on the nautical chart, as there was neither a defined destination nor a clear course, rendering him indifferent to the ship's diminished performance. After confirming that the goat had exhibited no unusual behavior and that the gothic figure below deck remained docile in the room, Duncan exhaled softly and surveyed the modest chamber. This was his private quarters as captain, the most comfortable and meticulously appointed space aboard the Lost Homeland. In addition to a plush bed, the room featured a classical wardrobe against the wall directly opposite the door, alongside a shelf displaying an assortment of peculiar items. Opposite the bed stood a dark brown writing desk, devoid of any books, merely adorned with a few decorative objects and tools for writing and drawing. Adjacent to the desk was a window offering a direct view of the distant sea. With several hooks on the wall beside the window where Duncan's pirate sword and flintlock pistol had previously hung. Approaching the desk, Duncan placed the sword and pistol within easy reach, then opened the drawer to inspect the gunpowder and lead balls contained within a wooden box. A small brass compass rested beside the ammunition and powder bag. Duncan picked it up, observing the needle spinning erratically beneath the glass, as though drawn by an invisible chaotic force. The base of the compass bore an inscription in fine script. "We are all lost souls." Duncan idly toyed with the compass in his hand, watching the needle whirl about like a tipsy reveler. All the items here had been thoroughly examined by him numerous times. He had discovered this room during his initial explorations, and the belongings within, including the inscription, were undoubtedly remnants left by the true Captain Duncan. After reflecting on the information he had gathered, he exhaled once more, casually placing the compass on the table and lifting his right hand to gently rub his fingertips together. A cluster of small green flames ignited at his fingertips. Under the flickering glow, Duncan's palm took on an ethereal translucence, reminiscent of a spirit. Yet, under conscious control, the flames did not spread as before, but hovered above his fingertips like a solitary candle flame. Once the flame stabilized, Duncan cautiously brought his other hand closer to the flicker and subsequently retrieved a quill from the side, using its tail to touch the flames. He felt no heat. The quill remained unscathed, save for a shadowy green sheen that spread along its shaft, casting a faint glow. However, Duncan sensed no feedback from the quill, a stark contrast to the interactions he had experienced with the sea charts and the ship's wheel. He silently noted this new experience in his mind. This spectral fire bore no warmth and did not ignite objects. It likely only resonated with the anomalies aboard the Lost Homeland and would yield no response to ordinary items. But would it react to anomalies from beyond the Lost Homeland? As he pondered this, an image of a Gothic doll named Alice flickered in his mind, seemingly an anomaly from outside the Lost Homeland. Would she be affected by this ethereal flame? Yet, he dismissed this fleeting thought. Even if Alice were not human, even as a cursed anomaly 099, she was an independent entity capable of speech and movement, endowed with her own thoughts, and currently a crew member of the Lost Homeland. Duncan instinctively regarded her as a person. He could not accept the notion of testing his flames on a living being, especially since he remained uncertain of the profound implications this fire might have on affected anomalies and whether it could be harmful. Duncan proceeded to conduct several more tests, examining the nature of the flame while determining whether any extraordinary properties lay behind the various items in the room. At last, his gaze settled upon a small brass compass inscribed with a message. The compass lay quietly on the table, its needle spinning erratically beneath the glass cover. Yet, perhaps it was an illusion, for as Duncan maintained the flames and directed a scrutinizing gaze at the needle, it seemed to momentarily freeze in place before continuing its erratic dance. That object just reacted to my gaze, he thought. Initially, he had harbored some trepidation towards the compass, concerned about the genuine markings left by Captain Duncan, the ghostly figure now deceased. He worried whether the specter had imbued this personal item with some form of power or trap to deter thieves, which had kept him from testing the flames on it. However, witnessing the compass's response ignited a sudden resolve within him. Duncan reached for the compass, its cold touch sending a shiver to his fingertips. After glancing at the still chaotic needle, he placed the compass into his right hand, which sustained the spectral fire, and slowly tightened his grip. The eerie green flames cascaded like burning grease, swiftly spreading through the gaps between his fingers. A faint glow ignited upon the surface of the compass, within which countless phantoms rose and dissipated. In the next moment, the pointer, which had been chaotically spinning, abruptly came to a halt, pointing decisively towards a direction over the vast ocean. A stirring sensation coursed through Duncan's heart. At that instant, he keenly sensed the feedback emanating from the compass, confirming it as an extraordinary object governed by the essence of spiritual fire. However, before he could delve into the intricacies of this feedback, an unexpected force of gravity surged upon him. Duncan felt a sudden jolt as his body wavered, and in the blink of an eye, the furnishings of the captain's quarters dissolved into nothingness, along with the surrounding walls and ceiling, crumbling like snowflakes. Amidst the swirling shadows and light, an infinite darkness enveloped his vision. Standing bewildered at the heart of this obscurity, alarm bells rang in Duncan's mind. His instinct was to reach for the firearm and sword at his side, only to realize that the only object remaining was the brass compass, which he still clutched tightly. He blinked, and in his gaze, countless delicate strands of light began to emanate from the compass, weaving through the darkness. These threads interlaced and expanded infinitely, resembling a vast web. Amidst the intertwining lights, innumerable twinkling stars emerged, some drifting apart while others converged like rivers, creating a resplendent spectacle akin to a galaxy against the backdrop of the luminous network. Duncan observed the unfolding phenomenon with a mixture of caution and unease, yet curiously. He felt no sense of impending danger. Instead, amidst the dim web of light and twinkling stars, he experienced an unexpectedly comforting serenity. In the next moment, a peculiar sensation enveloped him, drawing his gaze irresistibly towards a cluster of starlight interwoven within the luminous network. He perceived that this starlight appeared on the verge of plummeting into darkness. Instinctively, he reached out toward it. A tremendous pull surged forth, making Duncan feel as though his very soul were lifting. He found himself propelled towards the waning starlight. While the intricate web of light woven by the compass swiftly receded from his view, the celestial river formed by the starlight began to whirl and writhe around him. As he hurtled through the void, he glanced at his right hand, which still grasped the compass, only to find it had vanished without a trace. Just as he was about to make contact with the dim star, he caught a glimpse of a shadow coalescing in the darkness from the corner of his eye. This shadow seemed to manifest naturally alongside him, racing towards the dim light. Duncan could barely discern that the shadow resembled a bird in flight. But before he could make out any further details, darkness enveloped him entirely. The heavy sensation from the tangible world surged through Duncan's limbs, accompanied by a foul stench of decaying flesh and the jarring sound of heavy chains scraping against the ground. Chapter 17. The cave cold, damp, and permeated with the odor of putrefaction. The cacophony of chains grating against the earth echoed ominously. A multitude of peculiar sensations flooded Duncan's consciousness. Yet he found himself unable to open his eyes. At that moment, he felt as if his very soul was bifurcated. One half remained aboard the Lost Homeland, while the other was thrust into an entirely alien vessel, a body as cumbersome and unwieldy as a decrepit machine. Chaotic sensations wreaked havoc within his nervous system, intermingled with a profound sense of dullness and numbness. He endeavored to open his eyes and move his fingers, but he could not discern the presence of those corresponding body parts. This disconcerting sensation persisted for several seconds until the inexplicable numbness and lethargy gradually receded. Duncan felt as though his body was awakening from a prolonged hibernation, slowly regaining its capacity for movement. Finally, he opened his eyes, revealing the dim, cave-like surroundings. Before him lay a shadowy expanse, illuminated by flickering torches affixed to distant stone walls, casting grotesque shadows around him. Duncan beheld numerous figures, or rather, countless lifeless corpses, haphazardly strewn across the damp, waterlogged earth and rocks. Most were clad in tattered rags, while a few still bore remnants of intact garments. Condensed droplets of water dripped from the cave's ceiling, and in the distance, he could faintly hear the sound of what resembled sewage flowing through an underground river or drain. The clanking of chains appeared to emanate from a passageway connected to the cave, gradually fading into the distance. Duncan blinked, striving to comprehend the situation. He lowered his gaze to his right hand, encountering a completely foreign and frail palm, adorned with tattered clothing along his arm. While the brass compass he had once clutched was nowhere to be found, he raised his eyes to the side, recalling a fleeting shadow that had trailed him amidst the starlit expanse. The silhouette appeared bird-like, yet unsurprisingly, he found nothing. That avian shadow seemed not to have accompanied him into this realm. Duncan slowly clenched his palm, forcibly suppressing his rising anxiety, and attempted to rub his fingers together. A feeble green flame flickered to life at his fingertips. Admittedly, this flame appeared significantly weaker than that which he had previously known. Yet it brought him a modicum of solace. As the flame ignited, his still confused mind experienced a slight rejuvenation, and he became acutely aware of a rift and connection on a spiritual level. He distinctly sensed that a part of his essence was not present here. He felt the presence of the Lost Homeland, and he became aware of his other self, seated at a desk, clasping the brass compass. This sensation was utterly extraordinary. Yet Duncan immediately became vaguely aware of his current predicament. His consciousness had undergone a certain projection, or rather an extension, wherein a fragment of his mind traversed an unknown distance and now resided within yet another unfamiliar corporeal form. In this state of projection, he could still distinctly sense the existence of his original self. This must be linked to the brass compass. Could this be the peculiar ability of that extraordinary artifact? A flurry of conjectures surged within Duncan's mind, but he refrained from allowing such musings to consume too much of his time. Having confirmed that his original self remained unscathed and that his consciousness was still under control, he felt a modicum of relief and resolved to ascertain the nature of this new body he now inhabited. Firstly, it was evident that the surrounding environment was certainly not aboard a ship. This was solid land, the very land he had been unable to find during his prolonged drift at sea. Secondly, the eerie cavern he found himself in appeared far from welcoming, with scattered corpses that hardly resembled a proper burial scene. What misfortune had befallen the body he now occupied to be ensnared in such a hellish realm? Taking a deep breath, he pushed himself upright. This body had been leaning against a large stone, an undignified posture at best. Yet, With this inhalation and the subsequent motion, Duncan was suddenly struck by an immense strangeness emanating from his body. He sensed that the air he had drawn into his being was abruptly expelled, replaced by a hollow and bizarre sensation radiating from his chest, which altered the very act of rising. Duncan glanced down in astonishment to find a gaping hole where his heart should have been, its contents having vanished without a trace. A chilling breeze wafted through the cavity, mingling with the remnants of the breath he had taken, dissipating into the damp atmosphere. From a certain angle, he could even clearly perceive the scene behind him. Good heavens! Even with nerves of steel and the semblance of worldly experience gained aboard the Lost Homeland, Duncan felt a cold sweat break forth in that moment. Goosebumps erupted across his skin, every hair standing on end. Yet, in the wake of that sudden terror, he quickly realized he was still standing here. And he still possessed the capacity for indignation. Despite the absence of his heart and the gaping wound in his chest, he felt no pain emanating from this body. Was this truly a corpse? Moments later, Duncan grasped the gravity of his situation and swiftly regained his composure. Occupying a deceased body and managing to rise and move about might not be so astonishing after all. After all, he still commanded a ghost ship capable of sailing independently and was accompanied by a boisterous wooden goat first mate. Not to mention having recently met a cursed puppet adept at navigating the vast seas. Each of these circumstances was decidedly more chilling than conversing with a corpse. Despite having lost his heart, Alice's mind often wanders far from her physical form. With a whirlwind of chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind, Duncan swiftly regained his composure, confirming the functionality of his current body and gradually acclimating to the unusual sensations emanating from his chest. Only then did he stride toward the corpses abandoned in the cave. Indeed, when Duncan beheld the first corpse and encountered the horrific void in its chest, he felt no surprise. It was the body of a gaunt and ragged middle-aged man, resembling a beggar from the streets. He had been deceased for some time. Yet the wide-eyed expression on his face conveyed the struggle and despair he experienced in his final moments. As Duncan continued forward, he encountered one heartless corpse after another, each pitifully sprawled upon the cold stone, save for two exceptions whose heads bore gruesome wounds, likely the result of a violent collision with the rock that ended their lives instantaneously. Duncan could not help but speculate. Perhaps these two had chosen to end their own lives before facing the torment of having their hearts extracted. Frankly, the horrors within this cavern were unsettling even for someone like Duncan. After inspecting all the bodies, he felt overwhelmed and retreated to a relatively clean stone further away, where he could collect himself, gradually regaining his composure and contemplating the truth behind it all. Evidently, these were heinous murders. Yet the cold and uniform method of slaughter suggested something beyond mere homicide, hinting at a sinister ritualistic nature. Summoning the ethereal flames once more, Duncan felt the connection to his true self, knowing he could sever this projection at any moment and return to the safety of his ship, the Lost Homeland. However, he deemed it necessary to uncover the events that had transpired here, if only to gather intelligence about the land. Taking a deep breath, he sensed the chilling draft from his chest wound and rose from the large stone where he had rested. He gazed into the depths of the cave, recalling the sound of chains clanking that had emanated from that direction. This subterranean space held not only corpses, but also others who moved freely within this terrifying realm. Those capable of navigating such a dreadful place could potentially provide him with answers. While recklessly charging forward to investigate was undoubtedly perilous, Duncan was undeterred. He felt a newfound sense of liberation. Chapter 18, The Sewers before departing the cave where he had temporarily taken refuge. Duncan tore some tattered cloth from a nearby corpse to wrap around himself. This was not due to an inability to withstand the cave's chill, but rather an attempt to obscure the gaping wound in his chest. Although the hole posed no threat to his survival, traversing in such a state felt profoundly unnatural to a man of his disposition. Draping something over himself offered a modicum of psychological comfort and mitigated the eerie sensations brought on by the draft. Moreover, Duncan had contemplated the possibility of unexpectedly colliding with others while traversing the subterranean space. It was only logical to deduce that a gaping wound in his chest might hinder conversations with strangers. Thus, after hastily tending to his injury, Duncan cautiously departed from the eerie, damp cavern, entering a passageway that connected to the cave, and gradually ventured deeper within. This temporary vessel was far from convenient. Not only did the grievous injury to his chest impede his agility, but Duncan could also distinctly sense the frailty of this body. Its excessively slender limbs rendered him unable to walk swiftly, a stark contrast to the formidable physique of the ghostly captain, which evidently surpassed that of any mortal. Although Duncan could not behold the entirety of his current form, from the visible portions, he surmised that it belonged to a youth, one whose constitution had been severely compromised by prolonged malnutrition. Even though a powerful ghost captain spirit was at the helm of this body, It appeared that such ethereal strength could not transcend the physical limitations imposed by this frail shell. Regrettably, he had no alternative. Duncan could only maneuver this barely functional body through the shadowy passageway, slowly exploring its depths. He understood that, given the state of this temporary vessel, he would likely be helpless in the face of any crisis, and could only hope that this corporeal form would endure for a while longer. The passage was deep, damp, and dimly lit, yet it seemed to harbor hidden vents, as a faint breeze wafted through the vicinity. At intervals, he spotted torches or oil lamps affixed to the walls, their presence indicating that someone had recently occupied this space. After traversing a considerable distance along the corridor, Duncan suddenly discovered the path ahead opening up, revealing man-made features within his line of sight. He beheld a junction at the end of the passage, where the adjoining routes showcased smooth walls and lofty, semicircular arches. With a dark, moist brick-paved floor, 2 channels of foul sewage flowed along either side, discharging into the murky depths beyond. On the walls flanking the path, openings resembling drainage pipes were visible, from which the noxious waste streamed, directed into the lower waterways, disappearing into the inky darkness. A sewer? Duncan swiftly realized that what lay before him was evidently a vast subterranean drainage system, while the previous location, replete with numerous corpses, appeared to be a natural cavern seamlessly connected to the sewer. A sprawling drainage system, a natural cave linked to it, and concealed remains, Duncan's mind was inundated with countless conjectures. As these thoughts bubbled up within him, he diligently scrutinized the intricacies of the sewer before him. Its grand scale and exquisite craftsmanship suggested a primary structural support composed of reinforced concrete, potentially even capable of serving as an underground shelter in dire circumstances. The existence of such an extensive construct indicated that the city above was substantial, and its technological prowess must have reached a significant level of advancement. Technology cannot exist in isolation. Every engineering product is inevitably supported by countless related industries and technologies. Even something as seemingly simple as a sewer can reveal to Duncan the construction, planning, materials, maintenance levels, and corresponding residents' lifestyles behind it. This insight is sufficient to provide Duncan, who is currently suffering from a severe lack of information, with valuable data from the civilized world. As he walked along the sewer, he suddenly stopped after only a short distance, his gaze landing on a nearby wall. Embedded in the wall was a lamp with a glass casing, covered by what appeared to be a sturdy metal cage. Compared to the torches and oil lamps in the previous cavern, this wall-mounted lamp was clearly brighter, with a frosted glass shell containing a steady and vibrant flame, casting light that illuminated a considerable distance within the sewer. Duncan leaned in for a closer inspection. Everything from beyond the lost home was exceptionally alluring to him, especially creations of modern civilization. After observing for a while, Duncan finally discerned that the light source before him was a gas lamp. However, this gas lamp seemed to differ from those he had seen in his readings. Aside from stylistic variations, the most notable distinction was the presence of several delicate symbols etched onto the glass casing. These symbols appeared to have been inscribed at the time of the lamp's manufacture, curving and resembling hieroglyphs, though Duncan could not recognize these symbols. They immediately reminded him of the mysterious runes he had encountered on the mechanical ship in Alice's coffin. Despite their differing contexts, they shared a similar essence, something sacred and ritualistic. Stepping back slightly, he raised his gaze deeper into the sewer, observing that every so often along the wall, another gas lamp burned brightly. Given that this underground facility was rarely visited aside from necessary maintenance, the abundance of lighting fixtures seemed excessive, with each gas lamp's casing potentially adorned with similar enigmatic symbols. This arrangement gave Duncan the impression that these densely distributed gas lamps were, in fact, combating something in the dark solitude of this underground realm, representing the human civilization that stood against an unknown adversary. Continuing along the illuminated path, Duncan remained vigilant for any valuable clues on the surrounding walls, floor, and vaulted ceiling. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed something unusual. He paused between 2 gas lamps in a relatively dim section of the sewer, and looked up at an angle, discovering some dark red paint depicting something high on the wall, near the arch of the sewer. Narrowing his eyes, he strained to discern the rough lines that outlined a scene. He saw pairs of hands reaching towards the sky, as if in reverent worship of something. And above those hands, there hung a radiant sphere emanating brilliant light. Beneath the scene of worship and adoration lies a line of twisted letters, their strokes trembling as if imbued with fervent passion and anticipation. The characters are not of any earthly script, yet Duncan intuitively comprehends that the false sun will inevitably descend, while the true solar deity shall resurrect from blood and fire. All vitality returns to the sun, all order is restored by the sun. Duncan stands quietly in the sewer, gazing upward at the dimmest intersection of the gaslight, fixating on the dark red graffiti and upon the sun that seems soaked in blood, radiant yet fervently revered. It feels as though he is staring into another realm for an eternity. He gazes for a long while until a sudden clamor erupts from the depths of the sewer, the sound of footsteps echoing in his ears. He abruptly lifts his head towards the source of the noise, only to behold several figures cloaked in robes approaching from ahead, their faces obscured by the shadows of their hoods, resembling eerie specters emerging from the murky depths of the sewer. Duncan does not conceal himself. In fact, this straight path offers little sanctuary, and his unwieldy temporary form is ill-suited for any sophisticated evasive maneuvers. Thus, after a brief contemplation, he boldly stands in the center of the sewer, calmly observing the suspicious figures clad in hoods approaching him. Since this body is destined to be a disposable vessel, he reasons it better to glean some information before the end. In the next moment, the hooded figures emerging from the depths take note of Duncan's presence. Chapter 19. The underground assembly. The figures in robes and hoods naturally notice Duncan, who stands unflinchingly in the middle of the path. At this moment, he still resembles the frail, withered figure that had just departed the cavern, clad in tattered garments. A ragged cloth hastily draped across his upper body to conceal the gaping wound on his chest. He stands boldly in the center of the path, yet appears as though startled by the sudden appearance of the hooded figures. The cloaked individuals clearly share his surprise. They momentarily freeze before the leader suddenly exclaims, "A sacrifice has escaped." Immediately, Duncan sees them rushing towards him, another shouting as they run, "Quick! Stop him! Don't let him get away!" Duncan shrugs and continues to regard the approaching figures, who bear no semblance of benevolence. After weighing the current situation, he has no intention of fleeing. Yet the others persist in their frantic cries, "Don't let him escape. A sacrifice is on the loose." As a result, Duncan's steadfast stance in the middle of the road, unyielding and unflinching, rendered the atmosphere decidedly awkward. The individuals who had been running and shouting towards him visibly sensed something amiss halfway through their approach, their vocalizations inadvertently ceasing, yet they felt compelled to continue advancing. Duncan could almost perceive the mingled scent of embarrassment and ire wafting from beneath their dark hoods, and soon enough, these awkward and irate figures encircled him from all sides. At this juncture, Duncan took a moment to survey the silhouettes surrounding him. After a brief hesitation, he inquired, "Should I have perhaps made an attempt to flee? Given the circumstances, it seems rather fitting." The figures clad in robes appeared oblivious to Duncan's sardonic jest. They merely cast a wary glance in his direction, subsequently redirecting their attention to the area behind him. Two among them quickly leaned in to exchange a few hushed words, and Duncan distinctly caught fragments of their conversation. Why has one emerged? Could it be that the pack of hyenas from the church has discovered this hideout? Yet, he does not seem to have been released. Ultimately, they resolved to take him back, expressing concern that this emerging offering was indeed peculiar and needed swift handling. Let the envoy make the decision. Duncan found himself utterly perplexed regarding the true nature of these individuals and was equally ignorant of the envoy they referenced. However, recalling the circumstances he had witnessed along the way and the mention of the term offering, he began to piece together certain truths. Unsure of how a typical offering ought to react, and with no desire to participate in their performance, he recognized that, outside the Lost Homestead, he was merely utilizing a temporary vessel, leaving him with little to lose. Thus, after a cursory observation of his surroundings, he boldly asked, "Where are you taking me?" The robed figures, taken aback by the calm demeanor of the offering before them, exchanged glances. Despite their hoods concealing their features beneath black veils, Duncan could sense their surprise. One of the cloaked figures glared menacingly at him through the mask, his voice low and gravelly. "You lack the right to question. Come with us." Several black-robed figures advanced. But before they could lay hands on him, Duncan took a step forward, asserting, "There is no need for you to force me. I shall accompany you willingly." The figures exchanged uncertain glances, perhaps considering the mental state of this offering to be somewhat unhinged. Nonetheless, the leader of the group gestured affirmatively. "That is for the best. After all, escape is not an option. Come with us. You may yet have the opportunity to greet glory with dignity." Thus, the cloaked figures encircled Duncan, sealing off all avenues for escape as they guided him deeper into the sewers. The foul, putrid air within the tunnels was nauseating, yet the robed figures seemed entirely unfazed. Traversing the dank, moldy path with ease, Duncan maintained a stoic silence, following them while attentively listening to their exchanges. Though their conversations were sparse, he occasionally caught references to terms such as Prand, the regulator, and the church, leading him to ponder. Was this indeed the city-state of Prand? Duncan suddenly spoke up, as calmly as if engaging in casual conversation with an acquaintance. One of the black-robed figures instinctively responded with a retort, but quickly realized his error. Casting a startled glance at Duncan, You seem remarkably composed, lad. Do you have any inkling of what is about to transpire? I can make a reasonable guess, Duncan nodded, a smile even gracing his face. He then tentatively inquired, the true sun god, is it? Several of the black-robed figures paused momentarily, seemingly misinterpreting Duncan's unusual demeanor. One of them whispered to his companion, wait a moment, could he be a follower of the master? Impossible. He is clearly an escaped sacrifice, another black-robed figure murmured. Glancing at Duncan, you are rather clever, I'll grant you that, but do not presume that this will spare you from the sacrifice. The master has already decreed your fate. You would do well to accept it willingly. Duncan remained noncommittal. He understood that his overly calm reaction had led these suspected cultists to form erroneous conclusions. They likely believed he was feigning composure and masquerading as a follower to seek survival. However, the true nature of his situation was known only to him. The body he temporarily occupied struggled even to perform basic movements, its facial muscles rigid and lifeless, leaving him with a countenance of serene indifference. Yet, he was unconcerned with the thoughts of these cultists. His sole desire was to gather as much intelligence as possible during this exploratory endeavor. Thus, he casually posed the question, do you believe the sun currently shining above is a false sun? Do you think it will eventually fall? The false sun will indeed fall. This was evidently a topic that stirred the zealots, and Duncan was gratified to hear one among them respond eagerly and fervently. Even the lackeys of the Holy See must acknowledge in their chronicles that the sun appeared in the aftermath of the great cataclysm as a distorted, grotesque entity. The true source of life and order in the world is the sun god, yet our master has had his dominion usurped by that vile counterfeit. Sooner or later, that despicable imitation will plummet from the heavens. Soon after, Duncan heard the surrounding cultists echoing in fervent agreement. The false sun will inevitably fall. The true sun god shall soon be resurrected. The excess waters of the world will be driven back into the void by the might of the sun god, and the earth shall return to an era of fertility and stability. As he listened to the fervent declarations of these zealots, Duncan's mind raced with thoughts. He recognized that such fanatical cultists could not be reasoned with through conventional logic. Their beliefs were largely based on distorted, corrupted information. Nevertheless, certain pieces of intelligence they revealed were still worthy of consideration. The sun hanging in the sky is a counterfeit. The true sun has been usurped. They firmly believe that the true sun is a fallen deity, convinced that this deity will rise again from blood and fire. They also mentioned the excess waters of the world and spoke of fertility and stability. What could these terms signify? Duncan's mind was a tumult of thoughts. While the few cultists soon regained their composure, recalling their grim task of escorting a fleeing sacrifice, the closest among them fell silent. While the two at the rear murmured softly, do you not find this sacrifice rather eerie? He seems somewhat unhinged, and I feel rather uneasy. Could it be that this offering, during his previous escape, spent too long in the lightless underground, is mind tainted by some malevolent force? Fortunately, the power of the master shall purify him. Duncan, eavesdropping on their conversation, particularly noted the phrase lightless underground. However, just as he sought to glean further intelligence from their exchange, the leader clad in black robes came to a halt. We have arrived, he intoned in a chilling, low voice. A flicker of disappointment washed over Duncan, yet he was swiftly captivated by the sight that lay before him. At the end of the pathway was a convergence of several sewers, opening into a vast underground chamber reminiscent of a small hall. Here, a gathering of black-robed cultists was taking place. Chapter 20. The sacrifice. The sewer system was impressively vast, surpassing even Duncan's expectations for mere urban drainage. The gas lamps adorned with runes and the fortified structures capable of serving as shelters led him to speculate on the true purpose of this subterranean facility. Regardless of the original intentions of its architects, one fact was undeniable. Deep within this colossal structure, beyond the gaze of the surface world, this dark and frigid realm had become a breeding ground for some malevolent force, a cult that ostensibly worshipped the sun yet emanated an unsettling chill. At the intersection of several corridors lay a spacious underground area, supported by sturdy cement pillars that upheld a vaulted ceiling of stone. A network of metallic pipes sprawled around the apex, resembling a spider's web. Bright gas lamps illuminated the entire space, revealing a throng of black-robed figures gathered in this murky, damp locale. At a glance, there appeared to be hundreds of them, congregated around a raised platform protruding from the ground, upon which stood a tall figure also draped in black robes, clearly the highest-ranking individual among the assembly. This figure on the platform did not wear a hood like the others, but rather adorned a peculiar golden mask, resembling a disc radiating infinite flames, its surface etched with numerous fragmented cracks. Behind this masked individual, a striking totem stood, a tall wooden post crowned with a blazing fireball. The core of this fireball appeared to be some metallic substance, from which flames erupted through countless small apertures. As Duncan was brought to this place, this was the spectacle that met his eyes. The gathered cultists also took note of his presence. On our way to the assembly, we captured a fleeing sacrifice. One of the dark-robed figures responsible for escorting it stepped forward and respectfully addressed the leader atop the platform, his tone tinged with a desire for recognition. This sacrifice has lingered too long in the shadows, its mind now in disarray. May you wield your power, allowing the glory of our master to descend upon this wretched body. The cult leader, adorned with a golden mask, turned to fix a cold, surprised gaze upon the expressionless Duncan. A fleeing sacrifice? Yet, Duncan remained unresponsive. His curiosity piqued as he observed his surroundings, including the golden mask of the cult leader and the totem behind him, ablaze with fiery orbs. To ordinary people of this world, these symbols might appear strange and bizarre. But he discerned at a glance that they were mimicking the sun, not the orb of light, bound by torrents of flames and dual rings of runes, but the radiant, fiercely burning sun that Duncan knew well. These individuals truly worshipped the sun, venerating a celestial body that seemed to have fallen from grace in ancient times. Treating it as a deity, Duncan raised his gaze, calmly regarding the black-robed priest who loomed over him from the platform. Perhaps due to the necrosis of his facial muscles, his calm demeanor appeared to the priest more like a numbed, soulless expression. The masked priest held Duncan's gaze for less than 2 seconds before turning to instruct a figure standing beside the platform. Go inspect the holding area for the sacrifices. Return swiftly. After issuing his command, he nodded in approval to the dark-robed figures who had escorted the sacrifice back. His tone imbued with a hint of praise. You have done well, even if it is a minor achievement for our master. It shall transform into your eternal glory once the sun shines upon all again. Merely a bland, routine commendation, yet the dark-robed figures seemed immensely inspired. Their excitement palpable as they extolled the true sun god, while pushing Duncan to the forefront of the platform. It was only at this moment that the masked priest addressed Duncan. O pitiful wanderer of the wrong path. Can you feel the biting cold between the lightless rocks and soil? Duncan could not comprehend the priest's words, remaining silent in anticipation. The priest, evidently indifferent to any reaction from the sacrifice before him, spoke not for Duncan's benefit but rather for the gathered faithful and for the sun god he fervently believed in. Cold and darkness are the sufferings left by the false sun in this world. Under the dominion of the false sun, the profound, dark ocean wreaks havoc upon the earth, leaving only fragmented patches of land for life to cling to. Yet, even upon these shattered fragments, humanity struggles to escape suffering, while ancient shadows lurk below, their predatory minions writhing in the lightless caverns. The ground is rife with hatred and discord, and the pure souls of humanity are tainted by the breath of the malevolent god. How do we endure this prolonged torment? How do we withstand the twisted, absurd world brought forth by the false sun? We are unable to endure this any longer. We fervently desire the return of our Lord, that the true sun god may once again descend upon the earth, burning fiercely in blood and fire, restoring order and prosperity to humanity. Under the fervent rhetoric of the masked priest, Duncan could distinctly sense a shift in the atmosphere of the gathering. The black-robed faithful, one by one, became increasingly animated, initially echoing the priestess' words, which soon transformed into fervent cries, "May the true sun god descend upon the earth," burning fiercely in blood and fire. "May the true sun god descend upon the earth," burning fiercely in blood and fire. "May the true sun god descend upon the earth," proclaimed the priest from the platform, then pointed directly at Duncan, declaring, "And today, our Lord shall awaken further from slumber. The blood of the lost shall soothe the scars of the sun shattering. Bring forth the sacrifice." Several black-robed figures surged forward, yet Duncan was quicker. He did not require assistance to climb, effortlessly ascending the altar. Though his body was not in prime condition, he managed to scale the platform. Once atop, he stood before the masked priest, who maintained an air of authority and mystery. The sudden turn of events caught the cult leader off guard. He found himself momentarily locked in gaze with Duncan through the golden mask. As an eerie silence enveloped the altar, Duncan, seemingly oblivious to the surrounding shift in tension, felt as though he had gathered more intelligence about this world. Eagerly anticipating whether he might witness further rare occurrences before his temporary body failed him. With a sense of inquisitive anticipation, Duncan rubbed his hands together, earnestly inquiring, "What comes next? What is the next step?" The masked priest, momentarily taken aback, responded, "Did you not hear?" Duncan furrowed his brow, though his facial muscles were not responsive enough to manifest a proper frown. "I asked, what is to be done next?" Finally, the priest regained his composure. Though concealed behind the mask, confusion flickered in his eyes for a brief moment. However, he soon spoke in a low, solemn tone. "The shadows and the darkness have indeed affected your mind, but rest assured, the Most High Sun shall end your suffering. Bring the sacrifice to the totem." Two black-robed figures immediately approached the platform, grasping Duncan's arms and guiding him toward the totem crowned with a blazing fireball. Unfamiliar with the next step, Duncan found himself unable to cooperate in advance, yet he maintained a passive demeanor, standing obediently beneath the searing fireball under the grip of the two black-robed individuals. Despite Duncan's lack of resistance, the figures exerted considerable strength to restrain him, as if fearing he might violently struggle at the last moment. Their grip was exceedingly forceful, causing Duncan to feel the bones of his temporary body creaking under the pressure, which surprised him enough to cast a glance at his captors. Just then, the masked priest approached once more. Duncan's attention was immediately captivated as he observed the priest extracting a uniquely shaped dagger from within his robes. This dagger, curiously bent and twisted like a gnarled, desiccated joint, bore a blade as dark as obsidian, its surface reflecting the flickering flames of the totem above, creating an eerily enchanting sight. Duncan silently prepared to sever his soul projection, acknowledging that the intelligence this temporary vessel could gather had reached its limits. The cult priest's incantation echoed across the altar. "O exalted and sacred sun god, please accept this sacrifice upon the altar. I offer you the heart of this offering. May you return from blood and fire." Upon hearing the priest's fervent prayer, Duncan abruptly halted his attempt to sever the soul projection and return to the Lost Homeland. He stared, dumbfounded, at the masked priest who had just concluded his fervent invocation, watching as the small dagger, seemingly carved from obsidian, was raised high. The congregation surrounding the altar erupted in excitement, chanting in unison the name of their deity, invoking the true sun god, long believed to have fallen into fragments and obscurity. They intended to present this offering, specifically the heart of the sacrifice, to their sun god. In that moment, Duncan finally comprehended the horrific scenes he had witnessed in the previous cavern and understood the deranged and malevolent actions of these cultists. Then, he saw the masked priest take a step towards him, the obsidian dagger now glowing ominously with a layer of black flames. This captivating supernatural phenomenon piqued Duncan's curiosity. He pondered whether the dagger was indeed some sort of extraordinary artifact and speculated about the nature of this priest, who might be a unique individual capable of wielding such extraordinary powers. He contemplated the number of such exceptional beings within the civilized fabric of this world and the roles they might play in society. Simultaneously, he maintained an impassive expression as the dagger, engulfed in black flames, plunged into his chest, producing a hollow thud as it pierced through layers of tattered fabric. The flames flickered within, yet nothing was consumed. Behind him, the totemic pillar erupted with a cacophony of unsettling crackles emanating from the blazing fireball, interspersed with a disorienting, tearing noise. Duncan sensed a chilling, frenzied presence emanating from the fireball, a sensation he found difficult to articulate. Not solely due to the dulled senses of the temporary vessel he inhabited, but also because this experience transcended any prior perception he had encountered. One thing was certain: in a world where extraordinary phenomena undeniably existed, the priest's sacrificial ritual had spiraled into grave peril. The aberration of the sun's symbol on the totem pole immediately captured the attention of the nearby devotees, accompanied by a few suppressed gasps. The fervent atmosphere swiftly succumbed to an eerie silence. Even the two black-robed figures who had firmly restrained Duncan's arms seemed momentarily paralyzed by an unseen force, releasing their grip in terror and kneeling before the totem. The priest, clutching an obsidian dagger, stood frozen, maintaining his stance while fixating intently on the face of the offering. Through the openings in the mask, Duncan could discern a pair of eyes ensnared in confusion and chaos. Duncan managed to twitch the corners of his stiff mouth into a peculiar smile. Slowly, he raised his right hand and placed it upon the priest's grasp of the obsidian dagger. Wisps of green flames flowed like water, permeating and gradually entwining around the weapon. In an instant, Duncan felt the feedback from the dagger, albeit strangely weak and hollow, as if it were merely a counterfeit, housing only a trace of borrowed power within its empty shell. However, the authenticity of the dagger mattered little to him. He smiled at the priest and spoke leisurely. "I have two things to say." In the next moment, the priest felt an abrupt disruption in the connection with the obsidian dagger, as if his fervent faith in the sun god had collided with an impenetrable barrier, severing the bond entirely. "First, I am a magnanimous person, as you can see, quite broad." Duncan tore away the already tattered fabric, revealing a gaping hole, through which the officiating priest could vividly see the scene behind Duncan. "Second, do try to avoid offering expired food to your deity." With a gentle push, Duncan displaced the priest's hand. Strangely, after Duncan had enveloped the dagger in his green spiritual flame, the priest appeared to lose a significant portion of his strength, allowing Duncan, with his feeble form, to easily shove the towering figure aside. Once pushed, the priest suddenly seemed to regain his senses, enveloped by immense fear and rage. His muscles trembled as he pointed at Duncan, as if he intended to restore order to the sacrificial scene with a loud proclamation. abomination of the resurrected. This is a revenant. You have desecrated this sacred ritual. Which audacious necromancer stands behind you? Do you not fear the wrath of the sun? I do not comprehend your words, Duncan remarked, glancing at the obsidian dagger in his hand, sensing its faint power feedback. He then looked up at the priest, listening to the crackling noises emanating from the totem behind him. An audacious and whimsical thought suddenly ignited within him. However, I find myself compelled to satiate my curiosity. Upon uttering his words, he suddenly lifted the obsidian dagger, directing it towards the masked priest in full view of the surrounding black-clad acolytes, who were still engulfed in chaos and terror. O supreme and sacred sun god, I beseech you to accept this sacrifice from the altar, he proclaimed with fervor. I offer you the heart of this victim. May you return from blood and fire. In the next moment, he witnessed flames erupting from the obsidian dagger, while an icy sensation emanating from the totem pillar behind him swiftly converged and pointed toward the masked priest nearby. Duncan observed the priest's expression shift to one of sheer horror, as if he wished to flee the altar immediately. However, the dagger's speed surpassed his own. With an unseen force guiding it, the dagger flew from Duncan's hand, enveloped in blazing black flames and subtly entwined with green fire. And it pierced directly into the priest's chest. The latter let out a piercing scream as the cult leader's chest was pierced, his heart turning to ash in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the dagger returned to Duncan's hand, and it seemed that the power contained within it had finally been fully expended. It was evident that within the sacrificial range of the cult's altar stood two individuals, one with a heart and one without. Today, a certain malevolent deity desired to taste a heart. The question arose, who would be the one to lose it? Naturally, it would be the one who possessed a heart. Yet, despite the validity of this logic, the degree of success in the unfolding events exceeded Duncan's expectations. He was taken aback by the effectiveness of his audacious attempt. Only after witnessing the priest's collapse did he glance back at the now tranquil totem, muttering in a curious tone, so, as long as the words are right, it matters not who offers. The fireball upon the totem, of course, would not respond to his inquiry. However, the cultists surrounding the altar had evidently begun to react. A wave of panic ensued, but amidst the turmoil, fervent devotees erupted in anger, a fury that eclipsed the fear instilled by the earlier manifestation of the totem. Those closest to the altar were the first to respond, shouting the name of the sun god as they charged towards Duncan. The boldest among them quickly rallied more followers, and a throng of black-robed figures surged forward like madmen, some even brandishing concealed daggers and short swords from beneath their cloaks. Duncan had initially considered shouting, I offer the hearts of all present on the altar to the sun god, to test the appetite of this strange malevolent deity. However, upon witnessing one of the approaching cultists draw a revolver from their cloak, he promptly discarded that notion. Taking into account the activation time of the sacrificial ritual and the law of speed and accuracy within 7 paces, he decisively gestured a middle finger towards the frenzied cultists, severing the projection of his soul. Let these lunatics continue their madness. He intended to reclaim the lost haven. Meanwhile, upon the boundless sea, rhythmic footsteps resonated upon the deck of the lost haven. The elegantly adorned doll-like figure, Alice, emerged from her quarters, approaching the door of the captain's cabin. The ornate wooden box did not follow the doll lady this time. Instead, it was left behind in the room. The captain had previously stated that she could roam freely in the cabin beneath the deck and walk about on the deck itself, should she have any uncertainties. She was welcome to visit his quarters directly. Alice remembered this vividly. It's time for a book recommendation. The first recommendation comes from the author of The Prince of the Salted Fish in the Ming Dynasty, who writes, the grandson of the Ming Emperor Zhengde, Zhu Yijing. The biological son of the Empress Kongning gazed upon his proud and self-satisfied elder brother, his discerning second brother, and his inscrutable mother. It seemed that none of this concerned him. Thus, the young man, with a sense of entitlement, donned the hat of a time traveler and embarked on a leisurely existence of idleness until the arrival of a bowl of chicken soup. Ah, the chicken soup has arrived. Chapter 22. The crew's code. Alice paused at the door of the captain's quarters. The doll lady lifted her gaze to the dark oak door before her, noticing the elegant calligraphy that adorned the doorframe, spelling out the words, the door of the exiled. While it was not surprising for the captain's quarters of the ship named Lost Homeland to bear such an inscription, Alice instinctively furrowed her brow. Her curiosity not about the door itself, but rather about her ability to recognize the written word. She possessed no memories of learning to read. In fact, she had no recollection of any form of education, nor did she recall any experiences of interacting with others outside. Yet, this knowledge resided effortlessly within her mind. She could comprehend the letters on the captain's doorframe and understand the purpose of various furnishings within the room. Knowledge that could not have been acquired merely by lying in a wooden box, listening to conversations from the outside. So where did this understanding originate? Before today, Alice had never pondered this question, but inexplicably, after conversing with Captain Duncan, a spark of curiosity emerged within her otherwise tranquil mind. She recalled that this shift seemed to occur after Duncan inquired about the origin of her name. In that instant, she began to question certain assumptions she held about her own intellect and endeavored to recall the origins of her name, causing something within her mind to stir. Alice was uncertain whether this stirring was beneficial or detrimental, yet she was unsettled by the confusion it brought, prompting her to shake her head and dismiss her doubts. She adjusted her mindset at the threshold of the captain's quarters, placing her hand on the oak door's handle and applying a gentle push forward. The door did not budge. Startled, Alice attempted to push again, only to find that the wooden door stood steadfast as if forged from iron. Just as she contemplated another attempt, a voice suddenly emanated from within the captain's quarters, a raspy, deep tone, as if it were issuing forth from a decayed log. "The door opens outward, madam." This was not Captain Duncan's voice, and Alice was taken aback. However, she swiftly regained her composure, exclaiming in surprise before pulling the door outward, which opened with surprising ease this time. It was only at this moment that she recalled the captain had indeed pulled the door outward when he brought her here. It seemed that the fragments of knowledge that appeared in her mind were merely that, fragments. The self that had long slumbered within the wooden crate was still woefully lacking in genuine survival experience. After a brief moment of introspection, Alice cautiously peered into the captain's quarters. The cabin was devoid of any presence. The prominent navigation table sat quietly under the light, its surface adorned with nautical charts veiled in a delicate mist, while the dark wooden goat's head sculpture turned its gaze from the edge of the table, its obsidian eyes hollowly fixed upon her. "Please, come in, madam. The captain is occupied. You may wait here for a while," the goat's head spoke, exhibiting a politeness beyond Alice's expectations. Moreover, do refrain from such inquisitive gestures. They might provoke some overly sensitive beings aboard the Lost Home, and placating them can be quite troublesome. Also, it would be unfortunate if your head were to fall off. I lack hands to assist you in retrieving it. It truly spoke. This wooden sculpture was indeed conversing, although Captain Duncan had mentioned that the goat's head at the navigation table could talk. Hearing it suddenly articulate so much left Alice momentarily stunned. After regaining her composure, she replied, Very well, but my head is not so easily detached. I even took care during the last installation. You mentioned overly sensitive beings aboard the Lost Home. Could there be more?" Alice belatedly grasped the implications of the goat's words, her heart racing with surprise and apprehension as she surveyed her surroundings. At that moment, it felt as though the captain's quarters, and indeed the entirety of the Lost Home, were swaying in the dim light, transforming into peculiar entities akin to the enigmatic goat's head. The voice of the goat then resonated in her ears. "Is that so strange? To operate such a vast vessel requires a considerable number of hands. Do you truly believe the illustrious Captain Duncan would personally scrub the decks?" The goat's reasoning bore a surprising weight, and although Alice's still drowsy mind sensed that something was amiss, she could only nod after much contemplation. "That is true. So, there are many like you aboard? The captain has only one loyal first mate, while the rest are a collection of rather dim-witted beings. You needn't concern yourself with communicating with them. They have no interest in conversing with humans," the goat interrupted, not allowing Alice to finish her thought. "However, considering you are a newcomer to the ship, it is perfectly normal to be unaware of many customs and protocols. As Captain Duncan's most loyal first and second mate, I must impart to you essential knowledge necessary for survival aboard this vessel. After all, the captain would not stoop to explain such matters to a novice, madam. Are you prepared?" Alice listened in a daze, having completely forgotten the original purpose of her visit to the captain's quarters. The moment the goat-headed figure began to speak, a torrent of words poured forth, leaving her disoriented. After a few exchanges, the rhythm of the conversation had shifted entirely out of her control, especially when the other party suddenly unleashed an array of titles. Her mind buzzed with confusion, and when the speaking ceased, she could only instinctively nod in response. Yes. Quite well. Very well. Now, let us proceed to the essential rules that every crew member of the Lost Haven must know. These will aid newcomers in adapting swiftly to their surroundings and ensure their safety under the protection of the Lost Haven and the esteemed Captain Duncan. The goat-headed figure seemed pleased with Alice's acknowledgement, shaking its wooden head with an air of self-satisfaction. "First, Captain Duncan is the absolute authority aboard the Lost Haven. The captain is always right. Even if reality contradicts his words, one must defer to his judgment. Second, no crew member is permitted to venture beyond the areas designated by Captain Duncan. Any unapproved zones are strictly off-limits, for they do not exist. Third, should one inadvertently enter an unauthorized area and miraculously survive, they must remain in place, awaiting the captain's return, or resign themselves to their fate. Returning unbidden is absolutely forbidden. for you would no longer be on the Lost Haven. Fourth, the Lost Haven always navigates the correct course. Do not question the captain's navigation plans. If you perceive the surroundings to differ from your expectations or find the ship in deeper waters, rest assured, this is part of the normal navigational scheme. Fifth, while the captain may occasionally leave the ship, he will certainly return. During his absence, the Lost Haven will continue its course. But all crew members are strictly prohibited from approaching the helm at the stern, as the ship's wheel will lack the captain's guidance, and the ropes at the rear will ensnare any foolhardy souls attempting to usurp control. Sixth, there are precisely 6 fundamental rules governing the crew aboard the Lost Haven. Seventh, the door to the captain's quarters opens outward. The goat-headed figure seemed to have repeated these rules to new crew members more than once, articulating them fluently and naturally. However, when Alice reached the last 2 rules, she immediately sensed something amiss. Wait, Mr. Goat-headed. You just stated that the 6th rule is, there are precisely 6 fundamental rules governing the crew. The goat-headed figure responded without hesitation when discussing these essential tenets. Alice found herself momentarily questioning whether the fault lay with her or with the first mate before her. But you just mentioned a 7th rule, the door to the captain's quarters opens outward. The goat-headed figure replied with remarkable nonchalance. Alice stared blankly at the dark wooden goat head on the table, doubting her hearing, and then began to question her mental faculties. However, she soon realized that her mind was clear, prompting her to verify once more. Are these 2 statements not contradictory? Absolutely not contradictory. Listening to the resolute response of the goat-headed figure and gazing into the hollow, obsidian depths of its eyes, Alice parted her lips. Yet all her inquiries were abruptly swallowed back. Chapter 23. The Bird. Alice did not possess a profound understanding of the affairs of this world. However, she had, on countless occasions, overheard hushed conversations laced with fear and tension within wooden crates. Establishing a rudimentary awareness of certain extraordinary matters from the tightly wound crew members and guards responsible for transporting anomalies. When faced with something that blatantly defied logic yet undeniably existed, the path to survival lay in adhering strictly to established safety protocols, maintaining a safe distance before contemplating research and analysis. Alice felt no tangible sense of her identity as Anomaly 099. She was unclear about her capabilities or past actions that might evoke such trepidation among humanity. In this moment, she merely thought as a human would. Since the goat-headed figure asserted there were precisely 6 crew regulations, then indeed there were 6. And since it mentioned a 7th rule, she would remember the 7th directive. Yet, a lingering question tugged at her. Earlier, I attempted to push the captain's door, which, quite naturally, opens outward. Why emphasize this in the regulations? The wooden goat-headed entity silently regarded Alice's gaze. After a full 2 seconds, it spoke with unprecedented brevity. Sometimes, it can open inward. If you encounter a door that opens inward, never enter. Only the captain is permitted to do so aboard the Lost Homeland. This marked the first instance of the goat-headed figure employing such a serious, almost intimidating tone, one it had not adopted even while introducing the crew regulations. Alice was momentarily taken aback by this solemnity. However, almost immediately, the goat-headed figure's tone shifted to one of buoyancy, as if the previous grave topic had never transpired. Well, the necessary introduction process for new crew members has concluded. Now, shall we discuss something else? By the way, dear lady, do you have business in the captain's quarters? If it concerns the ship's facilities, there is no need to trouble the illustrious Captain Duncan. If you seek conversation, you have come to the right place. I am quite adept at engaging in dialogue and possess a wealth of knowledge regarding the grand tales of this vessel. Not interested in grand tales? Then perhaps I could introduce you to the most renowned dishes of the boundless sea. I have some culinary knowledge myself. As the goat-headed figure began to speak, Alice found herself unable to interject, and by the time she recognized the gravity of the situation, it was too late. Anomaly 099, Ms. Alice the doll, had faced the second greatest terror aboard the Lost Homeland, aside from Captain Duncan. Meanwhile, in the adjacent cabin, Duncan quietly listened to the sounds emanating from the chart room. He had just awakened, his spirit returning to the ship Lost Homeland from a distant vessel. He did not overhear the initial conversation between Goathead and Alice. Yet he caught wind of a few crew regulations and discussions regarding the captain's cabin door opening outward. This was crucial intelligence, an unexpected boon. Duncan had yet to fully digest the information he had gathered from the cultists when he inadvertently overheard the dialogue between Goathead and Alice. Both the peculiar crew regulations and the implications within Goathead's words held immense significance for him. Indeed, as he pushed open the captain's cabin door to return to the opposite side, Goathead appeared to be aware of this action. To him, it signified a return to his own bachelor quarters, yet to the Lost Homeland, it seemed to imply that the captain had temporarily departed. Goathead harbored no doubts regarding this, interpreting it as a natural behavior for Captain Duncan. Hence, had the true Captain Duncan, who once commanded this vessel, also opened the captain's cabin door to venture into some mysterious realm? Moreover, had such occurrences transpired more than once, transforming into an accepted norm in Goathead's eyes and even becoming part of the crew regulations of the Lost Homeland? This revelation was fortuitous for Duncan, suggesting that when he returned to the other side, he need not harbor excessive concerns. Even with the addition of new crew members, he could discreetly vanish from everyone's sight without fear of anyone emulating him and uncovering his secret. Yet, on the other hand, Duncan could not help but ponder the inevitable connection to the 61 crew regulations that Goathead had deliberately mentioned. What did these regulations truly signify? These seemingly bizarre, perilous, and even contradictory rules, what were they based upon? Some entries appeared to emphasize the captain's authority, yet the reality was evidently more complex. Those stringent behavioral constraints seemed more like measures devised to ensure survival in an environment fraught with danger, enabling the crew to navigate unseen threats through established guidelines. Furrowing his brow, Duncan contemplated his true position within these regulations. Judging by their content, he appeared to be the sole individual enjoying the greatest freedom and agency as captain, unburdened by the invisible risks aboard. In fact, he himself was often the arbiter of many of those risks. However, this was predicated on the condition that he remained the authentic Captain Duncan. This was the crux of his concerns. Suddenly, he recalled his recent explorations aboard the Lost Homeland and the fact that he had roamed the ship with impunity. Goathead had never reminded him of the crew regulations. He had treated him as the genuine Captain Duncan. During his movements on the ship, he had encountered no peculiar dangers. Nor was there any other captain to impose restrictions upon him. From this perspective, it seemed that the dangers mentioned by Goathead within the crew regulations were indeed trivial in his regard. Duncan exhaled softly, continuing to listen intently to the commotion emanating from the chart room. Half a minute later, he cursed himself for being unable to shut out his ears. The chatterbox puppet and the boisterous Goathead were engaged in a dialogue, with the latter evidently holding overwhelming sway. The incessant prattle surged through the chart room like tumultuous waves on an endless sea, and even Duncan, who was covertly observing from his dormitory, could hardly endure it. He felt compelled to rush out and rescue the unfortunate puppet lady. Alice, lacking social experience, was clearly no match for Goathead. Yet, after a moment's hesitation, Duncan paused. He had just concluded a remarkable soul journey, with much intelligence to organize and insights to glean. He needed to comprehend what had transpired within him and ascertain whether this process was controllable. At present, this ability to project his consciousness afar would undoubtedly serve as his most effective means of gathering intelligence on land in the future. Ordinarily, he would be concerned that immersing himself in researching his new abilities for too long might draw unnecessary attention from Goathead. But now having Alice outside to distract that noisy creature was fortuitous. Silently apologizing to the puppet lady in his heart, Duncan glanced at his right hand, only to be taken aback the next moment. The brass compass, slightly larger than a pocket watch, had inexplicably vanished. He distinctly recalled having held it tightly in his grip until just recently. Duncan's expression turned grave as he realized he had completely overlooked the change in his hand, a lapse in vigilance that had not occurred since he boarded this peculiar ghost ship. In the next instant, he flexed his right hand, a wisp of ghostly green flame quietly materializing between his fingers. He then stood up from behind the desk, preparing to utilize the connection between the spiritual flames and the extraordinary to inspect the dormitory for any unusual traces. However, the moment he rose, his movements abruptly halted. A subtle connection arose from the depths of his heart. Instinctively, he turned his gaze in the direction of that connection, and out of the corner of his eye, he spotted several ethereal feathers drifting down from the air. Astonished, Duncan looked towards where the feathers fell, witnessing a phantom swiftly materializing before him. In but 2 or 3 seconds, the apparition coalesced into a snow-white dove. The missing compass was affixed to the dove's chest, alongside a familiar obsidian dagger resting quietly at its feet. Chapter 24. The Dove? The snow-white dove stood dazed on the table, the brass compass Duncan had searched for so long hanging from its neck, while the familiar obsidian dagger lay at its feet. Duncan gazed at the dove with a look of bewilderment, and the dove, in turn, stared back at him with a similar expression of confusion. Interpreting the emotions of a bird through its visage is no simple endeavor, yet, for reasons unbeknownst to him, Duncan felt an inexplicable clarity regarding the expression of this pigeon. Not only could he discern its emotions, but he could even perceive a glimmer of wisdom emanating from its slightly reddened eyes. The bird's beady green orbs fixated intently ahead, and as Duncan directed his gaze towards it, one eye seemed to acknowledge his presence, while the other remained seemingly transfixed upon the ceiling of the captain's quarters, its gaze wandering aimlessly. A pigeon? After several moments of contemplation, Duncan found himself mumbling instinctively, his lips twitching in disbelief. Why a pigeon? What was the reason for its sudden appearance? Why was his brass compass still affixed to this bird? And how had that small knife come into play? Or, in essence, he pondered, could anything normal transpire aboard this peculiar vessel? Meanwhile, as Duncan's mind swirled with questions, the pigeon, having been in a stupor for quite some time, appeared to awaken at last. It bobbed its head and took a few steps along the table, leaning closer to Duncan and emitting a loud coo. Duncan gazed at the bird in silence, and somehow, a plethora of classic pirate captain images surfaced in his mind. He glanced down at his own captain's uniform. Indeed, it seemed customary for a captain to be accompanied by a bird, though one would typically expect a parrot rather than a pigeon. Upon hearing Duncan's musings, the pigeon promptly nodded earnestly and emitted a somewhat peculiar, monotonous female voice. Transmission complete. Instantly, all of Duncan's internal queries were quelled, and he nearly choked on his own saliva, his eyes wide in astonishment as he stared at the white dove. It reminded him of the first time he had boarded the ship, encountering a talking goat in the captain's quarters. However, this was not his first day aboard the Lost Homeland. He had grown accustomed to the oddities of this world, and the fact that the pigeon spoke merely surprised him for a fleeting moment. In the next instant, his expression turned grave, and a faint green ethereal flame flickered to life in one hand as he regarded the pigeon warily. "Where do you come from?" he inquired. The pigeon tilted its head. One eye fixated on Duncan while the other wandered towards the ceiling. "Incorrect address. Please verify the address or contact the system administrator," it replied. Duncan was momentarily taken aback, but far more tumultuous thoughts churned within him. The pigeon's words did not resonate with the lexicon of this world. They resembled terms more familiar to him as Xiaoming, a denizen of Earth. Yet, the pigeon seemed entirely oblivious to the shift in Duncan's expression and demeanor, as it merely pecked at its wings and jostled the brass compass hanging from its chest before leisurely strolling about the table. After pacing a few steps, it once again approached the obsidian dagger, nudging it towards Duncan with its claw, emitting a peculiar, high-pitched female voice. "Take up this solar battle axe and embrace the glory of combat." Duncan abruptly rose from his desk, the chair scraping harshly against the floor, as he fixated on the dove before him, which wore an expression of innocent nonchalance. A bizarre yet comical emotion flooded his mind. This dove could not possibly be an entity native to the Lost Home. It was nearly inconceivable for it to belong to this world at all. The words it spoke could only be comprehended by Xiaoming. Perhaps due to the loud clattering of furniture, even sounds from this vicinity reached the chart room, and suddenly, Duncan heard the voice of the goat head in his mind. "Captain, are you all right?" Duncan remained transfixed on the dove atop his desk, aware that the goat head would not dare directly intrude upon the captain's quarters. He replied in a low voice, maintaining his characteristic composure, "I am fine. Miss Alice has come to see you. Would you like to attend to her first?" "Yes, Captain." Taking a breath, Duncan glanced back at the door leading to the chart room. The goat head's incessant chatter with Alice continued. Miss Dahl had attempted several times to rise and leave, only to be thwarted. Duncan felt compelled to rescue that unfortunate doll, yet there were more pressing matters to ascertain. "Let us endure a little longer, Alice." He resumed his seat at the desk, preparing to attempt normal verbal communication with the dove before him. At that moment, he noticed an aspect he had overlooked earlier. A flicker of spiritual fire danced between his right fingers, subtly extending into a slender line of flame, as fine as a strand of hair, dissipating into the air after stretching out several centimeters. Similarly, the peculiar dove was entwined with a wisp of ghostly green flame, hidden amid the feathers beneath its wings, with the other end extending into the air, vanishing mid-flight. Duncan furrowed his brow and raised his right hand, with a thought. The flame leapt, and the dove on the desk instantaneously vanished. In the next moment, the dove reappeared on his shoulder, pecking at Duncan's hair and producing a loud coo. Duncan flicked his fingers again, and the dove returned to the desk. A brass compass hung from the dove's chest, its shiny exterior reflecting the green glow of the flames. Duncan's brow furrowed deeper. Is this related to the brass compass? He could now ascertain that there existed a certain connection between him and this dove. A bond even tighter than that with the Lost Home, perhaps explaining why the dove possessed knowledge that only he could understand, knowledge from Earth. Though he remained uncertain of the reason for the dove's appearance, after much contemplation, he could only direct his suspicions toward that peculiar brass compass. Since the inception of my test with the spirit fire, all anomalies have traced back to this brass compass. Whether it be the prior experiences of soul traversing, or the peculiar sensation of projecting my consciousness into a cadaver, culminating in the recent incident where the compass vanished only to reappear suspended upon the dove's chest. It appears that this object is the root of it all. Duncan gazed intently at the dove for a moment, extending his hand towards the compass. He yearned to remove it for a thorough examination. The dove neither flinched nor obstructed him, However, Duncan's fingers failed to make contact with the brass surface, passing directly through it, brushing instead against the dove's soft plumage. It was as if he had penetrated a veil of illusion. The dove hopped in place a couple of times, seemingly tickled by Duncan's presence, and opened its beak to exclaim, "Today is KFC's Crazy Thursday, I-50. Duncan's eyelids twitched, and with a lingering skepticism, he tested the phenomenon twice more, ultimately confirming that he could not possibly detach the brass compass from the dove. This object had evidently undergone a transformation, becoming an illusion bound to the dove, impervious to removal or touch. Or perhaps the dove itself was the true essence of the brass compass. A myriad of conjectures surged within Duncan's mind, many of which he questioned even his own belief in. The one certainty he held was that the dove's emergence was inextricably linked to his experiences of soul traversing with the brass compass. An experience that may have simultaneously altered the compass's form. This could very well embody the nature of the brass compass itself, an inherent attribute or cost associated with its status as an anomalous object. As for the dove's peculiar behavior, it was not a consequence of the compass but rather of Xiaoming, this earthling. All of this remains unprovable or disprovable, unless Duncan could procure a manual detailing the various anomalous objects aboard the Lost Homeland. For now, he had to contemplate how to accommodate this extraordinary dove. After a brief moment of reflection, he resolved to bestow a name upon it. "I must name you," he said, gently tapping the surface of the desk. Addressing the dove with earnestness, "I trust you can understand my words, correct?" The dove tilted its head, its small eyes glancing at Duncan with a whimsical air. "AI." Chapter 25, Communication is Challenging. The dove, tilting its head, seemed to sense Duncan's lack of comprehension, and soon repeated itself, this time even louder, "AI." Duncan finally grasped the meaning behind its utterance. "You mean, your name is AI?" The dove proudly nodded, pacing upon the desk. "Cool." Duncan could not help but rub his forehead, feeling that conversing with this creature was even more bizarre than engaging with a goat-headed entity. Primarily due to the dove's elusive linguistic style. "Do you know how you came to be? Or how you manifested here?" The dove pondered for a moment, its eyes drifting simultaneously in different directions. "Oh dear, the page has vanished. Shall we refresh and see?" Duncan found himself utterly perplexed by the thoughts swirling within the mind of the bird, uncertain whether the sudden phrases it uttered had any relevance to the ongoing conversation. Yet, he was undeniably convinced that this avian creature was indeed engaged in profound contemplation, earnestly communicating with itself, albeit with its own unique interpretation of what communication entailed. He conversed further with the pigeon, which introduced itself as I, but their dialogue remained stubbornly parallel, each speaking their own truths. While one could argue that there was a connection, the intersection remained elusive. Conversely, dismissing their interaction was equally difficult, as the pigeon answered every inquiry and occasionally seemed to respond to Duncan's questions. Ultimately, their exchange yielded little progress, prompting Duncan to furrow his brow and mutter, "What an oddity this is." He sensed that it would take an extensive period to establish a coherent means of communication with this bird, a process that might prove even more arduous than acclimating to the incessant chatter of the goat-headed entity. Meanwhile, the pigeon perched innocently on the table, blinking its small eyes and occasionally murmuring a request for 50. Duncan paid little heed to its ramblings, instead curling his fingers to gently rub them together. Observing the green flame dancing at his fingertips, he felt assured that, despite the brass compass having become one with the pigeon before him, it remained, in essence, a peculiar artifact under his control. The ethereal green fire rose, intertwining with the feathers of Ai, while the brass compass affixed to its chest sprang open with a snap. Beneath the transparent glass casing, the somewhat spectral needle began to stabilize, guided by Duncan's will, as the dial adorned with enigmatic symbols gradually filled with flame. Throughout this entire process, Ai exhibited no reaction, simply basking in the ethereal fire, as if awaiting Duncan's command. Before the brass compass was fully activated, Duncan willingly extinguished the flames. During this trial, he silently reflected. The compass remained functional, albeit with a peculiar medium. And it was yet uncertain what role this pigeon might play. Perhaps it would serve as some form of assistance. The intricacies of the compass remained shrouded in mystery, and it was prudent to refrain from a second traversal until thorough preparations were made, keeping a vigilant eye on any changes in the compass and the pigeon. There existed a connection between the pigeon and himself, which became increasingly pronounced in the presence of the ethereal fire, enabling him to exert a degree of control over the bird's positioning. However, this control had its limitations. Ai evidently possessed its own volition, acting according to its own inclinations, and the commands given to it might not always be executed, distinguishing it from the other artifacts aboard the Lost Homeland. Capable of speech, exhibiting a degree of cognitive ability, and making independent judgments, Ai's nature seemed to align more closely with that of the goat-headed entity than with ordinary anomalies. Duncan compiled the known information in his mind, ultimately allowing his gaze to settle upon the obsidian dagger. Its blade resembled a gnarled, desiccated finger, reflecting a deep, lustrous black sheen. It is precisely the object once held by the dark-robed priest who donned a golden sun mask and presided over the malevolent sacrificial rites in the subterranean gathering place. Judging by its purpose, it appears to be a ceremonial blade. Duncan arrived at the suspected congregation site beneath the city-state of Plander through a projection of his spirit. And upon his return, it was also through the essence of his mind. He had presumed this process to be entirely within the realms of spirit or soul. However, the ceremonial dagger now lay tangibly before him. After a moment of contemplation, Duncan reached out to grasp the dagger. The icy, unyielding sensation confirmed its existence as a tangible object. He then released a flicker of ethereal flame, allowing the fire to coil around the blade. From the hollow and void-like feedback, it was evident that the extraordinary power once contained within this ceremonial dagger had indeed dissipated completely, just as he had surmised at the site of the sacrifice. This item was not an authentic anomaly, but rather a mere extension of some extraordinary force or a temporally infused object created through artificial means. Though Duncan remained uncertain about the classification of anomalies in this world, he speculated that this dagger could hardly be considered a rare artifact, at the very least. It resembled something mass-produced. "Is this what you brought back?" he inquired, lifting his gaze to the resting eye on the table, raising the obsidian dagger in his hand. "And it was specifically meant for me." The pigeon, with its beady red eyes, remained fixated on Duncan, utterly motionless, offering no response to his query. Duncan repeated his question, yet the bird continued to exhibit no sign of life, resembling a lifeless statue. The sudden and bizarre change prompted Duncan to furrow his brow. But just as he was about to provoke IE with a spark of ethereal flame to rouse it, the bird sprang back to life, hopping in place and exclaiming, "Take up this solar battle axe, take up this solar battle axe." All right, I understand," Duncan interjected hastily, waving his hands to quell the bird's enthusiastic declarations. "You need not reiterate each of my questions. Do you know how you managed to bring this dagger here? Or rather, can you transport physical objects? Is that the case?" The pigeon pondered momentarily before pecking at Duncan's fingers, replying, "Full venue discount, free shipping on every item." Duncan sighed, deciding to feign comprehension of the bird's cryptic words. He felt that his capacity for communication with this creature had reached its limit. Rising from his desk, he directed his gaze towards the chart room. The goat-head and Alice were still outside, engaged in their eager and friendly discourse. The doll-like lady had remained silent for quite some time, while the goat-head had just commenced narrating the 17th method of preparing kelp stew. Duncan felt compelled to rescue his sole crewmate, remarkably the only one maintaining a semblance of normalcy. Furthermore, he had lingered in his quarters for far too long, creating some unusual disturbances. He deemed it necessary to make an appearance and reassure the goat-head. Before departing, he hesitated for a moment, casting a glance at AIE, who was scurrying about on the table. Should he take this pigeon with him? How would he explain its presence? After a mere 2 seconds of indecision, Duncan resolutely seized the bird and perched it upon his shoulder. He intended to remain aboard the Lost Homeland for an extended period, and this pigeon would undoubtedly accompany him for the foreseeable future. Although he was yet to ascertain the creature's habits, it was evident that as an entity endowed with cognitive and communicative abilities, it would be challenging to confine it discreetly like an inanimate object. The presence of an additional occupant aboard the vessel was an undeniable fact, and any attempts at concealment would inevitably tarnish Captain Duncan's reputation if discovered later. Thus, it was far more prudent to openly declare the pigeon as his latest trophy, sparing himself the need to explain anything to the goat-headed figure or the first mate, who would certainly fill in the gaps with their imagination. As for the peculiar utterances that the pigeon occasionally emitted, utterances that would undoubtedly baffle the locals, no explanation was necessary. Let the goat-headed figure and Alice ponder over it themselves. With the plump pigeon resting on his shoulder, Duncan stood up, straightened his attire, and confidently strode towards the chart room. The pigeon puffed out its chest proudly, as if proclaiming, "Authentic cool tea, authentic good voice, welcome to watch." To be frank, Duncan suddenly realized that when the pigeon spoke, even a nerve as thick as a pillar would struggle to maintain his composure. At that moment, he longed to be a typical pirate captain, with a parrot on his shoulder, or at the very least, a monkey. However, having already pushed open the door to the chart room, there was no turning back now. Inside the nautical table room, the goat-headed figure was animatedly chattering about the 12th legend of fish stew. The sound of the captain's cabin door finally interrupted the incessant rambling, and the figure's dark wooden head immediately turned towards Duncan, its tone rising in delight. "Ah, Captain, you have finally emerged. I must tell you, Miss Alice is truly a remarkable conversationalist. I have not enjoyed a chat with anyone like this in many years, you know. Duncan chose to disregard the goat-headed figure's loud chatter and instead focused on the unfortunate soul seated across from the nautical table. There sat the headless doll, sitting upright in a chair, cradling its own head while firmly pressing its hands against its ears. Despite this, Alice's gaze remained unfocused, as if she had just completed a dozen high-level math classes, showing no reaction even as Duncan approached her. She pulled her own head off. The goat-headed figure explained before Duncan could utter a word, adding, "Though I have no idea why she would do such a thing." The goat-headed figure's incessant prattle was so compelling that it seemed to compel a cursed doll to remove its own head in a desperate bid against the sound waves. As Duncan was enveloped in shock, the goat-headed figure finally noticed the unfamiliar entity accompanying the captain. Its wooden head turned slightly, and its inky black eyes fixated on the dove perched upon Duncan's shoulder. Captain, what is this on your shoulder?" "This is I. It is now my pet," Duncan succinctly declared, striving to use as few words as possible to minimize potential loopholes, all the while observing the goat-headed creature's reaction to his statement. "Your pet?" The goat-headed figure appeared momentarily taken aback, then seemed to indulge in its own thoughts. "Ah, the Lost Home did indeed since your brief absence from the ship. Were you traversing the spirit realm? Is this a trophy you retrieved during your journey?" Traversing the spirit realm? A term Duncan had never encountered suddenly emerged. He recalled the brass compass resting in the captain's quarters, the inscriptions left by the true Captain Duncan, and the wondrous experience of soul projection into distant realms. A vague connection formed in his mind, and after discerning it was likely correct, he maintained a calm demeanor and nodded. Just needed a brief respite. Upon hearing this, the goat-headed figure promptly lavished praise upon him. "Ah, truly befitting the great Captain Duncan, even a simple excursion into the spirit realm yields spoils. Is this a dove? To become your pet, it must possess extraordinary qualities. You even adorn it with your compass? Surely your judgment is infallible. Yet, what makes this dove so special?" Duncan sensed an underlying insinuation in the goat-headed figure's compliments. A realization dawned upon him. The creature was evidently aware of the brass compass now affixed to Ai's breast, which was of significant importance to the true Captain Duncan, important enough that it should not casually be placed upon a newly emerged pet. However, despite recognizing the awkwardness of the situation, he felt powerless, for the compass was now inextricably linked to the dove, and according to the feedback from the ethereal flames, it seemed as if the dove had become the very essence of the compass. Duncan's mind raced with thoughts, yet his expression remained inscrutable. Just then, during this moment of distraction, Ai, who had been quietly perched on his shoulder, suddenly let out a loud coo, then flapped its wings and flew before the goat-headed figure. The goat-headed figure's dark eyes instantly locked onto the dove, which tilted its head in an exaggerated manner and pecked playfully at the goat-headed figure's face. Care for a trade? Duncan thought. Does it possess sentience? The goat-headed figure, too, appeared stunned, but then quickly reacted, astonished that the dove could speak. Duncan interjected gently, "You can speak as well." Ai took a few steps on the table, muttering to itself, "Is this proper? Is this proper?" Observing this, Duncan rubbed his fingertips together, and with a sudden flicker of green flames, the dove that had been strutting on the table vanished into thin air and, in the next moment, reappeared on his shoulder. Indeed, there exists an anomaly endowed with intelligence, one that I exert direct control over. Duncan nodded at the goat head, inquiring if there were any further questions. The goat head hastily replied, Certainly not, certainly not. Everything is entirely under the control of the magnificent Captain Duncan." With that, Duncan dismissed the goat head, swiftly concluding the topic and redirecting his attention to Alice, who remained lost in thought, cradling her head in her hands. Perhaps the earlier experience of openness had fortified his nerves, or perhaps he had simply grown accustomed to the sight at that moment. He found Alice's dazed demeanor endearing rather than disconcerting. He gently patted the shoulder of the puppeteer. "Awaken, awaken." Alice's body jolted as if roused from a prolonged nightmare, and the head she held in her hands began to articulate. "Ship, ship, ship." Duncan interjected, "First, please reattach your head." Realizing her oversight, Alice hurriedly and clumsily positioned her head back onto her body, and with a satisfying click, her voice regained its fluidity. "Ah, Captain, you have returned? Did Mr. Goathead finish speaking?" The Goathead immediately chimed in. "No, we were just discussing certain legends regarding fish stew. We can continue this topic next time." Duncan succinctly commanded, "Silence." Oh, in that instant, Alice visibly shuddered at the Goathead's utterance. A striking expression of horror crossed the face of a cursed puppet, and even after the Goathead obediently ceased speaking at the captain's behest, she cast a wary glance towards the navigation table. Duncan suspected that this puppeteer would refrain from entering the captain's quarters for quite some time. Curiosity piqued, he finally inquired, "What brings you to seek me?" Alice appeared somewhat dazed, as if the purpose of her initial visit had slipped her mind amidst her conversation with the goat head. However, after a few moments, she recollected, right, I merely wish to inquire if there is a place on the ship for bathing. My wooden box was inundated with seawater, and now my joints feel rather uncomfortable. As she spoke, a hint of embarrassment crept onto her face, yet it was Duncan who should have felt more awkward, given that he was the one who had tossed her box overboard, not just once, but several times. A fleeting sense of embarrassment crossed his mind. But Duncan maintained an impassive expression, his tone neutral. Is that all? Alice sat up stiffly in her chair. Yes, that is all. For many ocean-going vessels, fresh water is an exceedingly precious resource, and bathing is a luxury that necessitates restraint. Duncan began to speak with utmost seriousness, but then a smile broke through, however. You are fortunate. The Lost Homeland is no ordinary ship, and fresh water is not an issue here. Follow me. There is a bathing area below the middeck. But we must first traverse the upper deck. Alice sprang to her feet, eager to vacate the vicinity of the goat head without delay. Before leaving the room, Duncan cast a glance back at the figure of the goat-headed being, instructing it to maintain its course. After delivering his message, he rose and pushed open the door to the captain's quarters, leading Alice onto the deck. The night had enveloped the world. The vast expanse of the sea lay beneath a clear night sky, a welcome reprieve after days of oppressive clouds. This was the first time Duncan stood beneath such a serene canopy, and he abruptly halted, gazing upwards, transfixed by the darkened firmament. The sky was devoid of stars, offering no celestial bodies to behold. The only visible feature was a faint, grayish fissure that seemed to tear across the entire expanse, stretching ominously along the horizon. The edges of this rift appeared as if flesh had been rent asunder, with intricate cracks radiating outward. A dim, grayish luminescence seeped from the fissure, resembling blood diffusing through a pool of deep water. This pale scar across the heavens illuminated the boundless sea, its brightness surpassing that of the moon as Duncan remembered it, by more than double. Chapter 27. Insufficient life knowledge in a certain sense, the impact of this starless, moonless sky, marked only by a scar, struck Duncan with a force far greater than that of the sun, confined within a circle of runes. For no matter how peculiar the sun might be, it merely cast its light upon the world beneath Duncan's feet. In his understanding as an inhabitant of Earth, the sun was merely one among countless celestial bodies. All manifestations of distortion were limited to the realm illuminated by sunlight. Beyond the sunlight, the sky could still harbor a multitude of stars, teeming with infinite possibilities. Although to a being bound by gravity, the sun's illumination represented the entirety of existence, at least Duncan could comprehend and accept the scale of such phenomena. However, at this moment, the night sky revealed no celestial entities that could be deemed stars. There were no stars, no moon, and no distant galaxies. Instead, there existed only a gaping wound in the sky, casting an incomprehensible light and shadow across the firmament, continuously exuding a pallid mist. The entire expanse of the sea lay shrouded in the snow-white darkness. Beyond the sun's reach, there was only the distant void and greater anomalies. Duncan remained silent, his gaze locked on the sky, as a multitude of questions and speculations swirled in his mind. Where were the other planets? Had they never existed? Or was the world beneath his feet a celestial body situated amidst the cosmic vacuum, so distant from other stars that its night sky appeared utterly devoid of light? What was that pale scar stretching across the heavens? Was it a rift in the fabric of space? A tangible celestial structure? Or merely an illusion? Suspended above this treacherous expanse of sea? Captain? At last, a voice roused Duncan from his reverie. The automaton, Alice, looked nervously at the suddenly halted ghostly captain. Noticing his expression had darkened, more somber than before, which frightened her. Are you all right? Is there a change in the celestial phenomena? Is a great storm approaching? I heard the sailors outside the crate mention this. There was nothing. Duncan spoke softly, then suddenly withdrew his gaze from the sky. His expression serene as he regarded Alice, his words seemed to echo both as an answer and as self-reflection. Nothing at all. With that, Duncan stepped forward, his demeanor so calm as if nothing had transpired. Come, I shall lead you to the cabin. You may freshen up there if you wish. Once again, this world revealed its bizarre and grotesque nature to the outsiders, a strangeness that appeared far from its conclusion. Duncan had come to realize that there was no telling how many astonishing phenomena awaited him in the future. If each instance elicited alarm, his life would be reduced to perpetual astonishment. If the decades of experience on Earth had imparted any wisdom, it was this. If a problem undeniably exists, one must seek to resolve it. Denial alone will not cause it to vanish. Just as the bizarre sky before him would not transform into a tapestry of stars simply because of his skepticism, the world, presenting itself in such a manner, must have its reasons. Since everything can exist here, it is an irrefutable fact, no matter how absurd or peculiar the phenomenon. Its objective existence is beyond his immediate comprehension. That is his issue, not the world's. As the captain of the Lost Homeland, Duncan felt he might have ample time to gradually understand this world. Alice was unaware of the reasons behind the captain's silence during their journey. She only sensed that the atmosphere around Duncan had suddenly grown somewhat oppressive. Yet, upon reaching their destination, this feeling dissipated abruptly. Duncan led the doll-like maiden to the bathing area, a facility designated for the upper-tier sailors. In the context of a classic sailing ship, such a bathroom was a luxury, typically not afforded to ordinary seamen. In the ancient age of sailing vessels, the conditions during long voyages were often quite harsh: limited fresh water, spoiled provisions, inadequate medical care, and the psychological toll of prolonged travel plagued every adventurer daring to challenge the sea. Many of these issues remained unresolved even into the early industrial era. As far as Duncan knew, early sailing ships on Earth did not even provide toilets for ordinary crew members. Sailors typically addressed their personal needs on the grating facing the sea, with due consideration to the wind direction. Bathing posed an even greater challenge. Using spare sails as makeshift tubs and rinsing with seawater became the solution for many unfastidious sailors, while countless mariners from the sailing era opted to forego bathing for weeks or even months. After all, in comparison to scurvy, plague, and the overwhelming mental strain leading to collective hysteria, minor hygiene concerns seemed trivial. Ironically, aboard a ship feared by all, these dire living conditions found resolution. The freshwater chamber aboard the Lost Homeland replenishes itself, and the provisions stored in the hold show no signs of decay. The ghost captain remains immune to illness, and Alice's cervical spine issues are not attributed to the rigors of seafaring. Aside from the occasional spike in blood pressure when interacting with the goat-headed figure, the vessel is surprisingly habitable. The pipe beside the bathtub leads directly to the freshwater chamber, allowing for easy access to water. And the tub stopper hangs nearby. Just be careful not to misplace it. Currently, conditions are limited. Hot water is not available on board. But that should not be a concern for you. Duncan introduced Alice to the amenities within the cabin. These seemingly mundane details were the fruits of his explorations over the past several days. A quick rinse would suffice. Salt water can be quite uncomfortable for the joints. Alice, however, was not at all particular. With a spark of curiosity and excitement, she observed the various objects in the cabin while nodding along to Duncan's explanations, stating, "I'm merely a puppet. I have no particular desire for hot baths." Duncan nodded, but then wore an expression of mild confusion. He glanced at Alice, his tone tinged with hesitation. "By the way, do you know how to bathe? Do you possess such life experience?" Alice paused, deep in thought, before responding earnestly. "I suppose it should be fine. I would just disassemble the joints to wash them and then reassemble them afterward." Duncan was taken aback, staring at Alice, who looked back at him with an innocent expression. "Have you considered how you would reassemble them on your own after disassembly?" He realized with a pang that he had inadvertently highlighted a significant truth. This puppet, who had never left its box, truly lacked such experience. "I cannot assist you with that." Alice replied, "That does seem to be the case, and I strongly advise against frequently disassembling your joints." Duncan added earnestly, "Even if your physical structure permits it." Alice appeared puzzled. "Why not?" "Disassembling too often can lead to parts falling off," Duncan said, exasperation creeping into his voice. He had never anticipated that sharing a vessel with a cursed puppet would involve so many intricate details. Such nuances are rarely depicted in novels, films, or television shows. "I would not wish for a scenario where you suddenly fall apart on deck in front of me. No one aboard knows how to maintain a puppet's joints." He paused, adding, "Your cervical spine issues are already quite serious." Alice envisioned that scenario, instinctively retracting her neck. Understood. I will think of a solution." "Best to do so," Duncan replied, casting another worried glance at this inexperienced puppet before preparing to depart. "I have many tasks to attend to. Please do not create excessive trouble." "Understood, Captain." "Thank you, Captain," Alice said cheerfully. However, just as Duncan was about to exit the cabin, she suddenly called out, "Oh, by the way." Captain Duncan halted and turned slightly. "What is it?" "Captain, I've suddenly realized that you don't seem so terrifying after all," Alice remarked, thoughtfully choosing her words as she observed Duncan's silhouette. "The goat-headed figure claimed you were the most fearsome captain on the boundless sea, the most elusive calamity across all routes. But what? However, I perceive that you possess an amiable disposition, somewhat reminiscent of a concerned guardian." Duncan did not look back. After a brief moment of silence, he suddenly inquired, "What is your concept of family? Do you have any family?" Alice hesitated for a moment, then slowly shook her head. "It seems I do not." "Then let us refrain from discussing parental matters. Remain aboard the ship, and I shall ensure your well-being during your stay here." "Oh, very well, Captain." Chapter 28. The pale night, the stark contrast between reality and fantastical tales lies in the myriad of mundane details one must contend with in real life. Does an animated cursed doll require joint maintenance? Will Alice's frequent disassembly of her joints ultimately result in her limbs scattering as she walks? Are the salted meats and hard cheeses aboard the ghost ship past their expiration date? How does a superhero who engages in battles against malevolent forces by night manage to find sleep? Do these villains ever venture to the supermarket for their needs? Such queries are never addressed in stories where characters glide effortlessly, draped in snowy white, and cursed dolls merely emerge from shadows to instill fear. The ghost ship captain never fretted over the century-old salted meats and hard cheeses aboard. In contrast, the cursed doll in reality, after soaking in seawater, suffers from relentless itching, and even bathing requires contemplation on how to deal with the salt lodged in her joints. Standing outside the cabin, Duncan sighed, acutely aware that mere determination was insufficient for long-term survival aboard this vessel. He must grapple with a multitude of practical concerns, especially in light of the increased crew. Duncan understood that the ghost ship lacked an abundance of supplies. While freshwater was an unlimited supply, it was the only resource available in such quantity. The food stores, once depleted, would not replenish themselves, and the only provisions consisted of salted meats and hard cheeses. Although these items showed no signs of decay due to the ship's peculiar nature, Duncan reasonably suspected they had been stored for at least a century. Furthermore, there were no suitable replacement garments for Alice, nor even a chess set or a deck of cards for recreation. The vast expanse of the ocean seemed boundless. Yet the Lost Homeland struggled to procure genuine supplies from this desolate sea. The ship lacked a reliable harbor for respite and bore no channels of communication with the civilized city-states on land. While the goat-headed figure appeared indifferent to these concerns, Duncan was now earnestly contemplating methods to ameliorate the current scarcity of resources aboard the Lost Homeland. He was also considering how to establish connections with the land city-states. To drift aimlessly across the ocean is an inefficacious means of exploration. Information about this world must be gleaned from the shores. A profound realization Duncan had come to during his sojourn in the spirit realm. Setting aside this matter, even for the sake of his own mental and physical well-being, he must endeavor to engage more with the city-states upon the land, to immerse himself in the civilized societies of this world. Otherwise, he genuinely fears that after a protracted period of drifting, he may become a distorted, gloomy, and reclusive ghost captain. With this thought in mind, Duncan slightly turned his head to glance at the pigeon, i.e., who was diligently preening its feathers on his shoulder. His gaze primarily rested upon the brass compass adorning Ai's chest. The pigeon tilted its head to observe its master, and suddenly remarked, "Establish a base. Lay down a culture blanket. Do you even know how to operate?" Duncan fell momentarily silent. This pigeon often exhibited a peculiar demeanor. Yet its occasional utterances were so aptly timed that they led one to ponder whether it possessed a profound wisdom disguised as folly. At present, traversing the spirit realm appears to be the only viable means of reaching the terrestrial city-states. Although this method seems fraught with uncertainties, particularly following the last occurrence which resulted in mysterious anomalies like IE, Duncan understood that he would soon embark on another journey through the spirit realm, not solely to gather intelligence from the land, but also to swiftly validate and master a highly useful ability. Equally significant was IE's unique capability to retrieve a ceremonial dagger from the distant land. If it could bring back a dagger, might it also be capable of retrieving more? What are the rules and limitations governing this bird's ability to carry items? Can this process be artificially controlled? After a moment of contemplation, Duncan resolved to directly inquire of the pigeon, "Do you know how you brought that dagger back?" I pondered for a moment and replied gravely, "You require more crystal ore." Duncan decided to temporarily forego further communication with the pigeon. Matters of this nature would be more reliably addressed during the next expedition into the spirit realm. Within the cabin, Alice finally managed to discern the workings of the water extraction system, and she had a general understanding of how to take a bath. Given the limited conditions aboard the ghost ship, she could only afford a cold shower, but for a doll, this posed no real issue. However, before stepping into the tub, Alice decided to greet everything in the cabin. She patted the enormous oak barrel, tapped the pillars supporting the cabin, kicked the floor beneath her with her toes, and gently tugged at the ropes and hooks dangling from the ceiling. "Hello, I am Alice," she cheerfully greeted these cold, inanimate objects, just as she had greeted the goat-headed gentleman before. "I shall be residing aboard this ship from now on." No response came from the cabin's contents. Yet Alice remained entirely unconcerned. The goat-headed figure had mentioned that the Lost Homeland was alive, and many things aboard this ship possessed a semblance of life, although they appeared devoid of true intelligence, lacking even the ability to communicate. This did not deter Alice from perceiving the entire Lost Homeland as a neighbor deserving of a cordial salutation. The Lost Homeland was an animated entity, and so was she. Confident in the propriety and decorum of her greeting, Alice's spirits lifted further. She then removed her splendid garments and clumsily climbed into the oak barrel, which was already filled with water. The first step was to detach her head for a thorough cleansing, as the joints of her neck were not particularly sturdy. The doll-like lady believed her plan was exceedingly reasonable. In the late hours, the city-state of Prander finally concluded its day of clamor. Under the pale luminescence of the night sky, this thriving maritime gem gradually succumbed to slumber. Yet, within the tranquil darkness, vigilant sentinels observed the sleeping city. On the Grand Clock Tower, the tallest structure in Prander, a young woman with flowing gray-white hair and an exceptionally statuesque figure stood at the window, gazing down upon the cityscape. Her features were strikingly beautiful, yet a prominent scar running across her left eye imparted an aura of intimidation. Towering above most men, she donned silver-gray light armor and a battle skirt, evidently well-trained, with her limbs displaying well-defined musculature and harmonious lines. Beside her, within reach, lay a colossal sword emanating a faint silvery glow, its hilt inscribed with runes symbolizing ocean waves, and the blade shimmered with an ethereal ripple reminiscent of water. Behind the lady, the rhythmic sounds of machinery echoed. The clock tower's mechanism, driven by steam, operated smoothly. Intricate and precise gears and linkages spanned the ceiling and floor, powering the 4 dials above and a celestial simulator hidden deep within the edifice. Judging by the sounds, this immense and elaborate machine was functioning admirably, untainted by any malevolent forces encroaching upon the sacred steam core. Nevertheless, Judge Vanna felt an unsettling disquiet within her, a foreboding sense that some event was either imminent or had already transpired, leaving her with an irksome feeling of helplessness. The sound of footsteps approached from the staircase, prompting the gray-haired woman to turn toward the sound. She beheld a priest clad in the robes of an oceanic priestess ascend from the stairwell, carrying a brass censer from which pure smoke gently coiled around him. The priest approached the central column of the machinery, removing the old censer that had hung from the railing and replacing it with a new one. He observed the smoke wafting freely among the moving gears and linkages, then softly intoned the name of the storm goddess, turning to regard the gray-haired lady standing by the window. Your Honor, good evening. Are you once more keeping vigil yourself? I cannot shake this ominous feeling. It has been particularly strong these past few days, especially tonight. Ominous feeling? In what regard? The priest raised his gaze, concern etched in his profound eyes. Has the goddess bestowed upon you an omen? The message is not entirely clear. The young female judge shook her head. I merely sense that something is drawing near to this city. Chapter 29. Guardians of the city. The omnipotent deities reside within the very foundation of this world, their transcendent gaze observing the intricacies of existence. Devout followers, who seek the divine through spiritual communion, glean insights into the potential trajectories of reality and the subtle transformations occurring in the hidden corners of the world. This foresight transcends the constraints of time and space, yet it carries the inherent peril of being eroded by the subspace. For the resolute and faithful, however, this formidable force serves as their greatest reliance in safeguarding the fragile flames of civilization amidst the boundless ocean. The pious adjudicator had witnessed a recurring vision over the past several days. In a state of half-slumber, she beheld an infinite expanse of ocean shrouded in darkness, followed by a thunderous roar emanating from the depths. The sea parted, revealing a terrifying trench that reached the ocean floor, from which a massive vessel engulfed in flame descended, buoyed into the air like an airship. An ethereal giant, cloaked in starlight, trailed behind the ship, advancing steadily towards the city-state of Prander. In the course of her life, the adjudicator Vanna had encountered such ominous portents only twice before. The first occurrence transpired in her childhood, when she awoke from a blood-soaked nightmare, subsequently losing her parents to the onslaught of cultists and bearing a scar that would accompany her for life. The second incident unfolded 4 years prior, when she dreamt of a dark sun rising from beneath the city, leading to the eradication of the sun god sect's most significant stronghold within Prander. To this day, the remnants of those cultists continue to lurk within the vast, ancient tunnel system beneath the city, entangled in feudal skirmishes with the guardians of the church. This marked the third occurrence, as she envisioned a ship returning from the abyss, bringing with it an indescribable giant into the world. She deceived the priest before her, claiming that the portent was not as vivid as it truly was, a clarity so profound that it had deprived her of sleep for days. The priest gazed into her calm, gray-white eyes, and after a moment of hesitation, spoke. Yet, your prayers to the divine seem to have yielded no alarming responses? The goddess does not necessarily reveal all risks. Sometimes, trials are but tests, Vanna replied serenely. But let us not dwell on that. What news from the Explorers Guild? The priest nodded promptly. The liaison from the guild has just made contact. The relics remaining at the guild headquarters have sensed the ship's presence in the southwestern seas. But the telegraphic apparatus aboard appears to be malfunctioning, rendering communication impossible. We can only ascertain that the vessel is approaching Prander's coastal waters at a normal speed and course. Having once vanished from the relic's perception, it re-emerged far from its intended trajectory, currently heading straight towards the city-state, and prior to its loss of contact. It was on a mission to escort an anomalous object. The adjudicator's brow furrowed slightly. Her instincts, honed from years of dealing with the arcane, began to stir uneasily. I recall that the ship is named the White Oak, is it not? Indeed, the White Oak, captained by the esteemed member of the Explorers Guild, Lawrence Creed, is an experienced mariner. Due to the nature of its cargo, the vessel had reported its departure to the church prior to setting sail from the city-state of Linsa. The priest recalled, adding that the accompanying cleric aboard the ship was a registered minister of the Deep-Sea Church. The brethren of the church hope the situation is not dire. Vanna spoke with a grave tone, expressing her concerns that something was amiss with the ship. The route between Linsa and Plan was supposed to be a secure area under the guild's control, yet the White Oak had inexplicably vanished from the relic's perception. I suspect it may have briefly departed from the realm of reality, possibly even ventured to forbidden places. Please alert the port guardians to closely monitor the White Oak upon its arrival. No person or item should leave the ship until all inspections are completed. Has there been any response from the security forces? Rest assured, your uncle, the governor, has commanded the constables to secure the port area and has heightened the alert level. From now until the alert is lifted, all vessels entering or leaving Plan will temporarily dock at the Western Reserve Port. That is reassuring. My uncle has always been prudent. Vanna's tense expression finally relaxed a bit, as long as he keeps those ordinary constables out of this matter. The priest gazed into Vanna's pale gray eyes, carefully choosing his words. Do you believe the ship has been tainted? It is too early to ascertain, yet vessels that have briefly departed from reality seldom return entirely unscathed. It is possible that certain items aboard have unwittingly transformed into anomalies, or perhaps there are latent psychological afflictions among the crew, or even the presence of additional sailors and a replaced captain. It is prudent to remain vigilant towards any maritime anomalies. Alas, may the ship and its crew be safe. The priest could not help but place his hand across his chest, invoking the name of the storm goddess. May she protect those who bravely challenge the sea. May they be well, Vanna echoed softly, lowering her eyelids in a quiet blessing, then, as if to remind the priest before her, added, but should they unfortunately not fare well, we must be prepared. Indeed, I understand. Vanna nodded. Yet just as she was about to redirect her attention to the bustling city outside, hurried footsteps suddenly echoed from the staircase. In the next moment, a guardian clad in a black uniform with silver trim, adorned with a crest of waves intertwined with a dagger, rushed up the stairs. My lord judge, the young guardian panted, immediately speaking in a hurried tone, we have discovered a cult worshipping the sun god in the sewers and apprehended a group of its acolytes. Vanna's expression turned grave. Those wretched cultists of the dark sun? Wait, you said you found a place of worship, not a hideout? They dare to conduct rituals again. Indeed, this is the site of a sacrificial ceremony. The guardian spoke swiftly, revealing evidence of past offerings, and in the nearby catacombs, a multitude of victims was discovered, most of whom had their hearts sacrificed. However, there was something amiss at the ceremonial site. From the guardian's face, Vanna discerned a blend of absurdity and confusion. Grasping the hefty sword blessed by the goddess of storms, she slung it across her back and hurried towards the staircase. Lead the way. I shall personally attend to the site. Yes. The resounding clash of the blessed sword against her metal shoulder armor echoed as her hurried footsteps traversed the lengthy staircase within the bell tower. Upon reaching the small square before the tower, she observed several guardian members assembled and 2 steam-powered walkers stationed at the edge of the plaza, their spider-like mechanical bodies emitting a continuous clattering sound. Vanna did not linger. She gestured for the guardians to commence and strode directly towards one of the walkers. A colossal machine the size of 2 horse-drawn carriages, resembling a mechanical spider, crouched upon the ground. Its steel limbs were equipped with wheels for gliding on flat surfaces and steel hooks for navigating unique environments. On either side of the walker's upper shell were mounted shooting pods equipped with revolving firearms. While purely technological creations often struggled to affect anomalies or phenomena significantly, their overwhelming firepower could eliminate heretical cultists manipulating such aberrations from the shadows. Admittedly, this machine would struggle to unleash its full potential in the sewers. Yet it excelled at barricading entrances. The sacred 8mm bullets would swiftly send any fleeing heretics to the subspace to serve their dark master. The gray-haired, gray-eyed adjudicator leapt onto the walker's shell, standing steadily in the night with her long sword at the ready. 2 other guardians adeptly climbed into the shooting pods on either side of the shell, following a series of hissing sounds from the cylinders and compressed pipelines. White steam erupted from the joints of the walker as the massive mechanical spider rose, leaping onto the nearest main road and swiftly gliding towards the closest sewer entrance. Chapter 30. A scene of devastation. The enormous, weighty mechanical spider retracted its elongated limbs to its abdomen, utilizing the wheel structure on the outer side of its limbs to glide rapidly along the straight road. Adjudicator Vanna stood firmly atop this mechanical creation, as if cast in its shell, while the briny night breeze swept through the streets, invigorating her mind with the chill of the air. Those cultists who worship the sun god are a dire threat to modern civilization. Regrettably, such threats are not singular. From the depths of the subspace, malicious gazes perpetually cast their shadows upon the realm of mortals, while foolish humans recklessly attempt to meddle with those ominous forces. In this entanglement between ancient deities and mere mortals, there lurk distorted remnants from a bygone era, progeny of taboos, and echoes of corruption that lie in the depths of the city-states, ever poised to disrupt the societal order. Among these myriad threats, the followers of the sun god pose the gravest concern for the guardians of the city of Prand. They are not merely cultists. They are products of a lost history from the old world. Unlike the majority of mindless and ignorant cults, the adherents of the Dark Sun are perilously dangerous due to their fervent, albeit twisted, beliefs. Among the ranks of this abhorrent sect, a core conviction has endured unchanged for centuries. This belief revolves around the age of order illuminated by the ancient sun, forming a self-contained system, complete with a corresponding, albeit unrecognized, calendar of the true sun. They firmly believe themselves to be descendants of a long-lost ancient civilization, convinced that this glorious past shall inevitably be revived. As the inquisitor of the deep-sea church, Vanna harbors little interest in the heretical doctrines of these cultists. Yet she understands that it is precisely the existence of such doctrines that grants the sun god's followers a unity and obstinacy far exceeding that of other heretical groups. Despite enduring relentless strikes, they manage to survive tenaciously, growing under the shadows of various city-states. However, their resurgence in Prand comes as a surprise to Vanna. Following an unprecedented crackdown 4 years prior, the sun god's adherents had been severely weakened. According to several investigative reports, these heretics had shifted their main body to nearby Lunsa, Moko, and even the distant Cold Harbor. What remained in Prand were merely the stubborn remnants, too ensnared by deception to migrate with the Episcopal Council. These minions hide in the sewers, relying solely on their knowledge of the underworld and the distorted blessings bestowed upon them by the Dark Sun to evade the pursuers. Over the span of 4 years, their numbers dwindled, and their actions were reduced to mere survival. Yet, on this day, 4 years later, they have inexplicably congregated once more, daring to risk exposure by conducting sacrificial rites in their assembly. What emboldens them? Or is something monumental about to transpire within the city-state? What compelling reason could there be that prompts these cultists to draw the gaze of the Dark Sun back to Prand, even at the peril of extinguishing their last flicker of hope? The mechanical spider vibrated with the ceaseless operation of its steam core, while a faint scent of incense wafted from the steam release pipe, carried by the night breeze. Vanna momentarily set aside her tumultuous thoughts and cast her gaze skyward. The creation of the world hung high in the night sky, casting a pale luminescence that illuminated the uneven rooftops, chimneys, and towers of Prander City. The action team traversed the periphery of the industrial district, where colossal steam and thermal pipes crisscrossed the heavens above the streets like the veins of a giant. Vanna faintly recalled the past, particularly the most haunting and dreadful night etched in her memory, that midnight steeped in the stench of blood, when her uncle carried her away from the inferno, as the streets teemed with the shambling figures of the deluded, their flesh shadowy and fluctuating. They fled through the factory's conduits, the nauseating aroma of blood mingling with the chemical grease seeping from the pipes. Suddenly, the mechanical spider beneath her feet vibrated, jolting Vanna from her reverie. The flat road came to an abrupt end, revealing an abandoned sector at the city's edge, its surface marked by potholes and uneven terrain. Two mechanical spiders ceased their gliding mode, extending their elongated limbs to scurry rapidly across the bumpy ground. Before long, the team reached the entrance of a forsaken sewer. Another 8-member squad awaited there, having cordoned off the surrounding area to deter any unauthorized personnel from approaching the entrance. Vanna exchanged greetings with the local subordinates and then followed the site commander into the depths of the sewer. Navigating through the dim corridors and filthy pathways, Vanna ultimately arrived at a clandestine gathering place. Here, she encountered more guardian warriors and church priests engaged in a purification ritual. A makeshift altar stood at the center of the assembly, its wooden platform appearing as though it had been scorched by flames. Remnants of a blasphemous totem erected by the followers of the sun god still visible, albeit charred, yet structurally intact. Surrounding the altar were dozens of cultists bound at the wrists, crouching on the ground. Most trembled uncontrollably, while a few silently mouthed their profane prayers. However, in light of the ritual's disruption and the storm goddess's attention drawn to this site, The heretical supplications proved utterly ineffectual. Not far from the altar lay the bodies of sacrificial victims discovered in nearby caves, their wretched forms placed upon linen adorned with runes. As hastily arrived morticians examined each corpse's condition. Several priests roamed around the altar, the copper chains they held swaying gently at the end of each chain. Incense burners emitted pure white smoke that, upon touching the ground near the altar, became tainted with an ominous black shadow. Meanwhile, more of the white smoke wafted through, gradually dissipating the foul essence left behind by the black sun. Your Honor, over here, please. This is the area where we detected anomalies, a young guardian indicated, pointing to several bodies beside the altar. Please tread carefully. The ground here is rather unclean. Vanna approached the bodies, and upon observing one in particular, she instinctively furrowed her brow. It was undoubtedly a cultist adorned with a golden mask, directly responsible for the sacrilegious rites at this altar of debauchery. A ghastly void loomed ominously at his chest. What could have transpired? Vanna furrowed her brow, pondering whether this fervent heretic, in a fit of zeal during the final moments of the ceremony, had offered himself as a sacrifice. I had not heard that the worshippers of the Black Sun adhered to such a custom. This was precisely the peculiarity. He did not self-sacrifice. The guardian who had accompanied Vanna immediately shook his head, his expression tinged with a hint of bewilderment as he remarked that, according to the captured cultists, their envoy had been sacrificed by a victim. Sacrificed by a victim? Vanna raised an eyebrow, incredulous at the absurdity of the claim. Indeed, it did sound quite mad. The guardian lamented as he spread his hands. In truth, when we arrived, the majority of the cultists were already in a state of semi-madness. A state of semi-madness? Yes. Their sacrificial ritual had evidently gone awry. Many had succumbed to insanity, and a considerable number had begun to slaughter one another. Perceiving their fellow cultists as monstrous entities possessed by some horrific force, it was precisely their madness that had driven them from the gathering, attracting the attention of the patrolling constables, which led to the revelation of the situation. By the time we arrived, scarcely any remained lucid enough to answer questions. And those few who could articulate their thoughts insisted that it was the victim who had sacrificed the envoy, driven to madness, slaughtering one another, and believing others to be possessed monstrosities. Vanna's expression turned grave. Have they been examined? Is this a consequence of the Black Sun's taint? No trace of external contamination could be found. It seemed more akin to a spontaneous madness, with the seeds of insanity rooted within their own psyches, the guardian explained, gesturing towards a young lady in a black gown who was moving among the cultists. Lady Heidi has arrived. If it is confirmed that these cultists are not tainted by the Black Sun, we shall have to consider the possibility of hypnosis. Chapter 31. Residue. Vanna lifted her gaze towards the lady in black, who was scrutinizing the mental states of certain cultists. Noticing her attention, the lady inclined her head slightly in acknowledgement. She appeared to be in her early 20s, yet possessed a composure and maturity far beyond her years. Her long black hair was elegantly coiled at the back of her head, and the pale blue crystal earrings swayed, reflecting the flickering glow of a nearby gas lamp. So, Heidi is calm. Was she dispatched by the town hall? Vanna inquired of the young guardian beside her. No, at the time the incident occurred. Lady Heidi happened to be in the vicinity and came directly upon hearing the news. Is there anything amiss? No, nothing at all. Although Heidi is an employee of the town hall, she has maintained a long-standing collaborative relationship with the church. Once back, she simply needs to complete an on-site report. Vanna replied, shaking her head, before promptly refocusing on the matter at hand. She examined the deranged cult priest who had met his demise, casually asking, what else did the cultists who could still communicate say? What had transpired at that moment? Their language was disordered. Two individuals mentioned that the normal sacrificial rites had concluded. However, suddenly, someone nearby captured a fleeing offering. Consequently, the envoy resolved to present this offering to the guardian of the sun god while reminiscing. The two cultists, positioned at a distance from the altar, failed to discern the specific events upon the platform. They merely claimed that the offering was pierced through the heart, yet remained alive. Even proclaiming the name of the sun god, directly designating the envoy as the sacrificial victim, leading to the envoy's own sacrifice. A chosen offering, fervently invoking the name of an evil deity, directly led to the sacrifice of the officiant. Vanna thought she had encountered the most absurd tale. The notion seemed utterly ludicrous. Yet it was articulated by a rigorously trained and reliable guardian of the church, compelling her to confront the bizarre reality. Her expression turned peculiar. How could such an outrageous event transpire? If this were indeed feasible, might it not mean that numerous sacrificial victims at cult ceremonies could simply retaliate against those heretical priests with mere words? Isn't that so? Even the most inept priest commands absolute authority during the ritual. How could a frail, ordinary person, with a mere utterance, disrupt the proceedings to such a degree? Moreover, We have scrutinized this priest. He indeed bears the marks of having been eroded by projections from the depths of the world. He is a true initiate. According to the cultists present, he was also wielding a ritual dagger imbued with blessings, the young guardian remarked, shaking his head as he approached another lifeless body nearby. But look at this, he continued. This is the offering that was said to have slain the priest. Vanna cast a glance at the guardian before her gaze landed on the completely lifeless corpse. In the next moment, her eyes sharpened. It was a frail young man, so emaciated that his physique resembled that of a boy. The most conspicuous anomaly was the gaping hole in his chest. He has already been sacrificed. Indeed, this is an offering that has undergone sacrifice. Considering the traces at the scene and the testimonies of the cultists, it is likely that this offering had lost its heart even before being thrust upon the altar. The guardian spoke with a solemn tone. Thus, the true situation was that a walking corpse, in full view of the assembly, ascended the altar and killed the officiating priest as a sacrifice. A necromancer's trick? Vanna pondered aloud. No, the power of the Black Sun exerts a significant restraint on necromancers. The walking dead they control could not brazenly approach the totem of the Black Sun. Was it a reviver under abnormal control? Have you examined the surrounding lights? She suddenly raised her head, looking at the guardian beside her. Is there a completely dark underground space within a 500-meter radius? We have investigated. There are no dark voids. Even the cultists are aware of the dangers of such places. They left torches and oil lamps in the caves where they disposed of the bodies, taking great care in this regard. For a moment, Vanna remained silent, bent low before the lifeless body of the young man, her mind awash with profound questions. She meticulously examined the remains of the sacrifice, which had led to the ritual's catastrophic failure when an extraordinary being was offered up before the watchful eyes of many. As she reached out to lift the rigid eyelid, she sought to uncover any trace of the heretical power that might linger upon him. Suddenly, a flicker of light caught her peripheral vision. It seemed as if the young man's lifeless eyes had momentarily opened, revealing a flicker of eerie green flames dancing within the hollow orbs, a minuscule spark leaping onto the tip of her outstretched right index finger before dispersing into the air. Startled, Vanna's gaze sharpened. In an instant, she drew a dagger from her waist with her left hand and, without hesitation, severed her own right index finger. Swiftly, she reversed the dagger and drove it into the forehead of the corpse. The rune-inscribed dagger erupted into a roaring blaze, engulfing the body entirely. This entire sequence transpired in less than a second. As the flames consumed the corpse, she straightened and retreated 2 steps, then retrieved a vial of blessed oil from her belt. Biting off the cork, she poured the viscous liquid over her bleeding right hand. The moment the holy oil met flesh and blood, it hissed and emitted a thick cloud of white smoke. A searing pain surged through her, yet Vanna's expression remained unchanged. She noticed the guardian who had been by her side swiftly unsheathing his steel sword, delivering a decisive blow to sever the head of the now blazing sacrifice. He then tossed a concoction of seaweed extract and silver powder into the flames. Accompanied by a series of explosive detonations, the fire surged skyward, almost reaching the ceiling, and the mutated corpse disintegrated into ash in the blink of an eye. Remarkably, the fierce flames did not spread to the other bodies nearby. The surrounding guardians quickly regained their composure. Half of them unsheathed their rune-etched swords, encircling Vanna protectively, while the other half drew large-caliber revolvers, swiftly establishing a perimeter. 2 priests present also revealed their concealed revolvers from beneath their robes, blessing the gun barrels with incense as they invoked the name of the storm goddess, Gamona, continuously aiming their weapons at the frenzied cultists, agitated by the shifting environment. Your Excellency, the judge, the young guardian, sword in hand, finally approached Vanna. Are you all right? There was a residual force within that sacrifice, one that bypassed all the protections bestowed upon me by the goddess, even evading my psychic defenses, Vanna replied, waving her hand dismissively, her gaze fixed on her right hand. The goddess's blessing was manifesting. The severed finger was twitching, gradually beginning to heal. Yet, despite the pain subsiding, her heart remained unsettled. The situation felt amiss. It was not merely the presence of the Black Sun, but perhaps another formidable force had graced this sacrificial ceremony. A force that had not entirely departed and harbored ulterior motives. The adjudicator swiftly made a judgment, ordering the immediate relocation of all witnesses and evidence to the church for stringent oversight. Subsequently, all examinations and interrogations were conducted within the church, as the site required thorough purification. Were there others present elsewhere? A nearby guardian promptly replied, yes, we previously rescued a group of imprisoned sacrificial candidates from another cave nearby. They are currently being temporarily housed in the adjacent utility room. Take them as well to the church, though they are victims. They must undergo rigorous scrutiny before being allowed to return home, Vanna swiftly instructed, only to suddenly recall, what of Miss Heidi? Is she unharmed? I am here. A calm voice responded from nearby. The spiritual medic, donned in a black dress and employed by the municipal office, approached leisurely, nodding at Vanna. Do not worry. I was momentarily unresponsive. So what exactly transpired? As told in many classic tales, the cultists have provoked something far more sinister than themselves, Vanna replied. Casting a glance at the spiritual medic. I strongly advise that you take added precautions when examining these cultists and hypnotizing them. An uninvited force has manifested here, and its residue lingers. Chapter 32. Breakfast on the Lost Homage. As night faded, the pale scars that occupied the sky gradually dissipated. Duncan stood at the stern of the ship, gazing upwards, not missing a detail of this transition from night to day. He observed the scar transforming, akin to a dream awakening, becoming increasingly transparent and ethereal. The surrounding gray-white luminescence first merged with the sky, followed closely by the scar itself. All the while its position remained unchanged. Duncan blinked, a flicker of speculation igniting within him. Did the unaltered position of the scar suggest it was not some distant astronomical structure? Did it imply that it was merely an imprint upon the atmospheric backdrop, a phantom moving in sync with the boundless sea? Or perhaps the planet upon which the boundless sea resided, if indeed this was a planet, was in perfect synchrony with the scar? Alternatively, could it be that the scar was indeed in motion, but the fleeting observational time rendered it imperceptible to the naked eye? A multitude of conjectures surged through his mind. Yet Duncan was acutely aware that until ample evidence and reliable experimental validation emerged, these notions remained mere speculation. The possible explanations for a natural phenomenon could number in the thousands, but without theoretical and evidential support, all was but idle chatter. The sun ascended. First, a golden radiance emerged at the horizon, followed by a colossal luminous entity abruptly surfacing from the sea, accompanied by resplendent rays of light. A spherical body, ensconced within a dual runic structure, came into view before Duncan. Under the gradual motion of the runic structure, the sun ascended with solemnity, a majestic process that seemed to resonate with a certain deep, powerful, and languorous rumble, echoing ethereally within Duncan's mind. Yet, when he truly focused to listen, that sound abruptly vanished. He furrowed his brow, somewhat questioning whether he had merely experienced an auditory hallucination. But the memory evoked by that sound was so vivid that he could not deny its existence. Was it a proclamation from the sun as it rose to greet the world, or merely one of the many illusions conjured by the boundless sea? No one could answer Duncan's doubts. The vast, infinite ocean continued to guard all its secrets as ever. Pigeon AI, as usual, perched comfortably on Duncan's shoulder, suddenly stood up, flapping its wings vigorously while calling out towards the sea, "Get some fries. Get some fries." Duncan couldn't help but chuckle, glancing at the peculiar pigeon, and found that having such a whimsical creature around was rather pleasing. Its odd remarks often evoked a sense of nostalgia for home. Unfortunately, there were no fries aboard the ship. He playfully nudged the pigeon's beak and turned towards the captain's quarters, muttering to himself that he indeed needed to procure some food. A moment later, the captain of the Lost Homeland prepared a traditional ghost ship breakfast in the captain's quarters. Duncan promptly transformed the navigation table into a dining table, placing several plates beside the nautical charts. Today's breakfast, like yesterday's dinner, yesterday's lunch, and every meal prior, consisted of jerky, cheese, and plain water. Sitting at the navigation table, Duncan ceremoniously laid a napkin before himself, with the goat's head quietly observing him from across the table. To his left was Alice, the cursed doll, who had come to greet him early that morning, while the quirky pigeon settled on the tabletop to his right. Duncan suddenly felt that this tableau began to align with his persona as a ghost ship captain, the goatwood carving representing the demon, the inescapable cursed doll, the loquacious bird possessing knowledge of otherworldly matters, and the ghost ship captain seated at the head of the table. This scene could easily grace the cover of a film without any need for editing. However, the culinary situation aboard the Lost Homeland was a truth known only to those involved. Sighing, Duncan lowered his gaze to the offerings on his plate. The cinematic opening of this scene concluded, giving way to the unvarnished reality of life aboard the Lost Homeland. He picked up a knife and forcefully cut into the cheese, the hard material producing a squeaking sound as it was scraped. He then prodded the jerky with a fork. The jerky clashed against the plate, generating a crisp clattering sound. Alice watched this scene with curiosity, finally unable to resist asking, "Captain, is today's meal the same as yesterday's?" "Tomorrow's will be the same as well," Duncan replied, looking at the cursed doll. "Would you care to try?" After a moment's thought, Alice picked up a piece of jerky with her hand, bit into it with vigor, and promptly spat it out, exclaiming, "It tastes terrible. Even if it were good, could you eat it? Do you even have a stomach?" Duncan retorted, taking the remaining half of the jerky from Alice's hand, bemused by her audacity to actually try it. As he spoke, he cast a troubled glance at the food on his plate. The only sustenance available aboard the ship consisted of these meager rations. The jerky had a texture reminiscent of salt-encrusted cardboard, while the cheese resembled coarse, sand-laden firewood. No matter how he prepared them, whether boiling the jerky or attempting to roast or pan-fry it, his efforts yielded no improvement in taste or texture. The silver lining was that at the very least, these provisions had not succumbed to decay, sparing him from the peril of poisoning. However, the relentless passage of time had transformed these once edible items into a state of extreme inedibility. Duncan had every reason to believe that this cheese was several years his senior, and if the jerky were still alive, it had certainly witnessed a century's worth of trials and tribulations. While the captain of the Lost Homeland need not worry about scurvy, Duncan yearned for a healthier diet, hoping that the food on his plate might be younger than himself, if not, at least of the same age. The supply replenishment plan for the Lost Homeland, along with the terrestrial exploration strategy he had contemplated yesterday, resurfaced in his mind. Yet, these aspirations were not to be realized in the immediate future. With a sigh, he resumed his vengeful task of slicing the wood-like food on his plate. Meanwhile, Ai, who had been tilting her head curiously at the nearby table for quite some time, approached him. The bird first glanced at her master, then at the food on the plate. A crystal mineral shortage, perhaps? Duncan shot a glance at the pigeon, then absent-mindedly tossed a few crumbs of cheese her way. Ai pecked at them twice, only to suddenly freeze, her entire body stiffening as if she had encountered a glitch. She remained in that rigid state for a good 3 or 4 seconds before springing back to life, flapping her wings in a panic and emitting a distressed sound. I would rather starve today, die outside, and leap off this place than eat. Duncan felt a slight sting from her words, and across the table, the goat head, which had finally quieted down for a moment, could no longer restrain itself and began to emit a cacophony of creaking wood sounds. Before this creature could ignite its fire, Duncan nodded, signaling for it to speak. Yes, Captain. The goat head seized its opportunity to chatter incessantly. I have been wanting to ask since yesterday, this bird you brought along. Her name is Ai, right? Why can't I ever understand what she says? I pondered all night. What does charging actually mean? Duncan raised an eyebrow, genuinely surprised that the goat head had managed to hold this question in until now. He had underestimated its self-restraint. You need not concern yourself. This bird has a rather peculiar way of thinking. Without pausing his woodworking, Duncan continued to make the sounds of chiseling and sawing, casually recounting the excuse he had long prepared. It seems she communicates using a language only she comprehends, and with enough exposure, one can roughly deduce her meaning. Is that so? The goat head mused, but I can't shake the feeling that her words conceal a certain logic, as if there lies a complete and coherent system of knowledge behind that language. Did you discover Ai during your journey in the spirit realm? Might she be some form of projection from the abyss? As one delves deeper into the abyss, one often encounters projections of information from misaligned dimensions, unveiling fragments of forgotten eras and perhaps glimpses of the future. Might it be that Ai speaks of matters from another realm? Duncan's meticulous cutting work momentarily faltered, barely perceptible to the naked eye, before resuming its rhythm. With a nonchalant tone, he remarked, I wish you success in discerning the logic behind the language of Ai. The words of the goat-headed sage may have been mere conjecture, yet they undeniably stirred a tempest within Duncan's heart. During his ethereal wanderings, did his soul not draw closer to the deeper layers of this world? In those depths, could one truly encounter projections from misaligned timelines? Although Duncan did not behold any vistas from alternate timelines during his spiritual excursions, the sage's assertion that Ai indeed hails from another dimension resonated with a profound truth. So, was this dove brought into this world by the earthling known as Zhou Ming, or was it, as the goat-headed sage suggested, a manifestation emerging from the deeper layers of this realm? Chapter 33. Fish. This breakfast was as tasteless as chewing wax, and the texture was even less appealing. After concluding this unsatisfactory meal, Duncan's mood did not improve with his stomach's fullness. Rather, it was the sage's incidental remarks that ignited a flurry of chaotic speculations, leaving him somewhat irritable. He glanced at the leisurely strolling dove, Ai, perched nearby, and felt his thoughts spiraling into absurdity. He had always believed that this loquacious dove, fluent in the language of Earth, was birthed from his own earthling soul, a product of the interaction between Zhou Ming and the brass compass during his spiritual journey. But what if the reality was otherwise? What if, as the sage claimed, this dove was merely a phantasm emerging from deeper realms, fortuitously coalescing in his vicinity? In such a case, Ai's sporadic utterances of earthly speech would bear no connection to Zhou Ming's memories, instead transforming into a projection captured within the annals of this world's history. The implications of this possibility troubled Duncan's mind. Alice rose from her seat, her voice disrupting Duncan's reverie. Do you need me to wash the dishes? Duncan cast a surprised glance at the doll-like lady, who awkwardly scratched her head. I thought since I'm already aboard, I should find something to occupy myself. Otherwise, I feel like a freeloader. But you don't actually eat. Duncan reminded her. Nevertheless, your willingness is commendable. Perhaps you could take the plates to the washroom and consult the sink. If it permits, you may wash them. Without waiting for Alice's response, he stood up and strolled towards the captain's quarters, casually stating, I shall inspect the deck. Do not disturb me unless necessary. As the pigeons strolled upon the shelves, they suddenly took flight and landed upon Duncan's shoulder, accompanying him as he exited the room, leaving Alice to engage in a silent standoff with the goat head at the nautical table. Hesitating for a moment, Alice cautiously inquired about the captain's mood. The goat head replied in a grave tone, the captain's disposition is akin to the weather over the boundless sea. Do not speculate, simply accept. Before the goat head could elaborate, Alice swiftly interjected, by the way, the captain mentioned I should consult with the pool about how to negotiate. Quite simple. The goat head elucidated, you shall wash the dishes. Should you end up splashed with water, it indicates the pool's disfavor. By the way, can you wash dishes? If not, I possess some theoretical knowledge. Before the goat head could finish, Alice hastily gathered the tableware and dashed towards the door, exclaiming, no need. I will learn. Thank you, Mr. Goathead. Farewell. The captain's quarters fell into silence, with only the dark goat head remaining at the table, gazing vacantly in the direction of the departing figures. After a prolonged moment, a sigh echoed from the nautical table. If only I had legs. Its gaze returned to the nautical chart. The mist surrounding the Lost Homeland continued to dissipate leisurely, and the steering task left by the captain required diligent attention, under precise control. The vast and sentient ghost ship adeptly adjusted the angles of its sails, resuming its voyage across the infinite sea, while the goat head hummed a weathered sea shanty, its coarse and raspy voice resonating within the captain's quarters. Hoist the sails, the seafarers depart from home, amidst the tempest and clamor. We are but a plank away from death. Gather the foresails, unfurl the main, release the ropes, grip the gunwales. We are now in the heart of the ocean. Keep your distance from the fish. Keep your distance from the fish. Sailors must navigate beyond those offspring-laden routes. Keep your distance from the fish. Keep your distance from the fish. We shall safely dock, with spirits and hearth awaiting ahead. Duncan wandered through the supply storage, then the kitchen, before finally returning to the mid-deck of the Lost Homeland. Regardless of how many times he searched, he could find nothing more palatable than jerky and cheese aboard this vessel. The good news was that he did not have to consume maggot-ridden biscuits like the sailors of the age of sail on Earth. The bad news was that even those were lacking on this ship. He temporarily cast aside his previous musings and, accompanied by the quietly observant AIE, approached the edge of the deck. Gazing out at the endless ocean, he pondered, regardless, I must find a way to replenish the essentials aboard the Lost Homeland. While life aboard a ghost ship may not afford the luxury of quality, I cannot truly exist as a specter. Alice might also require a change of clothes. Yet there are no suitable dresses for her aboard. It is imperative to establish contact with the city-states on land as the Lost Homeland has drifted upon the waves for far too long. During this period, the city-states may have evolved to an extent that even the goat-headed figure could not foresee. From the scenes witnessed earlier in the sewer, it is evident that Plan City is a robust and advanced metropolis. The revolvers carried by those cultists further attest to the technological advancements of human society. The ancient ghost ship may not retain its invincibility when confronted with a civilization that has flourished for a century, while the legacy of the Lost Homeland still looms. Should it dwindle to mere remnants, it would pose a significant dilemma. Duncan glanced at AIE perched upon his shoulder. Perhaps today would be a time for rejuvenation, a moment to prepare for another foray into the spirit realm. Coo. AIE tilted her head, finally emitting some semblance of normality befitting a pigeon. Duncan couldn't help but chuckle. But just then, his peripheral vision caught a glimmer upon the nearby sea. Intrigued by the disturbance, he instinctively leaned over the ship's railing for a better view, and soon discerned that something was indeed swimming beneath the surface. After a moment's hesitation, Duncan abruptly slapped his forehead. Ah, I must remember, we are at sea. Surely there are fish in these waters. The sudden possibility uplifted his spirits. He realized that establishing contact with the land and ensuring stable supplies for the Lost Homeland would not be accomplished overnight. Yet, could not the vast, boundless ocean lend a hand? He had grown weary of the jerky and cheese aboard the ghost ship. Duncan's enthusiasm surged as he recalled the heavy fishing rods stowed away in a certain hold beneath the deck. He also noted the railing at the edge of the deck, which could serve as a place to secure the rods. As for bait, he pondered whether the jerky and cheese might prove effective. Thus, while the cursed puppet washed dishes in the galley and the talking goat head focused on navigating the ship, the captain of the Lost Homeland busied himself between the deck and cabin. Before long, Duncan located the items he sought, shouldering 3 heavy fishing rods and a supply of bait as he returned to the deck. Clumsily, he secured these implements to the edge of the railing, baited the hooks, and cast the lines. He then procured an empty barrel from nearby, using it as a makeshift seat while he awaited a catch. Lacking experience in ocean fishing, his previous encounters had been limited to ponds and a small river back home. He was uncertain whether this whimsical endeavor would yield any fish, but idleness was no option. What if fortune smiled upon him? He took this as a means of recuperating before his next journey into the spirit realm, while simultaneously harboring hopes for an improved future fare. Settling between the rods, Duncan found his mood gradually returning to tranquility amidst the long wait. The sea conditions today were relatively calm, with clouds adorning the sky but no ominous signs of a storm. Perched upon the wooden barrel, leaning against a winch used for securing ropes, he squinted against the gentle swaying of the ship. At some point, he drifted into a state of half-sleep. He dreamt of walking barefoot upon the tranquil surface of the sea, the azure waters shimmering, kissed by the warm embrace of sunlight. In his memory, the familiar and ordinary sun hung high in the sky, radiant yet not scorching. He heard the splashing of water and, following the sound, beheld a fish unexpectedly leaping from the placid surface nearby. It was a school of golden fish, each no larger than the palm of his hand, exhaling bubbles into the air and fluttering their tails as if swimming through the atmosphere, encircling Duncan in a gentle dance. These ethereal fish gradually approached, and Zhou Ming gazed at them with curiosity, captivated by their plump eyes, delicate scales, and the rhythmic opening and closing of their mouths, as well as the faint ripples trailing behind them, reminiscent of water waves. Zhou Ming suddenly found these fish to be exquisite and profoundly fragrant. Indeed, they must be incredibly aromatic. Chapter 34. Harvest. A sudden roar of ocean waves jolted Duncan from his slumber. He opened his eyes wide. The visions that had danced between dreams and reality now reduced to faint silhouettes. He recalled the sight of fish gliding through the air, their allure seemingly delectable. Yet what did they truly resemble? Could fish swim in the air? Duncan blinked, momentarily disoriented by the surreal blend of reality and dreams. His gaze shifted to the 3 fishing rods secured in their holders, where no signs of a catch were evident. In the distance, the sea had begun to undulate, waves crashing against the hull of the ship, the Lost Homeland. The waves grew in intensity, surging relentlessly from afar, the massive vessel swaying amidst the tempest, the sound of roaring surf filling the air. Duncan raised his eyes to the sky, noting that the weather remained splendid, though perhaps a bit windier, yet it seemed unlikely to escalate into a severe storm. This may not be the best weather for fishing, he murmured, contemplating whether to reel in his rods. Just then, from the corner of his eye, he noticed one of the rods bending sharply. The robust fishing line, designed for sea angling, tightened instantly, the stout rod resembling a bow drawn taut, accompanied by a cacophony of creaking sounds as the rod holder protested under the strain. This cacophony conveyed a singular message to Duncan. A fish was on the line. A big fish. He instantly dismissed the notion of resting, the fervor of a fisherman igniting within him. In 2 strides, he reached the bending rod, grasping it firmly to prevent it from slipping from the holder, while his other hand meticulously adjusted the tension of the line. I told you so. How could I be empty-handed? Duncan, filled with excitement, began to engage in a fierce battle with a colossal creature on the other end of his fishing line. This struggle proved to be arduous, as the entity at the end of the line showed no intention of surrendering. A tremendous force tugged at the fishing rod, and despite Duncan's strength and the support of the rod holder, the stalemate appeared precarious. The winds and waves surrounding the Lost Homestead gradually intensified, yet for Duncan, this minor turbulence was inconsequential. His frustration grew as he feared that this hard-won opportunity for a sumptuous meal might slip away. The tension in the fishing line reached a critical point, and it seemed as though the fish was about to break free. After an indeterminate duration of this deadlock, Duncan finally steeled himself, and suddenly, a cluster of ethereal green flames erupted from his grip on the fishing rod. The green fire blazed forth, spreading like water, swiftly coursing along the rod and line, the spectral flames igniting a fiery trail that plunged into the depths of the sea. In the next moment, an illusory outline of green flames emerged from the depths surrounding the Lost Homestead, and under the glow of that eerie green fire, a massive shadow materialized within the waters. This shadow resembled a pulsating mass of flesh, nearly engulfing the entire sea surface within a radius of hundreds of meters around the Lost Homestead. Its edges extended into a multitude of ever-shifting, proliferating dark tendrils, akin to countless arms writhing and waving within the ocean, stirring the waters around the ship and controlling the unseen waves that surged and roiled. Duncan sensed unusual sounds emanating from the sea, and while maintaining his grip on the prey, he leaned curiously over the edge to peer out. Yet, he saw nothing beyond the undulating waves, which appeared largely unchanged from before. Moreover, he distinctly felt the resistance from the fishing rod diminish slightly. The creature's strength began to wane, a realization that brought a radiant smile to his face. He commenced to reel in the line with greater force, gradually dragging his quarry from the depths. Alice, startled by the roaring and howling from outside the cabin, felt a violent shaking beneath her feet, causing the furnishings within the chamber to clatter in a cacophony of noise. Swiftly, she grasped a nearby railing, preventing herself from falling, her expression a mixture of surprise and uncertainty. What was happening? The Lost Homestead rocked as if a tremendous storm raged outside, and from the depths of the ancient ghost ship came a low, oppressive growl. As if it were roaring and battling the terrors of the deep, contending against some colossal beast attempting to devour it. The various objects within the cabin clanged and rattled. Initially, Alice presumed these sounds were merely the result of the ship's swaying. However, she soon discerned that many of the clattering items were engaged in a form of communication, though a language only the Lost Homestead could comprehend. All she knew was that something might be amiss outside. Miss Dahl decided to venture onto the deck, stumbling her way out of the cabin while grasping the nearby wall to avoid falling. After narrowly dodging errant ropes and careening barrels, she finally reached the foot of the stairs. She pushed open the creaking wooden door, which swung wildly in the tempest, revealing the vast sea, where astonishingly colossal waves were rising. The sky was pitch black, ominous clouds coalescing into heavy masses, pressing down towards the surface of the sea, while towering waves churned beneath the darkened sky, undulating around the Lost Homeland like a menacing embrace. It was the first time Alice had encountered such a scene. She was uncertain if this was typical of the ocean, but she understood the urgency of finding the captain. Scanning the deck, it took little effort to locate Captain Duncan, who stood at the edge. The surrounding tumult of wind and waves was somewhat bothersome, yet to Duncan, on the verge of success, it was merely a trivial distraction. With the dual feedback from the fishing line and the green fire, he could distinctly sense that his quarry had ceased its struggle. The colossal creature was being gradually pulled from the depths. "Come up, you," he exclaimed joyfully, making one final, vigorous tug on his fishing rod. A massive fish leapt from the sea, its size nearly equal to half of Duncan's own stature. In that fleeting moment, their gazes locked. It was rather unsightly, he mused. Indeed, it was an exceedingly grotesque fish, its dark body seemingly covered in some grotesque growths, adorned with bizarre grayish-white patterns that sprawled chaotically along its fins. Numerous bony structures were visible around its head, and a pair of hollow, pale eyes stared at Duncan from beneath those spines. Duncan felt an unsettling discomfort, as if the fish were gazing at him with malicious intent. Yet in the next heartbeat, the fish convulsed violently, its eyes inexplicably bursting, blood gushing forth. The creature thudded heavily onto the deck, writhing and twisting in a frenzy as if electrified, before gradually settling into silence, blood seeping from its mouth and shattered eyes, dripping steadily onto the deck. Duncan watched in bewilderment as this remarkably hideous fish rapidly lost its vitality at his feet. He vaguely recalled knowledge gleaned from books. Most deep-sea fish were indeed quite ugly, and due to their prolonged existence under immense pressure, they could suffer from ruptured blood vessels and even die quickly when brought to the surface. Was this how the creatures of this world also perished? Just as he pondered this, a sudden cacophony of sounds erupted nearby. Curious, Duncan turned to investigate, only to see several smaller, bizarre fish plummeting onto the deck. Their appearance was akin to that of the half-human-sized fish, yet they measured only about half a meter. Like the larger fish, they were already profusely bleeding by the time Duncan noticed them, quickly succumbing to their injuries. Duncan appeared somewhat dazed, taking a considerable time to comprehend the situation. Halua saving Grandpa? A procession of them? Alice clutched the nearby railing tightly, her heart racing as she observed the brutal combat unfolding before her, a spectacle that could drive an ordinary person into madness. She beheld Captain Duncan standing at the edge of the deck, engulfed in a swirling green flame that blazed fiercely, resembling a giant ablaze, as he confronted the sea. 3 grappling hooks extended from the deck beneath him, one of which was ablaze with terrifying fire. Suddenly, a colossal shadow loomed in the boundless sea, followed by an enormous tentacle, nearly as thick as the main mast of the Lost Homeland, emerging from the depths. The surface of this tentacle was adorned with countless malevolent eyes, interspersed with a multitude of sharp, gnashing teeth that seemed to grind together, as if poised to rend the ship into splinters at any moment. Alice gasped, desperate to warn the captain to evade the impending danger, yearning to rush forward to assist him, but before she could act, the tentacle descended upon Duncan. She witnessed Captain Duncan lift his gaze, amidst the ferocious flames. An expression of bountiful joy illuminated his face as he regarded the myriad eyes upon the tentacle, which in turn gazed back at him. In the next instant, all the eyes upon that tentacle burst violently, emitting a cacophony of piercing and anguished shrieks from the countless teeth. Subsequently, the tentacles severed abruptly, as if a colossal entity concealed beneath the ocean's surface had deliberately severed its connection, discarding the gravely wounded end of the tentacle onto the deck. The tentacle crashed to the deck, and the viscous, murky blood and flesh that spilled from the severed end splattered onto the ground, pooling at the captain's feet. Chapter 35. Calm and ordinary. The sea had settled into tranquility. Alice observed the severed tentacle lying on the deck, alongside the powerful remnants of flesh that had fallen at the captain's feet, vitality swiftly dissipating from these remnants. Simultaneously, a gargantuan creature lurking beneath the waters surrounding the Lost Homeland began to accelerate its descent, having sacrificed a tentacle, hastily retreating from the area as if in a frantic escape. As this immense shadow submerged into the depths, the ocean regained its calm with astonishing rapidity, while the dark, ink-like clouds above vanished entirely. Perhaps they were never clouds at all. Alice glanced up at the sky, recalling the shape of those ominous clouds. And as she reminisced about their dissipation, she began to correlate their silhouette with the shadow that had previously loomed beneath the ship. It seemed that the dense clouds in the sky were but a shadow cast by some colossal entity in the sea. The crackling of flames from the edge of the deck interrupted Alice's reverie. She turned her attention back to the captain, only to find him restored to his usual demeanor. This tall man wore a cheerful smile, having noticed Alice standing at a distance, and he gestured for Miss Puppet to come closer. As Alice approached, Duncan kicked at the large fish on the deck, his tone slightly elevated. "Look, I've caught a big one." "A big fish?" Alice's expression dulled as she gazed at the grotesque mass at Duncan's feet. Among the contorted, bloody remnants, countless eyes, torn and oozing, half opened and half closed, stared vacantly at the sky, while jagged, metallic teeth glinted ominously amidst the orbs. With each kick from Duncan, one of the severed appendage's eyes blinked momentarily before succumbing to darkness once more. "Indeed, a big fish," Duncan cheerfully declared. "You see, bringing this thing aboard took quite an effort." Though merely a puppet, Alice felt a twitch at the corner of her eye, and as she opened her mouth to speak, she found herself at a loss for how to redirect the conversation. Her gaze fell upon the fish at Duncan's feet. A repulsive large fish lay there, its dark color marred by a pockmarked exterior, strange gray-white patterns near its fins, and bony protrusions extending from its head, its lifeless eyes meeting her gaze. Scattered around were numerous smaller fish on the deck. Alice suddenly found herself devoid of expression or words, her eyes wide as she took in the scene before her. Observing the fish resting on the deck, remnants of what had only moments ago been something else entirely. The inexperienced puppet girl did not yet grasp the concept of existential doubt, but at that moment, she felt an overwhelming sense of uncertainty regarding everything, even questioning if she were dreaming. Where had that appendage gone? Those bloody remnants? Perhaps her momentary stupor was too evident, for Duncan immediately noticed Alice's disquiet. He raised an eyebrow, studying the puppet. "What's the matter? Is something wrong?" Alice opened her mouth, but as she prepared to correct him, the rules imparted by the goat-headed figure suddenly resurfaced in her mind. On the ship Lost Homeland, Captain Duncan held absolute authority. His words were the ultimate truth. If reality contradicted Captain Duncan's assertions, then his judgment prevailed. "There is no problem at all," Alice quickly responded, realizing her tension, and then, as if to mask her anxiety, she swiftly changed the subject. "By the way, Captain, that storm earlier was quite frightening." "Storm? You mean those waves?" Duncan looked at her, puzzled. Those waves were indeed considerable, but hardly a storm. "Then again, you haven't witnessed a true tempest." "You are correct," Alice replied. If Captain Duncan referred to the vast storm engulfing the sea as mere waves, then indeed, they were waves. And if he believed the catch aboard was fish, then they were fish. "I sense a hint of anxiety in your voice. Are you truly all right?" Duncan observed Alice's unease with concern, wondering if she was seasick. "Do you suffer from seasickness?" "I am quite well. It was merely the violent rocking of the ship that stirred my thoughts." Alice gazed at the captain, whose face was etched with concern, uncertain whether to feel reassured or even more apprehensive. She awkwardly shifted the topic, inquiring, "By the way, what do you intend to do with the fish you have caught? Isn't that obvious?" Duncan chuckled heartily. "Of course, it's for dinner." Alice's expression momentarily froze in disbelief. "Dinner? What else could it be? Have you not noticed the rather monotonous provisions aboard the Lost Homeland?" Duncan appeared to be in high spirits. "I plan to fillet this large one, stewing part of it and roasting another. The smaller ones will be salted and dried in a fish jerky." He cheerfully outlined his culinary intentions. However, despite his confident demeanor, a flicker of uncertainty lurked within him. His culinary skills were merely average, and he had no experience handling such a massive fish. Moreover, His knowledge of the process of making fish jerky was purely theoretical, devoid of any practical experience. Yet, how could one know without attempting? The only concern was not to suffer from an upset stomach. Amidst the joy of his bountiful catch, Duncan retained a semblance of rationality. Cautiously eyeing the large fish at his feet, pondering whether this gift from nature might harbor any toxins. The most prudent approach would be to find an unfortunate soul to sample at first. He initially thought of the goat-headed figure in the captain's cabin, but quickly dismissed that option. A glance at the cursed doll across from him also proved futile. Alice had no appetite whatsoever. Finally, his gaze fell upon the pigeon perched on his shoulder, which tilted its head inquisitively, although it hardly appeared to be a normal creature. If he were to find a living being aboard the ship, this pigeon seemed to be the only viable candidate. Moments later, Duncan departed the deck, his bounty in tow. As mealtime approached, he could hardly contain his eagerness to enhance the provisions aboard the Lost Homeland. Meanwhile, Alice remained momentarily lost in thought before making her way to the captain's cabin. She had not intended to seek out the goat-headed figure. Having developed a profound respect for the first mate after witnessing his incessant ramblings during their last encounter, whenever possible, she wished to avoid entering the captain's quarters altogether. However, the peculiar events of the day compelled her to consult the experienced goat-headed gentleman to discern whether what transpired was a normal occurrence aboard the Lost Homeland. She did not believe she was contravening the crew's code by merely inquiring about the situation, so she felt it was permissible. After hesitating for several seconds, Alice finally summoned her courage and pushed open the door to the captain's cabin. To her astonishment, she found the goat-headed figure already facing the entrance, staring intently in her direction as if it had been anticipating her arrival. What transpired outside? The goat-headed figure asked tersely, a rarity for it to be so succinct. Sensing an unusual tone in its demeanor, Alice quickly turned to close the door behind her and approached the navigation table, relaying everything she had witnessed. After her account, an unsettling silence enveloped the goat-headed figure, which remained uncharacteristically mute for an entire minute. The wooden carving of the goat's head was devoid of expression, yet Alice could unmistakably sense that matters seemed to transcend the judgment of the first mate. Suddenly, she felt a surge of tension. Instinctively leaning forward, was this not the sort of occurrence one might expect aboard the Lost Homeland? Could it be that the captain truly believed everything aboard the Lost Homeland was perfectly fine? The goat's head finally stirred from its silence, promptly interjecting as if to preemptively seal some breach in Alice's discourse, declaring that all was well aboard the Lost Homeland, eternally so, and that the esteemed Captain Duncan remained steadfast as ever. I merely observed your reaction. The situation has exceeded my expectations. But this is a consequence of my limited imagination and understanding, the goat's head continued, its words flowing with newfound fluency as it gradually recovered from its earlier astonishment. Its demeanor visibly brightened, and its tone grew fervent and animated. Indeed, the illustrious Captain Duncan ought to be even greater and more formidable. There is nothing amiss, Miss Alice. All is as it should be aboard the Lost Homeland. Let the captain act upon his convictions. Let us not linger on this subject. From this day forth, remember this fact. There are fish in the kitchen of the Lost Homeland, and fish are a delightful ingredient. Chapter 36. The transition of day and night. Transforming such a colossal fish into a luncheon is no simple endeavor. It is not merely a technical task, but a physical one as well. Fortunately, the dual motivation of the fisherman's sense of duty and his fervor for enhancing the culinary offerings propelled Duncan, enabling him to tackle the formidable fish he had caught that day with vigor. He toiled in the kitchen for an extended period, eventually managing to extricate the grotesque fish's bony head, clumsily slicing its plump body into several pieces. The fish's head, lacking substantial flesh, was temporarily set aside, while the belly and back contained some exquisite portions, perfect for the provisions aboard the Lost Homeland. It seemed somewhat peculiar for the captain himself to labor in the kitchen, yet Duncan found immense joy in the task. He pondered how those who regarded the Lost Homeland as a harbinger of calamity would react to this scene. Would they be astonished to discover that the fearsome ghost captain possessed such a down-to-earth, domestic side, or would they first marvel at Duncan's exceptional fishing prowess? As Duncan divided the fish into pieces, this thought struck him, and he chuckled to himself, contemplating that perhaps one day he would graciously invite some individuals aboard. The Lost Homeland would not forever be synonymous with disaster. He had no intention of remaining a cold-hearted specter. With a deeper understanding of the world, he would naturally seek to connect with contemporary civilized society. When that time arrived, he would serve fish to his esteemed guest aboard the ship. After completing the initial division, Duncan placed the majority of the fish meat into a wooden barrel lined with sea salt and rolled the heavy barrel into the depths of the kitchen's storeroom. The smaller remnants of the fish he intended to process later, planning to marinate and dry them on the deck, if all went well. They would transform into salted fish under the caress of the sea breeze. Regrettably, the vessel lacked any spirits. Otherwise, Duncan could have employed more techniques in processing the fish. While it is undoubtedly a pleasure to feast on fresh fish daily, Duncan understood that fishing is a matter of chance. He had enjoyed a bountiful catch today. Yet the future may not always be so generous, necessitating considerations on how to preserve the surplus ingredients. After all, although the jerky and cheese aboard the Lost Homestead showed no signs of decay, he could not ascertain whether this was a peculiarity of the ship itself or an anomaly with the provisions. Allowing the hard-earned fish to spoil would be a misfortune. Dried salted fish is, at least, preferable to salted meat from a century ago, providing a welcome change. Duncan retained the freshest, most succulent portions, tossing them into the pot with the jerky, which would serve as a seasoning during the simmering process. This approach might be deemed wasteful by any true chef, who would likely be aghast at Duncan's method. These tender fish should ideally be transformed into sashimi or, at the very least, grilled to perfection. Duncan was aware of this, yet he opted for caution. Consuming unfamiliar catches from the sea without preparation was a risk he was unwilling to take. Though theoretically, sea fish should not harbor harmful parasites. And as a ghostly captain, he ought not to fear ordinary toxins. There remained the possibility of unforeseen hazards. In contrast, simmering was the most effective method for processing unknown ingredients. He intended to proceed with this trial. If the fish proved edible, he would then contemplate other culinary techniques. As the afternoon approached its zenith, his tardy lunch finally reached completion. A bowl of fish soup emerged, its delightful aroma igniting Duncan's appetite. However, before indulging, he prudently speared a piece of fish, allowing it to cool before presenting it before his dove, Ai. The dove, of course, did not consume meat. Yet Ai was hardly a conventional pigeon. Duncan felt compelled to satisfy his curiosity. Aboard the Lost Homestead, there were myriad experiments awaiting his attention. As for the potentiality of Ai succumbing to poisoning after consuming the fish, Duncan had prepared for that eventuality. Firstly, he had taken great care in processing the ingredients, and offering Ai a taste was merely a precaution. Secondly, should Ai display any signs of distress, Duncan could swiftly employ the green fire to transition it into a spectral state. He had previously tested this, and in its ethereal form, Ai would respond similarly to the feedback received from the brass compass, akin to an object under the influence of spectral flames. He could even disassemble and reassemble the spectral Ai, transporting it to a designated location beside him. In such circumstances, ordinary toxins would surely be rendered ineffective. Ai tilted its head, observing Duncan's actions. Upon confirming that the piece of fish was intended for it, the dove first pecked at the nearby tabletop, its eyes darting between Duncan and the ceiling, as if to inquire, "Is this safe?" Duncan replied, "Just tell me if you will eat it." Ai flapped its wings, mimicking Duncan's tone, "Just tell me if you will eat it." Then it lowered its head, swiftly pecking at the already cold fish meat with astonishing speed, devouring what appeared to be anything but food for pigeons in just a few pecks. After finishing, Ai stretched its neck vigorously and began to strut proudly across the table, seemingly filled with joy. After a brief circuit, it returned to Duncan's presence, exclaiming loudly, "So fragrant! So fragrant!" Duncan gazed at the pigeon in astonishment, a thought suddenly arising in his mind. This creature had become a fusion of pigeon, deliciousness, and a repeating machine, with all three elements combined. It was nothing short of the light of humanity, Earth, and if drawn in a free-form grid, one might argue that it could even qualify as an inhabitant of Earth. After a while, Duncan confirmed that the pigeon exhibited no unusual reactions, allowing him to finally relax. The captain of the Lost Homeland and his pet were thus hiding in the kitchen, feasting. The fish was indeed delightful, just as Duncan had envisioned in his dreams. The setting sun gradually approached the towering walls of the city, bathing the lofty chimneys, pipes, and towers of the city-state of Prand in a soft golden glow. In the central area of the city, the resounding chimes from the Great Storm Cathedral echoed from the heights, accompanied by the sharp whistle of steam escaping from the pressure relief valve. A vast plume of white mist gushed forth from the tower's apex, enveloping the sky above the heights like ethereal clouds, refracting the golden sunlight from the sea. This signified the transition between day and night, a reminder that the sun's power was rapidly waning, and the dominion of the world's creation was about to take precedence in the heavens. The order of the mortal realm would soon shift from stability to turmoil, with influences from the depths of the world intensifying as night descended, a process that would persist until the sun rose the following day. In the darkness, the cautious would opt to remain indoors, while those compelled to venture out would seek to stay in well-lit areas, where the gas lamps blessed by the clergy could dispel the malevolence of the night to the greatest extent. Nevertheless, this was still a prosperous and stable metropolis. sheltered under the sacred storm cathedral, where even the deepest influences of the world would be suppressed to a safe threshold. The occasional aberrations within the city were merely trivial concerns, and ordinary citizens knew how to secure their homes. Moreover, the church's patrolling guardians took over the duties of the constables after nightfall, ensuring the order of the city. Yet, just as shadows always linger beneath the brightest streetlights, even under the watchful eyes of the church's guardians, there existed foolish individuals yearning for darkness and upheaval. They both feared and despised the existing order, fervently anticipating a glorious era they had never even witnessed. Fortunately, within a city-state where the forces of order held sway, these subversives mostly had to curl up in the shadows. On the outskirts of the city-state, deep within an abandoned sewer entrance, several figures cloaked in black huddled in the corner of a room. This space once served as a temporary refuge for maintenance personnel of the sewer system, yet it has been forgotten amidst the shifting tides of urban development. The neglected corners have transformed into a sanctuary for cultists fleeing in panic. A dim oil lamp hangs upon the wall, its flickering light casting shadows upon faces marked by gloom, fear, and a tinge of rage. A figure clad in a black robe, appearing to be in his 30s, lies upon a makeshift bed of tattered rags, his jaw clenched, pallor evident upon his face, and his breath faint and erratic. Others sit nearby, one muttering curses, "Those damn church hyenas. We have lost numerous brethren, and the messenger perished in the ritual." Another, voice hoarse, laments, "How could the sacred ceremony spiral out of control? It was clearly due to the offering. He was obviously a pawn of heresy." Suddenly, one of the black-robed figures inclines his ear, raising a hand to indicate the sounds above of the twilight bell and the steam whistle. Night approaches. The first to curse, his voice low and filled with disquiet, glances at the comrade sprawled on the floor, clearly in a dire state. "Damn it, I hope he can survive the night." Chapter 37. The cycle of life and death. The tolling of the twilight bell and the shrill of the whistle reverberate through the damp, shadowy incline and shaft, echoing faintly in the oppressive confines of the sewer. This signal of encroaching night deepens the despair among the cultists concealed in the forsaken lounge. One among them suffers from a grave illness of unknown origin, teetering on the brink of death in this dimly lit subterranean realm. He is still alive, one cultist hesitantly remarks, casting a glance at the comrade on the ground, whose eyes flutter between half-closed and half-open, the orbs slowly rotating in their sockets. This unfortunate soul can still perceive the stirrings around him, yet lacks the strength to open his eyes fully. "For now, he still lives," another cultist murmurs, his voice heavy. "The bell has tolled. He cannot perish within this room, beneath the sanctuary's protection, and find eternal rest in darkness." The man on the makeshift bed twitches his fingers slightly, clearly grasping the gravity of his predicament. He does not wish to succumb in such a manner. Yet death clings tightly to his shadow. It seems that his beloved brethren are contemplating removing this peril from their refuge before true death descends. An oppressive silence envelopes the room, rendering even the faintest breath of the dying man distinctly audible. After an interminable stillness, the black-robed figure who had previously cursed the storm church breaks the quietude. "Let us wait a little longer. At least the moment of passing will not bring immediate change." "Then we shall wait," the deep-voiced cultist concedes, glancing at the struggling man, then murmuring, "But why did he suddenly fall ill? Are you certain this is merely a typical affliction? I am acquainted with him. He operates a nearly shuttered antique shop in the lower town, filled with counterfeit goods." Beside him, a taciturn devotee finally spoke. He had long been afflicted with illness, his health perpetually compromised, likely due to prolonged exposure to the sewers and the trauma he had previously endured, which exacerbated his condition. Listening to the explanation from the bystander, the somber-voiced cloaked devotee relaxed slightly. Though he was not of noble clerical status, he had been a follower of the sun for many years and had become somewhat of an expert in esoteric knowledge. He understood well the long-term and insidious dangers that linger after a failed sacrificial ritual. Recognizing that each participant in that ritual could potentially become a vessel for these hidden perils, the suddenly weakened individual before him might very well be such a vessel. Were it not for the bonds of brotherhood among the sun's followers, coupled with the presence of several compassionate devotees observing, he would have long since cast this unfortunate soul into the encroaching darkness outside. After a lengthy silence, the cloaked devotee made a sudden movement. He retrieved a pale golden amulet from his robe and pressed it against the chest of the ailing compatriot. "What is this?" inquired one of the nearby devotees, curiosity piqued. "This sacred amulet was procured at great cost from an emissary," he replied in a deep, earnest tone. "May the grace of the Lord protect our brethren. Perhaps the light of the sun can shield him from further erosion in the depths of darkness." The two nearby devotees regarded the elder of their faith with admiration, placing their fists against their foreheads, humbly murmuring, "The sun's people are all kin." The somber cloaked figure mirrored their gesture, joining in their solemn chant. As the sun sank below the horizon, the starless and moonless sky reappeared before Duncan, a pale rift stretching across the heavens, casting a cold glow upon the boundless sea and the vessel, the Lost Homeland, navigating its waters. Duncan stood near the stern of the deck, withdrawing his gaze from the sky with a soft sigh. No matter how many times he looked, he could never perceive the non-existent stars within that pale, frigid light. Yet, compared to the last time he beheld this starless night, his mood had improved considerably. On one hand, he had come to accept the myriad peculiarities of this world and was actively adapting to his current existence. On the other hand, today's catch had indeed been splendid. He was an optimist. Even the slightest improvement in life brought him joy, especially when the bounties of nature exceeded his expectations. At this pace, even if he could not establish stable contact with the land in the short term, he could at least enhance the living conditions aboard the ship. Lost in thought, he turned to glance at the pigeon perched upon his shoulder and jokingly remarked, "Do you think it would be simpler if I engaged in the pursuits typical of a pirate captain? For instance, to seek out a bustling shipping lane for the purpose of plundering. What a whimsical notion." The pigeon tilted its head, its two eyes seemingly oblivious to their surroundings. "Is this reasonable? Is this sensible?" Duncan chuckled softly, acknowledging that such thoughts did not align with his character. Moreover, to engage in piracy, one must at least locate a route frequented by merchant vessels. Yet, in this vast and desolate ocean, the Lost Homeland had drifted far from the realms of civilization. Ever since his last encounter with the vessel transporting the Anomaly 099, he had not sighted another ship on the horizon. The very notion of robbing someone seemed futile without victims in sight. In that moment, a voice suddenly interrupted Duncan's reverie. "Captain, are we going to rob someone?" He turned to find Alice perched high upon a wooden beam, gazing curiously in his direction, illuminated by the pale luminescence of the celestial scar in the sky. The Gothic doll, clad in a regal gown, sat gracefully upon the ghostly ship, her mercury-like hair glimmering with an ethereal sheen against the night. She exuded an air of elegance and curiosity, reminiscent of a classical and enigmatic painting. Duncan, momentarily taken aback, realized that amidst the chaos of recent events, he had nearly forgotten the sophisticated and mysterious impression Alice had initially left upon him when she lay within the wooden chest. Observing her serene demeanor now, he felt a flicker of astonishment. However, Alice remained unaware of the captain's musings. Her inquisitiveness prompted her to ask once more, "Captain, are we going to rob someone?" This inquiry somewhat tarnished her image. Duncan, both amused and exasperated, glanced at the doll. "Do you enjoy robbing?" he inquired. "Not really," Alice replied, shaking her head. "It sounds quite dull." "Yet, you were brought aboard my ship through an act of piracy," Duncan reminded her with a smile. "True," Alice conceded after a moment's reflection, nodding before asking again, "So, are we going to rob someone now?" "No," Duncan waved his hand dismissively as he strolled toward his captain's quarters. "I find piracy rather uninteresting. A leisurely walk seems a more fitting postprandial activity." Upon returning to his captain's chamber, Duncan briefly instructed Goathead to take the helm, then, as before, retreated to his sleeping quarters and secured the door. He had resolved to embark on a second journey into the spirit realm that night. However, unlike the previous occasion, he intended to utilize the pigeon, i.e., to test this ability. A cluster of ghostly green sparks danced at Duncan's fingertips, and at the moment the flames flickered, the pigeon, which had been wandering on the table, vanished in the blink of an eye, only to coalesce back into form upon his shoulder. Sensing the tenuous connection between himself and IE, Duncan gradually calmed his mind, recalling the sensation he experienced when he activated the brass compass during his last endeavor. He began to attempt communication with IE through the ethereal fire he held. The intangible green flame transformed into a delicate thread, entwining itself around IE's wings. And in the next instant, the white dove was enveloped in a sudden blaze. In the midst of the flames, the feathers of the white dove transformed into ethereal shapes. As the ascending green fire seemingly reshaped its flesh and bones, IE spread its wings amidst the blaze, and the brass compass hanging from its chest snapped open, revealing a dial adorned with myriad mystical runes that flickered with a soft glow. The central needle, after a frenzied whirl, pointed unwaveringly toward the distance. The surrounding scenery disintegrated and scattered, giving way to a familiar dark expanse in Duncan's vision, soon followed by the comforting flow of light and countless twinkling stars. Guided by an instinct within, Duncan gazed at the starlight, seeking the next target for connection. Suddenly, one cluster of starlight captivated him. Whether this was the intuition that the goat-headed figure often murmured about in reference to Captain Duncan, he could not say, yet he resolved to pursue this feeling. Regardless of who lay behind that radiance, he was now entwined with Captain Duncan's fate. In the abandoned sewers on the outskirts of the city-state of Prand, a few sun-worshipping cultists, fortunate enough to escape the grasp of the church's guardians, sat in silent desolation. The world above had succumbed to the depths of night, while the underground realm was barely illuminated by a faint light sheltering the desolate chamber. Even the most ruthless and inhumane of cultists felt a palpable tension and dread in the encroaching darkness. Beside them, on a tattered cloth spread across the ground, a dying man was on the verge of exhaling his final breath. Listening to his gradually weakening gasps, several pairs of eyes instinctively turned toward him. They fixated on their dying comrade, each acutely aware that he would not survive the night. Thus, under the watchful gaze of those eyes, the man on the ground took one last heaving breath and exhaled the final remnants of his life. "May the sun continue to shine upon your soul in the darkness," murmured a deep-voiced cloaked cultist, who then waved his hand. In the next moment, his words were abruptly stifled. Before him, the corpse with closed eyes began to breathe once more. It's time for a book recommendation. The title is My Anime King Story is indeed problematic, from a fellow reader. The content can be inferred from the title, but here is a brief synopsis. Ciu is an ordinary otaku who, equipped with an encyclopedia system, traverses into a parallel world with a notably impoverished culture, aspiring to spread culture globally and plant the flag of the second dimension everywhere. Beginning with Pokemon, he gradually makes his mark, followed by elements from Eastern culture, magical girls, naval girls, and various other beliefs. A new era dawns. Chapter 38, Offline. The corpse was breathing, as if it had wandered the edges of the realm of death only to return to the world of the living. The cloaked figures in the room stared in disbelief at this scene. Some among them were unaware that the man before them had, in fact, died just moments ago. For the brevity of this life-death exchange was so fleeting that it went unnoticed, even by the most observant. They merely sensed that the breath of their dying comrade had inexplicably steadied and strengthened, leaving them utterly astonished. In the next instant, the man on the ground opened his eyes. He seemed to have lingered in the shadows for far too long, to the extent that even the dim glow of the oil lamp in the room felt blinding to him. Blinking to adjust to the light, his eyes gradually shifted, as if he had only just noticed the three figures draped in black robes that had gathered around him. Thank the Lord for his protection. A relatively young acolyte finally reacted, unable to contain his excitement as he exclaimed, "You made it. I thought you would. Wait. No. Back away." The voice of a deeper-toned cultist suddenly registered something. He swiftly halted the other's movements, fixing a wary gaze upon the newly awakened man while retreating, his tone laced with threat. "His breathing has completely ceased. I am certain I did not misinterpret the situation. Something is amiss." Duncan gradually acclimated to his surroundings, the ringing in his ears subsiding. He discerned the figures encircling him, and his immediate thought was one of disbelief. How was it that upon opening his eyes, he found himself in the company of these individuals again? Was he still in the sewers? The journey through the spirit realm should have been random. He had chosen his target purely by instinct, yet astonishingly, both awakenings had led him back into the midst of this cult. What a twisted fate. However, he soon sensed something was indeed off from the reactions of those around him, and in the next moment, he became acutely aware of the black robe draping his own form. Duncan fell silent for a brief moment, realization dawning upon him. In his previous encounter, he had been a sacrificial offering to these cultists, and now, after a mere blink, he had become one of them. He truly was entwined with these individuals. The situation was becoming precarious. Just then, a voice laden with hostility abruptly interrupted Duncan's chaotic thoughts, and he turned towards the sound, immediately locking eyes with a piercing, vigilant gaze. The owner of that gaze regarded him coldly, while beside him, two other black-robed acolytes belatedly grasped the situation, retreating into defensive stances. Duncan paused, suddenly realizing that he might, once again, be inhabiting a corpse. He was essentially rising from the dead before the eyes of this cult. Understanding the gravity of his predicament, the tense reactions of the cultists began to make sense. His mind raced. He could still feel the lingering numbness within this body, which had not yet dissipated, rendering movement cumbersome. It seemed exceedingly difficult to act under the watchful eyes of several cultists, and he could only devise a way to stabilize the situation. Just as he was frantically contemplating his next move, shards of fragmented memories unexpectedly surfaced in his mind. In the fragmented haze of his memories, he suddenly recalled numerous experiences that did not belong to him. He remembered hiding in the sewers, offering his household wealth to the emissary of the sun, and participating in dark, frenzied, and bloody rituals to heal an ailment, drinking the blood of innocents in exchange for the sun's blessings. At the end of this chaotic recollection, he witnessed the scene of a sacrificial ceremony, observing many others clad in black robes standing beside a raised platform, while a young victim was thrust upon it, bearing a stiff and eerie expression that plunged the entire ritual into disarray. He saw the heart of the sun's emissary being sacrificed, and the crowd around the altar descended into madness, with cultists turning on one another, surging flames erupting from the sun totem. and the air filled with furious roars and empty whispers as the original owner of his body and the last remaining few cultists fled in terror. Duncan was uncertain how long he had been in a daze. Perhaps it was merely an instant. The tumultuous and unfamiliar memories in his mind gradually settled, transforming a tragic yet loathsome life into a series of pale fragments, as if laid bare for contemplation deep within his heart, akin to some form of sustenance. These were indeed the memories of the original owner of this body, albeit scant, yet their origin was indisputable. Duncan blinked, realizing this was a change that had not occurred during his previous journey into the spirit realm. Last time, he had extracted no memories from the corpse he inhabited. That victim's mind was a blank slate. Why was there such a change this time? Was it because the body he now occupied was still fresh? Or had the pigeon eye augmented the power of the brass compass? As Duncan slowly rose from the ground, he recognized that regardless of the reasons behind this transformation, it was not the opportune moment for contemplation. The tautly strung cultist had evidently realized that something was amiss with his resurrection. As he stood, 3 cultists immediately took a half step back, and then the somber-voiced figure in black broke the silence, saying, "Do not move. Tell me your name." "Ron," Duncan recalled, and quite naturally uttered the name he had just gleaned from his memory, Ron Strain. "His name is Ron." A young cultist across from him immediately whispered to the deep-voiced figure, who seemed to assume a leadership role among the 3. However, the shadowy figure did not relax his vigilance. He continued to fixate intently on Duncan, then abruptly recited in peculiar intonations, "In the name of the sun, may the Lord's radiance shine forth. In the name of the sun, may the Lord's blessings descend." Upon hearing the sudden fervor from the cultist before him, Duncan initially froze, then felt a searing heat in his chest. Instinctively, he reached beneath his clothing to extract the source of the warmth, discovering it to be a golden sun amulet, emanating a strange heat from its surface. In the next moment, the amulet ignited in a fierce blaze. Flames seemingly infused with malice surged toward his heart. The Lord's radiance was rebelling against him. Upon witnessing this scene, the cultist who had just recited the incantation instantaneously grasped the situation. He drew his short sword from his waist and shouted with fervor, "His soul has been replaced. Eliminate this heretical filth." The other 2 cultists, though slightly slower to react, soon followed suit. These individuals, who had just moments ago considered Duncan an ally, unsheathed their daggers and short swords without hesitation, charging towards him with murderous intent while vociferously exclaiming, "Kill him." Duncan, clutching the now blazing sun talisman, observed as 3 figures lunged towards him. In the next moment, however, another shadow unexpectedly manifested at the periphery of his vision. A spectral bird, engulfed in ethereal green flames and resembling a wraith, tore through the air, sweeping over the rooftop with a chilling gust. It emitted a bizarre, high-pitched shriek, scattering invisible ashes and fragments of feathers in its wake. Naturally, the 3 cultists were drawn to this spectral entity, instinctively glancing upward at the ethereal form of Ai. In an instant, their movements became sluggish, as if their connection to the tangible world had suddenly dulled and slowed. The 3 figures in black robes appeared as if they were animated frames, their descent comically exaggerated, until they finally came to a standstill less than 2 meters from Duncan. Their eyes reflected profound horror as they beheld the spectral bird circling the ceiling before alighting upon their black-robed companion. They noticed that the sun talisman in the man's grasp continued to blaze fiercely, but in the next heartbeat, the flames transformed into a haunting green, mirroring the fiery essence of the spectral bird. Duncan tightened his grip on the sun talisman as the green ethereal flames delicately entwined around its surface. The fiery currents that surged forth from the talisman spiraled around him, settling like a pet in tranquil compliance, gently coiling around his arm. He approached the 3 cultists, now entirely overtaken and transformed by the talisman, and regarded their astonished expressions with a hint of regret in his tone. How wonderful it would have been if you could feign ignorance. In the next heartbeat, the figures of the 3 cultists flickered violently in midair before vanishing entirely. The spectral bird, wreathed in green flames and resembling a skeletal apparition, danced upon Duncan's shoulder. Amidst the crackling sounds of the flames, it emitted a sharp, hoarse cry. "Alas, the page is missing. Shall we try refreshing it?" Chapter 39. The captain stands on solid ground when the pigeon uttered these words. Its tone and content remained characteristically absurd and whimsical. Yet now, it had transformed into a spectral bird, ablaze with ghostly flames, its translucent flesh revealing the fiery bones and tendons beneath. Its cries mingled with the crackling explosions, akin to the anguished wails escaping the gates of the underworld. Indeed, it proved that often, the line between the bizarre and the absurd is not so distinctly drawn. The ethereal flames entwined around Duncan continued to flicker. As he watched 3 cultists vanish before his very eyes, uncertain of the underlying mechanics of this phenomenon. All he comprehended was that this was the essence of Ai's power. A few moments later, once he had confirmed that the three cultists would not return, he slightly tilted his head to inquire of the dove perched upon his shoulder. "Where have you sent them?" Ai flapped her wings, preening her now semi-transparent feathers with her beak, and after a moment's contemplation, abruptly declared, "Return to the shadows." Duncan furrowed his brow. He had begun to decipher the true meanings behind Ai's words. "Do you imply that you have banished them to a parallel dimension? Or perhaps rendered them into an untouchable state?" The dove raised her head, her eyes darting as they regarded Duncan. Cool. She resumed her pretense of being an ordinary pigeon. Yet, Duncan was convinced he had grasped the truth. He gently pressed his finger against Ai's head and once again surveyed the dimly lit sanctuary. In the flickering light of the oil lamp, everything in the small room became evidently clear. The followers of the sun god, who once sought refuge here, had utterly vanished from this world. Now, standing in this space were only a ghostly captain who had usurped the bodies of the cultist and his dove. However, a profound sensation enveloped Duncan, as if he could still feel the presence of those three cultists nearby, trapped within this room, ensnared in a dimension inaccessible to any means of exploration or contact. He could even sense their futile cries and struggles. The desperate yearning to reconnect with the realm of reality, thwarted by an invisible barrier that eternally sealed them outside the tangible world. This sensation permeated the air until, at a certain moment, Duncan beheld evidence of their existence, amidst the flickering of the oil lamp, in a precisely timed interplay of light and shadow. He suddenly discerned a mark upon the nearby wall, resembling the deep gash left by a short sword's forceful strike. Yet, when he glanced back, the flame of the lamp quivered once more, and the mark vanished without a trace. That was the final connection the three sun followers had with the world of reality. Duncan exhaled softly and turned to leave the room with the dove. Beyond the abandoned lounge lay a corridor considerably narrower than the sewer passage he had previously encountered, extending deep and long towards both sides, one end leading to a junction, while the other connected to an ascending slope. Even in this forsaken area, the city's overseers evidently maintained the most basic upkeep of these underground facilities. At least the gas lamps along the corridor remained lit. Duncan quickly assessed the direction of the corridor and, piecing together the fragments of memory still lingering in his mind, charted a route to the surface. Without delay, he set forth towards the inclined pathway, quickening his pace as he went. A refreshing breeze emerged, gently tousling Duncan's hair as he heard some indistinct, distant sounds, an echo of factories operating tirelessly on the surface, accompanied by the far-off crash of waves, the soothing sound of evening surf lapping against coastal rocks. Duncan nearly broke into a jog. The once ethereal dove, Ai, flapped her wings joyfully upon his shoulder, exclaiming, "The Aracals! The Aracals!" Duncan suddenly halted, locking eyes with the dove. "Do not speak freely outside. A normal dove does not converse." Ai pondered this for a moment before vigorously flapping her wings. Duncan was taken aback. As the dove had responded correctly, he could not discern whether it was mere coincidence, but he quickly pushed the thought aside. He had to prepare himself for the world ahead. The black robe he wore was certainly inappropriate for the outside world, within the memories that flooded him. This suspicious garment was reserved for the secret rituals of the sun god's followers. In the streets of the surface city, donning such attire would undoubtedly lead to being apprehended by several security officers. The city of Pran had imposed a stringent curfew. Wandering at night was perilous. Ordinary citizens required permits to venture out after dark, and this unfortunate cultist obviously lacked such legal documentation. Thus, navigating the city necessitated evading the night patrols. Those responsible for maintaining order were known as guardians, seemingly an armed force under the deep-sea church. Within the memories he inherited, the original owner of this body harbored deep-seated apprehension and animosity towards these armed clerics. Duncan swiftly pieced together the fragmented memories in his mind. As they originated from a deceased body, most were chaotic and indistinct. He could not reconstruct a complete life trajectory of a member of modern civilization, nor could he compile comprehensive information about Pran. Yet, even the most fundamental knowledge was sufficient to provide him a rough understanding for his forthcoming endeavors. He first shed the black robe at the slope leading to the surface, revealing ordinary attire beneath that would not raise suspicion outdoors. He contemplated incinerating the robe, yet the flames and smoke might attract the attention of the night patrol. Ultimately, he merely rolled it up and concealed it in a nearby nook at the slope. The sun amulet could also spell trouble, but it might harbor valuable intelligence. After much deliberation, Duncan decided to take it with him, planning to test it later aboard the Lost Homestead to see if Ai could return with it. He could study it in safety aboard the ship. Having concealed the evidence of the black robe, he tidied his appearance, striving to present himself as an ordinary citizen rather than a disheveled cultist hiding in the sewers. Only after completing these preparations did he step onto the slope. The path ahead was not far. Duncan raced down the slope, the invigorating air filling his lungs. He could distinctly hear the sounds of distant factories mingling with the crashing waves, and moments later, he spotted a cool luminescence emerging on the steps ahead. He quickened his pace, and the ethereal glow enveloped him entirely. He had reached the surface, solid, stable land bathed in a pale, gentle light. Duncan widened his eyes in amazement. He beheld a city, a bastion of mortal civilization standing against the vast sea. A colossal scar, a testament to human struggle, stretched across the sky above, illuminating the myriad rooftops, towers, and more distant edifices. Not far in front of him lay a slightly dilapidated fringe district, while on the higher ground in the distance, majestic structures housing cathedrals and town halls could be discerned. Suddenly, Duncan laughed, breathlessly yet silently, but after a moment, he stifled his mirth. Inhaling deeply in the frigid night breeze before striding purposefully toward a familiar direction. Cultists, too, led ordinary lives, aside from a few priests wholly devoted to sowing misfortune. The Sun Church, like many other cults, thrived on the support of a vast populace. These deluded grassroots followers were often impoverished citizens from the city's lower strata, neglected elders, Navi youths, or ordinary individuals like Duncan, who inhabited a neglected body, suffering from illness. Struggling to run a deceptive antique shop in the lower city against the tides of life and taxes, the antique shop owner, Ron, had met a dismal end. His debt to a malevolent deity was erased with his last breath, yet he left behind a vacant space in this world, one that Duncan found quite appealing. Chapter 40. Landing. Vina awoke from a bizarre and tumultuous dream, realizing that the night outside remained profound. The world's creation bathed the window ledge, adorned with deep-sea runes, in a cool, pale light, evoking a sense of tranquility. Yet, the surreal images from her dream lingered vividly in her mind. A ship, a colossal vessel engulfed in green spectral flames, emerged from the horizon where sea met sky, crushing the entirety of the planned city-state like a mountain. Within the ghostly flames, countless cries and mournful songs echoed in unison, as if to overturn the world itself. Simultaneously, as this great ship descended, she witnessed a blazing sun rising from the depths of the planned city-state. Not the familiar sun known to humanity, but a celestial body. Ablaze like the ancient sun described by its fervent worshippers, soaring from the city's core, its flames melting the earth, causing all to flow like wax figures in the streets. The grand cathedral of the deep-sea church stands quietly at the heart of this fiery inferno, a silent witness to the turmoil surrounding it. In her dreams, she prays to the cathedral, yearning for the guidance of the goddess of storms. Yet, the cathedral responds only with a cacophony of meaningless bells, offering no divine insight. Fana rises from her bed, clad in her nightgown, and approaches the window. She gazes at the calm city and the celestial tapestry beyond, but her inner turmoil intensifies. Moments later, the young adjudicator withdraws her gaze from the city, moving to the vanity near her bed, where she casually opens a drawer. Inside lies a ritual dagger, its curved blade adorned with the runes of the deep-sea church, shimmering faintly at its hilt, as if resonating with some enigmatic force. Fana's eyes linger on the glimmering runes for several moments before she draws the blade across her palm, allowing blood to seep forth. She positions her hand before her chest, softly invoking the name of the goddess of storms in an attempt to seek divine guidance. Yet, inexplicably, all she hears are the illusory roars of ocean waves. The ethereal state she usually accesses with ease remains elusive today. It is as if an invisible veil has descended around her, severing the connection between her and the goddess Gormona. Fana's brow furrows slightly. The disruption of the bond between a believer and their deity is exceedingly rare, yet not unimaginable. The intricate relationship between the subspace and the realm of reality is profoundly complex, beyond the comprehension of mortal minds. Even the powers of the divine can be influenced by the layers of subspace, the abyssal deep, and the spirit world, leading to transient fluctuations in strength. Coupled with the eternal strife between gods and ancient beings, it is conceivable that some followers might, in exceedingly rare circumstances, suddenly find themselves unable to hear the voice of their deity. However, the goddess of storms Gormona should not be among them. The boundless sea envelopes mortal civilization. The power of the goddess of storms permeates all dimensions and influences the entirety of reality. While all deities may occasionally lose contact with the mortal realm, even the Grim Reaper can leave loopholes like the Resurrector. This cannot be true for the goddess of storms. This is one of the reasons the Deep Sea Church has emerged as the most formidable institution upon the endless ocean. Is the issue within herself? Fana instinctively begins to question her own state, yet when she inspects her palm, she notices that the wound she just inflicted is healing rapidly. The blessings bestowed by the goddess remain, manifesting without any delay. Vanna recalls the bizarre, tumultuous nightmare she experienced earlier, along with the ominous omens she has witnessed over the past several days. There must be a connection among these events. The ghost ship engulfed in green flames flashes through her mind as she rapidly compares it against her knowledge of the arcane. Suddenly, her expression turns grave. She is not an expert in the maritime domain and has little exposure to the absurd tales woven among superstitious sailors. Yet even within the orthodox texts of the church, there exists a ghost ship that occupies a unique position. It was a foreboding vessel returning from the subspace, helmed by the notorious Captain Duncan, the very same who had caused the 13 islands of Visorland to be engulfed by the collapse of the border a century ago. Vanna abruptly rose from her vanity, only to be reminded that it was the dead of night, and that the cathedral's archives, like any other library, were closed at this hour. Moreover, from a safety perspective, it would be prudent to refrain from discussing the ominous dream that had just concluded, particularly if it indeed pointed to Captain Duncan. He would likely perceive the mortal's discourse through the connection forged by the dream. After all, he was a specter capable of traversing back from the subspace. The most judicious course of action was to patiently await the sun's ascendance, allowing the ties of the dream to dissipate before seeking information in the archives or consulting the Archbishop regarding these foreboding omens. In any case, if these prophetic dreams truly indicated that the legendary Lost Home was eyeing Prand as the city's protector, she must do everything within her power to prevent that dreadful ghost captain from making landfall. A tall, slender shadow swiftly traversed the deserted streets of the lower city, its elongated form casting fleeting outlines beneath the gas lamps. In this entirely unfamiliar city, amidst strange edifices and fragmented recollections, the curfew rendered the civilian quarters eerily desolate. Yet, Duncan strolled through such squalid alleys with an unusual sense of elation. He had not only succeeded in his second foray into the spirit realm, but he had also managed to control a corporeal form, manifesting on the surface of Prand. He was amidst the civilized society of this world, observing the architecture and technology of this era with his own eyes. Furthermore, he was utilizing a complete body, one that appeared entirely ordinary, facilitating his forthcoming endeavors with unexpected ease. To be candid, the health of this body was far from exemplary. Even while traversing the spirit realm and disregarding most corporeal ailments, Duncan could distinctly sense its suboptimal condition. Yet, he harbored no grievances, considering it a matter of course. After all, based on his experiences thus far, the spirit walk necessitated the use of a deceased body for a certain duration. Could a living being truly be a corpse? A distant bark echoed from the end of the alley, prompting Duncan to cautiously slow his pace, concealing himself within the shadows between the buildings. He was uncertain whether it was the church's patrolling guardian accompanied by a watchdog, but prudence was always warranted. Above the nearby structures, massive pipe networks spanned across the low-roofed houses, casting pale scars of light that flickered among them, while steam occasionally leaked from the valves, creating a hazy mist in the nocturnal air. The barking faded into the distance. Duncan emerged from his hiding place, surveying the activity on the street with keen observation. He gently reassured the pigeon, AIE, that was flitting about on his shoulder before he made his way across the street, guided by the fragments of memory. Nestled between a row of modest 2- or 3-story buildings, he found a dilapidated door with a grimy sign hanging above it. The walls flanking it bore dusty, neglected windows, indicating that this was a shop of considerable size, yet evidently in disarray, its business languishing. This was the destination illuminated by the shards of memory in Duncan's mind. Standing before the aged door, he lifted his gaze to the sign, where a line of letters was barely discernible in the gloom. Ron's Antique Shop. A succinct name indeed. Duncan murmured to himself. With that, he began to search at the entrance, his recollections unclear, and after some time, he finally unearthed a spare key from a hidden hook beneath the windowsill. The previous owner of this body had not carried the key, nor any items that might reveal his identity or lead him to this antique shop, seemingly a precaution taken by a seasoned cultist. However, for a ghostly captain capable of seizing memories, such superficial caution held little significance. Duncan unlocked the door to Ron's Antique Shop and swiftly stepped inside, closing the door behind him with a decisive thud. The sound did not carry far into the night, yet the sign above the entrance trembled slightly, and in the pale, cool darkness, the letters undulated, quickly morphing into new words. Duncan's Antique Shop. Chapter 41. Inside the antique shop, the interior of the antique shop was exactly as Duncan had anticipated, chaotic, despondent, and devoid of customers. Even the dust accumulating near the windows could lead a visitor to envision the extent of the owner's mismanaged life. His first sight was the storage counters along the walls, where substantial vases, sculptures, and ambiguous totems adorned the low, sturdy surfaces. Behind the counters, the wall was grid to hold smaller items, while directly opposite the entrance stood a long bar counter, similarly coated in dust, filled with dark-hued frames and small trinkets. Beyond the counter, a staircase led to the second floor, shrouded in dimness, obscuring its structure from view. Beneath the stairs was a small door, which in his recollections led to a storeroom at the back of the shop, half filled with clutter. It was difficult to imagine that the cultist whose body he inhabited sustained himself in such an uninviting establishment, even managing to spare funds to offer to the priest of the sun god. Duncan approached the deeper counter, the old wooden floor creaking beneath him. As he passed the staircase, he noticed a lamp affixed to the wall. It was an electric light. Duncan's brow furrowed slightly at the revelation. The style of the lighting fixtures was unfamiliar, with an iron frame and a grayish lampshade exuding an exotic aura. Nevertheless, the structure of the tungsten bulb was unmistakable, indicating that this lamp's source of illumination was derived from electricity. In this world, had electricity truly become such a ubiquitous commodity? Did the ordinary citizens of the lower district also rely on electric lights? Why then had the light sources in the sewers previously been gas lamps and oil lamps? Or even torches? Why were the street lights outside also gas-powered? A profound confusion surged within Duncan. This seemed utterly illogical, especially given the presence of open flames in the sewers, where the use of flammable gas lamps posed significant risks when compared to the cleanliness and safety of electric lighting. Initially, he had assumed that technological limitations had compelled the city's administrators to resort to gas lamps as the sole illumination for the sewers. However, it now appeared that, at least in the city-state of planned, technology had already advanced to the point where electricity was accessible to the common populace. A sense of dissonance filled Duncan's heart as he sought to retrieve relevant knowledge from the fragments of memory in his mind. Yet all he could grasp was the notion that this was common knowledge and the rationale behind urban planning. It seemed that either this information had not been disclosed to the public, leaving the cultist he inhabited utterly oblivious, or the knowledge was so fundamental that it failed to leave a strong impression in the mind of the cultist, resulting in its rapid fading after death, leaving only a sense of the obvious. With a lingering sense of unresolved confusion, Duncan reached out to turn on the electric light. Accompanied by the soft click of the switch, the bright glow immediately illuminated the area around the staircase and the counter. There was another switch on the opposite wall to control the lighting in other areas of the first-floor shop, but Duncan had no intention of activating it for the time being, given the late hour. The illumination of a small lamp in the already closed antique shop could be explained by the shopkeeper's nocturnal movements, but an abrupt burst of light might attract unwarranted attention. Utilizing the limited light near the staircase, Duncan's gaze first swept across the nearest merchandise. His eyes were immediately drawn to a wooden totem, standing less than half a meter tall, intricately carved and adorned with bizarre face patterns in red and blue paint. Beside it stood what appeared to be a ceramic antique vase. Both objects displayed price tags marked with exorbitant amounts, originally $420,000, now discounted to $300. This exuded a palpable sense of desperation. Duncan's gaze quickly shifted, scanning the entirety of the shop. If even a single genuine article existed here, he would gladly ram the Lost Homeland ship against the walls of planned. The fakes were so glaringly obvious that even a casual observer with normal intellect would not believe that this antique shop nestled in the lower district could possibly offer authentic relics. Those capable of truly dealing in antiques certainly would not venture into such impoverished territory. The oldest relic in this establishment is likely the sign outside. Yet Duncan is not surprised by the mere existence of this shop. The proprietor is well aware that he peddles counterfeit goods, and the patrons who frequent this place do not expect to find a statue with a millennia-long history to display in their homes. Everyone is acutely aware of the charade. The common folk of the lower district also require avenues to satisfy their spiritual cravings. The antique shop sign is not merely for the proprietor's benefit, but rather a reflection for the customers themselves. After all, beneath the bridges of earth, there are vendors selling jade, with bracelets touted as ancient treasures for a mere 98. Should one inadvertently strike a doorframe, shards of glass would scatter. Do the sellers and buyers not comprehend the reality of their transactions? Duncan holds no interest in the proprietor's tumultuous past. His focus remains singular. This place should serve as the first foothold for him, a captain of the Lost Homeland. Upon solid ground, it is to be a base for understanding the terrestrial realm and modern civilization. He has quietly resolved to maintain his current corporeal form as long as conditions permit, while using this antique shop as a fade for his operations within the city-state of Prand. Should his training of IE proceed successfully, enabling stable and controlled material transfers between the Lost Homeland and Prand, this shop may also transform into a clandestine supply depot. As Duncan settled behind the counter, he meticulously sifted through the fragments of his memories, scrutinizing every potential risk. The original owner of this body was a follower of the sun god, albeit a low-ranking member within the ecclesiastical hierarchy. Due to the incessant crackdown on cult activities by the city-state authorities, the survival space for sun god devotees in Prand has shrunk to its limits. Their communications are exceedingly cautious. Members must don full coverage hoods and masks at gatherings, and many lower-tier adherents maintain contact only through one or two designated intermediaries. For Duncan, this is undoubtedly advantageous, as it implies that even among the cultists, only one person is privy to his true identity and means of communication. Should that individual cease to exist, his heretical identity would remain concealed. He can confidently present himself before the city's administrators as an upstanding citizen, his identity impeccably clean. The better news is that, upon thorough examination of his memories, Duncan has confirmed that this significant risk has dissipated. His intermediary is none other than one of the 3 black-robed cultists he encountered shortly after awakening. Those unfortunate souls have since been rendered mute. A sense of relief washed over him as he shifted into a more comfortable position in his chair. With the greatest threat eliminated, if there remains anything to concern him, it would be the other sun god devotees who participated in the sacrificial rituals at the underground gathering, along with the larger, more enigmatic, and perilous sun god church that looms behind them. If my memories serve me correctly, the city-state of Prand 4 years ago launched a severe crackdown on the sun god cult that had entrenched itself within the city. Since then, this heretical faith has been in a state of disarray. Not only could they not hold any ceremonies, but merely remaining undetected by the church's guardians was a cause for gratitude. Yet now, these previously inconspicuous cultists have embarked upon a rather conspicuous act. The purpose of their sacrificial ceremony was to appease their deity, but it also aimed to gather strength or enhance the deity's influence upon the material realm. Those gathered at the venue, including the officiating priest, were merely grassroots members of the sun god cult. Could such grassroots members autonomously organize such a significant event? Duncan's fragmented memories are scant, and it is implausible for a mere grassroots cultist to access the church's core secrets. However, by deducing from the available information, he surmised that these suddenly active cultists must have received directives from higher echelons. The heretical sect that venerates the true sun god intends to accomplish something grand in Prand, and the sacrificial ceremony that they inadvertently disrupted is likely just a trivial splash before the onset of a much larger endeavor. Duncan harbors no particular fondness for the city-state of Prand, yet if he aims to use it as a springboard for his ambitions, he must contemplate the ramifications of allowing a group like the sun god cult to run rampant within the city. Chapter 42. The city under curfew is ill-suited for exploration. Duncan remained overnight in the antique shop, exhilarated by the prospect of solid ground, tirelessly exploring the entirety of the establishment. The original owner of this body was indeed a cultist, yet alongside that identity, he was also an ordinary individual needing to navigate the complexities of societal life. He required the conveniences provided by modern civilization to sustain his existence, to communicate with others, and to procure various daily necessities, all of which necessitated interactions with the city at large. Each of these interactions would leave behind numerous clues, enabling Duncan to infer a general understanding of survival in the city-state of Prand, as well as the prevailing technological and social conditions of the era. Despite the fogginess of his fragmented memories, in a hidden compartment behind the counter on the first floor, he discovered a modest sum of cash, including a handful of loose coins and several banknotes of varying denominations in blue and green. These were the universally accepted legal tender across most city-states, certified and issued by the governors of the various city-states in conjunction with the Boundless Sea Merchants Guild. The primary currency unit is known as the sola, with a supplementary currency called the piso valued at 1/10 of the primary unit. The cash Duncan found totaled just over 200 salas, which, based on his recollections, would suffice for a family of 3 to survive for approximately a month in the lower districts. It appears that even though the shop's business was languishing and most of the owner's assets had been donated to the church, the original proprietor of this body still managed to maintain a basic standard of living, indicating that the antique shop retains a stable clientele. The ground floor of the shop comprises merely 2 sections, with 2/3 of the space occupied by the storefront located at the front of the staircase. The remaining 1/3 is a storage area situated behind a small door adjacent to the staircase, leading to a rear door of the entire building, which likely serves as an entrance for deliveries. The second floor presents a more intricate layout, besides a restroom. It features 2 rooms of different sizes and a shared utility space with the adjacent building. The larger and smaller rooms are positioned on either side of the staircase landing and are relatively clean. Additionally, there is a diminutive kitchen on the second floor, though it appears to have been in use for at least half a month, as a layer of dust covers everything. After inspecting all the surroundings, Duncan returned to the main bedroom on the second floor. He gazed at the room, which was even smaller than his own studio apartment, with his eyes settling on a small cabinet beside the bed. There, he found a framed picture featuring a black and white photograph. The image depicted a family of three, a young couple dressed in modest attire, accompanied by a small girl who appeared to be around 4 or 5 years old. They stood before a clearly artificial garden backdrop, wearing gentle smiles as they gazed toward the camera. Duncan approached the frame, lifting it for a closer examination, attempting to connect it with the hazy, fragmented memories in his mind. The original owner of this body was absent from the photograph, yet the individuals in the image seemed to be closely related to him. As he regarded the young couple, a faint sense of longing seemed to emerge from the depths of his memories. However, further information regarding this photograph remained elusive, as if more memories associated with these individuals had vanished from existence alongside the last breath of the body's original owner. He set the photograph down, contemplating what status such a black and white image might hold among the common folk in the lower district, pondering the advancements in photography technology and the principles behind the equipment utilized. Simultaneously, his gaze fell upon the meticulously arranged bed, stirring a subtle doubt within him. Could a cultist, completely immersed in the worship of the sun, possess ample time to maintain such cleanliness in their room? The storefront on the ground floor was evidently neglected. How could the bed in this bedroom be so impeccably kept? He stepped outside, entering the smaller room across the staircase, where he observed a similarly tidy bed and desk. Sorting through the memories in his mind, he recalled that the original owner of his body had left the shop several days prior to attend a secret gathering of sun worshippers, marking his last departure. The details of that memory had grown hazy, yet there was no impression of having tidied up the room before leaving. This implied the presence of another? Someone else had been living with this cultist? A relative? Duncan furrowed his brow slightly, searching for corresponding clues in his mind as he approached the desk in the small room, his gaze sweeping over the neatly organized stationery before finally resting on a book. The book rested prominently on the desk, its deep blue cover adorned with intricate patterns of gears and linkages. Elegantly inscribed with the title, A Comprehensive Textbook on the Art of Steam and Gears. Duncan furrowed his brow, having vaguely realized that this room must belong to another. Yet instinctively he picked up the book. Aboard the Lost Homeland, he found no reading material, and in the main bedroom and other areas of the shop, not a single word could be found to peruse. This book might offer insights into the workings of this world. Upon opening the cover, illustrated pages revealed themselves. Indeed, it was a textbook discussing engineering techniques and the principles of steam mechanics, interspersed with numerous annotations left by the book's owner. The delicate and beautiful script seemed to originate from a young woman. Rubbing his forehead, Duncan sensed that the original proprietor of this body had no relatives or friends. Most of the memories he recalled were tinged with a cold solitude, but after several attempts to sift through his recollections, he faintly remembered a figure, a girl with deep brown hair. This seemed to be the only semblance of concern lingering in the mind of a cultist named Ron. As he drew his last breath, Duncan's gaze fell upon the pages, where he did not labor to decipher the technical jargon and diagrams, but rather gravitated towards sections resembling a preface or conceptual discussions. Suddenly, a line of text caught his eye: fire, or more precisely, the specific flames released through the combustion of deep-sea oils and crystalline coastal minerals, serves as the cornerstone supporting the operation of modern society and safeguarding our civilization. The prosperity and order of modern civilization are founded upon fire and steam. The clean and convenient power of electricity cannot replace the exorcising effects of fire, nor can it sustain large machines in stable operation for extended periods. Experiments have proven that steam is the most stable form of power when influenced by deep space conditions. In this chapter, we will discuss 3 typical architectures of steam cores and elucidate their mechanical principles and design philosophies. Duncan's gaze momentarily froze. He recalled the gas lamps, torches, and oil lamps ubiquitous in the sewers, as well as the gas streetlights illuminating the city streets, and the confusion that arose within him upon seeing the electric light in the shop. So, it turned out that behind these seemingly bizarre circumstances lay such reasoning. Even at the risk of certain dangers, the use of open flame lighting in the sewers was necessary, and gas lamps were still employed outdoors despite the advancement of electricity. Was it truly because fire could, to some extent, ward off certain perilous oddities? A sense of indescribable sentiment welled up within Duncan as his eyes continued to scan the page, discovering complex diagrams, dense annotations, and the meticulous notes left by the book's owner. These machines were utterly beyond his comprehension and were certainly not the steam engines he had known in his past life. The intricate gears, the extraordinarily complex cylinders, along with the connecting pipes and valves between various components, transcend the mere concept of a steam engine. They resemble a device that has sprung forth from the pages of a fantastical compendium, exuding a peculiar yet grotesque beauty at every turn. This is the very heart that sustains the advancement of civilization in this world. Lost in contemplation, Duncan gradually returned the book to its original place, overwhelmed by its incomprehensibility. As an inhabitant of Earth, even with his experience as a teacher, he could not fathom the nature of these steam-powered mechanisms that had reached such an extreme state of development. Nevertheless, a vague sense of enlightenment began to surface within him. The trajectory of civilization in this world seemed to diverge starkly from his own understanding. To survive in a world rife with peril, the realm of mortals has manifested in bizarre and fantastical forms. Yet, regardless of how eccentric a world may be, as long as it can still be deemed a civilization, it must possess its own rationale and logic that has guided its evolution to the present day. The gas lamps flickering in the sewers, the electric lights illuminating the shops, and the steam mechanisms depicted in books, each of these elements subtly conveys a sense of resilience. Chapter 43. Good morning, Mr. Duncan. Duncan replaced the book and surveyed the other furnishings in the room, finding nothing of particular value. The sparse items in the small bedroom appeared seldom used, with the most significant clues being the book and two old notebooks tucked away in the desk drawer. The notebooks were filled with content pertaining to steam mechanisms and engineering principles, occasionally interspersed with complaints about certain teachers or classmates. This led to an easy conclusion. The occupant of this space was a young individual still in their scholarly pursuits, slowly piecing together fragments of his memories. Duncan restored the room to its original state before returning to the master bedroom. After a moment of reflection, while seated on the edge of the bed, he rose and approached the nearby wardrobe, almost instinctively pulling open the cabinet door in one of its drawers. A few bottles of liquor lay quietly hidden at the back of the drawer, alongside half a box of pain-relieving pills intended to soothe the nerves, items left behind by a cultist named Ron. He suffered from a severe illness that had progressed to an incurable state, and the low-quality liquor coupled with painkillers sufficient for temporary relief were the usual contents of the drawer. However, it was apparent that these items would provide little benefit in prolonging the life of one afflicted by such a malady. Thus, this man, who had lost all hope in life, turned to the sun cult. The missionaries informed him that the healing powers of the sun god could remedy all ailments in the world and purify the bodies and souls of the faithful. To a certain extent, the devotees indeed fulfilled their promises. They engaged in gruesome and bizarre rituals, utilizing blood as a medium to transfer the life force of innocent individuals into the bodies of the ailing believers. Duncan was unaware of the principles behind these rituals, nor did he know if they could genuinely heal incurable diseases. However, he recalled fragments of memory wherein a cultist named Ron had indeed experienced an improvement in his condition following the ritual, subsequently becoming a devoted follower of the sun, even donating a significant portion of his wealth to the emissary. Nevertheless, Duncan was indifferent to the past events among the deceased cultists. He reached deeper into the drawer and successfully discovered a hidden compartment. After fiddling around for a moment, he unearthed a revolver along with a box of well-maintained ammunition. The city-state of Plan does not prohibit its citizens from possessing firearms, provided they have the proper legal documentation. However, a purveyor of antiques residing in the lower city clearly lacked the funds and status to obtain a gun license. Thus, there was no doubt this was an illegal weapon. Out of caution, the original owner of this body had left the gun in the room rather than taking it to the gathering, presumably using it to protect his shop. Now, however, it belonged to the captain. Duncan was fully aware that this was merely an ordinary weapon, compared to the anomalies aboard the Lost Homeland. Even the seemingly outdated flintlock pistol he possessed on the ship might hold greater special power than this revolver. Yet, he was a pragmatic individual. He understood that his actions and plan were not as secure as those aboard the ship. The body he inhabited was flesh and blood, and many areas of this city were far from safe. After all, he could not rely on the pigeon to handle every situation. The commotion caused by AI would undoubtedly attract unnecessary attention from the church's influence within the city. Just then, a faint sound suddenly caught Duncan's attention. He heard the faint clinking of keys from the direction of the shop's entrance on the first floor, followed by the sound of a door opening and hurried footsteps. Duncan quickly concealed the revolver close to his person, only then noticing that daylight had already broken. He had been occupied in the antique shop all night. AI the pigeon suddenly began chattering on his shoulder. "You have a new short message." Quiet, Duncan shot a quick glance at AI, hastening towards the entrance while swiftly instructing, "Stay in the room until I command otherwise. Additionally, do not speak if there are outsiders present." AI immediately flapped her wings and flew to a nearby cabinet. Duncan hurriedly exited the room, and just as he reached the staircase, he heard the hurried footsteps ascending the stairs, followed closely by the voice of a young girl calling out from below, "Uncle Duncan, is that you returning?" In the next moment, a girl dressed in a brown long skirt and a white blouse, with deep brown hair cascading down her back, came into Duncan's view. The girl appeared to be merely 17 or 18 years of age, slender and petite, with her hair seemingly still adorned with the morning dew. Her features were not particularly striking, yet she possessed the youthful grace that was characteristic of her age. She gazed wide-eyed at Duncan, who stood at the top of the staircase, her face a canvas of surprise and delight. However, Duncan remained unresponsive, silently observing from the second floor, where the sunlight poured in through a narrow window behind him, casting his expression into obscurity. He watched the girl for several seconds before finally speaking. "What did you just call me? Uncle Duncan?" A fleeting moment of astonishment crossed the girl's face, quickly replaced by a hint of anxiety. She grasped the banister beside her, cautiously peering up as if trying to discern the expression on the middle-aged man's face against the backlight. "Is something wrong? Have you been drinking again? You haven't been home for several days, and I just saw the light on downstairs." Her expression and voice registered in Duncan's perception. She evidently remained oblivious to, or perhaps had never considered, the need to conceal her emotional responses. According to the memories that consumed him, this girl was the niece of his body's original owner, his only remaining kin. Duncan felt a vague certainty that she did not perceive anything amiss in her words, failing to recognize that the title Uncle Duncan was fundamentally erroneous from the outset. What had gone awry? Why would this girl, who theoretically could not possibly know his secret, so naturally utter his name? A torrent of chaotic conjectures surged within him, while simultaneously, fragments of memory revealed to him a sliver of information about this girl, the child with deep brown hair, the last remnant of the life his body's original inhabitant had cherished. Nina. Duncan's expression remained unchanged, his tone flat, masking the tempest of thoughts swirling in his mind. "Did you stay at school yesterday?" "I've been staying at school for the past few days," the girl promptly replied. "I thought you would be like before and stay out for at least a week, so after tidying up the house, I went to stay with a classmate." Mrs. White, who manages the dormitory, agreed. "I only just remembered I left a book at home, which is why I rushed back." "Are you all right? You seem a bit off." "I'm fine, just a bit groggy earlier," Duncan responded casually, then proceeded down the stairs. A wildly improbable hypothesis began to form in his mind, one that he now felt compelled to verify. As he brushed past Nina on the staircase, the young girl turned her body slightly, curiously studying Duncan's eyes. Just as he was about to reach the bottom, she suddenly inquired, "Uncle Duncan, will you be going out again? Will you be staying home for a few more days?" "Depends on the situation," Duncan replied without turning back, uncertain if his expression appeared sufficiently natural. He merely responded in the tone he recalled using with his niece. "I'll just check at the door. If all is well, I'll be home for the next few days." "Ah, very well. I shall return shortly to purchase some groceries. The supplies at home are running low," the girl exclaimed briskly as she hurried up the stairs, her footsteps quick and her tone imbued with a certain lightness. Duncan had already reached the entrance of the shop. He inhaled gently and pushed the large door open. Turning around, he lifted his gaze to the weathered and grimy sign hanging above the entrance, where a line of letters came into clear view. Duncan's Antique Store. The initial letters, like the subsequent ones, bore a time-worn quality, showing no signs of any recent amendments, as if they had always been that way. Duncan furrowed his brow and slowly approached the adjacent display window. Leaning forward, he studied his reflection in the grimy glass. Indeed, it was a stranger's visage. Not that of the formidable and brooding ghost captain, but rather that of a weary middle-aged man with unkempt facial hair and sunken eyes, belonging to a cultist named Ron, who had already met his demise in the depths of the sewer. Duncan gradually straightened up, hearing the district around him gradually coming to life. The cheerful chime of bells rang out from the shop doors opening for the morning. The sounds of bicycle bells mingling with the conversations of passers-by filled the streets. Someone strolled past the antique store. It appeared to be a neighbor from next door, whose voice reached Duncan's ears. "Good morning, Mr. Duncan. Have you seen today's newspaper? It seems the Deep Sea Church has dismantled a significant cultist stronghold. This is indeed a major event." Chapter 44. The Breakfast of Ordinary People. A copy of the Plan News newspaper cost 12 pesos, equivalent to a meager breakfast. Or one could purchase the cheapest dessert newspaper at the nearby crossroad from the newsboys, or take a few more steps to the newsstand at the end of another street. Duncan, with a few coins in his pocket, decided to buy a local newspaper at the stand, where the proprietor, a middle-aged man engrossed in readings, waved his hand to indicate that Duncan could take the paper after hearing the sound of coins dropping into the box, never lifting his head. Duncan peered at what the man was reading and discovered it was an analysis of past lottery results, illustrated with colorful lines depicting all manner of fanciful delusions. He then glanced down at the newspaper he had just purchased, and the headline captured his interest. The esteemed church guardians, under the leadership of Judge Vanavan, have successfully dismantled a sun god cult gathering point, apprehending numerous cultists and rescuing several citizens in the process. The photograph of the esteemed judge appeared alongside this article, unexpectedly revealing a rather young woman with a prominent scar near her left eye, yet she was undeniably a striking figure, standing taller than each of the men around her by at least half a head. The adjudicator donned form-fitting, lightweight armor and a battle skirt, wielding a formidable two-handed sword that seemed to have emerged from the annals of the cold weapon era, reminiscent of a valiant knightess from medieval artistry. Yet, behind this formidable lady and a cadre of ecclesiastical guardians, loomed a colossal steam mechanism, its structure exhibiting unmistakable artillery features, an intriguing and bizarre tableau, both contradictory and harmonious. Duncan's gaze lingered upon this image for an extended duration. The news of the cultists' gathering being dismantled was, to him, a welcome development. Free from the anxiety of revealing his identity, he could witness the capture of these vile miscreants who engaged in living sacrifices without the burden of psychological strain. However, his primary focus lay on the myriad of insights this photograph divulged: a female adjudicator specialized in combating cultists, fully armed steam-powered robotic sentinels, and a church-armed force equipped with both melee and ranged weaponry. Such intelligence, difficult to procure aboard the Lost Homeland, could be comprehensively gleaned from a mere 12-peso newspaper within civilized society. As Duncan had previously mused, during the century of blind drifting of the Lost Homeland, the times had undeniably evolved. Even disregarding superficial comparisons of prowess, the mortal civilization represented by the city-state of Plander had ascended to a remarkably sophisticated stage. The intersection was not an ideal locale for perusing the news, so Duncan casually rolled up the newspaper and tucked it away. He recalled that his niece, Nina, was waiting for him at the antique shop and thus turned to retrace his steps, in contrast to aimlessly wandering the city alone. A local imbued with an intrinsic trust in him was undoubtedly a superior source of information. As for the Lost Homeland, Duncan harbored no concerns. Even in a state of spiritual wandering, he could still acutely perceive the situation aboard the vessel and the condition of his other corporeal form. The goat-headed figure was at the helm for him, and Alice appeared to be maintaining her composure. He felt he could afford to linger here a while longer. After all, the crew regulations of the Lost Homeland did permit the captain to occasionally leave the ship. A captain taking a 2-day stroll in the spiritual realm was hardly a grave matter. Moreover, as his spiritual foray continued, Duncan sensed his control over this unique mental projection was gradually becoming more adept. Perhaps, before long, he would be able to simultaneously manage the activities of both bodies, alleviating any concerns regarding the ship's affairs during his spiritual excursions. At that moment, a sweet aroma wafted through the air, prompting Duncan to instinctively halt and glance to the side. There, he beheld a street-side cake shop, where freshly baked pastries were displayed enticingly. Situated in the lower district of the city-state of Plander, this establishment lacked the refinement of upscale confectionaries. Yet, even the most rudimentary, inexpensive pastries captivated Duncan's attention. With a handful of coins in his pocket, amounting to less than 20 pesos, he found it more than sufficient to purchase a slice of cake. After a brief moment of hesitation, he approached the cake shop and procured a modest slice of honey cake. The packaging materials used by the shopkeeper comprised of some coarse, thick paper, giving it a rough texture. Duncan, holding a newspaper and a cake, made his way towards the antique shop, his spirits inexplicably lifted. As he walked along the street, engaging with passers-by, purchasing items, and returning to his abode, he felt a profound sense of nostalgia, savoring the simple act of breathing on solid ground. He regarded these mundane occurrences as precious experiences of life. Life aboard the Lost Homeland was not without its merits. The boisterous but dependable goat-headed fellow and the intriguing Alice made for interesting company. Yet, the opportunity to experience life on land was equally delightful. Before long, Duncan found himself back in front of the antique shop. Prior to entering, he glanced up at the sign above, Duncan's Antique Shop. The letters, seemingly unchanged for years, bore a time-worn charm. Upon pushing the door open, the crisp sound of a bell announced his arrival, shortly followed by the hurried footsteps descending from the staircase. A young girl with chestnut hair rushed down, coming to an abrupt halt at the foot of the stairs. She leaned against a nearby pillar, her wide eyes fixed on Duncan, a mixture of anxiety and concern etched upon her face. "Uncle Duncan, where have you been?" she exclaimed. "You said you were just going to the entrance, and then you vanished. I thought you had gone back to the tavern or the casino." Duncan regarded the girl with a hint of surprise. It was evident that she was genuinely worried about something. She was concerned for the only family member she had left. Even if that relative was a disreputable drunkard, prone to gambling and prone to violence, entangled in sinister cult activities. A vague, indescribable feeling arose within him. Yet his expression remained unchanged. "I merely stepped out for a stroll and picked up a few things." As he spoke, he approached the counter of the antique shop, ready to place the newspaper and cake atop it. Nina seemed to exhale a sigh of relief, rushing back upstairs while chattering, "Uncle, just wait a moment. I'll bring down breakfast." You must have skipped it again. I made corn and beet soup. Before Duncan could respond, Nina's figure had already vanished up the stairs. After a brief interval, she carefully descended, balancing a large tray. The tray held a modest breakfast for two. Duncan watched, somewhat dazed, as the girl flitted about, expertly clearing a space on the counter and arranging the food before fetching an extra chair for herself. Her movements were remarkably nimble, infused with a joy that seemed to spring from an unknown source. Observing her industriousness, Duncan felt an urge to assist, only to realize he was wholly unable to interject. He had interacted with many young individuals of her age, yet he had rarely encountered a child as diligent and swift as she. On Earth, she would likely be a high school student. Even here, she bore the appearance of a scholar. Duncan suddenly realized that cohabiting with an uncle ensnared in a cult was far from an easy endeavor. Yet, this young woman, named Nina, appeared to have fully acclimated to what could hardly be deemed a fulfilling existence, managing to find solace amidst the chaos of her surroundings. "Let's eat," Nina announced, having prepared everything with care. She glanced at Duncan, as if to say what had been expressed countless times before. "Doctor Albert mentioned that if you maintain a regular breakfast routine and cultivate a cheerful disposition, in the long run, it would prove more effective than spirits or painkillers." Duncan, momentarily at a loss for words, simply gazed at Nina. Just before her expression shifted to one of discomfort, he retrieved the cake he had set aside, unwrapped it, and placed it before her. Nina's eyes widened in surprise as she stared at the cake, bewildered. "This is cake," she murmured, her confusion palpable. "I bought it from the corner." Duncan casually remarked, "You're growing, so it's important to have nutritious breakfast options." Nina was momentarily stunned, her gaze fixed on the inexpensive pastry before her. After a considerable pause, as if coming to a realization, she softly questioned, "Are you truly all right?" "I am perfectly fine," Duncan replied, his demeanor entirely composed. "I just remembered that I haven't treated you to dessert in quite some time." "Indeed, it has been over a year," Nina muttered, before breaking into a sudden smile. Grabbing a dinner knife, she declared, "Then let us share it. Dr. Albert also mentioned that you need nutritious food." Duncan experienced a peculiar sensation, yet after a brief silence, he nodded. "Very well." Chapter 45. History. This feeling was extraordinary. Duncan could distinctly sense events unfolding in the distance. He could feel the Lost Homeland drifting across the boundless sea. That spectral vessel, under the command of a goat-headed figure, was tirelessly charting new courses on the nautical map, while a somewhat dim-witted cursed doll meandered about the cabin, as if becoming familiar with its surroundings through exploration. The profound, dark ocean undulated gently around them, concealing countless strange entities within its depths. However, in another realm of perception, he found himself seated in an antique shop nestled within the lower district of Prander City. The sounds of the street, voices, and vehicle noises filtered into his ears, accentuating the tranquility within the shop. A human girl named Nina sat across from him, delicately savoring the most affordable cake in the lower district. He was Captain Duncan, the sovereign of the Lost Homeland, a calamity adrift upon the infinite sea. Yet, here he sat like an ordinary person, enjoying his breakfast, immersed in the serene depths of everyday life. Whether it was an illusion or not, he sensed a part of himself that had long been suspended in unease gradually settling down. Perhaps it was the taut nerves from his time aboard the ghost ship, or something else entirely, but he felt it was ultimately a positive development. As if sensing his gaze, Nina, who was engrossed in her cake, suddenly lifted her head and looked curiously at Duncan. "Uncle Duncan, aren't you going to eat?" Duncan glanced at the food on her plate. "Is that enough for you?" "Yes, it's sufficient. Eating too many sweets is not good." "Indeed," Duncan nodded, taking a bite of the cake, savoring the rich flavors he had not experienced in a long while. He felt the coarse sweetness gradually dissolve in his mouth, then distinctly sensed his body beginning to process the food he had consumed. A slight sense of calm settled within him, confirming his suspicions. This body was far more functional than the initial temporary vessel he had occupied. Its components were intact, and the time since death was brief. His soulless takeover had nearly seamlessly revived the vitality within this form, a stark contrast to the previous expansive corpse. Now, he breathed, blood coursed through his veins, and his heart beat steadily. Though perhaps slightly slower than normal, it still fell within the range of a healthy individual. He need not worry about the decay of the body nor the calculations involved in preserving it with chemicals, which also made it less likely for him to expose himself in front of ordinary people. However, one uncertainty lingered in Duncan's mind. He was aware that this body was likely afflicted with illness. The negative impressions regarding chronic ailments were more vivid in the memories he had absorbed than any other recollections, and the liquor and painkillers he had found in the cupboard were further evidence of this. He could not ascertain the nature of the illness that had previously afflicted this body, as the details surrounding the onset and triggers seemed to belong to a distant past, now hazy and indistinct. Yet, one thing was clear, at this moment, aside from the weakness imparted by an ordinary constitution. He did not feel any significant ailments plaguing this body. Had the sickness vanished? Had the body self-healed due to his passage through the spirit realm? Or was it possible that the projected soul was limited in perception, rendering him oblivious to bodily issues that might still be deteriorating? As Duncan pondered these thoughts, he continued to eat discreetly, then suddenly cast a glance at Nina, who was seated across from him. "Don't you have school today?" he inquired. Nina resided in the lower district, where economic conditions were less than favorable. However, it was evident that the city-state of Prand had progressed to a point where basic education was more widespread. She currently attended a school jointly established by the church and the city hall, specializing in steam machinery, a vocational high school aimed at supplying skilled steam artisans to factories and churches. Half of her tuition was covered by her uncle, while the other half came from municipal subsidies. For a city-state that had entered the industrial age, even training craftsmen with official support was deemed worthwhile. And it was undeniable that such purpose-driven institutions at least addressed the literacy concerns of the common folk. Nina was diligent in her studies, in her uncle's memory. The girl excelled in all her subjects. "I have no classes this morning," Nina nodded. "I only have 2 history classes in the afternoon. Additionally, I need to inform Mrs. White that I want to be staying in the dormitory for the next few days." Duncan abruptly halted his actions, regarding Nina with earnest intensity. "Do you not think that staying here to care for someone like me could impede your pursuits? You could reside at the school long-term. It might be more beneficial for your studies." Nina was momentarily stunned, gazing vacantly at her Uncle Duncan, before suddenly becoming indignant. "You ought not to speak so. You are merely unwell. Simply adhere to the doctor's advice and take your medicine. It is your parents who entrusted you to me." Duncan earnestly corrected her, as he organized his thoughts in his mind. "You were only 6 at that time. But now I am 17, Nina puffed out her cheeks, forcefully stabbing the last morsel of cake with her fork. "Your ability to care for yourself is even less than mine. If I were to truly move out, you would have your room in disarray within 3 days. In fact, you could even allow me to assist with the shop, at the very least. I could help with cleaning, as the display windows are so filthy one can hardly see through them." Duncan listened with a hint of exasperation to the girl's incessant admonishment, surprised at the magnitude of her reaction to his offhand remark. Yet, gradually, he found himself smiling. From this girl named Nina, he sensed a warmth, akin to basking in the sun's embrace. "All right, I merely spoke in jest," he said, shaking his head while stirring the last remnants of soup in his bowl. "This afternoon is history class. How have you been faring in that subject lately?" "Uncle Duncan, are you truly all right?" Nina exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment. "You have never, at least not in the past 2 years, shown any interest in my school matters." Duncan opened his mouth, intending to respond, but the girl continued unabated. "We have recently been discussing ancient history. Mr. Morris has been teaching us about events following the Great Cataclysm. To be frank, it is quite fascinating. Ancient history sounds as if it contains many tales, far more interesting than modern and contemporary history." Duncan pondered for a moment, a serious expression on his face. "It sounds like you are doing quite well. Allow me to test your knowledge. What are the concepts related to the Great Cataclysm?" Today, Uncle Duncan seemed peculiar, though he could not pinpoint precisely what was amiss. He was undeniably different from his usual self. Yet Nina did not dwell on her uncle's slightly strange behavior. This innocent girl was simply delighted that Uncle Duncan had finally perked up, appearing to be in good spirits. She was thrilled that he had posed a question about a subject she had just mastered. With a proud smile, she began to recount the knowledge she had recently acquired. The Great Cataclysm occurred approximately 10,000 years ago, although, for reasons unknown, certain minority cultures, such as the elves, the Sinjin, and the Giplo, record varying timelines in their calendars. The archaeological community largely agrees that the Great Cataclysm transpired at the end of the Order epoch about 10,000 years ago. Duncan listened with a calm demeanor, yet his mind was inundated with questions. Elves? Sinjin? Giplo? What was going on? Was it true that the land was not solely inhabited by humans? And did the concept of elves align with his own understanding? Did a city-state of elves exist in the vast ocean, thriving in the steam-powered industrial era? Images of peculiarly surreal scenes involuntarily surfaced in his mind, while Nina's voice continued to echo from across the room. The accounts of the Great Annihilation vary among the city-states. Yet a common thread reveals that the era of order preceding the Great Annihilation was a time of far greater prosperity, stability, and safety than the present. At that time, expansive continents existed, and the oceans did not stretch endlessly as they do today. Neither the seas nor the lands bore any semblance of the so-called tangible borders that delineate their ends. The era following the Great Annihilation is referred to as the Age of the Abyss, which has persisted to this day, with no signs of conclusion in sight. The most pronounced characteristic of the Age of the Abyss is the boundless ocean that envelopes nearly the entirety of the world, leaving the land reduced to less than one-tenth of its former glory, fragmented into numerous islands or fog-laden realms. Presently, many city-states are established upon relatively stable islands, while various ocean-faring vessels serve as conduits for communication and exchange between these islands. In the early days of the Age of the Abyss, the remnants of the Old World suffered significant devastation. The old civilization was almost entirely obliterated. The ancient kingdom of Crete, which emerged from the ruins, stands as the earliest known progenitor of civilization during the Age of the Abyss. Though this ancient kingdom endured for less than a century, it left behind a wealth of legacies that profoundly impacted future generations, including the most primitive and rudimentary methods of categorizing the numerous anomalies and phenomena of the Age of the Abyss, as well as invaluable experiences for survival in this new era. Chapter 46. Anomalies and Phenomena. The Great Annihilation represents a pivotal juncture in the history of this world and marks the commencement of what is now referred to as the Age of the Abyss. According to Nina's narrative, Duncan gradually began to comprehend the cataclysmic transformations that had transpired in this world and realized that it had not always been as bizarre and perilous as it is now. Historical records indicate that the world before the Great Annihilation was once a flourishing and secure paradise. In those times, the oceans were not the boundless seas we know today. Where limited seawater did not dominate more than 95% of the Earth's surface, humanity thrived on vast and safe landmasses. And even the oceans were devoid of the treacherous phenomena such as spiritual realms, abysses, or subspaces. The era of order documented in history books evokes a sense more akin to the world Duncan knows, despite modern individuals gazing back at that anomaly-free ancient age with astonishment and disbelief. For Duncan, however, it is the current state of the world that appears utterly disconcerting. The historical texts offer scant detail regarding the Great Annihilation, and while the field of archaeology has endeavored to shed light on this matter, significant divergences persist among the city-states and ethnic groups concerning ancient history. No one knows the exact nature of the Great Annihilation or how it unfolded. A vast chaos and fog envelop the events of that transformation, and beyond the mist lies the present Age of the Abyss. From an unknown origin, the sea engulfed over 90% of the land, leaving the remnants of civilization's survivors to establish city-states and fleets upon the scant remaining islands and patches of land. The boundless ocean and its misty shrouds have since ushered forth peculiar phenomena known as anomalies and apparitions, which continue to threaten the very existence of civilization. Unbeknownst to Nina, a ghostly captain from a foreign realm was drawing knowledge from her words. She merely perceived this as her uncle testing her studies. It had been quite some time since her uncle had exhibited such a benevolent mood, and she felt an immense joy, cherishing this moment as particularly precious. For she feared that at any moment, Uncle Duncan might revert to his former self. Based on past experiences, this was nearly inevitable. Once the effects of the strong liquor wore off or the painkillers were consumed, her uncle would become exceedingly irritable, volatile, and hysterical. Hence, before Duncan succumbed to another episode, she wished to showcase her progress, hoping it might prolong his good spirits for a day or two more. Mr. Morris possessed a profound interest in the history of the Kingdom of Crete. He was an expert in this domain. He had informed us that although the ancient Kingdom of Crete lasted but a century, it was the first civilization to rise from the ruins and combat anomalies and apparitions following the advent of the deep-sea era. The experiences they gleaned over a century continue to guide the majority of the world today, the most significant of which pertains to their method of classifying anomalies and apparitions. Have you learned about the classification of anomalies and apparitions? Duncan raised an eyebrow, subtly steering the conversation. He had been particularly attentive while listening moments earlier and was now increasingly convinced that, in the eyes of ordinary people in this world, these irrational entities ought to be distinctly categorized. Some were labeled as anomalies, even assigned numbers, while others appeared to be separately referred to as apparitions, rather than being lumped together under the general term of anomalies as he had previously believed. He had never encountered such detailed knowledge on this subject from the goat head aboard the Lost Homeland, and now, Nina's school lessons might finally fill the gaps in his understanding. Nina nodded, recalling what she had learned in class, and elaborated. Mr. Morris taught us the simplest way to differentiate between anomalies and apparitions is by scale. Generally speaking, anomalies are relatively small in scale, often confined to a single object, an animal, or even an individual. Most anomalies can be moved by human agency, and their influence is limited. Many anomalies affect only one target at a time, and, with the proper methods, can often be safely sealed or isolated. Some of the less harmful anomalies can even be utilized as tools through specific approaches. In contrast, The scale of apparitions vastly exceeds that of anomalies. The smallest apparition can be as large as a house, while larger ones may encompass entire city-states or even more, reaching unimaginable proportions. A significant portion of apparitions cannot be moved by human means. They are either fixed in one location or operate according to their own volition, wielding influence that far surpasses that of anomalies. Typically, anomalies within their effective range can influence an infinite number of targets, rendering them almost synonymous with natural phenomena. Hence the term anomaly. Unlike aberrations, nearly all anomalies cannot be sealed or controlled. They exist in the world akin to natural occurrences, operating without external interference and naturally affecting all eligible targets within their scope. Due to the inherent danger posed by most anomalies, the best course of action for individuals is to keep a safe distance from these perilous phenomena or employ specific methods to avoid becoming their targets. Fortunately, the most dangerous anomalies often remain stationary, and the pioneers have helped us identify these threats, allowing us to maintain a safe distance. Nina spoke earnestly, and then as if suddenly recalling something, she quickly added, indeed, the old gentleman also specifically mentioned that these judgment methods and characteristics are merely generally effective. Anomalies and phenomena are inherently irrational. Therefore, no matter how people summarize their experiences, there will always be unexpected anomalies or phenomena that do not conform to definitions. Sometimes, anomalies and phenomena may even interchange, and there are instances where anomalies are subject to human intervention and eradication. For example, in the year 1830 of the new city-state calendar, the city of Linsa experienced a runaway anomaly known as mycelium. The local church guardians expended significant resources to banish this uncontrollable aberration to a nearby island, which was later recognized as an anomaly in 1835, subsequently termed Fungal Island. However, in 1844, the great Saint Paladin, at the cost of his life, contained Fungal Island within his urn, leading to its removal from the anomaly list that same year, transforming it back into an aberration known as Paladin's Mushroom Jar, now sealed within the underground reliquary of Linz's Grand Cathedral. Duncan listened intently to Nina's account, his mind racing while maintaining a calm demeanor to mask the tumult within. During this brief breakfast, the intelligence he gathered far surpassed the sum of his efforts aboard the lost colony over the past several days. Establishing communication with the land and setting up a forward base in the surface city-states proved to be the correct approach. Civilized society is indeed the repository of the majority of the world's intelligence. Subconsciously, he gazed at the girl before him, still articulating her thoughts, and profound realization stirred within him. A civilization that has progressed to the industrial stage inevitably seeks to condense the foundational knowledge of societal operation within its educational framework. A child growing up within this system may find it challenging to comprehend the treasure trove that their textbooks represent, a compendium of knowledge accrued by countless individuals over ages, meticulously organized into a structure optimal for learning and absorption. Those books comprise the most exquisite nutritional capsules of knowledge, designed to enable a blank slate of a person to swiftly become a functional component of societal operation with minimal time and effort. This realization, even for Nina, who typically revels in learning, remains elusive. Only Duncan, the outsider, can fully appreciate the immense value and ease of absorption of this knowledge. Nina, however, remained oblivious to Duncan's contemplations. Her thoughts drifted to the words of her esteemed history teacher, Mr. Morris, who had imparted a profound lesson during their last class. He had remarked that throughout humanity's dealings with anomalies and phenomena, countless rules have been formulated. Yet only one principle stands eternally valid. Irrespective of the number of rules we establish, there will invariably be anomalies or phenomena that defy these conventions in the world. This principle, often referred to by scholars as the eternal zeroth law, is customarily placed at the forefront of all related literature and discourse, leading to the renowned law of the permanent discrepancy of anomalies and phenomena, which remains unbroken to this day. In Chapter 47, Before the Icon, Nina felt a surge of joy, for it had been an age since she had shared a meal with Uncle Duncan in such a normal manner. Discussing the occurrences at school, it was a rare sight to witness a smile gracing Duncan's face. This moment evoked memories of the past, recalling the time before her uncle's illness, when this man, akin to a father, became her sole kin after losing her parents at the tender age of 6. Yet, since 4 years prior, an inexplicable ailment had transformed her uncle into a shadow of his former self, and honestly, the days during this period had been arduous. Uncle Duncan continued to support her education and maintain the bare necessities of life. But Nina sensed that the vibrancy of their future had gradually faded from their familiar and cherished home, dissipating amidst the haze of strong spirits, medications, and the somber gatherings with dubious acquaintances that consumed her uncle's dwindling energy. She no longer harbored hopes of restoring life to its former state from years ago. Yet even a slight improvement in their circumstances would be a cause for celebration. Duncan too found delight in this shared moment. As he finally engaged with more information about the world, grasping the historical threads that wove through it, even if only a fragment, the once utterly lost epic of prehistoric order, the great obliteration event that reshaped all existence, the enduring age of the deep sea, and the widespread anomalies and phenomena. These were things he had previously known little about or understood only in part, but now they began to take on a clearer form. As breakfast concluded, Nina rose to clear the table, her movements swift and practiced, indicative of her regular involvement in household chores. The upstairs bedroom was also under her care, as it was evident that a man beset by serious illness and resigned to despair would hardly engage in such tasks. Yet, observing the industriousness of the girl before him, Duncan could no longer restrain himself and stood to take the large tray from her hands. "Allow me to assist you. I see you are struggling to carry it upstairs," he offered. Nina looked at Duncan in surprise, and as she opened her mouth to respond, he had already taken strides toward the staircase. The girl hurriedly followed, reminding him from behind, "Uncle, please be careful. The doctor said your condition remains unstable." "Is it Dr. Albert?" Duncan did not look back as he ascended the stairs, rummaging through fragmented memories for a corresponding impression, yet he found only fleeting glimpses. It mattered little. After all, he had yet to ascertain the cause of his ailment, with the most effective medication being mere painkillers. He should heed the doctor's counsel. Nina followed Duncan to the second floor, muttering to herself about how to maintain a healthy lifestyle. Just as her words trailed off, a sudden flurry of wings interrupted her actions. Both she and Duncan turned towards the source of the sound and glimpsed a shadow flitting through the crack of the ajar master bedroom door. "Uncle Duncan, something just flashed by in your room," Nina exclaimed, rushing forward to grasp the doorknob. "Could it be the cat from next door?" "Wait. Don't." Duncan barely had time to protest before Nina pushed open the door, revealing a pigeon that had been hiding inside. AI was perched atop a cabinet, one claw grasping a French fry, frozen mid-motion as the door swung open. Its beady green eyes stared vacantly at Nina and then at the wall. Upon noticing Duncan, it flapped its wings twice, producing a loud commotion. "A cuckoo?" Duncan felt a twitch at the corner of his eye, noticing the window wide open nearby, clearly AI's escape route. In the distance, a sunlit dock could be seen. This pigeon went to the dock to fetch some fries? Pigeon? Nina finally comprehended the situation, her eyes widening as she gazed at AIE on the cabinet. "Uncle Duncan, there's a pigeon in your room." "I see it." Duncan replied flatly, "But I do not recognize it." AIE, dropping the fry, fluttered over and landed on Duncan's shoulder, bobbing its head. "Well, it must have flown in this morning," Duncan sighed. "It's probably a domesticated pigeon, not the brightest of creatures. I fed it a bit, and now it refuses to leave." AIE cooed loudly in response. Had there not been company present and had Duncan not previously issued a command, it would have undoubtedly begun to voice its agreement with enthusiasm. Nina, however, showed no doubt regarding her uncle's assertion. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at the pigeon. Cautiously, she inched closer, observing AIE's reactions while inquiring of Duncan. "So, will you keep it? Can I take care of it?" The girl's excitement was evident on her face. In her eyes, AIE was merely a beautiful and charming white dove. AIE tilted its head, glancing at Duncan, emitting a questioning coo. Duncan suddenly found the bird more comprehensible in its silence than when it was vocalizing. After a moment of feigned hesitation, he nodded. "Yes, but only if the pigeon wishes to stay. It could fly away at any moment, so do not complain when that happens." Nina's face lit up with joy. "That's wonderful. I knew Uncle Duncan. You were actually a reasonable person." In the central prayer chamber of the Deep-Sea Cathedral, Bishop Valentine, dressed in a black robe adorned with golden patterns, stood solemnly before the statue of the storm goddess. Tall and slender, with sparse white hair and eyes as tranquil as the depths of the ocean, he commanded an air of authority. The grand candelabra within the chamber burned quietly, its sacred flames illuminating the space. The statue of Gamona loomed above, devoid of a face, shrouded in black veil, while her long gown, intricately patterned with undulating waves, cascaded down to the edge of the platform. Despite being merely a stone effigy, the divine power emanated from it, imparting a profound presence. Anyone standing near the statue could sense an elusive gaze, a protective aura enveloping them. This sensation of being watched and safeguarded was palpable, allowing Vanna, who had come to confer with the bishop, to express freely the visions she had encountered in her dreams. "If what you saw in your dreams is accurate, then it is indeed the Lost Homeland," Bishop Valentine replied, turning to face the young adjudicator who had sought him out early that morning. Although the adjudicator and the bishop were considered equals within the ecclesiastical hierarchy, it was entirely customary for the former to seek counsel or guidance from the latter when confronted with extraordinary events. Could it truly be the Lost Homeland? Vanna's eyes widened in anticipation, even though she had already formed a conclusion in her mind. I thought the ship had become nothing more than a myth, akin to the various ghost ships that anxious sailors boast about in taverns. Valentine, aware of her unspoken thoughts, shook his head with a grave demeanor. The existence of the Lost Homeland is an acknowledged truth by all city-states and the Church. It is no mere legend, but a documented reality within the ecclesiastical archives. I understand, Vanna affirmed. The Lost Homeland did indeed exist. The archives of the planned or city-state even contain partial blueprints and construction records dating back over a century. However, all these verifiable documents pertain to the time when the ship sailed in the tangible world, when Captain Duncan was still human. Her tone grew serious as she glanced at the statue behind the bishop, becoming increasingly cautious with her words. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that the ship was unequivocally recorded as having fallen into subspace a century ago. Thousands of fugitives from the 13 Isles of Visserland witnessed that vessel being consumed alongside their homeland by the collapsing borders, plunging into the shadows of subspace. In the decades that followed, although numerous reports claimed sightings of the Lost Homeland reappearing in the tangible realm, they lacked substantial evidence. Many scholars remained skeptical regarding the ship's return. As the young adjudicator spoke, she regarded the elderly man intently. Is it truly possible for something devoured by subspace to re-emerge in the real world? Thus far, nothing has returned from the subspace aside from the Lost Homeland. And even in its case, only retrospective eyewitness accounts exist. Scholars from various fields harbor doubts regarding the vessel's return, which is indeed a fact. However, this is not the crux of the matter. The elder's gaze suddenly fell upon Vanna, his countenance marked by a peculiar gravity. The essence of the matter lies in this. Judge, are you harboring any fears? Regarding future updates, I shall mention that the dual updates will remain the norm. However, there will be 1 or 2 days each week dedicated to single updates, aimed at restoring and adjusting my state, likely on Mondays and Tuesdays. After writing for over a decade, I have accumulated quite a few quirks, and maintaining this intensity of writing has become rather taxing. In the dawn of my writing journey, my daily output ranged from 3,000 to 4,000 words per chapter, whereas now I manage 2 chapters daily, amounting to 5,000 to 6,000 words. Initially, I believed that this slight increase in difficulty would be manageable, only to discover that this is indeed my limit. I must admit, I have come to a profound realization that, as an elder, I cannot compete with those cephalopod-like beings. In summary, the forthcoming update plan is as follows: single updates on Mondays and Tuesdays, with the remainder of the week dedicated to dual updates. I shall persist for as long as I am able. Speaking of which, upon seeing this title, did you assume that I would revert to single updates? Chapter 48. Vigilance before the statue of the goddess of storms, Garmona. The blessed candlelight burned steadily, illuminated by divine light, cascading from the dome above, casting the bishop of the city-state, garbed in pitch-black robes, as though bathed in divine grace. Bishop Valentine raised his head in the light, quietly observing Vanna's unwavering gray eyes. His words seemed imbued with a certain enchantment. Amidst the haze, Vanna perceived the gentle sound of rolling waves in her mind, followed by a thunderous resonance. With the aid of external forces, the goddess's power finally pierced through the veil, erupting within her heart. Vanna abruptly inhaled deeply, as if emerging from a state of suffocation in deep waters back onto solid ground. Her chest heaved violently, her heart raced, and the sensation of the divine gaze bore down upon her. In a semi-trance-like state, she heard Valentine's voice continue to resonate in her ears. The existence of the Lost Homeland is documented in history, and the ominous dreams you have encountered are an objective reality. Given these 2 points, your natural response should have been to first assume the presence of a threat, followed by seeking a solution. Yet, your subconscious questioning of the Lost Homeland's existence indicates that you are, on some level, evading the message conveyed by the ominous dreams. Judge, your subconscious denial of the Lost Homeland's existence serves as evidence of the vessel's true existence, suggesting that it indeed approaches the realms of the civilized world. Vanna felt a fine sheen of sweat break out upon her forehead, yet the veil that had long obscured the presence of the goddess seemed to have vanished, bringing her a sense of relief. Furthermore, the bishop's words illuminated her understanding of what had transpired. Unbeknownst to her, she had already been influenced by the Lost Homeland. This is precisely the characteristic possessed by many phenomena or anomalies with terrifying tendencies. It induces cognitive dissonance in those who encounter it, leading to subconscious neglect and denial, such that the influence exerted upon them becomes increasingly profound without their awareness. This subconscious neglect and denial is, in essence, an instinctual response of sentient beings aimed at self-preservation, a mechanism for evading danger. However, when confronted with anomalies, this instinct can become the very source of complacency. ultimately resulting in individuals unwittingly becoming victims of these phenomena and anomalies. As a judge who frequently interacts with extraordinary powers, Vanna possesses extensive knowledge in this domain. Yet she never imagined that she too would fall into such a psychological trap, her formidable willpower proving utterly ineffective. "I cannot pinpoint when I was affected," she confessed candidly, in the presence of the bishop, a fellow devout believer. She did not shy away from acknowledging her vulnerability. Being influenced by anomalies and falling into psychological aberration is not an uncommon occurrence. Feelings of shame and concealment serve no purpose. "After awakening from the prophetic dream, I came directly here, without conversing with anyone or engaging with any tomes or relics. I believed I had not been compromised by external forces during this process. However, you did indeed exhibit a deliberate avoidance of the prophetic dream." Suggesting that the influence must have occurred much earlier, the bishop intently scrutinized Vanna's face, as if observing the shifts in her gaze and breath. "Have you encountered anything abnormal recently? It could be the contamination from the Lost Land, which may have left a subconscious anchor within you." Vanna furrowed her brow, suddenly recalling the sacrifice that had collapsed at the site of the Black Sun ritual, remembering the flicker of green flames in the creature's eyes and the severed finger she had lost. Her eyes widened as she fixed her gaze on the bishop. "Did I report any incidents of unidentified contamination after leading the team to cleanse the Black Sun ritual site? Did I mention the presence of a contaminated sacrifice?" The bishop shook his head. "No. After you escorted those cultists to the church, you returned directly." A chill raced through Vanna's heart. Did any of the others involved in the operation report such matters? No reports had been received. All records merely documented events related to the Dark Sun heresy. Beneath the goddess's statue, the bishop regarded Vanna, who met his gaze. "It seems we have pinpointed the initial moment of contamination." The bishop exhaled gently, his expression remaining calm. Yet his eyes simmered with a brewing storm of intensity. "In the name of our Lord Gamona, Judge, is your memory of that night still clear and intact?" Vanna took a deep breath. "In the name of our Lord Gamona, I remember all the details of that night." The bishop nodded, turned, and lit a special incense. Placing the bronze censer at the foot of the statue while speaking steadily, what transpired at that time? Thus, Vanna laid bare all that transpired within her memory of the sacrificial site in the sewers, omitting not a single detail. With the aid of the sacred incense, her recollections and thoughts became clearer than ever. The experiences of that night unfolded in her mind with a vividness akin to a second encounter. She recalled the moment when the offering suddenly opened its eyes, the green flames dancing within its eye sockets, and she remembered the flames that touched her fingertips, which she promptly purified with decisive action. On her return to the church, she silently reassured herself that the pollution had been utterly cleansed, repeating the phrase, "The pollution has been thoroughly purified," over and over. All the guardians accompanying her echoed the same mantra, none perceiving anything amiss. In retrospect, it was a scene both terrifying and surreal. Under the desolate night sky, the church's guardian squad traversed the empty streets, each member whispering the same phrase until they reached the church. Throughout this ordeal, they believed they were engaged in normal duties, overseeing the recently captured heretics, cleansing the tainted sacrificial site, and escorting the cultists back. The ethereal flames that enveloped the spirit rendered physical purification through severed limbs ineffective, offering only a deceptive solace. The proper course of action would have been to ignite the incense immediately, anoint the ground with holy oil to establish a temporary sanctum, and invoke the goddess's power through a prayer ritual to effect the purification of the spirit. "It is my fault," Vanna said gravely. "I should have been more vigilant, more astute. It was an oversight, but not a mistake," the elder replied, shaking his head. "You possess formidable power, yet as a judge, you lack experience. Fortunately, you have now liberated yourself from the influence, indicating that the pollution lingering on the offering was not overly potent. It merely inflicted psychological interference. Through the recent incense ritual, I can estimate its intensity." He paused, seemingly weighing his words. "The guardians who acted alongside you were likely less affected. They were merely standing near you, and their influence should dissipate swiftly with the prayers in the church. Overall, while the pollution you faced was perilous and bizarre, its source has been severed, rendering the subsequent effects less daunting. Based on your recent conduct and the incense's response, even had you not come today, you would have sensed something amiss in a matter of days. Compared to this, we must be more concerned about the future." "The future?" Vanna echoed the bishop's final word, her expression growing solemn. "Indeed, the future. This matter is far from concluded. The images foretold by the ominous dream are warnings from the goddess. What you are currently encountering is likely but the prelude to a storm. The Lost Homeland has not graced the civilized realm with its presence for many years. Many believe it has returned to hyperspace, becoming one with the myriad shadows in the depths of the world. Yet, It appears that Captain Duncan still harbors an obsession with the material realm. Bishop Valentine spoke slowly, turning to gaze at the statue of the storm goddess. A century ago, the Lost Homeland succumbed to the depths of the subspace, although concrete evidence remains elusive. Numerous eyewitness accounts indicate that a tempest was raging in the nearby waters at the time of the vessel's descent. The storm, a manifestation of our Lord's dominion, played a significant role in the ship's downfall. Vanna furrowed her brow. Do you believe that Captain Duncan seeks vengeance against the divine? It is difficult to ascertain. Even for a specter returning from subspace, the notion of exacting revenge upon a deity seems inconceivable. The divine resides within the celestial realm, which is concealed above reality. All things in this world are governed by the principle of descending from the higher echelons of existence. It has never been said that anyone could ascend to a realm higher than reality itself. However, should Captain Duncan seek retribution through the earthly agents of our Lord, the possibility becomes much more plausible. The sacred storm cathedral traverses the boundless seas, surveying the world on behalf of the divine, often navigating hidden routes, rendering it elusive to all. In contrast, the city-state of Plan serves as the largest anchor of faith for the storm goddess in the world, alongside the storm cathedral, and is an accessible sanctum for all. From this perspective, it is entirely reasonable that the vengeful specter chose to make landfall in Plan. Chapter 49. Two approaching clouds. The deities reside within the celestial realm, distanced from the tangible world. Humanity believes that this unique dimension constitutes the cornerstone of existence. And contrary to common understanding, this cornerstone does not lie at the base of the world, but rather at the pinnacle of all dimensions. The ancient kingdom of Crete describes in its surviving text the structure of the world as they perceive it. The cornerstone is at the summit, guarded by eternal truths and order, with the celestial realm residing within this foundation, eternal and unchanging. Below the celestial realm lies the reality inhabited by all beings, where earthly creatures bask in the residual light of order, able to thrive in a relatively stable and prosperous world. Descending further, one enters the spiritual realm, increasingly estranged from mortal comprehension, where the blessings of the gods grow sparse, yielding to the dominance of twisted and grotesque forces. Below the spiritual realm lies the unfathomable deep sea, inhospitable to life, ruled by bizarre powers, no longer classified as part of the material world, but rather resembling a reflection of nothingness. Beyond this abyss lies the world's lowest depths, the subspace, where shadows of all things dwell, inhabited by ancient deities of extreme peril and various malevolent entities. According to the records of the ancient kingdom of Crete, the gods established a covenant within the cornerstone, which serves as the source and standard of all earthly laws. This order cascades downward, delineating the laws governing the world's functioning and permeating all things earthly. As one descends deeper, the strength of this order begins to wane, gradually overshadowed by the dominion of the subspace. The cornerstone, where the gods reside, and the subspace represent the upper and lower extremes of the world, with order flowing unidirectionally between these two endpoints. This ancient gift, a legacy from the splendid civilization that pioneered during the age of the deep sea 10 millennia ago, has been the subject of rigorous scholarly inquiry through the ages, yet no scholar has uncovered any fallacies within this layered structure. Today, it stands as the universally acknowledged model of the world. In this standard model, mortal beings of the world descend into deeper realms. Yet few manage to return from such depths to the surface, even when the occasional fortunate soul emerges from the spirit world back into reality. It remains unheard of for any defiant entity to traverse from the mundane to the sacred dimensions inhabited by the gods. Thus, the return of the Lost Homeland, emerging from the subspace back into reality, stands as the most absurd phenomenon in this world, defying the common understanding of the world's standard model. However, from another perspective, the existence of the Lost Homeland aligns with the classic discourse on anomalies and phenomena, the law of permanent dissonance of abnormalities and anomalies. Regardless, Bishop Valentine and Vanna do not believe that the ghostly captain possesses the capability to seek vengeance upon the goddess of storms, even if he harbored such intentions. Achieving it would be beyond his reach. The foundation and the realm of reality are discontinuous, unlike the gradual descent and material interconnection between reality, the spirit world, and the abyssal deep. No scholar has yet uncovered evidence of a direct connection between the foundation and the world of reality. Even deities can only exert their influence indirectly through projections or allegorical commands. How then could a ghost ship possibly retaliate against the divine realms? With the goddess of storms herself beyond reach for vengeance, the remaining option naturally falls upon her earthly followers. The Storm Cathedral, as the headquarters of the Deep Sea Church, serves as a pilgrimage ark, navigating stealthily across the boundless sea, appearing and vanishing without a trace. The Pope, presiding over the ark, wields the power to command storms on behalf of the divine, making him a less than ideal target. Hence, the openly accessible and distinctly located city-state of Prand becomes a more appealing choice. 80% of its populace are devotees of the goddess of storms. Vanna has already concluded that the ghost captain has come for revenge. After all, the Lost Homeland had plunged into subspace amidst a storm a century ago. Beyond this, she struggles to conceive another rationale for the sudden return of the long-lost vessel to the realm of reality, now directing its focus toward the city-state of Prand. But what precisely are the intentions of this ghostly captain? Vanna furrows her brow, pondering deeply before speaking slowly. Bishop Valentine, do you believe there is a connection between the Lost Homeland and the recent disturbances among the solar worshippers within the city-state? After a brief pause, she adds, in last night's dream, I witnessed the burning sun and the Lost Homeland appearing simultaneously in Prand. Perhaps the simultaneous arrival of these two calamities is a portent from the goddess. Yet do not forget, the tainted offering in the underground altar killed the priest of the dark sun, a consecrated messenger. The bishop shakes his head, at least at that sacrificial site. The positions of the Lost Homeland and the Black Sun seem to be adversarial. Vanna momentarily falls silent, lost in contemplation due to the bishop's words, while the elderly man, after a brief silence, continues, regarding those who worship the dark sun, I received some intelligence from the Lunsa city-state this morning. Vanna immediately raises her head. Intelligence? The sun heretics are not merely reviving in Prand, as they have exhibited unsettling movements across numerous city-states. A considerable faction of these sun heretics recently transited through Lunsa and Moko port, converging towards Prand. Some have been apprehended, and the archbishop nodded as during the interrogation. These heretics mentioned the sun shards, the remnants that purportedly fell from the disintegration of the true sun god. Vanna suddenly realized, they believe a fragment of the sun lies hidden within Prand. It appears so, it remains unknown how these heretics acquired such intelligence. Possibly gleaned from their deranged visions. Regardless, they are now resolutely convinced that a part of their deity's remains is concealed within this city. Bishop Valentine wore a tranquil expression. While they regard this as the hope for the resurrection of the dark sun, those lunatics, Vanna could not help but mutter under her breath. How many lives have they already sacrificed in the pursuit of resurrecting that blasphemous dark sun? We refer to it as the dark sun, yet in their minds, the sun god radiates light, symbolizing the truest order. One cannot expect those deranged cultists, drenched in blood, to possess any remnants of conscience. Valentine shook his head. They firmly believe that all their words and actions are just, and when dealing with them, only two forms of communication prove effective: caliber and weight. Listening to the bishop's remarks, reminiscent of the deep-sea church's style, Vanna felt her lips twitch. It seems we have much to attend to. The boundless sea is never tranquil, and the city-states float amidst its depths, Valentine remarked. The captains must confront the storms of the ocean, while we must face the tempests wrought by earthly fools. Be prepared, Judicator, for the city of Prand may soon encounter a formidable challenge. Two challenges, Vanna earnestly corrected, aside from the followers of the Black Sun. There is also the enigmatic and terrifying ghost captain. If the Lost Homeland and the Black Sun are indeed not aligned, our troubles have multiplied from 1 to 2. Bishop Valentine pondered for a moment. Perhaps there exists another possibility. Based on the circumstances at the sewer altar, it is conceivable that the Lost Homeland might engage in conflict with the followers of the Black Sun. Those two troubles could merge into one cataclysmic dilemma. Bishop Valentine. Vanna observed the elderly man, whose thoughts were evidently beginning to wander. The ghost ship returning from the subspace and a horde of cultists vying for the sun shards might clash within the city of Prand, potentially accompanied by the descent of the Dark Sun. I cannot envision a more dire scenario than this. Valentine sighed, conceding that Vanna's assessment was indeed correct. In summary, it is relatively straightforward to collaborate with the sheriff's forces to apprehend those heretics of the sun infiltrating the city-state, thereby neutralizing the threat posed by the Black Sun before the situation escalates, Vanna remarked. Once she freed herself from the mental disturbances caused by the Lost Homeland and entered her area of expertise, her thoughts became remarkably vibrant. As for the ghost ship, its subsequent actions remain unknown, leaving us unable to take immediate action. For now, we must enhance our surveillance of the spirit world and the maritime regions surrounding the city-state. At this juncture, the young adjudicator couldn't help but shake her head, her expression a blend of seriousness and helplessness. Damn it. Who can predict what a ghost captain might intend to do next? I would like some more ketchup, Duncan called out to Nina, seated across the table. Just pass it over. I can manage it myself. Nina promptly handed him the ketchup, replying, Sure thing, Uncle Duncan. It was already noon, and Duncan and Nina were enjoying lunch in the small kitchen on the second floor. The meal was simple, featuring a local delicacy known as a savory pancake from Prand, served with ketchup or hot sauce, accompanied by a vegetable soup. While it may not be a gourmet feast, Both Duncan and Nina relished it with great enthusiasm. It had been a long time since Duncan had enjoyed such a normal lunch, and likewise, Nina had not dined in this manner for quite some time. Duncan found himself beginning to appreciate this place. Chapter 50, Public Visions. After lunch, Duncan observed Nina tidying the table. He intended to assist her with the dishes, but was firmly deterred by her insistence. Citing the doctor's advice regarding his health and the need to minimize contact with cold water. Thus, he leaned against the staircase, perusing the newspaper he had purchased earlier that morning while watching the girl busily work in the kitchen. This scene, reminiscent of a typical family routine, evoked an oddly surreal feeling within him. At that moment, Nina's voice emerged from the kitchen. "Uncle Duncan, is there any news in the paper?" Duncan glanced down at the newspaper and noted the date, August 14th, 1900, in the new city-state calendar. The front page featured a significant story about the church's adjudicators apprehending dozens of cultists. He noted that this was likely the most substantial headline in the entire paper. It reported that the adjudicators had captured numerous heretics of the sun, and he casually remarked that this was the largest cult gathering dismantled by the church in 4 years. There were also warnings for citizens to remain vigilant about nighttime safety and to discern heretical beliefs in their surroundings. "Ah, I heard about that on my way here." Nina deftly placed the clean dishes into the cupboard. "It's really frightening. I had heard from my teacher that those sun-worshipping cultists even commit acts of human sacrifice to their sun god. Who would be so deranged as to follow such a sect?" Duncan found himself at a loss for words, as he felt the matter was exceedingly delicate. Should he mention that he had recently engaged in an immersive experience involving a sacrificial offering at that very altar? Or should he confess that he himself was such a deranged cultist? However, one thing is quite evident from Nina's reaction. It is clear that she is entirely unaware of the fact that her uncle is a heretic of the sun. She possesses a worldview akin to that of an ordinary person regarding the worship of the sun god, which involves living sacrifices as a horrifying matter. The uncle, in her perspective, is merely a man who has become irritable due to illness, has a penchant for alcohol, and associates with some rather peculiar friends. The body she inhabits may have once belonged to a wretched individual steeped in bloodshed, yet at the very least, he has raised Nina to this day and has, thus far, kept her sheltered from the faith of the sun god. Perhaps one day in the future, a cultist named Ron will indeed descend into the abyss, dragging his last remaining kin into that endless chasm, but at least until today, such a fate has not yet befallen them. Nor will it in the future. "Uncle, why have you suddenly fallen silent?" Nina inquired, her curiosity piqued by the silence behind her. She turned to glance back, her eyes filled with concern. "Are you feeling unwell again?" "No, I was merely lost in thought," Duncan replied, shaking his head. "What you say is true. It is indeed a maniacal thing. The newspapers have even warned citizens to remain vigilant and report any heretical behavior they observe. For now, it would be best if you refrained from wandering too far from school and home." Nina nodded, but then exclaimed with a hint of hesitation. "But I have made plans with my classmates to visit the museum in a couple of days." "The museum?" Duncan asked casually. "Which museum?" "It's the Ocean Museum near the edge of the Upper District, close to the school," Nina explained. "I heard they are currently showcasing coastal mineral specimens. Is that all right?" "Go ahead if you wish," Duncan said after a moment's contemplation. "There are church guardians and city watch patrols everywhere now. Those cultists are unlikely to be audacious enough to emerge in the next few days." Nina beamed and nodded enthusiastically. "Yes. Are you heading to school this afternoon?" Duncan inquired again. "Yes, I have history class." "I certainly don't want to miss Mr. Morris's lecture," Nina affirmed. "He is quite a renowned expert in the field of history. Yet it is rather strange. Why would someone as distinguished as him choose to teach at a public school in the lower district instead of a university in the upper district? Most of my classmates dislike history, and they often sleep during his lectures." Duncan shook his head nonchalantly. "How would I know? It's a joke, not to mention Mr. Morris. He scarcely even knows who you are. It takes him hours of recollection to remember where your public school is located. Moreover, even the original owner of this body likely had little knowledge of his niece's circumstances when Duncan took over his life. He had evidently become too deeply entrenched in the heretical beliefs of the sun for far too long." Nina had classes to attend in the afternoon, so after lunch, she did not linger long in the antique shop. After hastily gathering her belongings and taking the textbook she had forgotten at home, the girl set off at a brisk pace, aware that the journey from the antique shop to her public school in the lower district would take nearly an hour. She could not afford to waste a single minute if she wished to avoid being tardy for Mr. Morris's lesson. Of course, public transportation was available in the city, even in the less developed lower district, where steam-powered trams and trolley buses traversed the streets. However, these required a fare of 4 to 6 pesos. Nina cheerfully informed Duncan that running was beneficial for one's health. If she had a bicycle, her commute would be significantly easier. Duncan had seen individuals riding such conveyances on the streets of the lower district. In a society already advanced in steam machinery, bicycles, as products of industry, were not prohibitively expensive for the average person, yet for lower district residents, they were certainly not affordable either. The cost of a basic bicycle could amount to half a month's to a month's living expenses for a family of 3, posing a considerable burden. Duncan was uncertain about the trajectory of his current identity in the future, but as he watched Nina disappear around the corner, he felt a lingering sense of obligation to treat the young woman kindly whenever possible, if only for the vegetable soup and savory pancakes she had previously shared. Moreover, she was a diligent and eager student. Perhaps he ought to contemplate ways to earn a living within this civilized city-state. His mind swirled with various thoughts as he set aside the newspaper and leisurely strolled to the end of the corridor on the second floor. Upon opening the narrow window, he gazed absently at the sunlit streets below. In this world, anomalies and phenomena had long coexisted with the progress of civilization. Neither the authorities nor the church concealed the existence of the extraordinary from the populace. Even a schoolgirl like Nina could directly study topics related to anomalies and phenomena from her textbooks. She was well versed in the classification standards of anomalies and phenomena that had originated from the ancient kingdom of Crete, which were still in use today. She even knew some publicly numbered and named anomalies and phenomena that had been scientifically documented. Indeed, this knowledge was partially accessible to society at large, albeit not entirely. The authorities and churches of various city-states recognized a list that included the most notorious or perilous anomalies and phenomena, each assigned a unique identifier. These identifiers were not immutable. Under certain circumstances, some anomalies and phenomena could be extinguished or transformed for various reasons, leading to the reassignment or vacancy of their numbers. Nevertheless, one certainty remained. Any anomaly or phenomenon possessing an independent identifier and name must possess its own unique danger or strength. The authorities publicly disclosed a portion of this catalog of anomalies and phenomena, partly to ensure that every citizen was aware of these specific dangers and could exercise self-preservation, and partly because some anomalies and phenomena were alarmingly close to people's everyday lives. These phenomena have permeated every corner of ordinary life and infiltrated every aspect of societal function. Visible to people at all times, there is no need for concealment, nor is it possible. Duncan raised his head, silently gazing at the sky. Phenomenon 001, the sun. This colossal celestial body, which reigns over the heavens, emerged on the morning after the collapse of the ancient kingdom of Crete. A great spectacle that dominated the skies during the age of the deep sea. Its influence is global, its units limitless, operating and moving autonomously, impervious to human intervention, thus fitting the definition of a phenomenon. Historical records indicate that on the day of the ancient kingdom's downfall, the seas surged violently, city-states shattered, and the entirety of the first dynasty met a noble demise in darkness, their blood saturating the ocean. Thus, Phenomenon 001 rose from the depths, marking the advent of tranquility upon the boundless sea. The ancient kingdom of Crete, the first city-state civilization established by survivors after the onset of the age of the deep sea, lasted a mere century. Yet it bequeathed countless legacies that continue to bless the present. The name Crete in ancient tongues signifies eternal night, a shroud that lingered for a century. All of this is chronicled within Nina's history textbook. Chapter 51, Dual Operations. This world has undergone astonishing historical transformations, pivoting around the Great Cataclysm, after which fundamental laws themselves experienced a cataclysmic upheaval, rendering the age of the deep sea and the era of order before the cataclysm almost as two entirely distinct realms. Nevertheless, there are those who tirelessly endeavor to compile the historical records passed down since the Great Cataclysm, striving to piece together the fragmented and often contradictory archives from various city-states to unveil the true visage of history. Regrettably, perhaps due to the thorough severance of heritage or the chaotic contradictions within the records of the city-states, humanity has yet to unearth a relatively complete and credible historical account of the world prior to the Great Cataclysm. No one knows what the era of order truly resembled. However, fortune favors us with a relatively clear historical legacy following the ancient kingdom of Crete. Despite the rise and fall of city-states across the boundless sea, the continuity of civilization itself has never ceased. The memories of the ancient kingdom endure, either inscribed in scrolls, carved into monoliths, or passed down through ancient secretive families and societies, albeit often fragmented, yet some threads persist. Scholars contend that the endurance of civilization during the age of the deep sea, despite extreme adversity, owes more than half its credit to the miraculous beacon illuminating the world. Phenomenon 001, the sun. This phenomenon, the most potent and far-reaching known to humanity, has sparked debate among scholars as to whether the sun is a phenomenon or merely a natural occurrence. Nevertheless, the earliest recorders following the demise of the Kingdom of Crete, the survivors of the ancient realm, referred to it as Phenomenon 001. This ancient designation has been preserved through the ages, remaining unchanged to this day. Evidently, not all anomalies are malevolent or harmful. Anomaly 001 has bestowed safety upon this world for half of its existence. During the daylight hours illuminated by the sun, the pollution from the depths of the world is largely subdued beneath the sea level. It is precisely due to the stability of this daylight that various city-states have been able to flourish to their present state. According to records from the ancient Kingdom of Crete, after the onset of the Deep Sea Era and prior to the emergence of Anomaly 001, the entire world was enveloped in darkness for a full century, illuminated solely by the cold, dim glow of the primordial night. This is why the people of the ancient kingdom referred to their realm as the Eternal Night, and even designated their era by this name. Duncan stood pensively before the narrow window, gazing at the sunlit world outside. What was the world like before the Great Annihilation? Did the sun once shine upon all things before that dreadful century of eternal night descended? It is likely that it did. For despite the many discrepancies and omissions in the ancient records of the city-states, one truth remains: the era of order was a time of light, safety, and prosperity. Nevertheless, that prosperous and radiant age has long since passed. Today, the boundless sea is illuminated by Anomaly 001, a fact recognized and appreciated by all. Thus, in this contemporary context, the cult that venerates the ancient true sun, attacking the sun of today and branding it a false luminary, appears particularly fanatical and distorted, rejected by society. Their assault is not merely against the celestial sun, but against the very foundation upon which human civilization has struggled to survive through the Deep Sea Era. Yet, Duncan understands that the sun revered by these cultists may indeed resemble the true sun that existed before the Great Annihilation. From a certain perspective, they possess fragments of genuine history. Regrettably, this authenticity has become the source of their distortion in the current age. Duncan does not foresee the realization of the cultists' grand ambitions, nor does he believe that they could conjure a blazing fusion star through the sacrifice of living beings. The distortions in this world far exceed mere imagination. The Deep Sea Era's manifestation cannot be solely explained by the loss of a star. The night sky here is devoid of even a single star. Duncan returned to his room, secured the door, and gestured towards the nearby cabinet, summoning AIE, who was busily sharpening her beak against its edge. A pigeon alighted on his shoulder, tilting its head in curiosity. Who was calling the fleet? Duncan paid no heed to the bird, and instead approached the bedside. Retrieving the sun emblem he had previously concealed in a corner of the bed. After a moment's contemplation, he moved to the cabinet, opened its door, and located the drawer filled with spirits, from which he extracted 2 bottles of strong liquor. The bottles appeared to bear some sort of label. Intrigued, Duncan turned them to find small notes affixed, pinned in Nina's handwriting: "Drink less." These notes seemed to have been placed there long ago, one affixed to each bottle, none of which had ever served their intended purpose. Duncan smiled faintly as he secured the drawer and cabinet. Returning to the bed with 2 bottles of wine and the sun insignia in hand, he prodded AIE to take a closer look at his acquisitions. If possible, he hoped to bring them aboard the Lost Homeland. The dove immediately flapped its wings, emitting a triumphant sound. "Dear, express delivery is on me." Duncan nodded, settling into a comfortable position as he began to prepare for the traversal. He had been away from the Lost Homeland for far too long. Although the ship would remain safe in his absence, a captain ought not to confine himself to a room indefinitely. Nina was to attend classes at school in the afternoon, with additional commitments following her lessons that would keep her occupied until late. Duncan had already discussed with her the possibility of spending another night in the school dormitory, returning after classes the following afternoon. During this interval, he intended to delve into the intricacies of spiritual traversal, while simultaneously testing whether he could control the activities of both bodies without entirely severing the soul projection based on his perception of the Lost Homeland during his time here. He believed this to be feasible. As he occupied this fresh vessel, the connection between himself and the essence of the Lost Homeland felt notably stronger and more stable, instilling him with confidence and inspiration. As his thoughts coalesced, Duncan exhaled gently, a flicker of emerald flame igniting upon his shoulder. With a crackling sound, AIE transformed into its spectral avian form, the brass compass on its chest snapping open. Boundless darkness enveloped him, illuminated by glowing lines and flickering starlight. A familiar sensation washing over him like a tide, while the path back to the Lost Homeland shone brightest amidst the abyss. His consciousness swiftly traversed this route, and in an instant, he felt his primary awareness awaken in the captain's quarters of the Lost Homeland. However, before completely detaching from that dark realm, he forcefully applied the brakes through his mastery of the spirit fire and his own soul, attempting to preserve the connection with the antique shop. In the captain's quarters of the Lost Homeland, Duncan slowly opened his eyes. He glanced down at his hands before surveying the familiar surroundings. The sound of the sea waves caressing his ears. Rising slowly from the chair, he felt distinctly the sensation of another body within the depths of his consciousness. A smile gradually spread across Duncan's face as he endeavored to perceive and control his other body located within the antique shop through that distant connection. After several attempts, the proprietor of the antique shop on the second floor of the planned city-state, who had been lying quietly on the bed, suddenly opened his eyes. In the next moment, this body on the bed began to turn its head with a stiff expression, as if a zombie, scanning the room left and right, before slowly moving its limbs, as though forcibly maneuvering a rusted machine to initiate movement. Should this scene be witnessed by an outsider, it would likely incite immediate panic, prompting them to seek out the nearest sheriff to report a possession by malevolent spirits. Viewing the situation from a different perspective, it seems there is no fault in reporting it this way. Inside the captain's quarters of the Lost Homeland, Duncan pondered these peculiar thoughts while awkwardly controlling the body from a remote viewpoint, attempting to initiate movement. This task proved to be exceedingly challenging. Directing a body to move solely through distant connections without the consciousness residing within it was far more difficult than guiding a novice to manipulate the 28 joints of a marionette. Nevertheless, after numerous attempts, he successfully managed to elevate the body located in the city-state of Plan from the bed. The next moment, however, the visual feedback from his mind spun violently, and the body collapsed onto the floor. Duncan sighed, conceding, "Well, it appears I shall need to practice for quite some time." Chapter 52. The captain is away, experiencing the simultaneous focus on two perspectives while controlling two distinct bodies engaged in entirely different activities was a remarkably novel experience for Duncan. It also posed an extraordinarily difficult challenge. He believed he could no longer be considered an ordinary individual, yet even so, to effortlessly manage two corporeal forms was no simple feat. He endeavored to acclimate to this dual-focus sensation, ultimately laboring for quite a while to merely guide the body within the antique shop back to the bed, resuming its stillness. However, based on the feedback emanating from the depths of his consciousness, he was confident that, with ample time and training, he would eventually master the art of dual focus. After ensuring the body within the antique shop was properly settled and devoting a portion of his attention there, Duncan finally exhaled in relief. Establishing contact with the remote body immediately following his ethereal journey was paramount, as it directly influenced the sustainability of the foothold he had painstakingly secured in the civilized world. Once this matter was resolved, he felt considerably lighter in spirit and was thus able to divert his attention elsewhere. At that moment, the sound of flapping wings caught his attention. The pigeon, i.e., hurried over to Duncan, puffing out its chest with a proud expression in its eyes and voice. Transmission successful. Duncan's gaze drifted beyond the bird to the table behind it, where a pale golden sun emblem and two bottles of spirits lay quietly. A smile gradually spread across Duncan's face, soon blossoming into a radiant grin. It was feasible. The notion of having this pigeon transport goods during its ethereal travels was indeed practical. Moreover, it was not limited to extraordinary items. Even ordinary objects could be conveyed. With a satisfied smile, he rose to retrieve the items from the table. First, he examined the state of the sun emblem, confirming that this extraordinary artifact still held a faint flow of power, thoroughly claimed and transformed by his ethereal fire. He then picked up one of the bottles of spirits, uncapping it and bringing it to his nose, whereupon the potent aroma of the liquor immediately wafted toward him. Duncan cast a glance at AIE, who had begun to strut confidently across the table. Efficient, of high quality, and with complimentary shipping, he found himself growing fond of this eccentric pigeon. The pigeon immediately sensed its master's gaze and scurried over to Duncan, pecking at the tabletop with insistence. "Get some fries. Get some fries." Although there were no fries available on the ship at the moment, Duncan was certain that this would soon be resolved. He joyfully cradled the pigeon in his hands, locking eyes with its green orbs. However, he pondered the limitations of its substance-transmitting abilities, whether it was restricted to inanimate objects and if there was a risk of packet loss, necessitating further testing. The pigeon contemplated for a moment, tilting its head. "Packet loss? Oh dear, the page is gone." "Precisely, that is my concern. Your name always gives me a sense of unreliability." Duncan's thoughts began to wander. The fact that the pigeon had successfully transported more items to the Lost Homestead invigorated him, sparking ideas for further practical experiments beyond merely resupplying the ship. Yet, the bird's erratic intelligence and tenuous logic made him hesitant to fully trust the process. After much deliberation, he concluded that additional tests were essential before establishing a reliable supply line between the Lost Homestead and the mainland. With a tentative plan forming in his mind, Duncan finally rose from his chair and approached the door leading to the chart room. However, he paused after taking just a couple of steps. He engaged in some light exercises to loosen his joints and stretched his legs, savoring the sensations coursing through his limbs. Agile, strong, and devoid of any fatigue or sluggishness. It was as if he had merely been seated at the table for a brief moment. Yet, he was acutely aware that he had been away from the Lost Homestead for over a day. While traversing the spirit realm, his body had remained in the captain's quarters. Maintaining the posture of sitting at the table, Duncan meticulously attuned himself to the sensations within his body. Through this precise awareness, he could almost ascertain that his physical form remained in the same state as when he had entered the spirit realm, as if it had slipped into a form of stasis the instant his consciousness departed. Was this a manifestation of Captain Duncan's unique power? Or perhaps, due to his current essence being half ghostly, he was rendered tireless like a specter? He pondered curiously, yet found no clarity. He had begun to unravel the history of this world, understanding the rise and fall of civilized city-states, yet he remained unable to decipher the secrets inherent within himself. Nevertheless, this did not seem to be a misfortune. The fact that his body required little maintenance implied that he could allocate more of his energy to other pursuits. Duncan was a person of remarkable perspective. He excelled at setting aside those enigmas that remained temporarily unsolvable. With a newfound clarity in his heart, he approached the door and pushed it open, revealing the chart room. Captain Duncan had returned. The oak door creaked softly, shattering the tranquility of the chart room. In the next moment, the wooden goat's head adorning the edge of the navigation table emitted a series of crackling sounds, swiftly turning toward the source of the noise. Under its hollow gaze, it slowly spoke. Name? Duncan Abnomer, he replied, glancing at the goat's head. I am back. The esteemed Captain Duncan has returned to his loyal vessel, the Lost Homeland. I beg your pardon, Captain. Your recent foray into the spirit realm extended longer than anticipated, and I must, after all, adhere to the regulations you established. How do you fare? What is your mood? How is your health? What treasures have you unearthed during this protracted journey through the spirit realm? Have you encountered anything intriguing? Might you share the tales of your odyssey with your devoted first mate and others? I noticed I inadvertently used "and others" earlier. Miss Alice suggested such brevity might be preferable. Silence. Your so-called brevity has merely been compensated for by the ensuing drivel, Duncan remarked, casting a glance at the loquacious creature. Did anything of note transpire aboard during my absence? Ah, the stern yet humorous demeanor of Captain Duncan remains unchanged. Your reprimand is duly noted. Everything aboard is functioning smoothly. Your faithful first mate has impeccably executed the steering duties you entrusted. Furthermore, Miss Alice visited twice, though neither occasion was of great consequence. Once she tussled with the rigging, and another time she engaged with the anchor line. Duncan, initially poised to traverse the chart room and inspect the deck, halted abruptly upon hearing the goat-headed creature's words. His expression rife with confusion. Why did she engage in conflict with the rigging and the anchor line? While he could sense the activities aboard the Lost Homeland during his spiritual excursion, he had not devoted much energy to monitoring them closely. Only vaguely aware of Alice wandering about the ship. How could it be so lively in his absence? Oh, Miss Alice's intentions were well-meaning. The goat-headed creature hastily interjected. She felt it was unseemly to be idle aboard, so she sought tasks to occupy her time, hence her attempts to organize the rigging and maintain the winch. Alas, I neglected to inform her that the rigging is ticklish and the anchor line requires its rest. Dare I say, Captain, are you displeased? The sudden silence from Duncan set the goat-headed creature on edge, as it bobbed its wooden head anxiously. In truth, the matters at hand were not significant, and it is customary for new members on a vessel to require a period of adjustment to bond with the seasoned sailors. Their current phase of conflict suggests that Miss Alice is assimilating into the crew quite swiftly. In fact, she is rather well-liked aboard the Lost Homeland. Just as the goat-headed creature was halfway through its observation, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from the deck, followed by the abrupt opening of the captain's quarters. As Alice rushed in, exclaiming, "Mr. Goathead, why do the cannonballs in the armory keep rolling about, preventing me?" Duncan regarded Alice with a silent gaze. Upon noticing him standing by the navigation table, Alice stiffened, her demeanor awkward. Well, this marks the third occasion, sighed the goat-headed creature at the navigation table. This time, she is at odds with the cannonballs. I concede that Miss Alice's acclimatization process aboard may have been a tad too exuberant. Alice shrank her neck slightly, perhaps in a bid to fortify her composure, anxiously observing Duncan's impassive countenance. "Captain, you have returned." Duncan nodded with an air of nonchalance. "It appears you have been enjoying yourself aboard during my absence." Alice, Chapter 53, Offspring during her time away from the Lost Homeland. Alice's exuberance aboard the ship somewhat exceeded Duncan's expectations. He had always perceived this Gothic doll as an elegant and poised young lady, although she would occasionally turn her back. surf the waves, and engage in playful banter. She typically embodied grace and tranquility, navigating the ship with utmost caution and displaying sincerity in unfamiliar surroundings. In her idle moments, she could merely lie quietly in her box like an ordinary doll, exuding an aura of harmlessness. However, it now appeared that she only maintained such calmness in his presence. The sudden somber atmosphere in the room made Alice feel somewhat anxious. She cautiously glanced at Duncan, whose expression was inscrutable. "Captain, you're not upset, are you? I can explain. I understand you were trying to help, but it was unsuccessful." Duncan regarded the doll-like maiden with a hint of exasperation. "Since you are aware that many things aboard this vessel are alive, could you please consult either myself or my first mate before attempting anything in the future?" Alice nodded vigorously, exclaiming, "Of course, Captain. No problem at all." Almost immediately, she turned her attention to the goat-headed figure, muttering softly, "Is there such a term as unsuccessful assistance?" The goat-headed one replied succinctly, "There is now." "Very well. If you truly wish to assist, why not check the dried fish hanging on the deck or organize the storage room in the kitchen? We may need to make space for additional provisions aboard the Lost Homeland in the future." Duncan sighed as he spoke to Alice. "And please, avoid the cannons and ammunition storage beneath the deck. They lack the comprehensive intellect of our goat-headed friend. Those perilous objects will only react instinctively to external stimuli. Should the ammunition store perceive an intrusion or damage, I would be left to rescue you with only a broom and dustpan." Upon hearing this, Alice instinctively recoiled and quickly agreed, turning to leave the captain's quarters. Yet, as she departed, Duncan couldn't help but smile at her retreating figure. Indeed, she was quite an amusing character. The minor chaos she brought had enlivened this dreary ghost ship. "It appears you are in good spirits, Captain," came the voice of the goat-headed figure from nearby. "Ah, what is that you hold in your hand? Is it a prize from your recent excursion into the spirit realm? Akin to that small knife from last time?" Duncan glanced at the solar emblem he held. He had left the strong liquor in his quarters, taking the emblem instead, intending to study it during moments of boredom. "It is a trophy," he nodded, "similar to the ceremonial dagger from the previous ritual." "Oh, truly. You are the illustrious Captain Duncan. You always return with treasures and such extraordinary artifacts that clearly possess wondrous powers. Wait, is this a solar amulet? Do you recognize this?" Duncan raised an eyebrow. "Indeed, it is a solar amulet, graciously bestowed upon me by a few audacious cultists who insisted on my acceptance. I possess a modicum of knowledge regarding the goat head, who appears to be scrutinizing the emblem with a hint of hesitation in his voice. The fervent devotees of the ancient true sun regard this artifact as sacred, believing that by casting metal into the likeness of the true sun and tempering it in human blood, they can infuse the emblem with the very essence of solar power. This method purportedly allows for the mass production of extraordinary objects imbued with minor, yet remarkable capabilities. Such talismans serve as symbols of status among the followers of the sun, as well as instruments for identifying fellow believers and distinguishing them from heretics. Indeed, it possesses that function, Duncan mused, although I personally find it rather futile. What has become of those reckless cultists? As the goat head uttered this, he seemed to hesitate momentarily. They are mostly deluded fanatics. Even the most wretched of pirates refuse to associate with such seekers of ancient relics. Should they have dared to offend, they are no longer among the living. Duncan, while observing the goat head's change in demeanor, carefully maintained his expression, remarking, "It appears you harbor little fondness for those who claim to be followers of the sun." After engaging with the goat head for an extended period, Duncan had gleaned a fair understanding of this enigmatic first mate's mannerisms. He was increasingly confident that as long as he, Captain Duncan, maintained firm control over the vessel, the goat head would not exhibit any erratic behavior. With this assurance, he felt emboldened to cautiously inquire about certain information. Who would cherish those fanatics pursuing the ancient true sun? The light and order they yearn for have long ceased to find a place in this world. The goat head responded to Duncan's inquiries as expected. Even the Lost Homeland is bathed in the sunlight of this era. And even the malevolent spirits wandering the abyssal depths would not long for the sun of the age before the deep sea. Perhaps only those cultists believe that the resurrection of the true sun is a boon. At this, the goat head paused, then added with a touch of wistfulness, "Yet, to be fair, 99% of those cultists are merely brainwashed fools. They are oblivious to what or whom they are truly following and venerating. They regard the so-called children of the sun as prophets and saviors, and they yearn for the ancient world described by these progeny as a paradise. Yet, in my view, the children of the sun do not perceive those fervent devotees as their subjects. They are no different from the progeny dwelling in the abyss." Children of the sun? What does that signify? And what is this about progeny of the deep sea? Duncan's mind stirred with intrigue as unfamiliar terms emerged, enveloping him in fresh bewilderment. He nonchalantly fiddled with the solar emblem in his hand, casually inquiring, children of the sun? I have yet to encounter them. It is quite natural that the offspring of the sun would not dare to make an indiscriminate appearance in the civilized world, even if they disguise themselves as humans. The hounds of the church can swiftly detect the sin of heresy from their shadows. After all, they are a form of offspring, mere remnants of ancient entities that ought to remain quietly in the gutters of history. Among all types of offspring, only they can engage in such audacious antics. Duncan suddenly realized that the goathead's incessant ramblings could actually be beneficial. Although 9,000 out of 10,000 of its utterances might be trivial, fortune may grant the emergence of useful information. Given his incomplete understanding of this goathead, Duncan had to approach his inquiries indirectly, cautious not to be too blunt. Yet even through such subtle questioning, he swiftly acquired many clues that had eluded him in the city-state of Prand. The term offspring appeared to be rather significant. It suggested the existence of beings referred to as offspring in this world, all of whom, without exception, are not accepted by the civilized realm. The goathead referred to them as remnants of ancient entities. While the followers of the true sun god are numerous, it seems that the vast majority are inconsequential pawns, ignorant, blind fanatics who have been brainwashed. Within their ecclesiastical hierarchy, there exists a ruling class that surpasses them in status, known as the sun offspring. These sun offspring seldom make appearances in the civilized world. They appear to have secretive sanctuaries unknown to the masses, influencing the cult of the sun god remotely and clandestinely, gathering offerings and energy. Most importantly, from Duncan's current perspective, the goathead harbors contempt for these cultists and the sun offspring supporting them. This indicates that the Lost Homelands, or the true Captain Duncan, do not belong to the same faction as these so-called offspring, and may even be considered adversaries. It seems that revealing his encounters with the sun cultists during this spiritual journey to the goathead was a prudent choice. Otherwise, he might have remained oblivious to such valuable information for an indefinite period. Such esoteric knowledge would not be inscribed in Nina's textbooks. As Duncan departed from the captain's quarters, he held the sun amulet thoughtfully while strolling on the deck of the Lost Homelands. There are many kinds of offspring, and based on the information disclosed by the goathead, all offspring are remnants of ancient entities. Coupled with the fact that the sun worshippers follow the ancient and true sun predating the Great Annihilation, he had reasonable grounds to suspect that these so-called offspring could indeed be products of the Great Annihilation, possibly tracing their origins back to the Epoch of Order before the Cataclysm. In the sea, there are sun offspring, while in the deep waters, there are those of the abyss. Unconsciously, Duncan found himself beside the ship's railing, peering into the profound azure depths of the ocean, a hint of curiosity stirring within him. Was it true that the sea held more than just fish? Chapter 54. The Underground Sanctuary. In the end, Duncan remained perplexed about the true nature of the offspring. The goat-headed figure remains vague on this matter, seemingly because it itself is unaware of the true nature of these ancient entities that linger on the fringes of civilization. As for Duncan, he can only distill a fragment of understanding from the limited clues available. The progeny are the products of ancient epochs, harboring a profound disdain for the modern world. They possess a peculiar and perilous power, hidden away in the shadows, rarely revealing themselves in civilized society. Save for the progeny of the sun, who appear to be able to masquerade as humans, only the extraordinary members of the church can discern the disguised progeny from ordinary folk. Duncan reflects on the recent transformations within the city-state of Prand. Considering the sudden resurgence of the sun-worshipping adherents after years of obscurity, are the cultists' ostentatious activities a result of the progeny's directives? What are these ancient and enigmatic beings scheming regarding the city-state of Prand? Standing at the edge of the deck of the Lost Homeland, Duncan gazes intently at the tumultuous sea below. In the depths, there are also progeny, distinct from those of the sun, threatening the safety of the maritime fleets between the city-states. Duncan feels both wary and intrigued by these deep-sea entities. He believes that, although he has yet to confront these beings directly, as long as the Lost Homeland continues to drift upon the waves, an encounter with these strange creatures is inevitable. Thus, preparing in advance would not be unwise. Whether it involves gathering intelligence, further mastering his own abilities, or unlocking the potential of the Lost Homeland, all endeavors serve as preparations for the future. Of course, he does not fear the lurking dangers of the deep sea. After all, he has been adrift with this vessel for a considerable time. He can surmise the myriad of strange entities that inhabit the depths. The progeny are merely one of countless peculiar threats. As the captain of the Lost Homeland, he has ample concerns to keep him vigilant. He ponders for an extended period on the deck, realizing that his primary worry should be whether the hard-won supply routes he has established might be jeopardized. He hopes that the progeny of the deep will not interfere with his fishing endeavors, though the Pigeon, AIE, possesses the capability to transport supplies. Its cargo capacity and reliability remain uncertain. Furthermore, Prand is a well-ordered place, and the supplies brought aboard the vessel must be purchased, rendering this supply line unpredictable in its utility. Adding to his concerns, The bountiful catch from his last fishing expedition remains fresh in his mind. And Duncan understands that improving the living conditions aboard the Lost Homeland ultimately hinges on nature's generosity. Now, with the progeny posing a potential threat, he finds himself troubled, wishing only that the strange entities of the sea do not disrupt his fishing pursuits. The brilliant gas lamps cast a radiant glow, dispelling the shadows within the subterranean chambers of the church. The deep-sea runes inscribed along the elongated corridor emanated a soothing power, their symbols of waves and coastlines intertwining, as if sketching an invisible net that enveloped the entire underground structure in a sanctified and tranquil ambience. Vanna traversed the sacred sanctuary beneath the church, her previously restless spirit gradually finding solace in this serene and hallowed space. The goddess of storms, wielding the mightiest forces over the boundless seas, embodies not only the ferocity of tempests but also the tranquility of stillness and the power of sealing. Just as the ocean possesses duality, calmness coexisting with tumult, the goddess's dominion reflects this duality, her essence mirrored in the cathedral's underground. Many deities in this world similarly embody such dual aspects or characteristics. For instance, the god of death presides over life, and the god of wisdom holds the authority to strip away reason, leading to folly and madness. While ordinary mortals may lack comprehension in this regard, Vanna, as a high-ranking cleric, possesses extensive knowledge on the subject. She was also aware that the dual nature of many deities has given rise to certain controversial, even near heretical, ideologies. Some scholars even contend that the entire world exists in a dual state, theorizing that there is an arid expanse mirroring both sea and land in some dimension. A desolate realm of endless dry earth, punctuated by scarce rivers and oases within the aridity. This barren land is said to harbor a civilization of wisdom that bears a striking resemblance to reality, their existence reflecting the world's myriad entities. Such outlandish speculations, entirely founded on imagination, are, of course, not recognized. Even the renownedly enlightened Bishop Valentine of the city-state of Plander scoffs at such notions, remarking that the subspace beneath this world is already perplexing enough without adding further layers to it. Suddenly, Vanna shook her head, reining in her unruly thoughts. In the tranquil depths of the cathedral, it is all too easy for one's mind to wander uncontrollably, as the mirroring of the storm brings an overwhelming sense of peace. The comfort bestowed by the goddess's sanctuary can significantly undermine the psychological barriers of mere mortals. This effect is both intangible and potent, rendering even a rigorously trained adjudicator like her susceptible. Yet, on the other hand, this unique environment serves a particular purpose, such as coaxing forth the words of fervent and deranged cultists. Vanna halted at the end of the corridor within the underground sanctuary, where several doors led to various interrogation chambers, while a statue of the storm goddess stood quietly in the foyer between the doors. Unlike the statue of the goddess above, which stands with arms outstretched as if welcoming the reverence of the masses, surrounded by an aura of immense dignity, the underground statue has its hands clasped gently before its chest, serene and tender, reminiscent of a girl listening intently. Regardless of which sacred statue it may be, it is always veiled in a delicate fabric, symbolizing the ineffability of the divine. This statue of clasped hands, representing the goddess of storms, embodies another aspect, the maiden of the tranquil sea. She suppresses the waters beneath the sea level, safeguarding the serenity of the subterranean world of the city-state. Vanna bowed before the statue of the Maiden of the Tranquil Sea and then turned to push open the door to a nearby interrogation room. The creaking of the door hinge shattered the tranquility of the underground facility, revealing a spacious yet dimly lit chamber before Vanna. In the center of the room stood a large table where Lady Heidi, clad in a black gown, was rising from her seat. Opposite her was a chair bound with restraint chains, upon which a son heretic sat quietly. The heretic's eyes were vacant, leaning awkwardly against the armrest, as if both reason and strength had been drained from their body, leaving only remnants of chaos. The air was thick with the lingering scent of incense, and on the table lay Lady Heidi's medical kit, revealing an empty large syringe, writhing thorns, and a golden spike that appeared to still bear traces of blood. "Oh, Your Excellency Vanna, your timing is impeccable," Lady Heidi greeted upon hearing the door open. "I have just completed a treatment." Vanna's gaze swept over Heidi's medical kit, her expression remaining unchanged. "To be honest, I still find it difficult to associate your tools with a treatment." "Well, these are the standard instruments of a mental physician," Lady Heidi replied with a shrug. "I admit that my usage of them may exceed that of a typical doctor. But who can blame me? I am employed by the municipal hall and often assist the church as a hypnotist. The patients I encounter are far from ordinary, especially cultists like these. Shaking crystals and low-frequency pendulums are no match for a triple dose of midnight elixir. I suspect the reason you administer triple doses to cultists is that your large syringe can only hold that amount," Vanna quipped with a smirk at her acquaintance. Then shook her head. But that is not important. You just need to pry these individuals' mouths open. So, what have you discovered? Yes, and the findings are quite substantial. Lady Heidi replied promptly. I have conducted deep hypnosis on several cultists and employed some special methods. It is now almost certain that these cultists participating in the sacrificial rite were likely not driven insane after the ritual went awry. Not after the ritual went awry? Vanna furrowed her brow immediately. Despite having spoken with Bishop Valentine and knowing that the complexity of this matter would exceed expectations, Heidi's words still surpassed her anticipation. What does this mean? I searched their memories and found that these individuals' thought processes, or cognitive logic, had gone awry even before the last failed sacrificial rite commenced. More strictly speaking, it seems these cultists were affected by some form of cognitive filter even before the ritual began, resulting in their memories being. Your Excellency Vanna, you appear rather unsurprised. Chapter 55. The soup at dinner. The expression of indifference on Vanna's face did not escape Heidi's notice. This spiritual healer, who frequently collaborated with the church, immediately surmised the underlying issues from the magistrate's response. After a moment of hesitation, she cautiously inquired, It seems this incident harbors significant problems? Vanna nodded affirmatively. Indeed, the issues are substantial. Heidi pondered briefly, hastily packing her medical kit as she spoke. I have a day off tomorrow. I may not be available for some time. Ms. Heidi, you may have already established a connection with this matter, Vanna remarked, glancing at Heidi with an apologetic expression. Regrettably, everyone present at the scene, myself included, was exposed to a form of cognitive contamination. The psychological issues you observed among those cultists were, in fact, experienced by each of us. Fortunately, with the goddess's protection, our contamination was not profound, allowing us to awaken from it. Damn it. I knew that working in this field would eventually lead to such encounters. Heidi finally ceased her packing, pressing her forehead. I should have heeded my father's advice and pursued a career as an antique appraiser, or at the very least, followed my mother's suggestion to teach history at the public school on Cross Street. That would have been far safer than dealing with cultists. Try to look on the bright side. At least your current profession enables you to maintain a respectable life in the upper district, Vanna replied, shaking her head. In the presence of her equally aged and long-acquainted friend Heidi, her demeanor was notably more approachable than it was before her subordinates. Now, let us discuss your findings. This may assist the church and the city hall in grasping the situation. It is quite straightforward. There exists a conspicuous anomaly. Heidi sighed as she recounted the clues she unearthed from the subconscious of those cultists. On the night of the sacrificial ritual, a victim lost control before the totem of the sun and inadvertently sacrificed the officiating priest. Based on the evidence we discovered at the scene, this victim was, in fact, a corpse that had already been sacrificed, rising from the dead to ascend the altar, correct? Vanna nodded. Of course, I remember it vividly. Then the question arises, since this victim had already been sacrificed once, why did none of the cultists present at the scene recognize him? It is one thing for ordinary cultists to fail in recognition. But why did even the priest himself not acknowledge that the victim before him had been sacrificed by his own hands not long ago? Vanna's brow slowly furrowed. The cultists at the scene witnessed the same victim who had been sacrificed recently appear before them, yet none perceived anything amiss. Their memories were altered, their cognition distorted. Even we at the time failed to notice this glaring anomaly, did we not? Heidi chuckled wryly, spreading her hands. In fact, it was only until an hour ago that I realized I had overlooked this seemingly self-evident matter. It is only now that I learned from you that my own psyche had been affected. For a moment, Vanna remained silent, turning to face the dazed cultist still enveloped in a haze. The cultist, under the influence of a high dosage of neuroactive drugs and potent incense, merely swayed slightly. Staring blankly at the imposing woman before him, Vanna suddenly turned and inquired, Is the mutual slaughter among these cultists after the ritual spiraled out of control also a result of cognitive dissonance? Indeed, Heidi replied. I glimpsed a series of flickering images within their memories. These visuals seemed to have left an indelible mark on them, convincing them that the others present at the ritual had been possessed or dominated by malevolent spirits. They do not perceive themselves as slaughtering their compatriots, but rather as expelling the evil entities residing within their fellow beings. This is likely a primal instinct of their souls warning them. After all, these cultists are still devotees, blessed by a dark sun. When a formidable and eerie danger manifests, these blessed followers are likely to sense something amiss. Based on her experience, Vanna speculated that their frenzied hallucinations hinted at a deeper truth. Unfortunately, these untrained commoners are utterly incapable of discerning the significance of these warnings, plunging instead into a state of collective frenzy. Heidi regarded Vanna, whose expression was grave, and after several hesitant moments, she cautiously spoke. So, what exactly lies behind this affair? Is it more sinister than that ancient sun? Vanna pondered briefly, then gently shook her head. It's better not to inquire further, Heidi. Your connection to this matter is still tenuous, but should you delve deeper, certain inextricable ties may very well form. Very well, since even you, the adjudicator, advised caution. I shall prioritize my own safety, Heidi remarked, lifting the neatly packed medical kit. I truly need to take a break. Rest assured, I am not fleeing. There is an exhibition at the Ocean Museum in a couple of days that piques my interest. Vanna nodded. Visiting the Ocean Museum is indeed a splendid way to unwind. The blessings of the goddess are also imbued within those exhibits. Heidi smiled, carrying the medical kit toward the door, but just as she was about to push it open, she paused, glancing back at Vanna with a hint of concern. I must ask, has the contamination truly dissipated? Rest assured, it has indeed subsided. Vanna replied with a resigned gesture. We have merely encountered some residual traces, having remained in this tranquil, subterranean sanctuary for so long. The goddess's blessings have long since cleansed you of any lingering effects. Then I can breathe easy, Heidi exhaled, finally relaxing as she opened the grand door. Until next time. Judge Vanna. Vanna watched as Ms. Heidi departed the room. Beside her, the sun-worshipping cultist, dazed and bewildered from the potent incense and neurochemical agents, half opened his eyes, staring vacantly at Vanna. The modern concoctions, ancient incense inherited from bygone eras, the serene ambience of the sanctuary, and the deep-rooted solar blessings intertwined, coalescing to create a subtle influence within the cultist. In the depths of his eyes, Vanna's hazy silhouette was reflected. He beheld the adjudicator standing resolutely ahead, her posture tall and unwavering. Behind her, he perceived a nebulous figure, almost translucent, surrounded by flickering emerald flames. This towering apparition loomed silently behind Vanna, its expression inscrutable. Duncan sat expressionlessly in the chart room, observing the automaton Alice diligently at work before him. She approached with a large tray, upon which gleamed polished utensils and a steaming bowl of soup. The aroma suggested it was fish soup. Clearly, after becoming more acquainted with the surroundings aboard the Lost Homeland, this automaton had concocted a new idea to prepare something for the captain in her own unique manner. Dinner? Duncan watched Alice with curiosity as she arranged the utensils and soup before him. What prompted you to make this? He inquired. I tidied up the pantry and discovered some fish in a barrel, Alice replied, her face aglow with pride. There are many tasks on the ship that I cannot assist with, but cooking should be manageable. From now on, I shall prepare your meals. Her earnestness was commendable, though Duncan found it challenging to assess this peculiar automaton. Faced with Alice's sincere smile, he felt it would be rude to refuse her offer, even if he was somewhat curious. But, as an automaton, can you truly cook? I can learn. It seems quite simple, Alice declared, her expression one of certainty. I can merely ask Mr. Goathead about the basics. He has shared numerous cooking tips with me before. Duncan cast a glance at the nearby Goathead, then back at Alice. One was a wooden carving, the other an indistinct automaton. Combined, they lacked a digestive system, yet here they were, attempting to explore the art of cooking, one bold enough to teach, the other audacious enough to listen. He was unsure how to feel about this. Yet he picked up the soup spoon and gave the fish soup a stir, noting that at least it smelled correct. However, in the next moment, his actions froze. After a brief silence, he retrieved a long, silvery strand of hair from the spoon. Your hair fell in, Duncan stated flatly. Oh no, I didn't drop my hair in. Alice quickly waved her hands. I merely had my head dip in, but do not worry, I retrieved it immediately without any assistance. Duncan. Chapter 56. The lower deck. This situation was undeniably bizarre, and ultimately, Duncan could not bring himself to consume the bowl of fish soup. The mere thought of the automaton's head bobbing in the pot filled him with dread, conjuring images akin to a horror film. Despite Alice's genuinely light-hearted demeanor, the notion of her head in the pot was exceedingly unsettling. Alice appeared somewhat hurt as she gazed at the food Duncan had set aside, her hands clinging to the lace trim of her garment. Captain, are you upset? Duncan, weary in body and spirit, cast a glance at the automaton. If you have any grievances aboard the ship, you may speak to me directly. Oh, I have none. Then do try to avoid the kitchen in the future. Duncan said casually, but soon he noticed Alice's expression growing increasingly dejected. Reluctantly, he shook his head and altered his tone. Never mind, your intentions are good. I am genuinely pleased, but cooking unaccustomed can lead to unforeseen mishaps. With time, you shall improve. Alice perked up immediately. So, may I try again in the future? Duncan pondered for a moment before finally nodding. Just be mindful. He had considered this carefully. The cursed doll evidently could not tolerate the monotonous existence aboard the Lost Homeland. Perhaps she possessed an inherent nature that compelled her to engage in some activity on the ship to find peace. Being an independent entity with thoughts and personality, Duncan felt that he could not perpetually treat this doll with harshness. Thus, in comparison, sending Alice to assist in the kitchen was certainly preferable to allowing her to continue her tussles with the ropes, anchors, and cannonballs. At least the kitchen utensils aboard the Lost Homeland had a more amiable temperament. He glanced down at the fish soup placed beside him. To be fair, the flavor of the soup was quite acceptable, despite the limited spices aboard. The cooking was entirely satisfactory. For a doll devoid of taste and a digestive system, Alice's ability to achieve such results based solely on a few theoretical concepts, which, incidentally, were imparted by a goat's head that also did not partake in human fare, was remarkable. What more could be expected from two beings that did not consume human food, managing to concoct a meal fit for human consumption? Duncan believed that, with a little caution, this doll could indeed handle the tasks in the kitchen, thereby relieving him, as captain, from the obligation of preparing meals. Captain, would you like me to prepare something else for you? Alice's voice interrupted Duncan's musings. I also learned how to grill fish and fry fish fillets from Mr. Goathead. There are ingredients available in the kitchen. Not at the moment. I am not hungry, Duncan replied, shaking his head. His physical form did not have a strong craving for food. He maintained his thrice daily meals merely out of habit as a human. At that moment, a bowl of Alice's delightful soup had already quelled his appetite for the day, prompting him to rise from the table. I shall take a stroll in the lower cabin. You wish to go to the lower cabin? Alice was momentarily taken aback, her expression shifting to one of slight concern as if recalling something. Then, could you perhaps investigate down there? Down there? Duncan furrowed his brow. Yes, in the deeper hold, the places I am not allowed to venture, Alice explained. I constantly hear creaking noises from below, and sometimes it sounds as if someone is murmuring beneath the floor. Would you not check to see if anything is amiss down there? Observing the slight unease on the doll's face, Duncan felt his heart begin to race. The depths of the Lost Homeland were areas he had yet to explore. The sensation emanating from those deepest recesses was undeniably peculiar and perilous. At that time, he had not yet taken the helm nor harnessed the power of the ethereal flame, so during his previous explorations, he had always halted at the threshold leading to the deeper holds. Naturally, he had plans for further exploration in the future, but it was evident that circumstances had shifted. At that moment, the voice of the goat's head suddenly interjected from the side. Ah, it seems the hold is rather restless. Captain, do you wish to descend and take a look? Before Duncan could utter a word, he heard the goat head rambling to itself. Upon reflection, it seems you have indeed neglected to inspect down below for quite some time. The hold requires the captain's reassurance, you know, as it has been long submerged in the boundless sea. Will you be taking your lantern? It remains in its usual spot, just behind the door. You have been occupied in the upper levels lately, while the raucous crew below has been incessantly noisy. You cannot fathom how bothersome they can be. Alas, I am one who cherishes tranquility and cannot endure the creaking sounds echoing in the dead of night. Duncan cast a silent glance at the goat head, which promptly fell silent. Truth be told, after hearing some of the goat head's mutterings, he found himself increasingly averse to the eerie hold. It was evident that it had been profoundly affected by the depths of the boundless sea, transforming into a structure that could be deemed unsettling even aboard the Lost Homeland. However, this aversion lingered in his mind for no more than a fleeting second. He would inevitably have to delve deeper into the other structures of the Lost Homeland. And reason dictated that the sooner he undertook this exploration, the better. The Lost Homeland was vast, not only in its astonishing length, but also in the intricate layers that composed its depths. Currently, Duncan's understanding encompassed merely the upper structures of the vessel, including the deck area, the upper hold beneath the deck, the armory, the artillery zone, and one level further down, the storerooms, freshwater tanks, and a portion of the crew quarters. Based on previous explorations, he could easily envision the colossal structures lurking in the darkness beneath these areas. These structures lay submerged below the waterline, entirely enveloped by the boundless sea. As one descended deeper, the environment within the Lost Homeland grew increasingly bizarre. Shrouded in darkness and eerie, echoing winds or howls, Duncan knew that allowing this situation to persist was untenable. As the captain of the ship, the Lost Homeland was not merely his refuge, it was his stronghold in this world. He could not afford to remain so woefully uninformed about his own domain, even for the sake of enduring the anomalies and phenomena that pervaded the boundless sea. He must thoroughly comprehend both the potential and the peril that lay within the Lost Homeland. Heaven knows what crises might arise tomorrow. Heaven knows whether the Lost Homeland might collide with some progeny of the deep or the crumbling boundaries of reality. Moreover, the goathead had just mentioned that the hold required the captain's reassurance. If the captain continued to neglect the lower holds for too long, it seemed that ill omens would soon unfold. Duncan rose and retrieved the lantern the goathead had mentioned from behind the door. It was a rather antiquated lantern, its copper frame shaped like a hexagonal prism, wider at the top and tapering at the bottom. The glass shade was set within the copper frame, appearing somewhat hazy, and within the shade, Duncan did not observe any structure resembling a wick. He displayed no curiosity nor inquired of the goat head. After a brief and discreet contemplation, he endeavored to activate the ethereal green spirit flame and infuse this power into the lantern. Instantly, a vibrant green flame leapt and flickered within the shade, as the archaic lantern began to emit a steady glow. In the glow of the lantern, a chilling atmosphere inexplicably pervaded the surroundings. Yet, within this radiance, Duncan found himself enveloped by an unaccountable sense of tranquility and control. It seemed as though he could faintly perceive his power diffusing alongside the light. Every detail of the illuminated realm was vividly etched in his mind. Suddenly, the dove, AIE, flapped its wings and alighted upon Duncan's shoulder. It had transformed into a spectral avian form, despite Duncan having made no conscious effort to activate it. Under the lantern's illumination, it passively underwent this metamorphosis. Duncan cast a glance at the lantern in his hand, contemplating its potential. It appeared capable of diffusing his power into the surrounding environment with minimal loss, maintaining a force field that possessed capabilities for detection, warning, and even control. This attribute was evidently well suited for prolonged exploration in unfamiliar or perilous territories. "Captain, may I accompany you?" Turning around, Duncan noticed Alice standing behind him, her curiosity piqued by the lantern, her expression brimming with eagerness. "I have yet to explore the lower decks. Mr. Goathead mentioned that I cannot descend without your permission." After a moment's reflection, Duncan nodded slightly. "You may." He was uncertain of what lay in the lower decks, but it was undoubtedly a part of the lost home. Given that he had successfully taken the helm, the hold should pose little danger. Bringing this companion along might prove advantageous. The Goathead remained silent at the navigation table, clearly perceiving Duncan's inspection of the lost home as entirely reasonable, a notion that extended to bringing along an assistant. Outside the cabin, twilight gradually descended, casting a cold glow from the creation of the world upon the sea, illuminating the empty deck of the ghostly ship. The translucent sails, ethereal in nature, billowed in the air, adjusting their angles without any visible hand to guide them. With the lantern in hand, along with his sword and flintlock pistol, Duncan and Alice traversed the deserted deck, moving through the uppermost layers of the ship before descending the wooden staircase towards the depths of the lost home. At the end of the sailors' quarters, they reached the staircase where Duncan had previously halted his explorations. An unusual darkness lingered around the sloping stairs, where only faint outlines of the supporting pillars and wall structures could be discerned. "It's so dark down there," Alice remarked nervously, peering into the shadowy abyss at the staircase's entrance. "Aren't there any lights? Everywhere else has the ever-burning oil lamps." "No, there is light below," Duncan replied, holding the lantern steady as he began to descend. Under the influence of the lantern's emanating power, he was finally able to perceive the conditions below more clearly, though the light was of an inky black hue. "Ah?" Alice paused, momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend. "There's black light." Duncan did not respond immediately, continuing his descent with the lantern until Alice caught up with him. He then spoke softly, "After all, we have ventured beneath the surface of the boundless sea." Chapter 57. The timid Alice. The captain's words swept through the dimly lit staircase like a chilling night breeze. Instinctively, Alice wrapped her arms around herself, trailing closely behind Duncan. As they descended further, she began to comprehend the captain's cryptic reference to the darkness of the lights. Indeed, the lower deck was illuminated, at least in terms of its structure and layout. The chambers mirrored those above, adorned with supporting columns from which hung unwavering oil lamps. These lamps flickered with flames, yet paradoxically, the illumination they emitted rendered the vicinity around them even darker than the distant corners of the cabin. The closer one approached the oil lamps, the dimmer the light became. The lamps themselves were almost shrouded in shadows, their outlines barely discernible. Conversely, areas farther from the lamps seemed to bask in increasing brightness, with the corners of the cabin nearing the luminosity of the upper decks. Earlier, Alice had perceived the lower level as exceptionally dark, primarily due to the two lamps flanking the staircase that appeared to emanate darkness, effectively neutralizing the light that existed within the cabin. Staring at the overall dimness enveloping the space, she finally murmured, "Is this reasonable? You, an unreasonable automaton, dare to speak of rationality?" Duncan cast a glance at the visibly anxious Alice and replied, "In the boundless sea, the very notion of reason is the most unreasonable aspect." His expression remained composed, as if the bizarre circumstances were merely trivial disturbances he had grown accustomed to. Yet, inwardly, he mirrored Alice's trepidation. Even the spectral pigeon perched on his shoulder flapped its wings in agreement, echoing, "Does this make sense? Does this make sense?" Duncan disregarded the pigeon's clamor, focusing intently on the unfamiliar cabin while adjusting the angle of his lantern, endeavoring to decipher the environment through through the play of light and shadow. Below the waterline of the Lost Homeland, the cabin's illumination appeared to be inverted. The fixtures seemed to absorb the ambient light rather than emit it, as if they were mirrors of an alternate reality. However, the ethereal glow emitted by Duncan's lantern adhered to the natural laws of illumination. It was bright in proximity, growing dimmer with distance. What could be the underlying principle? Was this merely the influence of the boundless sea? Or did it intertwine with the inherent characteristics of the Lost Homeland? Was the brightness of the cabin's environment genuine? If those light-absorbing lamps were extinguished, would the space transform into a brilliantly lit area? For a fleeting moment, an audacious thought crossed Duncan's mind. He genuinely contemplated the effects of extinguishing the lamps on this level. However, in the next instant, he forcefully suppressed that evidently misguided notion. He could not extinguish the lights, for even if they seemed to cast the entire chamber into gloom, their presence must surely be justified. A sudden thought struck him. In the city-state of Prand, the intelligence he had acquired indicated that the blazing flames could dispel grotesque dangers. In this assertion, it was the flames themselves that held the power, rather than the light they emitted. Could this imply that, under certain conditions, light and darkness in this world might invert? In such a state of inversion, the only entity worthy of trust would be the flames themselves. Might this also indirectly elucidate why the light emitted by electric lamps lacks the power to exorcise, as it is merely light, devoid of the essence of flame? Captain? Alice's voice suddenly resonated from beside him, the tone of the doll laden with tension and concern. Is there something amiss here? No, Anomaly, Duncan replied, his expression unchanged. As he slowly stepped forward, the oil lamps, which absorbed the light, quietly flickered on the supporting pillars, while some scattered ropes lay piled around the columns. As Duncan passed through them, the hanging oil lamps emitted a faint crackling sound, and the ropes slowly writhed backward, clearing a path for the captain. For reasons unknown, a phrase unexpectedly surfaced in Duncan's mind. The interplay of light and shadow is an illusion wrought by the deep sea, beneath the unreliable horizon. Only the flames remained steadfastly guarding the treasures of the lost haven. He gazed at the quietly burning lights, nodding slightly, as if to express acknowledgement and gratitude. In the next moment, all the oil lamps in the cabin flared up noticeably, each glass shade sheltering a dancing flame. The entire cabin grew darker. Duncan suddenly regretted his premature exuberance. He should have waited until he was ready to return before invigorating these lamps. Alice followed closely, her careful gaze scanning the surroundings. She observed the large wooden barrels piled in the corner of the cabin, some crates, a few sealed rooms, and corridors leading to unknown destinations, murmuring softly. It seems this is also a storage area. Could this have once been a cargo ship? If it were a cargo ship, the goods wouldn't be stored so deeply. Duncan replied, shaking his head. There exists a concept known as transportation costs. These are long-distance supplies intended for the prolonged voyages of the Lost Haven. Alice blinked in surprise. Long-distance supplies? Duncan remained silent, moving closer to inspect the nearest goods. One portion of the barrels contained a viscous, dark brown substance, likely a type of oil. Yet it bore no strong odor, possibly a fuel that had evidently been stored for an extensive period. Duncan even suspected that this fuel might have been stockpiled before the Lost Haven transformed into a ghost ship, originally intended for illumination and exorcism. Many items in the cargo hold had become obsolete since the ship's spectral metamorphosis. In another set of barrels, Duncan discovered familiar items, aged cheese and salt pork capable of cleaving mountains. With a silent resolve, he carefully resealed the lids. In this level, most areas were piled high with supplies, although a considerable portion appeared to be rendered useless on this ghost ship. Yet, it undeniably substantiated his previous assessment of the Lost Homeland. This vessel, at least at the time of its construction, was intended for some grand oceanic exploration. It was equipped to carry a substantial amount of provisions, with each supply compartment fortified by stringent safety measures to prevent the spread of fire or the devastation wrought by pests and vermin. Furthermore, considering the numerous cannons and a sizable ammunition depot present on the upper deck, he could almost envision the ambitious dreams of exploration this ship once harbored. It was destined for the farthest routes, the most perilous journeys, facing the most treacherous environments and the most formidable adversaries. Such an expedition necessitated a crew of loyal and exceptional sailors, alongside a steadfast captain to guide them. However, now that potential exploration plan had vanished like a wisp of smoke, the once aspiring Lost Homeland had morphed into a terrifying calamity across the boundless sea. With the sailors having seemingly disappeared without a trace, only a ghostly captain remained, still in command of this aimless phantom vessel. He and Alice continued forward, traversing several isolated cargo holds before entering a corridor. If the structure of this level corresponded with the upper one, then the staircase leading to the lower levels should lie deep within the corridor. I felt an increasing sense of dread. Miss Dahl, hugging her arms, cautiously surveyed her surroundings and whispered, "Do you hear the wind? How could there be wind in the cabin?" "I do hear it. There's no need to be anxious. It's quite normal," Duncan replied casually, casting a sidelong glance at the doll. "Why are you so timid? You bear the designation of Anomaly 099, do you not?" As he spoke, he also recalled the information he had previously received from Nina. In this world, numerous catalogs of anomalies and phenomena were accessible to the public, assisting individuals in avoiding potential dangers or recognizing signs of certain anomalies spiraling out of control. However, this catalog was incomplete. It only included those anomalies and phenomena that were controlled due to their threat or of particular nature, remaining relatively close to the general populace. Anomalies and phenomena that ordinary people would never encounter in their daily lives were evidently not included. He had attempted to inquire about Anomaly 099 from Nina, but the girl had never come across that designation in her textbooks. This indicated that Alice, the cursed doll, either possessed a secret so extraordinary that it had been concealed by the authorities and the church, or she was deemed too perilous, remaining rigorously isolated from civilized society, thus never interacting with ordinary individuals. Regardless of the reason, both possibilities added a layer of mystery to Miss Dahl and Duncan's eyes. Yet this enigmatic puppet, upon hearing Duncan's words, merely shrank its neck and displayed a countenance of anxiety. Having a number does not equate to courage. "I am Anomaly 099, not Coward 099. Duncan sighed, contemplating that this being might indeed be the most embarrassing anomaly in existence. It was truly remarkable how the sailors who previously escorted her could have been so apprehensive. Chapter 58. The whole Duncan had always been intrigued by the peculiarities and potential dangers of this self-proclaimed Gothic puppet named Alice. To the extent that the sailors tasked with her escort exhibited such trepidation, she had managed to claim the designation of Anomaly 099 in a world teeming with dangerous and bizarre entities. Admittedly, a puppet capable of autonomous movement and endowed with intelligence is inherently unsettling. The sight of her occasionally running about in a panic or dispersing was indeed horrifying. However, in Duncan's perspective, such oddities hardly warranted a superior classification. A straightforward comparison could be drawn from an intelligence he acquired from Nina, Anomaly 196, Blood, a perilous entity contained and sealed within the subterranean sanctum of Planned Cathedral, comprised an entire adult male's worth of blood. This anomaly exhibited certain cognitive traits, flowing and spreading autonomously, attempting to replace the blood of nearby suitable hosts and escape by taking over their bodies. The method to thwart its movement was to store it in 22 blood vials and maintain a frozen state. Yet, if someone were to bleed within a 10-meter radius of the storage site, the seal would immediately fail, and the blood of the bleeding individual would be replaced by Anomaly 196, thereby usurping the host's sanity. This anomaly disregarded countermeasures below the level of a saint and would unconditionally eliminate any host meeting its criteria. As one of the most dangerous anomalies managed by the planned city-state, information regarding Anomaly 196, Blood, was consistently available to the public, ensuring that if this anomaly were ever to breach the city limits, the authorities could swiftly pinpoint and address the situation. Duncan was unaware of what precisely constituted a saint, but the name suggested it corresponded to a formidable class of extraordinary beings. Perhaps the judge, Vanna, who had appeared in the newspaper, was a saint. How many individuals in the entire planned city-state possessed the capability to contend with Anomaly 196 akin to her? This was merely Anomaly 196, Alice, with her designation of Anomaly 099, ranked within the top 100. Although Nina had indicated that there was some uncertainty in the numbering of anomalies and phenomena, and that a clear comparison of strength was not always feasible, it was generally observed that higher-ranked anomalies and phenomena tended to exhibit greater dangers or more bizarre, uncontrollable characteristics. Alternatively, they might have caused significant destruction or contributed to extraordinary historical events, thereby securing their unique high-ranking designations in the annals of history. Regardless, the numbers within the 100 range signify exceedingly intricate peculiarities and perilous attributes concerning the civilized world. Perhaps they are indicative of some astonishing historical feats. However, the cursed doll named Alice drew Duncan's attention as he glanced back at her, who was dutifully trailing behind him. Noticing the captain's gaze, Alice immediately raised her head, offering a benign yet somewhat timid smile. It is rather implausible to expect her to discern her own danger. Thus, one must revert to the historical archives of the city-state of Pran for insights. Yet, how could an antiquity shopkeeper, languishing in the lower districts, gain access to such confidential information? Clearly, the connections left by that cultist Ron in the antiquities trade would not suffice, as most items in that shop bore a history no older than the previous week. Duncan pondered quietly, his steps unceasing, as the ethereal green flames flickered within the lantern he held, gradually permeating the deeper recesses of the cabin. the bizarre environment of the ship's hold, presenting a state of inverse phenomena, mingled with the lantern's glow, creating an uncanny and somewhat dizzying display of light and shadow. To an outsider, this scene would likely appear exceedingly strange and ominously frightening. Yet, Duncan's heart felt an undercurrent of tranquility. His strength infused the light of the lantern, seeping like a gentle stream into the depths of this long-sealed cabin, which had previously been utterly foreign to him. The structure of the hold began to crystallize in his mind, accompanied by subtle tactile sensations. The final area of the Lost Homeland, which lay beyond the captain's control, was returning to equilibrium. Duncan increasingly perceived that, with his exploration, the latent agitation of various entities within the cabin was gradually subsiding. Indeed, as the goat-headed figure had asserted, the hold of the Lost Homeland exhibited slight disturbances due to its prolonged immersion in the boundless sea. Yet, as long as the captain personally descended to soothe it, order aboard would steadily restore. You truly harbor a fear of the ocean depths. Even merely entering a cabin situated below sea level evokes such trepidation. Duncan remarked suddenly to Alice, who was following him. Why then do you insist on accompanying me? I did not contemplate so much at that moment, Alice replied, forcing herself to remain composed. I reasoned that regardless of how I moved, I was still on the ship. I had no concept of a cabin beneath the waterline. I am merely a doll. You lack even a digestive tract, yet you ponder culinary matters. Do not use your doll status as an excuse, Duncan retorted casually. You need to diligently acquire knowledge about the ship henceforth. Alice sighed in frustration, while Duncan, after a brief silence, inquired curiously, what is it that instills such fear of the deep sea within you? Or rather, why do you dread the notion of being submerged in the ocean? I understand that the deep sea is perilous. Many harbor fears of it, as you have mentioned. However, your anxiety seems far more pronounced than I imagined, reaching a point where simply standing in a cabin below the waterline, even the thought of the external sea, renders you hypersensitive, he observed. Do not fret over that little lace on your garment. There are no replacement clothes aboard the Lost Homeland. Mend it yourself. Alice quickly relaxed her grip, only to instinctively tug at her button again. I had never contemplated this issue. I was simply fearful. Was that not enough? Listening to the anxious tone of the puppet lady, Duncan remained noncommittal. He cast his gaze down the corridor and discerned a staircase sloping downward, revealing a descent into the depths, potentially reaching the very bottom of the ship, where it met the boundless sea. Duncan and Alice stood at the top of the staircase, peering down. The flickering light of the spirit lantern illuminated their surroundings, yet they could not discern the structure of the lower cabin. Instead, a door loomed in the darkness. Upon sighting the door, Duncan furrowed his brow. The architecture here was decidedly irregular. The pathway to the hold seemed excessively lengthy. The staircases connecting the upper cabins were continuous, allowing for swift access between the levels. However, on this floor, the staircase leading to the depths was situated at the end of the corridor. Requiring traversal through nearly an entire storage area, this would undoubtedly impede the flow within the vessel. Furthermore, there was an additional door beneath the staircase. After a moment's hesitation, Duncan grasped the lantern and began his descent. Alice hesitated further, but ultimately chose to follow, for returning to the upper levels alone was out of the question. Trailing behind the captain provided her with a semblance of security. Soon, Duncan arrived before the door. He raised the lantern to illuminate the vicinity, seeking any inscriptions around the door. As anticipated, a line of letters appeared on the doorframe, the last door to the hold. What could this possibly mean? Alice gazed curiously at the letters. Shouldn't the plaque indicate the room's function? It was evidently a warning. With a contemplative expression, Duncan withdrew his gaze from the doorframe and placed a hand on the doorknob, cautioning the puppet beside him that if they discovered any other doors upon entering, they should refrain from touching them. Alice nodded nervously, and then watched as Duncan forcefully pushed open the last door to the hold. A peculiar pale light greeted them. They stepped forward into an expansive area. Upon comprehending the scene before them, Alice's eyes widened in disbelief. Captain, the bottom of the ship is shattered. It's broken. She exclaimed loudly, yet Duncan remained momentarily speechless, equally astonished by the surroundings. The deepest section of the Lost Homeland was in disarray, submerged in the boundless sea. Before them lay a cabin in a state of utter ruin, filled with countless immense fissures and glowing voids. Hundreds of fragments of the cabin floated in the space, maintaining a semblance of fragmented order, preserving the contours and structure that the hold was meant to possess. As Duncan traversed the immense chasm between countless fragmented pieces, he beheld the landscape beyond the hull with remarkable clarity. It was not the boundless, abyssal sea he had envisioned, but rather a pallid and obscure void, teeming with myriad indistinct shadows darting through the emptiness. Chapter 59. The door to the Lost Homestead. Duncan and Alice stood at the terminus of the staircase leading to the hull, confronted by a scene both bizarre and spine-chilling. The entirety of the Lost Homestead's underside appeared in a state of disarray, and beyond the shattered vessel lay an expanse suffused with an interminable dim luminescence, a peculiar void. Was this truly the fundamental structure of the Lost Homestead's hull? What lay beyond this fractured chamber? Could such a sight exist beneath the surface of the boundless sea? Cautiously, Duncan advanced 2 steps into the shattered compartment, stepping upon the largest fragment of timber, turning to gaze back toward the direction he had come. The final door stood silently in place, anchored to a floating piece of wood, behind which lay a dark, steep staircase leading upward. Yet, surrounding the door, there were no walls as one would expect, only an expanse of emptiness. This door floated solitary in this space. Duncan gingerly circled to the rear of the door, discovering nothing behind it. Through the open portal, he could directly observe the fragmented state of the opposite chamber. Captain Alice's anxious voice reached him, the figure appearing frightened as she surveyed her surroundings, her gaze ultimately resting upon Duncan. This is normal, right? In truth, Duncan felt less assured than the figure before him. After all, she could still place blind faith in the captain, while he, as the captain, found it difficult to muster any confidence in this moment. However, observing Alice's nervous demeanor and recalling the crew's code as spoken by the goat-headed figure, Duncan managed to suppress his own unease, maintaining his usual composure. "Do not worry," he said calmly. "The Lost Homestead is a vessel beyond your imagination." "Indeed, it is truly unimaginable," Alice replied in astonishment. Duncan's steady demeanor evidently providing her with a modicum of reassurance. She began to curiously scrutinize the shattered hull and the chaotic shadows beyond. "Captain, this outside does not appear to be water, does it?" Duncan pondered for a moment before looking at Alice with newfound curiosity. "Do you believe this lies beneath the surface of the boundless sea?" Alice paused, bewildered. "Huh? Why do you ask me?" Duncan maintained an air of nonchalance. "Because you possess experience. Isn't that because you cast me here?" Alice instinctively began to respond, but halted midway, opting instead for a more earnest reply. "I do not think it is the sea. It must be filled with water. Even if the boundless sea is peculiar, there must be water beneath the surface. Yet, this outside appears as if it is a void filled with chaotic streams of light." Duncan shook his head, slowly advancing forward. He approached the edge of the wooden fragment beneath his feet, gazing down at the flowing shadows beyond the hull. The Lost Homestead's underside was not situated within the boundless sea. Alice looked taken aback. "Huh? Then where are we?" Duncan remained silent, his demeanor inscrutable, for in truth, he, too, was unaware. Yet he harbored a vague conjecture. Perhaps this vessel was simultaneously traversing multiple dimensions? On the surface, the Lost Homeland appeared to sail across the boundless seas of the real world, but in reality, various parts of the ship belonged to entirely different dimensions. This could elucidate why the deeper one ventured into the Lost Homeland, the more bizarre and eerie the surrounding chambers became. Perhaps the true strangeness and eeriness did not originate from the cabins themselves. What, then, was this dark and chaotic expanse outside the ship's hull, if not the endless sea? It bore no resemblance to the spirit realm, nor did it resemble the dark void encountered while traversing the spirit realm. Could it be something even deeper? Abysmal? Subspace? With countless speculations and hypotheses swirling within him, Duncan cautiously drew his pirate sword from his side, one hand clutching a lantern while the other gripped the blade. Slowly probing the edge of the fragmented surface beneath his feet, he was exceedingly careful, even though the gaps between the fragments seemed to invite a leap across. He refrained from recklessness, preferring to test the waters with his sword first. Heaven knows what might suddenly emerge from those fissures to swallow a careless intruder whole. In the next moment, his eyes widened in astonishment. He beheld the tip of his sword vanish, only for a segment of the blade's point to unexpectedly materialize at the edge of the fragment on the opposite side of the crevice. Frowning, Duncan tested in different directions, and a similar phenomenon occurred once more. Gradually, understanding dawned upon him. These seemingly fractured areas were, in fact, spatially continuous. What appeared to be a disjointed hull structure still maintained its integrity. Straightening up, he surveyed the surrounding gaps and the flowing lights and shadows beyond them. A realization blossoming within him. These broken images were merely an optical effect, not affecting the spatial continuity. The hull of the Lost Homeland remained unbroken here, however. For some reason, the exterior visuals had manifested within the ship's interior. But what could have caused this? Was it spatial overlap? Or an erroneous projection from a higher dimension to a lower one? Duncan instinctively summoned all reliable or unreliable knowledge in his mind to attempt to explain the enigmatic phenomena at play. Meanwhile, Alice watched the captain with a look of bewilderment as he engaged in peculiar actions near the edges of the fissures, at times illuminating the surroundings with his lantern, at others prodding with his sword. After observing for a while, she could no longer contain herself and spoke up. "Captain, are you performing a special calming ritual to soothe the cabin?" With his back turned to Alice, Duncan silently sheathed his sword, steeling himself. "Yes." "Oh, how impressive." Alice's eyes sparkled. Are you going to perform a calming ritual for all the fragments here? That will suffice, Duncan replied, maintaining a stern demeanor. Then, in an effort to divert the inquisitive individual before she could continue, he suggested, let us proceed forward. As he spoke, he cautiously stepped ahead, lantern in hand. With each step, he tensed every muscle and nerve, bracing himself for any unforeseen circumstances as he crossed the fissure, yet to his relief, nothing transpired. Just as he had previously tested with the longsword, he effortlessly bypassed the process of crossing the chasm, moving as if he were strolling within a conventional cabin. Directly stepping onto the fragments on the opposite side, Alice watched in astonishment as the captain traversed ahead, seemingly oblivious to the fissure beneath him, imitating his grace. She followed suit, yet when it came to leaping over the chasm, anxiety seized her, and she could not help but hasten forward, inevitably colliding headfirst with Duncan. Duncan felt a sudden gust of wind behind him, followed by a solid impact against his back, prompting an instinctive, swift turn and a wave of his hand. In the next moment, he beheld the headless puppet flailing in a frenzy behind him, while Alice's head rolled several meters away, stammering, "Why yes, just wait here. I'll retrieve you." With a sigh, Duncan reflected on his folly in bringing this useless puppet along, hastening to catch up with Alice's increasingly distant head, deftly retrieving it. "Have you considered attaching a screw to your neck?" Alice, seemingly oblivious to Duncan's jibe, widened her eyes suddenly, directing her gaze toward a particular direction. There's a door over there." Duncan furrowed his brow and turned to follow the direction Alice's head was frantically indicating. A pitch-black wooden door stood silently at the end of the fragments. Another door. Indeed, there is another door. When he had seen the hint on the door at the staircase's end, he had pondered whether such a classic scenario might unfold. Yet witnessing this additional door in the cabin's depths still made his heart leap. At that moment, Alice's body staggered over, and as Duncan returned the puppet's head to her, he glanced at the door. Was there a door there before? Alice popped her head back onto her neck with a soft thud, adjusting her cervical vertebrae while glancing toward the door. "It seems there wasn't. It must have appeared after we came this way," Duncan noncommittally murmured in response, carefully approaching the door while holding the lantern. In this peculiar cabin, the lantern was no longer necessary for illumination. The chaotic, dim light seeping through the cracks, although murky, was sufficient to maintain a basic brightness in the space. Nevertheless, he continued to hold the lantern tightly out of an abundance of caution. Although the goat-headed figure had not mentioned this aspect, Duncan had resolved to keep the lamp lit as long as he remained in the submerged chamber. The newly appeared door appeared unremarkable, its dark, unadorned panel resembling the last door at the staircase's end, and sharing similarities in style and material with most doors in the Lost Homeland. Raising his gaze, Duncan noticed a line of letters seemingly cast in copper above the doorframe. "This door leads to the Lost Homeland." Chapter 60. The other side of the door. This door leads to the Lost Homeland. The letters on the doorframe, cast in brass, seemed as though they had withstood the passage of a century. Under the flickering light of the lantern and the dim, chaotic glow that permeated the cabin, each line of the letters appeared to be coated in a layer of solidified time, exuding an aura of antiquity and mystery. Duncan stared at the inscription for several seconds, his expression impassive, before turning to leave. Suddenly, Alice's voice broke the silence. "Captain, are we leaving now? Shouldn't we take a look at this door? Even if we don't open it, there is still so much to see. There is nothing left to observe. This is the end of the hold," Duncan replied casually. At that moment, a faint knocking sound resonated, halting him in his tracks. Duncan turned back to glance at Alice, who anxiously scanned the surroundings before fixing her gaze on the dark wooden door. "The sound seems to be coming from behind this door," she murmured. Duncan stood still, his demeanor serious as he focused on the door from which the knock had emanated. He waited patiently for several seconds, only to hear two more feeble knocks, indistinct as though muffled by an exceptionally thick curtain, as if the door were enveloped by an unseen force, not mere illusion. After a brief, yet intense deliberation, he returned to the door, with Alice closely following, her anxiety palpable as she awaited any further disturbances. With one hand holding the lantern and the other gripping his sword, Duncan scrutinized the ominous wooden door. It was then he noticed that the door was not entirely closed. A narrow gap of about a centimeter revealed itself along the side. The door stood ajar, as if someone had hastily departed and forgotten to secure it, or perhaps something within had intentionally left it slightly open, beckoning the unwary to enter. Duncan raised the lantern cautiously, illuminating the interior as he peered through the crack. His other hand rested on the sword, poised to strike at anything that might emerge. However, he could not have anticipated the scene that awaited him on the other side of the gap. Inside was a small room, appearing to have aged over the years. The wallpaper looked faded and wrinkled, with a haphazard arrangement of furnishings suggesting it had not been tidied in quite some time. Directly facing the door was a single bed, accompanied by a desk cluttered with a computer, books, and a small ornament. A tall, slender figure hunched over the desk, scribbling furiously. Clad in an ordinary white shirt purchased from a market, with unkempt hair and a body that seemed neglectfully thin, the figure exuded an air of intense concentration. Duncan's gaze pierced through the gap, fixated on the familiar surroundings, the room, and the diligent writer. Suddenly, as if sensing an unseen presence, the figure paused, lifted their head abruptly, and dashed toward the door. The figure approached, peering intently through the crack, locking eyes with Duncan. He, in turn, stared back. Transfixed by that familiar visage, it was his own face. For a few seconds, they stared at each other. And then the figure on the opposite side of the door suddenly became agitated. He began to push against the door with great force, as if desperate to escape. But the door remained immovable, as if cemented to the very fabric of space. He then attempted to tamper with the lock, prying at the door seam with tools, striking the door with fervor, as if exhausting every means to break free, yet to no avail. Eventually, the person inside resigned to this futile endeavor, striking the vicinity of the door with force and shouting something through it. However, all that could be heard from the outside was a vague, indistinct murmur, with not a single word discernible. Duncan stood in shock and confusion, observing this entire scene, witnessing the version of himself trapped within the room. He understood the intentions of the person inside, and his gaze gradually fell upon the doorknob beside him, tantalizingly within reach. From this side, that door could potentially be opened with ease. Yet, he merely looked at the knob, taking no further action. The individual confined within the room appeared to grow despondent. After a final outburst directed at the door, he returned to his desk, bent down, and hastily scribbled something on a piece of paper. He then rushed back, displaying the paper to Duncan through the crack. Through the narrow opening, Duncan discerned a scrawl of words on the paper. "Help me. I am trapped in this room. The windows and door won't open." Suddenly, Duncan burst into laughter. His mirth filtered through the gap, landing in the eyes of the trapped Xiaoming, who widened his eyes in disbelief, a mix of astonishment and burgeoning anger evident on his face. In the next moment, Duncan thrust his pirate sword forward, piercing through the narrow gap in the door and directly into Xiaoming's body. The latter gasped, seemingly letting out a cry, as a cacophony of hoarse noise faintly reached Duncan's ears. Yet, Duncan remained unfazed, gripping the hilt of the sword even more tightly and pushing further, whispering to the door, "If you cannot write in Chinese, then do not write at all." The previously silent pigeon, AIE, suddenly flapped its wings, emitting a hoarse sound. "This is an illusion. What are you concealing?" In the next instant, the figure opposite the door began to melt away like wax, rapidly dissipating into distorted shadows and light. The room, which had seemed so vividly real and familiar, swiftly shed its guise, revealing its true nature to Duncan, a dim, decrepit cabin, empty and ensnared in the dust of time and decay. The sword in his hand felt hollow, as if it had pierced nothing but air from the very beginning. Was this additional door merely leading to a cabin? Duncan observed the situation beyond the doorway with unexpected curiosity, yet, no matter how he looked, it appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary cabin. But was that cabin truly real? Slowly, Duncan withdrew the sword that had ventured through the door's seam, exhaling softly as he took a half-step back. The unsettling experience he had just endured remained deeply etched in his mind. He was uncertain whether it was merely an illusion or something more sinister. However, one thing was for certain. The door concealed dangers and mysteries far beyond his imagination. If the apparitions reflected from beyond that door were manifestations of his own memories and distorted perceptions, it indicated that the peril lurking on the other side surpassed even the formidable prowess of Captain Duncan. Conversely, if those visions were fabrications of an external nature, the situation would be even more dire. After all, this world should not harbor anyone who knew the appearance of that room or the existence of Xiaoming. Yet, the entity on the other side of the door was aware. He inhaled deeply. His earlier caution had proven prudent. Under no circumstances should he open this door. Simultaneously, a pang of fear coursed through him, for in a fleeting moment, as he gazed at the doorknob, a thought had crossed his mind, to open the door and liberate himself. Suddenly, the voice of Captain Alice broke through Duncan's reverie, startling him back to reality. He looked up to see the doll's expression, a mixture of concern and fear. "Captain, are you all right? What lies beyond that door? Why do you look so serious?" Duncan shook his head. "It's nothing. That door leads to a place you should not behold. We have explored the depths of the hold. It's time to return." As he spoke, he extended his hand to attempt to push the door, hoping to close it. The slight gap it revealed was unsettling. However, the door remained immovable. Despite his considerable effort, it seemed as if it were fused with the very fabric of space, akin to the sealed windows in his apartment. Pensive, Duncan withdrew his hand. The door would not close, and he certainly had no intention of forcing it open further. "Oh, okay. Alice, seemingly unperturbed by the captain's attempt to close the door, paused briefly before quickly recovering, her face lighting up with a cheerful expression. Then let us hurry back. To be honest, this place is quite eerie, and I'm feeling a bit anxious. Duncan merely acknowledged her with a non-committal grunt, and together with Alice, he turned to walk towards the final door leading to the staircase. The atmosphere was overwhelmingly strange, and even he wished to leave it behind. Afterward, no further anomalies occurred. They successfully traversed the fragmented hold, passed through the inverted lit cargo area, and navigated the dark staircases and corridors, ultimately returning to the cabins above the waterline. The moment they re-entered the normal cabin, Alice felt an immediate wave of relief wash over her, as if some previously unperceived shadow that had ensnared her was finally dispelled. She observed the surrounding lights returning to their usual state, the cabin no longer exuding a heavy gloom. As for Captain Duncan, he appeared unchanged. Seemingly unaffected by the oppressive atmosphere earlier, he neither felt the weight of the gloom nor the newfound lightness. Yet, upon their return, the captain was noticeably silent, burdened by unspoken thoughts. "Captain, are you fatigued?" Alice cautiously inquired. "Would you like me to prepare something for you? You hardly had dinner." Duncan paused in his thoughts and glanced at the doll beside him. The expression on the doll's face mirrored genuine concern, akin to that of Nina. He suddenly felt a sense of relaxation, as the shadows in his heart seemed to dissipate quietly. "This time, do not drop any peculiar items into the pot. My head is not a peculiar item, especially your head." Oh, Chapter 61, Unstable Voyage. Duncan, accompanied by Alice, returned to the upper deck of the Lost Homeland. The cold world of creation still hung in the night sky. Duncan believed he had been exploring the ship for an eternity, even questioning if an entire night had passed. Yet now, gazing at the profound darkness of the night, it appeared he had merely spent a few hours below deck. However, the bizarre and extraordinary occurrences witnessed in those fleeting hours were enough to leave a lasting impression on him. He still recalled the cabin where light and shadow were inverted, and particularly that door at the bottom of the cabin. What lay beyond it? The lantern in Duncan's hand had extinguished, and he and the doll walked slowly toward the captain's quarters, exchanging few words. The doll seemed to have begun rehearsing culinary tasks in its mind, while Duncan's attention was absorbed by the surrounding deck structures. He compared his memories, confirming that the dim, dilapidated cabin opposite the door was indeed part of the Lost Homeland, as both shared a consistent architectural style and a subtle continuity in structure. Moreover, in retrospect, he always felt there was something else lurking in the depths of that crumbling cabin, concealed within the darkness. It was an unknown area of hidden snow that even Duncan, the captain, could neither perceive nor detect. Did the goat-headed figure know of that door? Was it aware of what lay beyond? Should he inquire about it? Upon reaching the captain's quarters, Duncan's thoughts remained tumultuous. He opened the door with Alice and found the goat-headed figure still quietly stationed at the navigation table, its hollow, dark eyes turning toward the entrance at the sound of their arrival. Duncan turned to hang his lantern, only to hear Alice greeting the goat-headed figure with a hint of excitement. "Mr. Goathead, the captain and I went to the bottom of the ship. It's incredible down there. The lowest cabin is completely shattered, and there's a very strange door." Instantly, Duncan felt relieved of the dilemma of how to broach the pertinent subject with the goat-headed figure. He nearly forgot that he was accompanied by a curious and uninformed doll. Alice's enthusiastic chatter had effortlessly opened the conversation. He endeavored to suppress his laughter while pretending to busy himself with the tasks at hand, all the while straining to listen to the exchange between the two crew members. He heard the goat-headed figure's voice rise, laced with an unsurprising tone. "I knew you would be astonished. Miss Alice, do you now realize the grandeur of the Lost Homeland? It is capable of navigating through different dimensions while ensuring safety." Duncan, listening intently, felt a stirring within his heart. The situation indeed aligns with my suspicions. The peculiar sight outside the ship's hull, marred by a crack, is a testament that it no longer belongs to the temporal realm of the boundless sea. Concurrently, he swiftly contemplated. The inquisitive Alice is brimming with interest in the extraordinary phenomena beneath the lost home, yet she seems reluctant to ask her captain too many questions, preferring instead to inquire with the loquacious goathead. However, if I remain here eavesdropping, it would appear rather odd and suspicious, potentially leading goathead to redirect the conversation towards me. Should he suggest to Alice, "Why not ask the captain?" The mere thought of that incited a plan within him. He adjusted his expression, regaining his usual seriousness, and calmly stated, "You two may converse here. I shall take a stroll outside." Goathead. Alice is now a member of the crew. As long as it is not overly confidential, feel free to share anything regarding the ship with her. Upon hearing this, Alice's face brightened with a joyful smile, and Goathead immediately responded with enthusiasm. "Of course, Captain. Your loyal servant has always been welcoming to new members." Duncan exited the captain's quarters. Yet, in the very next moment after leaving, he refocused his attention. Utilizing the profound connection he shared with the lost home to attentively monitor the happenings within the captain's chamber. Once his concentration settled, vague perceptions transformed into lucid, real-time surveillance. Every detail within the captain's quarters vividly reflected in Duncan's mind. He observed Alice moving a stool to sit across from Goat Head, animatedly recounting her explorations in the depths of the lost home, sharing tales of the bizarre scenes she encountered in the hold. She seemed to have entirely forgotten her obligation to prepare a late-night snack for the captain, a fact of which Duncan was completely unconcerned. He appreciated the timely assistance this puppet provided in crucial moments. As night enveloped the surroundings, I suddenly flapped her wings and alighted on a nearby mast. As if to stand guard, Duncan ambled forward, conducting his usual deck patrol, while the dialogue from the captain's chamber resonated clearly in his mind. Alice had begun discussing the peculiar door with Goat Head, her tone tinged with trepidation. That door looks rather frightening. The captain does not allow me to approach it. You certainly cannot approach it. That door, let alone you, even I cannot touch it. Do not display such expressions. I am aware that I lack limbs. When I mention touch, I refer to a different form of engagement, control, understanding, peering into it. Do you comprehend? That door is untouchable in this sense. If you touch it, it will be your undoing. Do you grasp this? Alice appeared startled by Goat Head's particularly grave tone, hesitating for a moment before asking, then, what is that door exactly? Duncan, moving on the deck, suddenly focused intently, yet he sensed Goat Head fall silent for a long while before finally speaking in a deep voice. Avoiding a direct response, you have indeed not approached that door, correct? I have not touched it. Alice hurriedly responded, but hesitated for a moment before continuing with uncertainty. However, the captain leaned in to take a look, peering through the crack in the door, and even prodded something on the other side with his sword. As Alice's voice faded, Duncan suddenly felt the entire ship sway, followed by the deep, mournful sounds of the main and side sails in the wind. All the masts and ropes creaked in unison. And at that moment, it was the Goat Head who was in command. He looked up in astonishment at the swaying masts and ropes, sensing through them the momentary panic of their unseen controller. In his mind, he could hear the captain's alarmed exclamations from the cabin. The voice of the Goat Head, what did you say? You mentioned a crack in the door? That door is ajar? Yes, Alice replied, seemingly frightened. The door was slightly ajar, with a gap perhaps no wider than a finger. The captain glanced at the crack in the door. And then what? Did he stab it with his sword? Did anything change? When he took you away, did he appear hesitant or dazed? No, Alice quickly replied. The captain's expression was quite serious, and he brought me back promptly. He seemed to be contemplating something, but he was not dazed at all. He even discussed cooking with me. I need to go to the kitchen. Forget about the kitchen for now. Do you know what lies beyond that door? What lies beyond that door? Alice's tone was a blend of confusion and fear. She had never seen the Goat Head so serious and urgent. The sight sent chills through her, as if the ship were on the verge of sinking. The Goat Head's voice suddenly deepened as it slowly spoke. Beyond that door lies the subspace. Duncan, who was pacing on the deck, came to a halt. Beyond that door lies subspace? He was taken aback, a tidal wave of realization surging within him, almost disrupting the surveillance of the captain's quarters. Then, another thought struck him, the shattered hull, the dim, chaotic light and shadow swirling outside the cracks, the lost home navigating through different dimensions. The exterior of the hull was evidently in a different space-time from the real world, and within the hull was a door, with subspace on the other side. Could it be that the lower half of the lost home was actually sailing in subspace? Furthermore, according to the Goat Head, this state of navigation seemed far from stable. Not only did the captain need to constantly reassure the hull, but theoretically, that door should also remain tightly shut. Yet now it had a gap, which raised a myriad of questions. Did this imply a breach in the hull's integrity? Or was something from subspace attempting to enter the lost home? He recalled trying to close that door before leaving the hull, but no matter how forcefully he pushed, it remained steadfastly ajar, as if it were seamlessly integrated with the fabric of space. At the time, he had thought little of it, but now, recalling the incident, a peculiar notion involuntarily surfaced in his mind. Perhaps when one attempts to close that door, there exists something on the other side that obstructs it, preventing the closure of that passage. Chapter 62. Intertwined Overlaps. The hull of the Lost Homeland is likely perpetually navigating through subspace. This shocking revelation rendered Duncan's emotions profoundly intricate. He had always been aware of the eerie and perilous nature of the Lost Homeland, yet he had never fathomed it could be this bizarre. His knowledge of subspace was scant, perhaps even inferior to that of Nina's history teacher, but he understood that subspace represented the most treacherous aspect of this world. A realm capable of unsettling saints and instilling dread in the gods. It was a phenomenon so chilling that certain superstitious sailors aboard vessels preparing to set sail dared not utter the term subspace aloud. Even though subspace was not a rational deity that would cast its gaze upon those who invoked its name, the mere mention of it on the ocean instilled fear. However, the Lost Homeland, this ghost ship that had wandered for a century, might have part of its essence perpetually traversing subspace. And there could even be a door leading to subspace within its hull. The dim and dilapidated cabin on the other side of that door could well be a structure entirely consumed and corroded by subspace, with the door itself serving as a seal. Duncan instinctively lowered his gaze to the deeply hued deck beneath him, as if trying to see through the layers of wood to the shattered cabin and the chaotic light and shadows beyond it. He suddenly felt as though he stood upon a lit powder keg. The slight crack of that door was the fuse, and he remained unaware of its length. Yet, after a fleeting moment of astonishment and tension, Duncan gradually regained his composure. The behavior of the goat-headed figure seemed to unveil another layer of information. Based on its panicked reaction upon hearing Alice's words, it appeared that should Captain Duncan dare to peer through the crack of that door into subspace, something truly dreadful would inevitably ensue. Even now, the goat-headed figure was repeatedly confirming with Alice the captain's mental state following that moment, inquiring whether he had uttered anything unusual or emitted any strange sounds, or if he bore any unusual shadows upon his return. However, Duncan was acutely aware of his own condition. He knew he was entirely normal. The illusions presented behind that door had indeed startled him for a while, and he had briefly contemplated whether to open it. Yet all of this was merely a shift on a psychological level, devoid of any sensation of supernatural influence. The fleeting thought had come and gone, and he did not perceive that the door had any lasting impact on him. Duncan lowered his head, gazing at his hands, repeatedly affirming within his mind that here, he was Duncan Abnomer, the captain of the Lost Homeland. In another dimension, his name was Joe Ming, an ordinary high school teacher trapped in a fog-laden apartment. Perhaps the goat-headed figure was merely overly anxious? It was merely a crack in the door, not an open hyperspatial passage. The ship, Lost Homeland, swayed gently amidst the waves, with the mast and rigging emitting creaks and groans. The translucent spectral sail remained somewhat unstable, betraying the tension and negligence of its controller. Duncan glanced up at the sail, suddenly centering his thoughts, and spoke in a low, resolute tone within the depths of his mind. "First mate, steady your helm and manage the sail." "Captain?" The voice of Goathead immediately arose, tinged with a hint of anxiety. "Ah, yes. Yes, Captain." Duncan remained silent, maintaining his customary solemnity in their mental connection, awaiting Goathead to speak. True to his nature, Goathead soon broke the silence. "Captain, I just heard Miss Alice mention that the door in the hold has opened a crack." "Yes," Duncan replied calmly. "I have checked." "You did indeed check." Goathead seemed to deliberate his words carefully. "Miss Alice said you confirmed the situation beyond the door. Do you feel, a little disoriented? That door leads to hyperspace, I know." Duncan interjected before Goathead could finish. "Do I appear to be in a state of disarray? Speak plainly." "Of course. You seem perfectly fine." Goathead exclaimed immediately. "Perhaps I am merely overly anxious. After all, this has never happened before. Since you brought the ship back, the barrier between Lost Homeland and hyperspace has remained stable. I did not anticipate any changes, and this is not a challenge to your authority. Bring the ship back? From where?" Duncan keenly seized upon the implications in Goathead's words, swiftly deducing a fragment of the truth, yet he revealed no visible reaction, casually remarking, "From my observation, that crack remains stable, yet there is a possibility of further expansion. I would like to hear your thoughts." "Stability is indeed good news, Captain." Goathead, lacking suspicion, appeared quite troubled. "As for my advice, to be honest, I am at a loss. That door was left by your own hand, and you sealed it yourself. You have never disclosed any plans for what would happen thereafter, nor mentioned what changes might ensue. Matters concerning the hold have always been under your direct supervision." "Indeed," Duncan readily conceded, "you likely have no suggestions in this regard." It seemed Goathead was also oblivious to the full extent of the information regarding the door in the hold. He only knew that beyond that door lay hyperspace, and that the opening of it would bring no good. Meanwhile, the greater part of the intelligence rested in the hands of the true Captain Duncan. But where can one find the real Captain Duncan now? "Captain." Goathead's voice once again echoed in Duncan's mind. "What are your plans moving forward?" "Plans? What plans? Do you suggest fleeing to the mainland?" Given Captain Duncan's notorious reputation, it is likely that any appearance of Lost Homeland near any city-state would attract an entire fleet in pursuit. What else could we do but continue drifting upon these waters? Duncan rolled his eyes, gazing helplessly toward the sky. At that moment, I, who had previously perched on the mast pretending to stand guard, fluttered down and landed on his shoulder, nodding vigorously while exclaiming, "This is a trap. Abandon ship and flee." "Flee?" Duncan instinctively thought, but then quickly realized, "Wait. Can you hear my conversation with the Goathead?" He had been communicating telepathically with the goat head. So why did this pigeon suddenly swoop down with such seemingly apt words? The pigeon flapped its wings with an air of superiority, retorting, "Don't speak. I have my own insights." Suddenly, Duncan found himself curious about the taste of pigeon soup. However, he had not forgotten that the goat head was still waiting for him to speak. After steadying his thoughts, he disregarded the insistent pigeon on his shoulder and continued mentally. "Just focus on your own duties. I will keep a vigilant eye on that door, as always. At your command, Captain." The Lost Homeland gradually stabilized. The sails adjusted to catch the wind, allowing the massive vessel to forge ahead across the boundless sea. The bow cleaved through the waves, the tiny surf crashing against the hull, creating a cacophony of sounds. Duncan concluded his conversation with the goat head and slowly approached the edge of the deck. Gazing down at the deep, dark sea, the water reflected the pale, ethereal glow of the creation of the world. He would indeed watch over that door at the hold. But mere observation would not alter the circumstances. He required deeper knowledge, an enhanced understanding and mastery of his powers, and perhaps some assistance. These resources were lacking on the ship. Perhaps they could be found in the city-state of Prandal. Tomorrow, Nina would return from school, and in the days to come, she would visit the antique shop daily, where her uncle Duncan would also need to be present. Before that, he needed to transfer his primary consciousness to the city-state in order to adeptly control both bodies simultaneously. This frequent shift of perspective was an unavoidable choice. Alongside this transfer, he intended to conduct further tests with IE. He needed to ascertain whether IE could transport items from the Lost Homeland to the antique shop, and if so, he must confirm whether there was a limit to what could be carried and whether an excess of items would lead to loss. As these plans brewed in his mind, Duncan's gaze unconsciously lingered on the undulating waves outside. The reflection of the creation of the world in the sea appeared hazy and chaotic, the scattered glimmers resembling an invisible flow of light. The creation of the world. Duncan was taken aback, suddenly feeling an uncanny familiarity with the reflected sky's scenery in the water. He abruptly looked up at the vast, scar-like rift in the sky. The immense wound was filled with chaotic, dim glimmers, and the surrounding sky exuded a mist of light. Upon closer inspection, this so-called mist was composed of countless overlapping, entangled, indistinct streams of light, reminiscent of the view outside the shattered hull at the very bottom of the Lost Homeland. Chapter 63. Return to port. Duncan gazed intently at the vast scar in the sky, which emanated a faint glow, as if attempting to discern some familiar details from the swirling chaos of luminescent mist. To validate the astonishing hypothesis nestled in his mind, was the spectacle outside the hull of the Lost Homeland a reflection of the world's creation? If the exterior of the hull led to the subspace, could it be that the genesis of the world was also a fragment of this subspace? Or at least held some connection? Yet, in the end, he could not uncover any clues. The conjectures in his mind remained mere notions. The scar was too distant, and even with a telescope, he could not perceive further details. From the visible aspects, it bore only a vague resemblance to the sight outside the hull. Rather than being alike, it seemed more a product of his frayed nerves after exploring the depths of the ship, leading him to view everything with suspicion. Duncan stood on the deck, allowing the sea breeze to envelop him for an extended period, as he contemplated and gradually regained his composure. He observed the activity near the goat's head and noted that his first mate appeared to have calmed down, now earnestly maneuvering the Lost Homeland. However, Duncan remained acutely aware of an indistinct tension permeating the vessel, a tension that seemed to lack a source, yet saturated the entire living ghost ship. The towering masts, the interlaced sails, and the coiled ropes piled on the deck. All these silent entities in the darkness seemed to whisper anxiously amongst themselves, deliberating the matter of that door. This was the first instance where Duncan directly sensed the emotional shifts of the ship. It appeared that after returning from the depths, his bond with the vessel had deepened. Now, the entire ship focused on the captain, keenly attuned to any anomalies following his glance beyond that door. The evening breeze met him as Duncan inhaled deeply, slowly making his way toward the captain's quarters. His fingers lightly tapped the railing beside the hull, as if murmuring to himself, "Relax, this matter is trivial." This time, he distinctly felt the shift. The pervasive tension throughout the ship began to dissipate, the ropes slackened, the sails billowed, and the faint creaking sounds from below deck gradually ceased. It seemed the ship had finally acknowledged that the captain remained the captain. Duncan approached the entrance to the captain's quarters, but hesitated momentarily before grasping the doorknob, applying a gentle force to push the door open. As the door swung wide, a swirling mass of black mist awaited him within. He stepped forward into the dark fog, while the dove, AIE, perched on his shoulder, suddenly flapped its wings and flew to the nearby mast, squawking, "The way ahead is blocked. The way ahead is blocked." Curiosity piqued, Duncan cast a glance at the dove that had abruptly taken flight, but then took another step forward. He found himself back in his familiar single-room apartment. Zhou Ming lowered his head, confirming the state of his body. Familiar hands, a well-known shirt, and ordinary trousers. He did not possess the robust physique of Captain Duncan, but was instead an unremarkable human being. He then raised his gaze to survey the room. Everything remained precisely as it was when he departed. Even the dust had not increased. Zhou Ming thoughtfully examined the furnishings of the room, and suddenly turned to glance at the entrance. He stared at the door of his studio apartment, recalling the door he had seen in the hold of the Lost Homeland. Remembering the position and angle of the crack, standing in the corresponding spot, he first imagined a person on the other side of the door, then looked towards the direction opposite the door. From the position of the crack, he could indeed see the center of the room, catching sight of a somewhat disheveled desk adorned with a computer and various other items, where he typically worked, reading and writing, or grading his students' assignments and papers. Zhou Ming slowly opened the door a crack, bit by bit, pressing his eyes against the opening. At that moment, he felt his heart racing. Even though reason told him it was an illogical thought, he could not help but wonder if an eye would suddenly appear through the crack. Would a grim, stern ghost captain emerge? Would a pirate sword thrust in unexpectedly? He leaned closer, peering outside. Beyond the door lay only a swirling mass of black fog, just as before. Zhou Ming suddenly exhaled, but for some reason, he felt an odd sense of loss, as if a hopeful expectation had been dashed, as though he had lost some amusement. He shook his head vigorously, dismissing this peculiar sentiment, then slowly approached the desk. Everything he had left behind before his departure remained in place, including sheets of paper covered in hasty scribbles, a neatly organized diary, and the computer screen that still glowed despite being unplugged. Everything appeared unchanged. Zhou Ming took a breath, but abruptly, his expression froze. There was a change. His gaze fixated on a corner of the desk, where an inconspicuous item had now materialized, a remarkably intricate ornament. A lifelike model of the Lost Homeland. Zhou Ming felt as if struck by lightning, remaining motionless in his chair for a full half-minute, utterly stunned. He was 1,000,000% certain that this ornament had not been on his desk before, particularly since it was a model of the Lost Homeland. After a long while, he blinked and cautiously reached for the model that had inexplicably appeared on the desk, lifting it to his eyes for a closer inspection. This exquisitely detailed ghost ship measured just over half a foot in length, weighing no more than an ordinary model, yet it was rendered with astonishing precision. Zhou Ming scrutinized it intently. He could even discern every rope and every bucket on the deck, compared to the actual Lost Homeland. The only discernible difference was perhaps its size. Suddenly, Zhou Ming appeared to have an epiphany. He brought the ship closer to his eyes and cautiously pried open the captain's cabin door located at the stern, his gaze penetrating through the narrow entrance in search of something within. On the diminutive navigation table, there was no sign of the goat's head. Likewise, Alice was nowhere to be found aboard the vessel. An odd sensation stirred within Zhou Ming. He could not fathom why he had an inkling that Alice would manifest on this miniature version of the Lost Homeland. It was evidently a preposterous notion. Perhaps the very existence of this ship was absurd? Cradling the small Lost Homeland, Zhou Ming pondered deeply for an extended period. He was oblivious to how this vessel had appeared on his desk, but it was clear that the connection between his confined apartment and the world beyond the door was far more profound than he had previously imagined. The transformation might have occurred after he took the helm, or perhaps it transpired when he peered through the crack of that door into the subspace. Leaning back against the chair's backrest, he allowed his mind to gradually calm. He realized he could still sense the situation on the other side of the door. He could feel the Lost Homeland, sense the goat's head, and even perceive the distant planned city-state, as well as another entity within the antique shop. After an indeterminate period of contemplation, Zhou Ming blinked awake as if startled, gazing at the ghostly ship still cradled in his hands. Then directing his attention towards an empty shelf at the far end of the room. The shelf had been purchased several years prior. Yet until the onset of the peculiar phenomena, he had not found the opportunity to fill it. At that moment, it held only a few decorative crystal bottles acquired through deceptive online purchases, leaving the remaining compartments vacant. Zhou Ming carefully placed the Lost Homeland upon the shelf. After stepping back a couple of paces, he scrutinized his accomplishment, seemingly satisfied with his chosen location. How this item had come to rest here remained a mystery. But at least during these confining days, he could embellish his small abode. A bright and melodious steam whistle shattered the tranquility of the sea surface. Vanna, having arrived at the port early, promptly approached the edge of the lookout tower to survey the dock situation. The entire harbor had been preemptively cleared, and the once bustling planned main port now lay desolate. The usual dock workers and handlers were absent, replaced instead by fully armed and vigilant law enforcement troops. Alongside the guardians of the church, 12 steam walkers sealed off all access routes to the dock area. Meanwhile, on the sea beyond the harbor, amidst the gently undulating waves, a splendid steam-powered vessel was slowly approaching the White Oak. Chapter 64. The Return of Duncan's White Oak. The White Oak has returned. After a prolonged disruption in communication and deviation from its course, this advanced steamship, belonging to the Explorers Association, has finally made its way back to the planned city-state. Many awaited the ship's return, countless pairs of eyes anxiously fixated on the silhouette gradually drawing closer across the sea. Judge Vanna observed as the whistle of the White Oak sounded, prompting immediate action from the personnel at the dock. The crew tasked with guiding the vessel to shore swiftly took their positions, signaling to the White Oak with lights and flags. Meanwhile, the guardians of the church proceeded to activate the deep-sea relics that had been placed around Pier 1 the previous night, a multitude of bronze markers. Inscribed with the name of the storm goddess, Garmona, their bases adorned with sacred oils and spices. Once these markers were activated, the area where the White Oak would dock would be sealed off, transformed into a sanctified domain under the goddess's watchful gaze. Further afield, the constables dispatched by the town hall, ordinary individuals ill-equipped to confront the extraordinary, focused on employing heavy firepower to secure all entrances, as conventional firearms were ineffective against the bizarre and intangible curses. However, should a corporeal contaminator emerge from the White Oak, the 8mm bullets and 4-pound cannons would prove immensely beneficial. Occasionally, Vanna found herself grateful for the advancements in technology. These engineering marvels endowed the frail and powerless common folk with a modicum of strength to intervene in such supernatural affairs. Though the consequences of technological progress were mixed, the support from machine guns and artillery had undeniably reduced the casualties among her fellow believers in recent years. Vanna's gaze drifted beyond the dock to the distant sea. The White Oak emitted a second blast of its whistle, and under the guidance of the shore's light signals, the ship began to decelerate, ultimately coming to a halt some distance from the dock. A priest standing beside Vanna let out a quiet sigh of relief, murmuring, "The White Oak has complied with the command. It appears that the vessel is still under human control. It was premature to make definitive judgments, as many affected by anomalies or phenomena often appeared indistinguishable from ordinary people until a transformation occurred." Vanna shook her head, sending out a second set of signals, dispatching a patrol boat while ensuring the coastal artillery remained on high alert, prepared to fire at the slightest sign of disturbance from the ship. The judge's orders were swiftly relayed, and since the communication devices on the White Oak were damaged, those on shore could only communicate with the vessel through lights and flags. After a series of intricate signals and illuminations, 3 lights illuminated the bow of the White Oak, followed by the lowering of a rope ladder. A speedboat was launched from the dock, propelled by a small steam engine, racing towards the White Oak. On board was an entire squad of guardians, comprising 8 combatants, a commander, and a deep-sea priest. These devoted clerics ignited incense on the small vessel, chanting the sacred name of the storm goddess. Upon nearing the White Oak, they did not board immediately. Instead, they circled the grand ship and sprinkled the nearby waters with a holy oil infused with seaweed extracts. As the oil touched the seawater, it emitted a faint glow, gradually coalescing into a luminous ring that completely encircled the White Oak. Only after completing this sacred ritual did the clerics aboard the speedboat draw close to the White Oak and ascend the rope ladder. All of this unfolded in the eyes of Vanna, who stood upon the watchtower. It was an exceedingly perilous endeavor to guide a vessel, once lost at sea, back to safety, particularly when it was the ocean-going ship, the White Oak, which had been tasked with the transportation of anomalous materials. The ship could not approach the shore directly. It first required a thorough inspection by a speedboat at a safe distance. Only after the preliminary confirmation that no signs of malevolent corruption were present aboard could it draw near the docks of planned. However, even after this, the crew remained unable to disembark. They were subjected to a subsequent examination by the clergy. Meanwhile, the entire vessel was to undergo a more rigorous and comprehensive search and purification. Following this, all personnel aboard were to remain under observation in the church at the dock for no less than several days and potentially several weeks, while the ship itself was to be incense purified for a minimum of 1 week. Only upon the successful completion of all these procedures, without any unforeseen incidents, could the civilized world dare to welcome back those who had once drifted at sea. Should any step falter, the White Oak and its crew would be consigned to the depths of the ocean, their souls received by the goddess of storms. This cold, even cruel, regulation did not stem from malice, but rather represented the survival practices humanity had painstakingly developed over time. Of course, there were city-states reluctant or unable to adhere to these stringent protocols, most of which now resided in the initial chapters of the 2nd volume of the high school history curriculum, essential content for final examinations. Time passed inexorably, as all awaited the signal from the boarding inspection team. which could only yield two possible outcomes, if all was well. The team would relay a request to dock via a special psychic communication. If the ship had been tainted, the team would fight to the last man, attempting to detonate the nitroglycerin aboard the speedboat before succumbing entirely. For a vessel of the White Oak's magnitude, should it truly be deeply contaminated by subspace or some other malevolent force, the few inspectors would unlikely return alive. Vanna clasped her arms, gently tapping the metal of her arm armor. Suddenly, the tolling of bells resonated from the small church at the dock, accompanied by the long, sonorous sounds of the steam pressure relief pipes from either side of the bell tower. The clergy within the church received the critical message from the inspection team. The chiming of the bells and the sound of the foghorn announced to all groups at the dock the ship was safe. The White Oak requested to dock, and there were special circumstances to report. A sigh of relief escaped Vanna's lips. At least, for the moment, the ship appeared to be in order, which was the best news possible. As for the special circumstances, she was not surprised. It would indeed be strange for a mysteriously adrift vessel to return without any unusual occurrences. The White Oak slowly approached the dock, this ocean-going ship, having endured numerous trials, finally re-entered the civilized world's harbor. Although the crew had yet to be granted permission to disembark, they could surely find some measure of relaxation. An increasing number of church guardians began to board the vessel in an orderly fashion, preparing for a thorough inspection and inquiry. Vanna, too, departed from the watchtower, personally leading a group of priests to the dock. She traversed the lengthy gangway and finally set foot upon the deck of the White Oak, where she encountered the ship's captain, a robust man with graying hair. The expression of the old captain appeared somewhat haggard, clearly indicative of prolonged stress from working under intense pressure. However, upon noticing the approach of the church's adjudicator, the elder promptly regained his composure and stepped forward to meet Vanna. "Greetings, I am Vanna, the adjudicator of the deep-sea church of the planned city-state. Captain Lawrence. I prefer to dispense with superfluous formalities and get straight to the point. Let us forego introductions and begin with an apology. I hope you and your crew can comprehend the stringent inspections mandated by the city-state authorities and the church." "Certainly, Your Excellency," Lawrence promptly nodded. He had intended to address her as Miss Adjudicator, considering she appeared nearly the same age as his own daughter, but at the last moment opted for a more respectful appellation. "I anticipated this, given our prolonged lack of communication." Vanna nodded in acknowledgement. "Please, briefly recount the plight of the White Oak and the reasons for your disconnection. Furthermore, why have you unexpectedly reappeared on an unreported course? What is the status of the cargo you were escorting, particularly concerning the Anomaly 099? Upon hearing these inquiries, Lawrence's expression transformed into one of despair and anxiety. He sighed, instinctively glancing around before slowly responding. "You may find it hard to believe, but we encountered the legendary Lost Homestead." Before him, the adjudicator, with a serious demeanor, suddenly froze, her face contorted in a peculiar expression. He could not decipher its meaning. Yet it mirrored the shock he had felt after the collision with the Lost Homestead days prior. "Your Excellency?" Lawrence inquired cautiously. "You, Captain Lawrence." Vanna seemed to awaken from her trance, fixating intently on him. "Please, repeat that. I assure you, you may not believe me, but I say this, we encountered the legendary Lost Homestead." "I believe you," she replied. Lawrence was momentarily taken aback. "Then, you may need to remain at the dock for several more days, Captain," Vanna stated sternly. "This matter is grave, extremely grave." "Wait, you encountered the Lost Homestead, yet all survived?" Her expression subtly shifted, revealing a hint of skepticism. Noticing this, Lawrence quickly gestured. "We are unharmed, but the Lost Homestead took the Anomaly 099, the puppet coffin. I suspect that ghost ship was after the coffin." "The Lost Homestead took Anomaly 099? Vanna furrowed her brow, then inquired, "And what happened next? Did it simply let you go?" Yes, Lawrence replied, feeling a wave of tension wash over him as he began to comprehend the implications. "Your Excellency, has there been any recent? Feel free to share. It seems your encounters may be more serious than ours," Vanna sighed, studying the elder captain. "Captain Lawrence, you might not be the only one who has had dealings with the Lost Homestead recently. Let us find a quiet place. I need to gather more information." Chapter 65. The guillotine, the captain's quarters of the White Oak, had been temporarily transformed into a sanctuary. The fragrant incense wafted through the room, while amulets inscribed with storm runes were suspended over every door and window. The priests meticulously placed bronze boundary stones at each corner, binding strips of cloth soaked in holy oil to their summits. Ultimately, a tome known as the Codex of Storms, sourced from the cathedral, was introduced into the chamber, serving as the very foundation of the sanctum. Once these arrangements were completed, Captain Lawrence entered the captain's quarters alongside Judge Vanna. "I trust you do not mind our modifications," Vanna remarked coolly. maintaining the decorum and restraint befitting a high-ranking cleric, all for the sake of security. Indeed, security is paramount. I find myself in dire need of reassurance. Captain Lawrence replied, nodding in immediate understanding. He surveyed the sacred artifacts within the room, exhaling slightly in relief. With such items present, any common aberration or taint would likely perish at the mere sight of them. You may speak freely with me about the Lost Homeland, Vanna encouraged, nodding in affirmation. Let us begin from the very start. Where were you, and in what manner did you encounter that vessel? Captain Lawrence steeled himself. Recounting in vivid detail the most harrowing day etched in his memory, it transpired thus. He elaborated extensively, even recalling what he had for breakfast that day and the precise times the crew dined, referencing the captain's log and the sailors' diaries for any details he struggled to remember. Experienced captains are well aware of this. Prior to many extraordinary occurrences, seemingly ordinary signs often manifest. Those present at the time may find it difficult to discern the connections. Yet retrospective professionals can glean insights from those everyday nuances, cautioning future generations accordingly. Every captain upon the boundless sea adheres to the practice of maintaining a maritime log, and reviewing one's own writings remains, aside from perusing ecclesiastical texts, the only secure reading option in the vast ocean. As Vanna absorbed the chilling account, her brow furrowed with increasing concern. The situation was more severe and bizarre than anticipated. She had assumed that Captain Lawrence's encounter was merely a fleeting glimpse of the ghost ship, perhaps a brush past, in which the terrifying captain had merely seized the cargo without inflicting harm upon the crew. To her astonishment, it had been a direct collision. The entire vessel, the White Oak, had crashed into the hull of the Lost Homeland, swept through by the ghostly green flames. According to Captain Lawrence, the White Oak had begun to transform into the Lost Homeland from top to bottom. He distinctly recalled witnessing his own corporeal form shift into that of a spirit. At that moment, the ship's holy beacon was non-operational, and the ballast relic offered no response. The protective materials infused within the ship's structure proved ineffective. The priests could only fend for themselves. The entire vessel was ensnared in the spirit realm, utterly incapable of seeking external aid. It could be stated that the White Oak had already become the prey of that captain, with no glimmer of hope for escape. Captain Lawrence stands here today solely because the Lost Homeland unhesitatingly relinquished its prize. Your Honor, after finally recounting his experiences, Captain Lawrence noticed that Vanna remained silent for a prolonged moment, prompting him to inquire, what was the Lost Homeland truly after at that time? Was it really just intent on taking away Anomaly 099? Vanna cast a glance at him and replied, Isn't that what you have always believed? I have indeed held that belief, but now I find myself uncertain. Lawrence sighed. Especially after you mentioned that the ghost captain has recently extended his influence to the planned city-state, it seems to me that matters are not so straightforward. No one can decipher the thoughts of that ghost captain. Vanna shook her head. For now, all we can do is conduct a thorough examination of the White Oak to ensure that this vessel does not carry any invasive entities. You and your crew will have to endure some inconvenience until the investigation concludes. You are prohibited from interacting with anyone other than the church officials, including visits from family. Captain Lawrence bowed his head. I understand. He paused briefly before continuing. What about the theft of Anomaly 099? Vanna recognized the captain's concerns. The eerie and terrifying maritime phenomena loom as a threat over civilization. Yet before contemplating these long-term and vast dangers, this captain is fundamentally a regular man with a family to support. The burden of losing Anomaly 099 weighs heavily on him. Rest assured, the church will address this matter with the city-state authorities and the Explorers Association, she said in a calm voice. The emergence of the Lost Homeland falls under acts of God. The loss of Anomaly 099 is not your fault. Even if a church vessel was responsible for its transport, the outcome would likely remain unchanged. A noticeable relaxation crossed Captain Lawrence's face. However, Vanna held back an unspoken thought. Ultimately, anomalies exist on the brink of sealing and chaos. Each year, new anomalies spiral out of control, claiming lives among the city-state's denizens under the influence of these strange phenomena. For centuries, the church has battled these uncontrollable anomalies. In the face of this enduring and expansive dynamic equilibrium, the loss of a single anomaly is not unimaginable, even if that anomaly's designation is within the hundreds. Yet, such sentiments are not for an adjudicator to voice. At that moment, Captain Lawrence hesitated and broke the silence. I wish to inquire about the unique characteristics of Anomaly 099. He paused, quickly adding, of course, when I undertook the escort mission, I received some documentation, but it primarily pertained to the sealing methods of Anomaly 099 and emergency procedures following its initial loss of control. It did not delve into the origins of this anomaly or the circumstances following a complete loss of control. As you know, anomalies within the hundreds are particularly volatile. The more ordinary individuals know about them, the more likely they are to spiral into chaos. I understand that rule. However, the anomaly 099 has been captured by the Lost Town, and according to regulations, it should be classified as completely uncontrollable. Therefore, it is permissible for me to inform you. Without waiting for Captain Lawrence to finish speaking, Vanna nodded. Anomaly 099 has escaped the grasp of civilized society, and as per protocol, its related information will be disclosed to the Adventurers Association as well as the extraordinary teams of various city-states, with the aim of eventual capture and resealing. As a member of the Adventurers Association and the last contact of Anomaly 099, you ought to be aware of this intelligence. Pausing to reflect for a moment, she began to meticulously articulate the information she possessed. Anomaly 099, known as the doll's coffin, manifests as a splendid wooden box resembling a coffin, within which lies a dormant doll. The doll, characterized by silver hair and a purple gown, bears a likeness to an ordinary human. This anomaly was initially discovered in the frigid northern seas, and the appearance of the doll closely resembles that of the Frost Queen Renora, who was executed by traitors half a century ago, though no evidence substantiates a direct connection between the two. This anomaly does not exhibit tendencies for cognition and lacks consciousness. However, it is highly likely to instinctively perceive its surroundings and exert influence upon them. You should be well acquainted with the methods of sealing Anomaly 099, so I shall refrain from reiterating those. As for its dangers, firstly, the doll's coffin tends to settle. Once it lingers in a particular area for an extended period, it will regard that region as its territory, making relocation exceedingly difficult. Consequently, its influence will gradually expand within its designated habitat, while the strength of its seal will diminish sharply, rendering it increasingly susceptible to losing control. This characteristic is shared by a significant portion of anomalies, necessitating the frequent relocation of the sealing site for Anomaly 099 to prevent excessive growth. Secondly, in the event of the doll's coffin losing control, all humanoid entities within a certain radius, including humans, elves, forest kin, and Giploans, will be regarded as targets for assessment. This range may extend from a mere 100 meters to nearly 1,000, increasing with the duration of Anomaly 099's residency. The specific criteria for selection remain unclear, but it is known that the chosen targets will immediately lose their freedom of movement as if manipulated by puppet strings, instinctively kneeling and bowing towards the doll's coffin, akin to citizens of the city-state venerating their queen. Once this act is completed, the victim will be instantly beheaded. This beheading is unavoidable, impervious to protection or exemption. Bestowing any blessings or donning armor proves futile. The sole condition for its efficacy is selection by the doll. Following the completion of the action, the victim will directly transition into a decapitated state. After the beheading, the doll will remain temporarily silent for 4 to 6 hours before commencing the search for the next target, continuing until no one survives within the vicinity or the coffin is resealed. In its uncontrollable state, the doll's coffin possesses mobility, exhibiting remarkable speed and strength, and it will escape capture in incomprehensible ways. Given the coffin's inherent robustness, the potential hazards following its loss of control are significantly amplified. In the numerous incidents of the doll coffin's uncontrollable events, only one saint emerged unscathed. This particular saint, however, possessed the bloodline of the Frost City of the North, leaving it uncertain whether it was his divine power that resisted the curse or if his lineage merely met the conditions for the doll coffin's absolution. Listening to the calm and composed narration of the young adjudicator, Captain Lawrence felt a chill creeping up his spine. His first thought was that indeed, earning money from the city authorities was no easy task. No wonder the reward for escorting Anomaly 099 was nearly 5 times that of transporting ordinary anomalies. This terrifying entity, which disregarded all protection and evasion, and activated lethal damage simply by having the doll fixate on its target, was destined to result in the demise of everyone aboard if it lost control on a ship trapped in the open sea. Only the adventurous captains, who specialized in extreme survival, would dare to undertake such a perilous job. Meanwhile, he heard the adjudicator Vanna continue, regarding the bizarre and fearsome abilities of the doll coffin. The church had specifically designated a name for its capabilities in the documentation of Anomaly 099, naming it after the execution device used a century ago when the rebels executed the Frost Queen, the Alice Guillotine. Chapter 66. A Beautiful Morning on the Lost Homestead. Alice. Mind your head. The beautiful morning aboard the Lost Homestead began with the captain's robust shout from the deck. Duncan stood outside the captain's quarters, raising his hand to point at a doll's head suspended from a nearby beam. His eyes twitching for a moment before he finally spotted a doll body clad in a deep purple Gothic dress hastily rising from the side, removing the head that dangled in midair. With a crisp pop resonating through the air, The doll lady reattached her head and scampered over. Hee hee. What do you mean by head? Why did you hang your head at my door this early in the morning? Duncan glared at this cursed doll, who frequently engaged in antics. Honestly, who wouldn't be startled to find a head floating at their doorstep first thing in the morning? Fortunately, having spent considerable time aboard this ship had toughened his nerves. Otherwise, he might have fainted. Don't tell me you were on lookout for pigeons. I just washed my hair, Alice replied cautiously, tucking her neck in. And I couldn't dry it completely, so I thought I'd hang it up high to catch some wind. Duncan, Alice, be careful. Alice glanced at Duncan with concern. Captain, are you angry? You're justified. Duncan finally managed to stammer out, suppressing the twitching of his facial muscles. He had to admit that, at least from Alice's perspective as Anomaly 099, her reasoning for hanging her head up to dry was indeed sound. The ship's winch even regarded napping as a routine. The buckets for mopping the deck were rolled to the stern every afternoon to bask in the sun. Living aboard this vessel required a broad-minded attitude. From that standpoint, Alice, the doll who had adapted to life on the ship, had truly become one with it. I'm glad you're not angry, Captain. Alice immediately broke into a smile, appearing not only to have adapted to life aboard the ship, but also to have come to understand, or perhaps comprehend, the temperament of the captain. While she still held a profound respect for this formidable ghostly captain, her fear was no longer as simplistic as it had been at the outset. She now exhibited a greater sense of ease, even daring to bargain with the captain. As for where I can hang my head, anywhere but outside the captain's quarters will suffice. I shall find a place, Duncan remarked, casting a sidelong glance at the doll. I would prefer not to open the door only to discover a crew member's head dangling there, or a headless body staggering about at the entrance. Alice dutifully lowered her head, responding, "Oh, very well." Duncan continued to gaze at her, his expression contemplative. "Captain?" Alice felt somewhat unnerved under his scrutinizing gaze. "Why do you keep staring at me?" "I just suddenly thought of a question," Duncan mused aloud. "You do lose hair, don't you? Does it fall out when you wash it? And will it grow back?" Alice was momentarily taken aback, her expression reminiscent of a pigeon caught in a state of bewilderment. It took a considerable amount of time for her to process his words, and when she finally did, her eyes widened with astonishment as she looked at Duncan. I never considered this question," she faltered, her voice nearly breaking. The words she longed to utter, "Captain, are you a demon?" remained unspoken, for she feared the reprimand she might receive from Mr. Goathead for underestimating the captain's might and overly romanticizing the image of the ocean's foremost calamity. Duncan, unfazed by her unvoiced thoughts, had already let his mind wander. "You see, even though you can walk, jump, and speak, your body still resembles that of a true puppet. You require neither food nor water, and even if your joints were to fall off, they could simply be pressed back into place. So, can I infer that your hair is a non-renewable resource? Wash it too much, and it becomes sparse. Comb it too often, and the same occurs?" Alice was on the verge of tears. "Captain, why would you think of such a terrifying notion?" Duncan replied, "Actually, I have been pondering this ever since you prepared that bowl of fish head soup." Despite her sorrow, Alice paused at this remark. "But I merely made fish soup," Duncan asserted. "Nonsense. It contained fish, heads, and broth. Why would it not be fish head soup?" Alice conceded, "Captain, you have a point." Thus began a delightful morning aboard the Lost Homeland, a day commencing with mutual recognition of reason. The doll-like maiden departed in a daze, seemingly burdened with thoughts concerning significant matters of her future. Duncan's spirits, however, were lifted. He inhaled the sea breeze and enjoyed a simple breakfast comprising fish fillets baked by Alice the previous day, shredded cheese, and potent spirits from the city-state of Prant. While not particularly exquisite, it represented the finest fare available aboard the Lost Homeland. In the chart room of the captain's quarters, Goathead observed Duncan's cheerful demeanor with curiosity. "Captain, what has transpired with Miss Alice? I noticed she returned to her cabin in a distracted manner. Even colliding with the door twice, she seems to be preoccupied with something. She is confronted with a significant life challenge, and I believe that for quite some time. You need not worry about her engaging in battles with the peculiarities aboard the ship." Duncan shook his wine glass, a mischievous smile gracing his face. "However, I am indeed curious about one matter." "What are you curious about?" "If the cursed doll loses all its hair, will it truly become a bald doll?" Duncan seriously began to discuss this extraordinary phenomenon with the goat-headed figure. Shouldn't such extraordinary entities possess some form of extraordinary power to ensure, well, to maintain a certain state? Regrettably, I had not yet had the opportunity to discuss this with Alice before she ran off. The goat-headed figure glanced curiously at this usually boisterous companion. "Why are you silent?" After a moment of contemplation, the goat-headed figure finally managed to utter, "You truly live up to your reputation as the most fearsome calamity of the boundless sea. I would never dare to ask such questions." Duncan shrugged and stood up from behind the navigation table. "I must depart once more," he said to the goat-headed figure, simultaneously snapping his fingers. A burst of green flames erupted, and the spectral dove, AIE, in its avian form descended from the flames, landing on his shoulder. "As always, you shall steer the ship. At your command, Captain. Your loyal servant shall not disappoint." The goat-headed figure replied eagerly, before curiously inquiring, "Captain, you seem quite keen on traversing the spirit realm lately. Is there something on land that piques your interest?" Duncan did not respond immediately, but after a moment's reflection, he spoke. "I have recently come to the sudden realization that after a century of development, this world has become a tad more intriguing." This was the response he provided after careful consideration. It revealed no overtly specific information, nor did it expose any lack of knowledge on his part, while reasonably planting a seed that could justify his subsequent frequent attention to the terrestrial world. When necessary, it could serve as a plausible motive for the Lost Homeland's return to the civilized world. Moreover, this response did not overly contradict Captain Duncan's persona. The greatest calamity of the boundless sea could also be a source of amusement, for those who seek amusement can embrace all things. The goat-headed figure exhibited no unusual reaction, as if all of Captain Duncan's decisions appeared entirely reasonable to him. "Ah, you are indeed correct. After all these years, those frail city-states should have produced something to capture your interest. It is only natural for you to seek some diversion. Should the Lost Homeland prepare for something? Are you planning to invade one of them? Prand, Lensa, or perhaps the frostier northern lands?" Duncan found himself nodding along to the first half of the goat-headed figure's words, thinking that this chief sycophant truly understood how to gauge the captain's intentions and play along. However, upon hearing the latter half, he felt a chill run down his spine. This fellow's cooperation had turned into a provocation. He hastily interrupted, "When did I ever mention invading a city-state? Interesting matters have just begun to unfold. Would it not be a shame to destroy them?" "Ah, yes, you are right. My suggestion was indeed rather rash," the goat-headed figure promptly amended. "I merely assumed you intended to sail over and take a look around. Of course, since you have no such intention, that suggestion ought to be discarded. Indeed, this is quite favorable, for the great city-states possess considerable power. Approaching them recklessly entails certain risks. Henceforth, we must refrain from casually mentioning the invasion of city-states." Duncan cast a wary glance at the goat-head and, feeling uneasy, added an extra layer of precaution. "We have been estranged from the world for a century now. I must reacquaint myself with the transformations of civilized society, which may involve numerous long-term alterations. Until I receive explicit orders, do not entertain unnecessary plans." "As you command, Captain." Chapter 67. New Connections. The goat-head is a perilous entity, a fact Duncan has been aware of from the outset. Its danger lies not merely in its enigmatic nature, but also in its unwavering loyalty to the true Captain Duncan, adhering to ancient customs and ways of thinking to this day. From the goat-head's perspective, the city-states on land are insignificant. The mortals within them are absurdly foolish, and the feeble fleets of the city-states serve merely as fodder, making their plunder and slaughter a matter of routine aboard the Lost Homeland. Duncan was uncertain how long it would take to adjust the goat-head's habitual mindset. Yet he understood that subtly altering both himself and the conduct of the Lost Homeland with reasonable justifications was the most prudent approach. He cast one last glance at the goat-head, which stood quietly at the navigation table, confirming that it had taken control of the ship's sails and steering system before stepping into his quarters. This afternoon, Nino would return to the antique shop, and prior to that, he needed to have Dove AI complete further testing tasks. As the door to the captain's quarters closed, the goat-head silently observed the door in the dim light, remaining still for an indeterminate time until it sensed the captain's consciousness had embarked on a journey through the spirit realm. It then began to mutter softly, almost as if to itself, truly unscathed by subspace. In the obscurity, the wooden goat-head creaked and turned, as if surveying the room, or perhaps piercing through it to survey the entire ship. "Ah, Lost Homeland, what dreadful entity did you unearth in your time?" Duncan had returned to that familiar realm of darkness, feeling his will extend between countless stars and faint lines of light, with the endpoints of this trajectory being the Lost Homeland and the antique shop located within the city-state of Prand. As the duration of this dual connection lengthened, the sensations grew increasingly vivid. He found he need not concentrate deliberately to perceive the situation at the antique shop. Even being able to remotely control the body within to perform simple daily activities. This was undoubtedly a positive development. A shopkeeper who spent more than half their time in a stupor at the store raised suspicions, and even if that body merely stood for a minute or two at the entrance, it could dispel many unnecessary gazes. Rather than immediately transferring his primary consciousness to the city-state of Prand, Duncan paused in the realm of darkness, attuned to the changes within the space. before glancing back at his side. In the vast darkness, AIE, in the form of a skeletal dove, silently circled, its ethereal body shedding flickers of green fire as it soared. At the center of AIE's spiraling domain lay a collection of indistinct phantoms. Among these phantoms were the sun amulet previously brought aboard the Lost Land, an ancient and weathered dagger, a piece of cheese, a round cannonball, and a stiff, dried salted fish. These were all test items meticulously prepared before his departure, intended for further examination of AIE's ability to carry items and the transformations occurring during the process. The dagger, discovered in the cabin, likely belonged to a sailor and was merely an inanimate object devoid of thought. The cheese, procured from the kitchen, possessed the remarkable quality of being imperishable. The cannonball originated from the armory, while the dried salted fish was a recent catch from fishing, having just completed drying in the sun, though it had not yet become thoroughly desiccated. Duncan observed AIE fluttering around these phantoms and nodded slightly, realizing that this was how it consistently transported items. AIE flapped its wings, emitting a hoarse, piercing cry, "Hold on tight, hold on tight." Duncan chuckled, then focused his mind, preparing to project his main consciousness. However, in that moment of concentration, he suddenly noticed an unusual glimmer emerging at the far end of the luminous stream, pointing towards the city-state of Prand. Startled, Duncan halted and gazed at the radiant light flickering amidst the countless dim stars. This light seemed to have always existed. It merely shifted from obscurity to brilliance the instant he focused, as though suddenly acknowledged. It began to exude a palpable presence. What could that be? In his curiosity, Duncan endeavored to approach the glimmer, and with just a thought, he traversed the vast darkness. The glimmer rapidly expanded before him, transforming into a flowing stream of light. It was then that he realized a barely perceptible connection linked this flowing light to himself. Reminiscent of the bond between his physical form aboard the Lost Land and the spare body in the antique shop. Was this yet another potential spare vessel? A suggestion arose in Duncan's mind, but he quickly shook his head. The flowing light was vastly greater in scale than those representing the bodies. Such a substantial radiance was less indicative of a substitute vessel and more akin to a significant object that had established a connection with him. Hesitant yet resolute, he extended his hand and cautiously touched the radiant glow. In the next moment, a tremendous and unfamiliar perception surged into his mind. Although he could not discern the surrounding environment, he felt the sea breeze caressing his body and the gentle rise and fall of the waves. He sensed numerous individuals moving around him, some even traversing his own form. From all directions, the sounds of conversation filled the air, yet the voices intertwined chaotically, as if filtered through a thick veil, rendering them utterly incomprehensible. He vaguely sensed that he was perceiving the environment through the perspective of a colossal entity. Yet this behemoth was not conducive to his spirit's direct descent, or perhaps some force was shielding it, obstructing his power from intruding. Consequently, all his perceptions appeared to be delayed and obscured. This immense creature seemed to linger on the surface of the sea, close to the land, where a multitude of people had gathered. A tense and solemn atmosphere permeated the crowd, as they appeared to be earnestly addressing some perilous factors, their conversations low and succinct. Duncan endeavored to concentrate, striving to discern the muffled voices that seemed to be shrouded behind a heavy curtain. After much effort, he finally caught a repeatedly mentioned word amidst the cacophony: White Oak. Duncan withdrew his hand from the stream of light, gazing in astonishment at the shimmering glow before him. The luminescence flickered in the darkness, faintly revealing the phantom of a vessel. The name White Oak resonated with a sense of familiarity, yet he could not recall when he had first encountered it. As he pondered, fragments of shallow memories began to surface. He recalled the ship he had collided with in the spirit realm during his initial navigation, and he remembered that as the Lost Homeland passed through, he had seemingly glimpsed its name on one side of the ship's hull. It appeared that the vessel was indeed called White Oak. Soon after, he recalled a newspaper he had purchased in the city of Prander, which contained an inconspicuous section mentioning this very matter, stating that the ocean vessel, lost for several days, would soon dock. Duncan stared blankly at the floating glow. This was the White Oak, the very ship that had been tasked with escorting Anomaly 099. It was indeed a cause for joy that the old captain, who had attempted to communicate with him, and his crew had finally managed to reach the city of Prander. Clearly, a connection had been established between him and the ship. Was this connection forged post the collision in the spirit realm? Perhaps the flames from the Lost Homeland had spread to the White Oak during that incident? A conjecture flickered in Duncan's mind, prompting him to contemplate the various attributes of his spiritual flames, while also reflecting on whether this bond with the steamer could serve any purpose. After drifting on the Lost Homeland for so long, he valued every thread of connection to the civilized world. It now seemed that while the White Oak had docked, it remained under some form of lockdown and surveillance. Those anxious individuals were likely specialists tasked with addressing extraordinary phenomena within the city. clearly, to the citizens of the city. A vessel that had once wandered the seas posed a danger, and its prior interaction with the Lost Homeland might also be a matter of significant scrutiny. Duncan was acutely aware of his own notoriety and that of the Lost Homeland. After much contemplation, he cautiously retreated, refraining from further contact with the luminous mist before him. As the foremost figure upon the boundless sea, he had no intention of engaging with the guardians of the city-states. And he was reluctant to disclose the fact that the White Oak had already established contact with Captain Duncan, especially in the absence of clarity regarding the true nature of those extraordinary experts. He was unwilling to have his connection with the steamship discovered and eradicated, after all. The bond had already been forged, as steadfast as an anchor chain beneath the waves. He could patiently await the day when the surveillance of the White Oak would be lifted. By that time, perhaps he could engage in a calm conversation with the old captain, inquiring about what the venerable mariner had been shouting to him amidst the tempestuous waves. Chapter 68. Reliable pigeon courier. A sudden, cool sea breeze swept across the deck, prompting Captain Lawrence, who had just stepped outside, to instinctively rub his arms. Yet, he was uncertain whether this goosebump-inducing sensation was due to the chill of the wind or the revelations imparted by the young magistrate. Anomaly 099, the dull coffin, not only exhibited mobility and a propensity for escape upon losing control, but also had the capacity to expand its influence and continuously assess humanoid targets within its vicinity. Executing unconditional decapitation, only the saint stood a chance of resisting this nearly causal effect of beheading. Throughout the past half-month voyage, he and his crew had been in close proximity to this perilous anomaly. Although the escort mission had not encountered significant danger apart from the final encounter with the Lost Homeland, he could not help but feel a lingering apprehension upon reflection. Yet, it was merely a sense of foreboding. As a member of the Explorers Society and a seasoned maritime adventurer, his vocation was distinct from that of fishermen who only operated in the safety of coastal waters. A substantial portion of his seafaring life had been spent contending with various anomalies and phenomena. When undertaking the transport of anomalies, authorities or the church would inform them in advance of the associated dangers, though this information was often the briefest part of the entire commission contract. Typically comprising a single line, this task carries lethal danger, specific details cannot be disclosed. Every captain making a living between city-states was acutely aware of the risks they faced, and more than half of them suffered the consequences of this lethal profession in their later years. A lifetime of engagement with the boundless sea inevitably left its mark, with anomalies and phenomena entwining themselves into one's fate. Many of his contemporaries had already retired, either ensnared in relentless nightmares, afflicted by various curses leading to mental afflictions, or left with physical disabilities from long voyages or worse. The captains and sailors of ocean-going vessels earned incomes far beyond the imagination of city dwellers. Yet they also bore occupational ailments unparalleled by any other profession. Captain Lawrence did not consider himself a noble soul. He pursued this line of work primarily for financial gain. Of course, in his youth, he harbored a fervent passion for exploring the ocean, but like most, that fervor had proven difficult to sustain throughout life. Now, he felt it was time to extinguish that remaining spark. While his mind still functioned coherently, and before the boundless sea ensnared his destiny, perhaps it was time to contemplate retirement. Lawrence let out a faint sigh and slowly turned to make his way towards the captain's quarters. The clergy search and inquiries aboard the ship had yet to conclude. Until then, he could not depart from the White Oak. Following that, he, along with everyone else, would be transferred to the church for isolation and a series of psychological evaluations. His gaze swept across the familiar facilities of the ship. It was a fine vessel, relatively new, and he had only commanded it for 5 years. In the parlance of seafarers, the honeymoon phase between a captain and his ship had not yet passed. Truth be told, the thought of retirement was rather bittersweet. However, stepping down now seemed preferable to perishing on some future voyage or spending the latter part of his life in an asylum. In the lower district of the city-state, within the antiquated Duncan's Emporium, a middle-aged man lying on a second-floor bed slowly opened his eyes. The somewhat stale and moldy ceiling came into view. Duncan exhaled gently, feeling the sensations of his body sharpen and stabilize, transitioning from a remote control to direct command over his physical form. After a brief pause, he exerted himself with his arms to push himself upright. A pigeon named IE flapped over, rubbing its beak against the headboard and chattering cheerfully. "Welcome home, dear. Would you prefer to eat first or take a bath?" Or, just as Duncan was about to stretch, IE's incessant prattle nearly pulled him into a spasm, prompting him to swat the bird on the head. "How come you have so many words?" IE, evidently no ordinary bird, appeared unfazed by the slap. Cheerfully sidestepping and continuing its chatter, with a punch right to the nose, blood gushed forth, and the nose twisted askew, as if a sauce shop had opened. Duncan chose to disregard the eccentric bird and stood up, directing his attention towards the nearby table. Upon it lay an array of experimental items he had prepared aboard the Lost Homeland: a sun amulet, a dagger, cheese, a cannonball, and a salted fish. Everything was intact, and amidst the seemingly unrelated assortment, there was no sign of any missing items. Remarkably, this pigeon was more reliable than he had anticipated. Duncan approached the table to confirm the condition of each item, and upon ensuring that everything was present and undamaged, he cast a glance at IE, who was now pacing at the head of the bed, and felt a flicker of appreciation for the bird. He then noticed IE strutting about, its back turned, seemingly oblivious to the world. Duncan concealed his admiration and seated himself at the table to begin a meticulous inspection of the goods. First, he examined the sun amulet, which remained unchanged as an extraordinary object thoroughly transformed and governed by the spirit fire. Within it, a gentle power continued to flow, and it appeared that 2 consecutive journeys into the spirit realm had not altered its essence. The dagger, lacking any extraordinary attributes, also showed no signs of change. Aside from its antiquated style, its blade remained sharp, and the sheath was well maintained. Duncan's gaze fell upon the cheese, which had been brought out from the kitchen of the Lost Homeland. The cheese appeared unchanged, still in its unfit state for consumption, and contrary to Duncan's expectations. It had neither decayed rapidly nor vanished into thin air after leaving the ship. His attention then shifted to the cannonball, which lay quietly on the table. Unresponsive to the captain's scrutiny, Duncan nudged the cannonball and tapped its cast-iron exterior. The extraordinary qualities that once imbued it seemed to have faded. On the Lost Homeland, even the cannonballs possessed a semblance of life. This did not imply that each cannonball had independent thought, but rather that the entire ammunition system of the ship was governed by a unified consciousness. As a subordinate of this consciousness, the cannonballs would even adjust their positions and present themselves for inspection when under the captain's gaze. Based on Duncan's observations over time, it appeared that the ship's armament was controlled by 2 distinct consciousnesses, one for the ammunition system and another for the dozens of cannons beneath the deck. These 2 consciousnesses were responsible for the loading and firing during combat, managing every member within their respective systems. The cannonball before him had evidently severed its connection to the higher consciousness upon leaving the Lost Homeland, transforming into an unremarkable lump of iron. Duncan pondered deeply. If this cannonball were to be returned, would it once again become a part of the arsenal? Would the Lost Homeland recognize this returning subordinate? His thoughts extended further. The munitions aboard the Lost Homeland were finite, and once fired, the cannonballs would not return. The 8 cannonballs originally used to weigh down Alice had not returned either. Could the ship's ammunition be replenished? How would newly introduced munitions become subordinates of the Lost Homeland? Further contemplation led him to question whether the ship could upgrade its artillery system. Would more advanced cannons and munitions function aboard that ghostly vessel? The Lost Homeland was a phantom ship, which inherently complicated the process of resupply and improvement compared to ordinary vessels. Any items brought aboard were merely external objects. If they could not successfully integrate into the ship as part of its essence, they would lack the autonomous operational characteristics of the other facilities on board. However, should a means be found to assimilate these items into the Lost Homeland, the ghost ship might unleash even greater power while simultaneously offering improved living conditions. Duncan could not help but ruminate on this matter. The more he engaged with the modern Prander city-state, the more he sensed that the Lost Homeland, a century ago, was not as illustrious and flawless as its formidable reputation suggested. While the ship may have wielded eerie and terrifying power, it lacked even an electric light or French fries. Its weaponry was still composed of antiquated muzzle-loading cannons, the effectiveness of which was uncertain. Moreover, there were no French fries. Although the spectral sails proved useful, having a steam mechanism for auxiliary power would certainly be beneficial, yet the ship lacked even a boiler for heating water. And still, no French fries. Duncan silently glanced at the pigeon, which had jumped onto the windowsill, staring vacantly outside. The pigeon turned its head, blinking its beady green eyes at him. "Shall we fetch some fries from the dock?" "Be quiet. Do not mention fries." Duncan, with a subtle demeanor, declined the pigeon and shifted his focus to the final item. The salted fish, a delectable gift sourced from the depths of the ocean, was a natural delicacy with a rather pleasant taste, categorized as an item beyond the Lost Homeland. Having traversed the spirit realm, this piece of salted fish appeared unchanged. Perhaps he would prepare it as a soup for Nina that evening. Chapter 69. Life in the city-state after inspecting all the test items. Duncan gained a deeper understanding of AIE's transportation capabilities and the nature of the items aboard the Lost Homeland. AIE could transport multiple distinct items simultaneously, encompassing organic materials, inorganic substances, extraordinary entities, and mundane objects. The variety of items did not compromise the stability of the transportation process. nor did it alter the intrinsic nature of the items themselves. Some of the evidently animate items aboard the Lost Homeland were merely subunits of a larger controlling consciousness. For instance, projectiles were subunits of the ammunition system, and these subunits lost their animate properties upon departing the Lost Homeland, becoming utterly ordinary. Remarkably, AI's transportation process seemed not to exhaust its energy, whether it was the ritual dagger initially carried or the multitude of items it transported later. The bird returned lively and vibrant. This might be attributed to the fact that the total amount of cargo it had transported thus far had yet to reach its capacity threshold. Currently, only the diversity of item types had been tested, and it remained unclear if AI's transportation ability imposed any limitations regarding weight or volume, necessitating further experimentation. Duncan meticulously summarized the known information, allowing himself a sigh of relief once he confirmed his thoughts were in order, and he gradually reclined in his chair. He recognized that his current tests were still far from comprehensive, with numerous potential variables left unexamined, even regarding the variety of items tested. The samples he selected were too few to yield substantial data. In the future, he would need to choose a wider array of item types and test AI's transportation limits by varying the weight and volume of the items. Only with a sufficient number of control samples could the resulting data be deemed reliable and credible. He approached this matter with great caution, a prudence grounded in a bold plan or notion. Given that AIE could flawlessly transport items between the land and the Lost Homeland without restrictions on item types, could it also convey people? If it could transport individuals, could it perhaps even facilitate the passage of those who were not quite human, such as Alice? Duncan understood that an individual's capabilities were limited. Relying solely on his ability to traverse the spirit realm as a bridge between the Lost Homeland and the city-state would inevitably lead to issues of insufficient manpower and oversight. In such circumstances, having assistance would significantly improve the situation. The transportation abilities exhibited by the pigeon AIE provided him with an intriguing avenue of thought. Certainly, Alice is not the most suitable assistant. This anomaly, designated as 099, possesses an air of elegance and mystery when it remains still. However, once it springs into action, its ineptitude becomes glaringly apparent. At present, Duncan finds himself devoid of any viable alternatives. The realization that the only crew member at his disposal is a complete incompetent, one who could potentially stew themselves while attempting to cook, elicits a heavy sigh from him. The Lost Homeland vessel's notorious reputation as a pariah weighs heavily on his mind. He surmises that finding allies within the human realm is an impossibility. Should he embark on such a quest, he would likely attract a band of juvenile delinquents, those who awaken each day with an anticipation of apocalyptic events, who engage in vandalism on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, and partake in demonic sacrifices on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays, only to clash with church guardians on Sundays. Such ruffians might easily form an alliance with the goat-headed, yet they are far from the support Duncan seeks. Alas, Alice is at least obedient and straightforward. Rising with a sigh, Duncan mutters to himself that, with proper nurturing, she might yet blossom into something more, even if she cannot serve as a helper. Allowing the puppet to experience the world outside would be beneficial, considering she has been confined within a coffin for so many years, oblivious to the wonders beyond. Once his thoughts were organized, Duncan began to sort through the array of items he had brought along, knowing he would not be returning to the Lost Homeland anytime soon. Many of these items could not be carried with him, thus requiring storage in the shop. The second floor of the antique store offers limited hiding spots, and with Nina frequently coming up to assist in tidying, any items that do not resemble everyday objects would undoubtedly raise suspicion, such as a century-old artillery shell. However, after a brief consideration, Duncan found reasonable placements for these items. The sun amulet could be discreetly concealed on his person, while the salted fish could be logically placed in the kitchen. The artillery shell and the century-old sailor's dagger were straightforward. Duncan simply set them in an inconspicuous corner beside the counter on the ground floor, where an assortment of eclectic items already resided in the antique store. After all, in such a setting, the presence of oddities is commonplace, and placing the dagger and shell amidst the jumble of trinkets provided an excellent cover. As for the last item, the cheese taken from the Lost Homeland kitchen, Duncan found it a fitting place, in the trash bin. Having completed these tasks, Duncan dusted off his hands, content with his arrangements. He then glanced outside to assess the sky. The sun, ensnared by dual runes, hung high, marking midday. Nina would return home later that day, and until then, he intended to venture out and further explore the city, especially since it appeared that the antique shop would see little business today. The air was somewhat cool, prompting Duncan to don a deep brown coat. He tidied his somewhat disheveled hair before stepping out, striving to present a more vibrant fade despite the toll that alcohol, drugs, and illness had taken on his frail form. and then he exited the antique shop. As he stepped outside, a flurry of wings flapping echoed from the second floor. The pigeon, AIE, whimsically flew out of the room and landed on his shoulder, bobbing its head proudly while cooing about heading to Urshian Bridge and along Chunghua Avenue. Duncan cast a sidelong glance at the creature. He had initially intended for the pigeon to guard the house from the second floor. After all, carrying a pigeon while venturing out seemed rather conspicuous and bizarre. However, given the spiritual bond he shared with AIE, he could summon it back to his side with ethereal flames if necessary, alleviating any concerns about potential delays. Yet, he had inadvertently forgotten to give instructions before leaving, and the bird had taken it upon itself to join him. Observing AIE's self-satisfied demeanor, Duncan ultimately sighed in resignation and chuckled. Well, if you wish to follow, so be it. Thus, he bore the pigeon on his shoulder and made his way to the main thoroughfare opposite the antique shop. After walking a short distance along the road, he heard a melodious jingle of bells mingling with the clattering of steam machinery, growing closer. Raising his gaze, he spotted a brown double-decker bus adorned with blue stripes approaching along the thoroughfare, gradually coming to a halt near a bus stop not far away. This was a common mode of public transport in the Principality of Planned, powered by steam engines, with a fare of 6 pesos that could take passengers to a significant portion of the lower city. According to the route map affixed to the back of the bus, it had 2 stops that would lead to the outskirts of the upper city, a place known as Cross District. Duncan recalled the Cross District. He knew it to be considered the boundary of the Principality of Planned, featuring a bustling commercial area and respectable residences. Many residents of the lower city viewed the Cross District as a target and aspiration for elevating their social status, while numerous middle-class citizens, unable to afford the exorbitant cost of the upper city yet desiring a dignified lifestyle, resided there. The district boasted a cinema, a museum, and several upscale restaurants. Nina's school was located nearby, and the museum she had mentioned was also adjacent to the Cross District. After contemplating this, Duncan hastened toward the bus stop and boarded the vehicle just before it departed. The bus was sparsely populated, with more than half of the seats on the lower deck vacant. Beside the driver's station stood a ticket attendant clad in a deep blue uniform. This young woman, with shoulder-length hair and minimal makeup, instinctively reached for her ticket pouch upon noticing a passenger boarding, only to quickly divert her attention to the pigeon perched on Duncan's shoulder. "I'm sorry, but pets are not allowed on board," she stated, raising her hand to indicate the pigeon. Duncan glanced at AIE, who innocently flapped its wings and tilted its head in curiosity. "Just have it perch on the roof," he suggested. Cooing in protest, AIE took flight and soared outside, grumbling as it flew away. The young ticket attendant stood momentarily stunned, watching the man conversing with the pigeon, which seemed to comprehend human speech. After a brief silence, Duncan felt compelled to remind the seemingly dazed attendant, pointing toward the roof. "Is this acceptable now? The bird is on the roof. You surely cannot object to that." The ticket collector finally realized. Yes, the fare is 6 pesos for a general ticket. Duncan reached into his pocket and pulled out 2 coins, exchanging them for a blue ticket. He then chose a window seat, settling in quietly, prepared to relish his inaugural journey in this world. As the steam engine roared to life, accompanied by a gentle tremor and the sound of mechanical friction, the bell at the front of the bus chimed crisply. Then, with a slight jolt, the bus began to move, the scenery outside retreating into the distance. Duncan comfortably leaned back in his seat, feeling the vibrations and acceleration of this mechanical marvel in motion. The steam engine is a splendid invention, a hallmark of civilized society, and a testament to technological advancement. He resolved that one day he must equip the Lost Homeland with a similar setup, even if it were merely a boiler for heating water, so that warm baths could be enjoyed aboard the vessel. Just as his thoughts began to expand, he felt the vehicle jolt suddenly, and the landscape outside gradually came to a halt. The young ticket collector opened a window near the front of the bus, leaning out to call, "Anyone boarding?" "Plenty of seats. All spacious." Duncan was momentarily taken aback, then burst into silent laughter. In that instant, he felt an unexpected vibrancy infuse the city, which still seemed unfamiliar to him. Chapter 70. Kindred spirits in a realm where extraordinary phenomena abound. Land is encircled by boundless oceans, and the guardians of the city engage in an unending struggle against the anomalous. How do ordinary people survive? Duncan still lacked a comprehensive understanding of this city. Yet at least in the places he had witnessed, the common folk continued to exist in an environment of order and stability. They worked, studied, and rested. They ran shops and engaged in trade. They ventured out on their days off to cinemas and restaurants, to parks and harbors. They visited museums and exchanged casual conversations with neighbors after dinner. Their lives, though not particularly thrilling, were generally marked by a sense of security. The steam-powered bus moved intermittently, sometimes halting at stations, other times pulling over to the roadside, with passengers boarding and alighting at will. The quiet driver occasionally exchanged a few words with the ticket collector, but mostly remained focused on the road, while the young ticket collector occasionally glanced up at the ceiling, seemingly preoccupied with a particular pigeon. Duncan sat in his seat, curiously observing everything around him, watching these ordinary lives unfold. It appeared that aside from the necessity of understanding the anomalies and phenomena existing in the world, knowledge to be adhered to as a safety guideline, the lives of these common people bore a striking resemblance to what he had witnessed on Earth. As the bus approached the intersection, it halted once more, this time at a station where numerous passengers boarded. Duncan gazed curiously at the scene on the platform, observing the distant chimneys and the intricate network of steam pipes crisscrossing above the buildings, when suddenly, he sensed an unusual warmth rising near his chest. The heat emanated from the sun emblem he had hidden close to him. As Duncan was admiring the scenery, he paused momentarily, instinctively touching the spot where his badge was concealed. In the next instant, he felt the badge not only radiating warmth, but also subtly vibrating. He was uncertain about the cause of this phenomenon, yet it was evident that the badge was resonating with something nearby. Through the connection he had established with the badge, he clumsily sensed the source of this resonance. Almost immediately, his gaze locked onto a figure swiftly navigating through the crowd outside the car window. The figure, clad in a black coat, appeared to be an ordinary passerby, yet the directional sense emanating from the sun badge unmistakably pointed towards that individual. Without hesitation, Duncan rose from his seat and hastened towards the car door. At that moment, his thoughts summoned the pigeon, AIE, who flapped her wings vigorously and descended from the roof to perch upon his shoulder. The ticket collector, standing near the car door, gazed in astonishment at the scene before her, only murmuring softly after Duncan exited the vehicle, "How is that pigeon trained?" However, this brief interlude quickly faded from her attention as she turned to the newly boarded passengers, saying, "Children need to buy tickets too. There's no way that one can be just 4 years old." Meanwhile, Duncan had already immersed himself in the crowd, briskly traversing the bustling platform and intersection in pursuit of the figure in the black coat. The mysterious individual moved swiftly, and the dense flow of pedestrians in the afternoon allowed him to evade detection effortlessly. In a mere few minutes, the figure had slipped from Duncan's line of sight. Nevertheless, the resonance of the sun badge persisted, continuously guiding Duncan towards the correct direction. As he followed the badge's lead, he pondered rapidly. Undoubtedly, the figure in black was highly suspicious. The badge must have sensed something significant to elicit such a reaction. Perhaps it had detected a source of power akin to that of the true sun god. From the information he had gathered from the goat-headed figure, he was aware that the badge possessed the ability to identify kin and direct blessings from the sun, but ordinarily, only the followers of the sun god could utilize these functions or perceive the guiding effects of the badge. Duncan had previously commandeered the badge's control using the spirit flame, believing at the time that his flames had also compromised much of the badge's capabilities. However, it appeared that its identifying prowess remained intact. Now, this ability was at his disposal. Guided by the badge, he gradually veered away from the crowded thoroughfare, meandering through less frequented paths. He soon spotted the suspicious figure again, who was swiftly crossing an intersection ahead, seemingly oblivious to the presence of a pursuer. Faintly, Duncan sensed the badge on his chest growing even hotter than before. Its resonance became clearer and more intense. Quietly, he activated the spirit flame, tuning into the information transmitted by the sun badge. As a wealth of precise perceptions flooded into his mind, the sensation was subtle, although the solar badge lacked the capacity for thought. Duncan could almost perceive it conveying excitement and fervor, as if it were informing him, this non-believer in the sun god, of the whereabouts of other devotees. He felt compelled to remind the badge to exhibit some restraint, for not long ago it had been a sacred relic of the sun god. At this moment, it ought not to behave like an eager hand-warmer. Simultaneously, he grew increasingly certain that he was approaching a clandestine gathering place teeming with followers of the sun god. As he had anticipated, more solar heretics congregated in the dark corners of the city-state. The group previously annihilated in the sewers was merely a fraction of these cultists, scuttling about like cockroaches. He was uncertain of their intentions, but he knew these zealots possessed a far greater understanding of ancient history, solar worship, and the epic of order than Nina-S instructors. To unravel the deeper mysteries of this world, one must engage with the forces of the extraordinary, an endeavor that was difficult to approach through conventional means due to the church and city authorities. However, connecting with the cultists proved far simpler. He could either blend in with them or confront them directly. As Duncan pondered this, he suddenly halted. He had reached the end of a narrow path, while the furtive figure in black had just slipped into a nearby intersection. The signals from the solar badge were both clear and potent, and no pedestrians were in sight. Through the badge, he sensed more compatriot signals converging upon his location. Silently, he lifted the collar of his coat, obscuring half of his face. And scarcely had he completed this action when he heard a multitude of footsteps emerging from the shadows of the surrounding buildings. One figure after another materialized. There were a dozen or so individuals, their attire indistinguishable from that of ordinary citizens. After all, no cultist would don a long robe in broad daylight within the city. Just as no assassin would dress in conspicuously bright white hooded garb to engage in mischief on bustling streets. Only the persistent warmth and pointed signals from the solar badge assured him that each of these emerging individuals was, without exception, a true follower of the sun god. Duncan raised his gaze toward the intersection ahead, spotting the black-clad man he had been tracking among them, who was now regarding him with palpable wariness. Beside him stood a tall, slender young man, who murmured something to his companions before turning his attention in Duncan's direction. "This is private property. What do you stealthily follow us for?" the tall man inquired, seemingly striving to cultivate an air of normalcy, suggesting that they were merely ordinary citizens. While Duncan's suspicious presence rendered him the only one out of place. Given the uncertainty surrounding Duncan's intentions, the man refrained from acting hastily but maintained his vigilance. Duncan pondered to himself that, indeed, he was ill-suited for the specialized task of tracking, while simultaneously harboring curiosity about how these cultists would handle him if he feigned ignorance. Would they pretend to be a diligent group of malevolent forces to frighten him away, or would they earnestly pursue their nefarious agenda? Perhaps binding him to offer him as a feast to their sun god? "Did you not hear me?" The tall, lean man furrowed his brow and said impatiently. As his words echoed, the surrounding figures subtly advanced a step forward, forming an almost imperceptible encirclement. "I am inquiring of you," he continued. Duncan shrugged nonchalantly. Retrieving the sun amulet from his pocket, his tone sincere, "We're on the same side. Let us unite for now. Perhaps I can glean some information." If they did not believe him, then they could be forced to unite. Chapter 71. Gathering in the gutter the moment Duncan revealed the sun amulet. A few seconds of silence enveloped the scene. His casual assertion of being one of them hung in the air, prompting several pairs of eyes to exchange cautious glances. Eventually, the man who appeared to be the small leader, the tall, slender figure, abruptly lowered his voice and said urgently, "Quick, put it away. Be wary. There may be church spies nearby. Is this amulet truly effective? Is it so persuasive among the sun worshippers?" A smirk tugged at Duncan's lips, though he maintained a stoic facade, obscuring half his face with an air of mystery. As he tucked the amulet away, he remarked lightly, "If there are indeed church spies in the vicinity, your gathering is far more conspicuous than my amulet." No sooner had he spoken than a scruffy man across from him involuntarily chimed in, "No, we're just a group. We might only attract the sheriff, who would consider it a disturbance of the peace." Silence. The tall, lean leader immediately chastised his subordinates' idle chatter, then fixed his gaze on Duncan. A necessary caution given the current insecurity of the city. Step forward, but refrain from any unnecessary movements. Duncan approached confidently, while the others scrutinized him from head to toe. After a prolonged examination, the tall man quietly inquired, "Are you a resident believer in this city?" Duncan contemplated for a moment and nodded, "Yes." The original inhabitant of this body indeed resided in the city, and he too currently resided there. On these evident matters, he chose to speak the truth. His plan was simple, to navigate the murky waters and blend in with the cultists, hoping to extract valuable information without revealing his true identity. If exposed, he would have IE transform and swiftly extricate them all. The tall, slender man remained oblivious to the treacherous thoughts swirling within his fellow congregant's mind and promptly inquired, "As far as I know, the Deep Sea Church attacked a gathering in the sewers a few days ago, where a solar ritual was in progress. The ceremony spiraled out of control, resulting in significant casualties. However, I managed to escape," Duncan recounted without a hint of remorse. While keenly observing the reactions of the surrounding solar worshippers, he sensed that the previously taut atmosphere among them had noticeably eased, except for the tall, thin small leader before him, who continued to maintain a vigilant demeanor. "3 others escaped with me, but we became separated. And I have been unable to contact the church until I encountered you. The sun has guided me." The tall man noncommittally murmured in acknowledgement, his gaze shifting to Duncan's shoulder. "What is this?" "This is my pet," Duncan replied casually. "Can't you tell? It's merely an ordinary pigeon." At this moment, IE shook its head and emitted a loud coo. "This pigeon has quite a voice." The tall man seemed to finally relax his guard, perhaps subconsciously believing that the church's staunchly orthodox members would not be prone to parading about with a bird. He nodded, "Follow me. It is unsafe to speak out here." Duncan felt a wave of relief wash over him, sensing that his initial foray into murky waters had seemingly succeeded. He then trailed behind the group of cultists as they ventured deeper into the alley. This passage was even more labyrinthine than he had anticipated, leading into the forgotten, shadowy depths of this dilapidated district. A throng of cultists guided Duncan through serpentine turns, past aging pipelines releasing steam, across streets marred by flowing sewage, and ultimately into a cluster of low, crumbling buildings. The further they delved, the more the dark and decaying aspects of this once thriving steam metropolis unveiled themselves before Duncan's eyes. He had previously believed that the area where he and Nina resided constituted the city's underbelly, but he now realized that the decrepit antique shop they called home was, in fact, a respectable establishment in comparison. The dilapidated structures flanking the path appeared lifeless, seemingly abandoned for quite some time, yet from the shadows of a few houses, he could sense the numbed or sullen gazes of the homeless, lurking within this forsaken quarter, coldly observing the unwelcome intruders. Ultimately, however, these ominous stares quickly retreated. The dozen or so individuals accompanying the tall man were evidently enough to instill fear in the hearts of the dwellers in this desolate realm. Do you see? This is the most prosperous city-state upon the boundless sea. Prand, the man in black murmured, seemingly to himself yet directed at Duncan. It is the same everywhere. Lenso is like this, Cold Harbor is the same, and even the Elven realm, purporting to be a haven of peace and justice, Breezewood, follows suit. They proclaim that the so-called sun shines impartially upon the world, bringing light and order, but how much sunlight can one truly speak of in these gutters? Duncan offered no response. He merely lifted his gaze. Before him sprawled a labyrinth of steam and fuel pipelines, stretching from the upper city in the industrial district. Interwoven across the structures above, enormous valves and pressure apparatus loomed like bizarre, colossal beasts, perching atop the dilapidated buildings that surrounded him. Sunlight filtered through the crevices of these pipes, casting an unseemly glow on the effluent pooling between the edifices, which exuded a foul stench. This noxious runoff predominantly consisted of condensed steam leaking from nearby pipelines, amalgamated with chemical agents from factories, accumulating day by day in the lower district. It required only a fleeting glance for Duncan, who had not dwelled long in this city, to surmise the origins of such a festering blight. Silently, he regarded the aggrieved man cloaked in black, his expression remaining impassive, whether seduced by the progeny of the sun or driven by the harshness of existence. The emergence of these cultists had its rationale, yet what did it matter? These self-proclaimed victims of the city-state, forced to inhabit the sewers, ultimately descended into the lower district to capture the destitute, sacrificing the ragged souls in their cavernous lairs, none of whom hailed from the upper city's respectable circles. As a foreigner still grappling with the intricacies of this world, Duncan felt no compulsion to render extensive judgments on the city-state. However, as a former offering, he deemed these cultists to be rather reprehensible. In silence, he finally arrived at the stronghold of the cultists, situated beneath an abandoned factory. These individuals, adept at navigating the sewers, seemed perpetually capable of locating suitable conduits to transform into their sanctuaries. Or perhaps the prosperous steam metropolis was inherently rife with countless sewers, conducive to nurturing some dark, blasphemous entities. A group of people crossed the factory's crumbling perimeter wall and opened the iron door leading to the subterranean structure. Duncan had initially intended to observe the factory's condition, seeking to satiate his curiosity about the steam era, but he found no opportunity. He was promptly ushered down an inclined staircase to the cultist clandestine lair. This space, once perhaps a storeroom or a mechanical chamber of the factory, had evidently been emptied, leaving only the remnants of the overhead piping and gas lamps on the walls, long extinguished. The oppressive darkness of the vast area posed significant danger, a fact even the cultists recognized. Thus, they had illuminated various corners of the underground with oil lamps fueled by whale blubber. Under the flickering glow of numerous lamps, Duncan was astonished to find a congregation of a dozen or so cultists gathered here. After the church had dealt a severe blow to one of their sacrificial sites, how could so many followers of the sun still convene? Were these cultists sprouting like mushrooms, appearing wherever there was a shadowy nook? Duncan gazed in astonishment at the figures assembled in the expansive basement, while the cultists regarded him, this sudden, unfamiliar presence, with a mix of curiosity and caution. Soon a tall, slender man approached, flanked by several robust and imposing followers who encircled Duncan. Duncan furrowed his brow. What? Must I be searched again upon entry? I was unaware of such a regulation. The tall, slender man replied, If you truly are an informant for the church, a search would be futile. He produced a ragged strip of cloth from within his garment and handed it to Duncan. Relax, this is merely a more rigorous verification, a necessary precaution. We have lost many compatriots over the years for various reasons. Duncan regarded the object, noting its dirted surface, reminiscent of a torn piece from an old garment. marred by dark brown stains that appeared akin to dried blood. Is this another tool for the sun worshippers to verify their kin? He pondered, somewhat astonished. It was evident that these individuals, perpetually hunted, had honed their skills in both external defense and internal vigilance, despite their apparent lack of combat prowess. He accepted the cloth and listened as the tall man began to murmur incantations. In the name of the sun, may the Lord's radiance shine upon us. Duncan felt a sense of familiarity, recalling that a recent encounter with a cultist had involved the same invocation, accompanied by a talisman gifted to him. With an impassive demeanor, he subtly raised a finger, allowing a discreet green flame to seep into the seemingly unremarkable cloth. Then, maintaining a serious expression, he mimicked the tall man's prayer. The cloth, appearing as if stained with blood, remained inert in his grasp. After a moment of scrutiny, the tall man finally nodded gently, retrieving the cloth and smiling as he said, "Welcome back to the light of the Lord, compatriot." Chapter 72. Intelligence at the gathering. To be fair, these cultists exhibited considerable caution. They did not accept Duncan's words merely because he produced a sun talisman, nor did they readily believe his account of the events in the sewer sacrificial site. Throughout the journey, they had scrutinized his actions and demeanor, and even upon arriving at the gathering, they insisted on an additional verification to confirm the identity of this stranger. For a group of those perpetually on the run, they had done their utmost. Yet, all their discernment measures were predicated on treating Duncan as an ordinary human. Such tactics bore no significance for the captain of the Lost Homeland. The tall, slender leader, having reclaimed the inconspicuous cloth from Duncan, appeared entirely oblivious to the alterations in power within that extraordinary object. After extending a welcome to the new compatriot, he gestured toward a corner of the gathering space. "Companion, please rest here for now. You are not the only unfamiliar face among us." Duncan nodded and made his way to the unremarkable corner, attentively observing every visage that appeared within the gathering. In stark contrast to the earlier scene he had witnessed in the sacrificial grounds of the sewers, he was taken aback to find that the solar adherents here were not clad in their characteristic black robes, but rather dressed like ordinary citizens. They did not don hoods to conceal their faces. Instead, they openly exposed their features. Curiously, he inquired of a nearby devotee, "Is it unnecessary for everyone to mask their identities during gatherings here?" The individual he questioned appeared astonished. "Do the local adherents of the planned city-state always conceal their faces during their assemblies?" Duncan immediately furrowed his brow. "You are not from Planned. We hail from Lunsa." Another nearby devotee replied nonchalantly. Upon confirming that this stranger was indeed a fellow member of the church, the solar followers here seemed to lower their guard. "We only arrived last week, but before we could establish connections with the local brethren, that attack occurred." "Are all of you from Lunsa?" Duncan asked, somewhat surprised. He finally understood why, despite the destruction of the sacrificial grounds in the sewers, there were still so many solar adherents in this city. "Yes, everyone gathered here is from Lunsa, although there are also groups from other city-states, all scattered across different strongholds," another devotee interjected. "Alas, we have all heard of the situation in the planned city-state. Over the past 4 years, that wretched governor and the church's hyenas have relentlessly targeted our cause. It hasn't been easy for you either, but thankfully, those times are behind us." Duncan nodded in tacit agreement, only to hear the devotee who had initially been questioned remark, "That dove on your shoulder is quite unique." Duncan's eyes twitched. He was acutely aware that he was not the only one paying attention to the dove perched upon his shoulder. While it might not be particularly odd to have a dove attending a gathering with one certainly raised eyebrows, he could only offer a vague response, "It's my pet. It assists me in many ways." While he spoke dismissively, his mind raced with thoughts. A significant influx of solar followers was entering the planned city-state, corroborating a prior suspicion of his. The typically low-profile solar church had suddenly orchestrated a high-profile event in the sewers, clearly indicating that these cultists were up to something grand. His opportunistic infiltration had fortuitously led him toward the right path. Simultaneously, he grasped why the cultists participating in the gathering here had not concealed their faces but dressed like ordinary citizens. Previously, in the sewers, the solar devotees' complete concealment of their identities in the linear communication system among the lower-tier followers were strategies to combat the church's relentless purges, while also avoiding the risk of traitors or key members being captured and leaking information. This was a choice made by a beleaguered local church out of necessity. While the motley crowd that had just converged from various city-states evidently lacked such experience. After all, they were merely cultists, not a disciplined special forces unit. On the other hand, there was no necessity for them to disguise themselves, for all those gathered here were compatriots from the same city-state, already well acquainted with one another, rendering any pretense of concealing their identities utterly meaningless. This ordinary attire, in fact, facilitated their swift escape should their stronghold be compromised. allowing them to blend seamlessly into the underprivileged quarters, which lacked stringent oversight. As Duncan pondered this, his gaze swept across the assembly, and suddenly, he felt a piercing stare directed at him. Following his instinct, he turned to locate the source of this gaze, and there stood a petite girl with short black hair. A mere 10 meters away, she was clad in a black dress adorned with white lace, her delicate and serene visage suggesting she was of a similar age to Nina. Most striking of all was a dark red collar encircling her neck, from which dangled an exquisite silver bell. While it possessed a certain charm, it also appeared exceedingly peculiar. When Duncan shifted his gaze towards her, she naturally averted her eyes. Yet he was convinced that the earlier scrutiny had undeniably originated from this young maiden. What was such a child doing among these cultists? A wave of curiosity washed over Duncan, and he cast another glance at her attire, feeling inexplicably that she was out of place in this environment. As he contemplated this, the sound of creaking hinges suddenly echoed nearby, and the tall, slender cult leader commanded the closing of the basement door, then proceeded to the center of the gathering. Instantly, all eyes were drawn to this leader, prompting Duncan to gather his thoughts and focus on the unfolding scene. He observed the tall man standing confidently amidst the crowd, a somewhat sinister countenance softened by a faint smile. He then produced an object from within his cloak, raising it high for all to see. It was unmistakably a pale golden sun mask, identical to the one worn by the cult priest presiding over the sacrificial ceremony in the underground assembly. Offer your reverence to the glory of the Lord, and in his gaze, utter the true incantation, the tall man proclaimed, his tone imbued with profound piety. Well, before this blessed mask, that the protection of the sun's progeny may dwell within it, guiding us, the brothers and sisters gathered here. The surrounding cultists immediately began to chant the name of the true solar deity in unison, then, with clenched fists resting upon their foreheads, they bowed in a gesture of homage. Strangely, they were not paying their respects to the tall man in the center, but rather to the golden mask, as if the mask itself were the embodiment of some higher power, and the man holding it merely a vessel. Duncan feigned compliance, blending in with the cultists. Yet he was oblivious to the nature of the so-called incantation, mumbling a few lines of the multiplication table before earnestly observing the actions of the cultists, attempting to deduce the significance behind each element of their ritualistic gestures. The tall, slender man solemnly affixed the mask to his face. In the next moment, Duncan immediately sensed a peculiar transformation within the man. He could not articulate the nature of this feeling. It was as though the instant the mask was donned, the man underwent a shift in demeanor, and it seemed as if an additional shadow had emerged from his figure. Duncan gazed upon the golden mask, resembling the sun, observing how the intricate patterns seemed to undulate gently. In that moment, the mask appeared to come alive, as if a distant and powerful consciousness were projecting its subtle influence onto this once ordinary object, endowing it with extraordinary qualities. The ordinary individual who donned the mask, through this singular act and brief ritual, achieved a form of sanctification, becoming a symbol of divine authority. The surrounding devotees began to chant in unison, "May the glory of our Lord endure eternally. May the path of our Lord descend upon the mortal realm." Duncan mentally flipped to the sixth column of the multiplication table while rapidly recalling his previous encounter in the sewer meeting where he had seen a priest donning a golden mask. However, at that time, the priest had already completed the process of wearing it, and Duncan, still grappling with his surroundings and in a less than optimal state in the temporary body, had not grasped the significance of this seemingly mundane golden mask. Nor had he contemplated why the masked priest was referred to as an envoy by the ordinary devotees. Now, it seemed that this so-called solar mask might very well be a communication device used by the sun as progeny, hidden beyond the confines of civilized society, to remotely observe and influence their followers. Or more precisely, it could be a form of spiritual projection apparatus. Upon realizing the intriguing nature of this object, Duncan's gaze toward the golden mask subtly shifted. Perhaps this artifact was destined to intertwine with his fate. Chapter 73, Incomplete Memories. Duncan quickly averted his gaze from the golden mask, adopting a demeanor akin to the surrounding ordinary devotees, lowering his eyes in a display of readiness to attentively absorb the teachings. He had yet to hear anything of value. He could not afford to attract the attention of this cult prematurely. Yet, at the moment he bowed his head, the sensation of being scrutinized returned anew. Duncan furrowed his brow slightly and followed the feeling, only to discover the girl in the black dress, adorned with a peculiar bell around her neck, covertly observing him. As his gaze shifted toward her, she subtly averted her own. This left Duncan perplexed. He was certain he did not recognize her. There was no remnant of this girl in the memories of the original owner of this body. Why would a first-time follower of the sun god be so fixated on him? Was it perhaps due to the rather distinctive dove perched upon his shoulder? He indulged in his chaotic thoughts when suddenly the voice of the leader of the faithful resonated from ahead. After donning a golden mask, the leader had transformed into an embodiment of divine authority, his voice now deep and commanding. It was uncertain whether he had deliberately modulated his tone or if the mass confused his speech with another consciousness. The prayer has concluded. The Lord has witnessed our piety and reverence. Grace has illuminated our souls. Brothers and sisters, let us be grateful. For we have persisted another day in this arduous and dark world, bringing us one step closer to the day of the sun's resurgence and the re-establishment of order. The priest, adorned with the golden mask, spread his arms and spoke in an alluring tone, before his gaze suddenly fell upon a corner among the faithful, his tone softening with warmth. However, before we proceed with today's gathering, we must first welcome two compatriots who, amid these trying times, were once ensnared by darkness. Thanks to the Lord's guidance, they have returned to our fold to introduce themselves briefly. Two compatriots? Duncan recalled that the leader had indeed mentioned that he was not the only unfamiliar face at this gathering. He then turned to follow the leader's gaze and saw a girl clad in a black dress. For some reason, he felt unsurprised. You may call me Sherry. The girl stepped forward with poise, her voice gentle and composed. My parents were both faithful, but tragically, they were murdered by the minions of the Deep Sea Church 4 years ago. For these years, I have hidden in the Cross District, remaining disconnected from my brethren. Thankfully, you have arrived. Her voice was soft, exuding an air of quiet grace. It was difficult to associate such a child with the bloodthirsty cultists. Had one not witnessed it firsthand. Welcome back to our midst, young sister. The leader nodded, then turned his gaze to the assembled faithful. Sherry's parents fell victim to the church's purge 4 years ago. We found their names on the ears list. Now, we shall hear from another compatriot. The leader's gaze finally settled upon Duncan. Duncan, residing in the lower district, he stepped forward confidently, having prepared for this moment. A few days ago, the Deep Sea Church disrupted a sacrificial ritual in the sewers. I am a survivor. His words were succinct, yet his demeanor was sincere and composed. The news of the Deep Sea Church's raid on the cult stronghold in the sewers had been widely reported, gracing the front pages of several newspapers. Consequently, as soon as he finished speaking, hushed conversations arose among the surrounding faithful. The leader in the center of the gathering nodded. Adding context, this is a compatriot who has endured trials after suffering at the hands of the Deep Sea Church's hounds. He continues to seek his way back into the Lord's embrace. He bears the blessed insignia as proof of his faithfulness. As the leader's voice fell, those uninformed congregants present turned their gazes toward Duncan, some nodding while others expressed their awe. Duncan, however, continued to obscure most of his face and recited the multiplication table in reverse. The brief introduction had concluded, and at this moment, the leader finally addressed the aspect that piqued Duncan's interest, proceeding to announce the latest developments. Duncan's ears immediately perked up. Currently, a significant number of our brethren continue to converge upon the city-state, comprising both devout ordinary followers and formidable emissaries and priests. Our strength within this city is gradually increasing, and the days of re-establishing order are nearing. Yet, it is undeniable that the minions of the Deep Sea Church have also taken notice. Recently, the city authorities have intensified their scrutiny of incoming populations. Several of our gathering points have already been dismantled by the authorities. Hence, our brethren must exercise utmost caution while navigating the city. The collection of offerings can be postponed, for the progeny of the Lord has delivered a divine mandate. We have already amassed more than half of the required strength, with certain deficiencies remaining that the progeny of the Lord will personally address. The surrounding congregants appeared profoundly moved, beginning to extol the kindness and greatness of the Sun God. Duncan was instantly reminded of the sacrificial ritual he had witnessed in the sewers. These cultists were indeed gathering power through such ceremonies, and it seemed that the shadowy manipulators known as the Sun's progeny were also participating this time. Currently, it appeared that the power these cultists had gathered was insufficient, as the municipal hall and church of Prand had become aware of their activities. However, if those progeny were to directly intervene, the cultist plans would likely continue to advance. At this juncture, he heard the leader continue. Our primary task remains to ascertain the precise location of the sun shards. Remember, our ultimate goal is to manifest the true sun god in this world once more, and recovering the lost sun shards is the most crucial step. Duncan's heart stirred. Sun shards? What could they be? Could a collection of sun shards enable the spear of Aten to unleash its full potential? He sensed the dove perched on his shoulder becoming restless, as Yi shook its body vigorously while emitting a low, rumbling sound from its throat. Through the ethereal connection of spirit fire, he vaguely perceived the dove's intentions. It yearned to chatter, to vocalize loudly, to urge Duncan to wield the solar battle axe and rally a new force. Yet, it could not speak. It was merely a dove here, which left it quite distressed. Quiet, Duncan murmured softly, gently stroking the dove's head with the back of his hand to provide comfort. Meanwhile, a congregant closer to the leader inquired, "Can we now ascertain the approximate location of the sun shards?" Is there any means to detect them? The sun shards are currently in a dormant state and cannot be detected by any method, the leader replied, shaking his head. However, the Lord has bestowed guidance. The shards should be concealed near the lower district of Prand. Furthermore, considering the arrival of new compatriots today, I shall elucidate the situation once more. According to the intelligence we have gathered, the fragment first manifested in the mortal realm approximately 11 years ago, likely inciting a series of extraordinary phenomena, perhaps a large-scale conflagration, an unusual surge in temperature across an entire district, or even instances of spontaneous human combustion and collective hallucinations. This is precisely the direction of our current investigation. The city authorities possess detailed records of past extraordinary occurrences, and the esteemed divinely favored ones have already begun to seek out these accounts. Among the ordinary populace residing in the lower district, there may still be individuals who recall the strange events that transpired here 11 years ago. Our mission is to collect clues pertaining to this matter in order to deduce the location of the solar fragment. However, one must exercise utmost caution in all inquiries. Although the authorities maintain a rather lax grip on the lower district, the keen senses of the deep-sea church's pack of hyenas can sometimes be alarmingly acute, and they have already become vigilant. The leader was expounding on the current circumstances to the gathered congregation, while Duncan's mind raced to keep pace. He was particularly attentive to the significance of that 11-year mark. As asserted by the leader, it was the day a certain extraordinary entity, known as the solar fragment, made its earthly debut. Yet Duncan's focus on this temporal point was driven by another event. 11 years ago, a mere 6-year-old Nina lost her parents, seemingly due to a conflagration. Was this mere coincidence? Could such an uncanny alignment truly exist? Duncan struggled to piece together the fragmented memories swirling in his mind. But a significant portion had faded into oblivion with the demise of the body's original owner. His efforts to recall yielded only a couple of hazy fragments, the original owner of this body rushing through the flames, cradling his barely breathing niece. As an indistinct structure blazed and collapsed behind him, while in the distance, the city streets appeared distorted and shadowy, teeming with frantic crowds screaming and fleeing. Chapter 74. A Traitor Within. Terminate the deal. Ultimately, Duncan could not excavate any further memories from his mind. Although the original owner of this body had indeed harbored concerns for Nina, and matters related to her had once been the most profound recollections in his consciousness. Years of illness, excessive drinking, and substance abuse had severely eroded these sentiments. By the time the cultist named Ron exhaled his last breath, there remained little warmth of familial affection in his numb mind. One thing is certain, 11 years ago, a great fire did indeed occur, claiming the lives of Nina's biological parents in the lower district, irrevocably altering the trajectory of that child's life. This may be a coincidence, yet it is equally plausible that this event is intrinsically linked to the solar fragment sought by the solar cultists. The unexpected emergence of the solar fragment ignited a fire within the city, resulting in the loss of innocent lives, while a child was transformed into an orphan amidst the flames. Years later, that child's only remaining kin would tragically descend into the ranks of those who worship the very solar fragment. In an unseen manner, it seems as though a fateful connection binds these events to the sun, ensnared as though by gravity itself. At that moment, a voice suddenly emerged from the congregation, interrupting Duncan's contemplation. In my recent inquiries among the local residents, I have not heard of any significant fire in the downtown area 11 years ago. However, there was mention of a factory leak during that time, where toxic gas escaped from storage tanks, spreading across several blocks and causing many to experience hallucinations and madness. This incident even made it to the newspapers. Duncan looked up in surprise, noticing that the speaker was an unremarkable woman among the faithful. Yet, before he could fully contemplate her words, he felt the gaze of the cult leader shift towards him. "Fellow, you are indeed a local here. Do you have any knowledge of this matter?" Duncan was taken aback, suddenly realizing he had become the center of attention for these outsiders eager to gather information. As a resident of the downtown area, he was undoubtedly a valuable source of intelligence. Noticing several eyes upon him, he pondered briefly and crafted his response. "I didn't live here 11 years ago, so I am not well informed on the specifics. However, I have indeed heard about the factory leak." As he delivered this evasive answer, he turned to the woman who had first spoken. "Was there really no significant fire in downtown 11 years ago?" "At least from what I have gathered, that is the case," she nodded. "According to what I have heard, there has not been a major fire in downtown Prand for at least 20 years. There have been small incidents like kitchen fires, but those are clearly not what we are considering." Duncan blinked, remaining silent. He distinctly remembered that Nina's parents had perished in a great fire 11 years ago. Fragments of memories flashed in his mind, including the image of himself leading Nina out of the inferno. Where had the discrepancy arisen? Had there been a disturbance in the memory transfer to this body? Or was it possible that the Great Fire had not occurred in downtown? Perhaps this cultist simply had not uncovered the truth? A faint sense of doubt arose within him as the matter concerned both Nina and himself, causing him to instinctively focus on it. Just then, he heard another voice from across the room. It was the girl named Sherry. Was the factory leak incident 11 years ago the one that occurred in the 6th District? The 6th District? Duncan mused, pondering the accuracy of her statement. The woman among the congregation nodded. It is said that this event had a significant impact, as the chemicals left many with lasting effects. And many residents of downtown still remember it to this day. Several nearby cultists nodded in agreement, indicating they had gleaned similar information. The leader, situated at the center of the gathering, abruptly broke the silence, his deep, authoritative voice cutting through the chatter among the faithful. The apparent production accident is highly likely to be a facade for a supernatural event orchestrated by the authorities, particularly significant given its occurrence 11 years ago. This is a crucial lead. We shall investigate in this direction to discern whether this so-called factory leak points to the sacred fragments of the sun. The congregants present immediately nodded in acquiescence. Subsequently, the masked leader proclaimed, moreover, we must not only focus on the extraordinary events that transpired in the lower district 11 years ago, but also on the recent peculiar occurrences within the city-state of Plant. Although the fragment of the sun remains dormant, the day of its awakening draws near, and its activity increases with each passing day. For years ago, our fellow church members attempted to awaken the fragment prematurely, although that endeavor met with failure, and the ritual's collapse incited a frenzied massacre by the deep-sea church. It was not entirely without effect. The attempt stimulated a deeper connection between the sun fragment and the realm of reality, granting it the potential to influence our world for a brief period before its complete awakening. This may assist us in locating it. Pay close attention to the newspapers and the whispers in the streets of the city. Any unusual incidents may point towards the sun fragment. Do not overlook any clues, understood? The congregants bowed their heads in reverent acceptance of the command, while Duncan noted another pivotal detail mentioned by the leader for years ago. Indeed, the deep-sea church had decisively dismantled the largest stronghold of sun heretics in Plant, an event that was said to have been grand in scale and marked the ascendance of the current city judge, Vanna. Following that, the sun worshippers in this city had faltered, their spirits broken until this day. Until now, Duncan had only been privy to this superficial intelligence. But it appeared the reality was that the sun worshippers had sought to awaken the dormant sun fragment hidden somewhere. Unbeknownst to him, a series of truths concealed in the past began to unfold before Duncan. He rapidly pieced together the fragments of known information in his mind, contemplating how to extract more intelligence from these cultists. Just then, an odd scent suddenly invaded his nostrils, an acrid, pungent odor reminiscent of burning sulfur, mingled with a chemical stench. In the next moment, the ordinary congregants around him also caught wind of this sharp and unmistakable aroma. Some exchanged glances, seemingly in search of its source. While the leader standing at the center of the gathering instantly reacted, he produced from his garments a talisman resembling the sun, identical to the one Duncan carried. Its surface ablaze with an ethereal, translucent flame. The acrid odor emanated from that very fire. The tainted flames had been deceived. The leader glanced at the burning sun talisman, his voice a mixture of shock and fury. A heretic lurks among us. The scene erupted into chaos. Duncan's immediate instinct was that he had been exposed. Though he was unsure how, it seemed the leader's sun talisman had finally recognized him as a heretic, one who did not genuinely worship the sun. Upon reflection, he let out a faint sigh, preparing to release the dove. However, before he could make a move, a sigh echoed from across the way. The sound emanated from a girl clad in a black dress, a maiden named Sherry, who shook her head in disappointment, stating, I knew Agu was unreliable. His disguise could hardly last 3 hours. No sooner had she spoken than a surge of pitch-black flames erupted suddenly beside her. The flames appeared from thin air, taking the shape of fire, yet as dark as shadows. They ignited upon the girl's arm, swiftly spreading across nearly a third of her body within a mere second. In the next instant, Sherry's right side seemed to transform into kindling for the black fire. Amidst the crackling sounds, the flames cascaded down, with a portion suspended in midair morphing into a jet-black chain, while the part that fell to the ground coalesced in the blink of an eye into a grotesque creature. Skeletal and ablaze. It was a dark hellhound, a colossal beast towering over half a man's height, its form seemingly constructed from countless twisted and stacked bones. Where flesh should have resided, there was only the burning black fire and writhing shadows. Its head was jagged and menacing, with hollows where eyes ought to be, filled solely with a crimson mist that radiated insatiable hunger and malice. A dark chain extended from the neck of this monstrous hound, reaching towards Sherry's arm, subtly merging with her very being. A summoner of the abyssal hound cult, the leader at the center of the gathering, witnessing this sight, was engulfed in a mix of shock and fury. What did this signify? Were you devotees of the abyss preparing to wage war against the followers of the sun?